In the depths of the ancient starry sky, it is said that a crimson gate, stained with blood and fire, stands resolute. Legends and myths, darkness and light, and endless tales all flow through this venerable portal. Gazing upon the stargate, fervor illuminates the heavens, heralding the inevitable departure of darkness. Silver City, the inspection department. The young Li Hao, slightly slender with dark circles under his eyes, appeared as though he had endured a sleepless night. Dressed in the uniform of a Level 3 inspector, Li Hao stepped into the office area of the inspection department. As a relatively new recruit, having joined the department just over a year ago, Li Hao's experience was limited. He often arrived a bit early to tidy up the office and boil water, awaiting the arrival of his colleagues. However, today he had arrived slightly later than usual, and at this moment, many were already present in the office. Upon seeing Li Hao enter, a middle-aged woman at the front desk, also clad in uniform, greeted him with warmth and a hint of playful teasing, saying, "Xiao Hao, you're late today? Those dark circles suggest you were out having fun last night, weren't you?" Li Hao flashed a pure smile, appearing innocent and unpretentious, and quickly waved his hand, saying, "Sister Yu, please don't say that. I haven't even found a girlfriend yet. If that gets out, you'll have no one to marry me." "Ha ha ha. You've been with the inspection department for a year, yet you can't take a little jest." Sister Yu seemed to take great delight in teasing Li Hao. Li Hao smiled once more, but still declined, saying, "Sister Yu, I wouldn't want to trouble you." Before Sister Yu could respond, a burly middle-aged man nearby interjected with a chuckle. "Xiao Hao, is Sister Yu inviting you to dinner or suggesting you come over as a son-in-law? You really don't get it, do you?" Laughter erupted in the office at this remark. Unbothered by the revelation of her intentions, Sister Yu widened her eyes and playfully retorted, "Why not? Xiao Hao has wonderful good character, sharp mind, and handsome looks. If he truly became my son-in-law, I'd wake up laughing from my dreams." As her words sank in, while the laughter continued, many nodded in agreement, expressing their approval of the young man. The middle-aged man who had spoken earlier, unfazed by the rebuke, sighed with a tinge of regret. "Xiao Hao is indeed impressive, but what a pity, what a pity." At this, others wore expressions of wistfulness. Yet Li Hao himself seemed unconcerned, beaming with a radiant smile. "Brother Zhou, I chose this path myself, so what is there to regret?" Brother Zhou, still feeling a sense of loss, sighed, "You can't say that, Xiao Hao. The inspection department is commendable. You've been promoted to Level 3 inspector within just 6 months. That's quite an achievement for many. However, if you hadn't dropped out of the ancient academy in Silver City upon graduation, had you chosen to join the inspection department, you would have entered as a Level 1 inspector. That would be the minimum." With these words, the interest of the others was piqued, and they were compelled to voice their thoughts. Behind Li Hao, the young, vibrant Shun Na swiftly interjected upon entering. "Indeed, Li Hao, why would you choose to withdraw from school prematurely? Look at us, we yearn to enroll in the Silver City Academy, but find ourselves without opportunities. We are merely 2 years away from graduation, and we, who have persevered from Level 3 inspections to Level 1, know that even with favorable circumstances, we require at least 5 years of dedication. Otherwise, we risk a lifetime of stagnation, and attaining even a Level 1 inspector position would be a significant achievement." Her words were tinged with envy, a longing for the graduates of the esteemed Silver City Academy. There was also an air of regret, lamenting that Li Hao, just 2 years shy of graduation, had suddenly opted to leave and join the inspection department instead. It was unfortunate that despite Li Hao's amiable nature, youth, and politeness, he was quite resolute in this decision. Chen Na was even aware that Li Hao's mentor at the academy had advised him against withdrawing, deeming him to have a bright future ahead. Listening to the discussion surrounding him, Li Hao maintained his cheerful demeanor. "Ha ha, you speak the truth," he exclaimed, prompting a wave of laughter from those present, finding comfort in his words. With his sweet tongue and youthful exuberance, having just turned 20, Li Hao was the youngest member at the Silver City Inspection Department, and a top student. His flattery was well received by all. The office area of the inspection department was filled with laughter and joy early in the morning. Regarding Li Hao's decision to leave the academy, the topic was not pursued further. It was evident that Li Hao was indifferent to the matter. Otherwise, it would not have been mentioned, considering that withdrawing from the academy was indeed a significant life regret. The reasons behind Li Hao's choice were not probed, as it was understood that he had stated it was to earn a salary sooner, given the exorbitant tuition fees of the academy, which had drained his finances. However, as a student of the academy, was financial strain truly the sole reason? The sounds of laughter gradually subsided with the arrival of several leaders from the inspection department. The Silver City Inspection Department serves as the headquarters for law enforcement in Silver City, with 4 additional branches throughout the city. The headquarters comprises multiple divisions, and Li Hao is stationed in the confidentiality office, primarily responsible for archiving case files, reopening old cases, reviewing unresolved cases, and taking meeting minutes. The confidentiality office is not a frontline agency and rarely engages in external law enforcement. However, if other departments experience a shortage of personnel, Li Hao and his colleagues may be temporarily reassigned to assist. As the leaders settled in, everyone resumed their busy workday. Li Hao did not possess a private office. As a level 3 inspector with only a year of service, he was not entitled to one. His predecessors, Yu Jie and Zhou Guo, who were both level 2 inspectors, also lacked such privileges. Li Hao's desk was situated in the office area near the restroom. While it did not emit any unpleasant odors, the constant flow of people rendered it somewhat noisy, a location that the more seasoned staff did not favor. Li Hao's desk was positioned adjacent to Chen Na's, allowing them to work face-to-face. Chen Na had joined the department just 6 months prior to Li Hao, making her a newcomer as well. Both shared a relatively brief tenure. However, it was anticipated that the inspection department would soon recruit new personnel, allowing both to shed their titles of newcomer in the near future. Li Hao was engrossed in reviewing some documents when a light tapping sound from the table interrupted his concentration. He looked up to find Chen Na leaning over the table, gently drumming her fingers. Upon noticing his gaze, she beamed with a radiant smile and whispered, "Li Hao, the inspection department has an upcoming assignment that requires travel for a month. Would you like to apply? We could have a month of fun together. The task is quite easy. It's very safe." Chen Na added, a hint of frustration creeping in her voice. "It's just accompanying the Ancient Institute in Yincheng." At this point, she paused, her expression shifting as a realization dawned upon her. She glanced back at Li Hao, a mix of understanding and regret crossing her face. "Oh, I almost forgot. You wouldn't want to see your former classmates and mentors, would you? I believe Professor Yuan Shuo is leading the expedition." She mentally chastised herself for forgetting. Yuan Shuo was indeed Li Hao's mentor during his time at the Ancient Institute. It was rumored that this professor held Li Hao in high regard, especially after Li Hao's decision to drop out, which had led to some tumultuous moments and even threats of physical reprimand on Yuan's part. This incident had stirred considerable discontent among the Institute's students, many of whom criticized Li Hao for his apparent lack of appreciation. Who was Yuan Shuo? He was one of the top authorities at the Institute, and countless students aspired to study under him, only to find themselves overlooked. Li Hao smiled faintly, but offered no retort. Did he truly wish to avoid meeting them? Not exactly. The rumors had been exaggerated. The reality was far less dramatic. Professor Yuan merely felt regret over Li Hao's decision. Just days prior, Li Hao had visited his mentor's home for dinner, and the notion that their meetings would result in conflict was a gross exaggeration. Of course, some matters did not warrant explanation. Let the world speculate as it pleased. The more one elucidated, the more complicated things became. Professor Yuan is leading the team, Li Hao mused internally. As one of the premier professors at the Ancient Institute, his presence would ensure that security measures were robust, whether from the inspection department or other entities. Thus, there was little for Li Hao to worry about. Moreover, with the inspection department involved, it was likely to be a mere formality, while the genuine responsibility for Professor Yuan's safety would probably lie with the enigmatic Night Watchers, a group Li Hao had only recently learned about. The Night Watchers functioned similarly to the inspection department, but focused on unusual and unresolved cases, often taking over investigations that the inspection department could not handle or had no leads on. Most outsiders, including those within the inspection department, were unaware of their existence. However, as someone who worked in the archives, primarily dealing with case documentation and tracking unresolved cases, Li Hao had gleaned some insights into their operations. Night Watchers, he silently repeated to himself. His choice to leave academia and join the inspection department at a junior level was significantly influenced by them. In fact, much of his motivation had been directed toward that path, though he had never shared this with anyone. This organization was shrouded in mystery prior to joining the inspection department. Li Hao had never even heard of them. Yet, thanks to Professor Yuan, he had become aware of their existential fact that remained unknown to the average person. However, before dropping out, Li Hao was aware of one thing. The inspection department was, in fact, a subordinate entity of the night patrol, a fact unknown to outsiders. He had heard Yuan Lao mention that some promising individuals from the inspection department might be transferred there. It has been a year. I now consider myself well-rooted and reputable, hailing from the inspection department. I wonder if there will be an opportunity to engage with the night patrol. Li Hao contemplated, feeling a sense of urgency, yet suppressing it, maintaining a calm demeanor without revealing any hint of his inner thoughts. It should be imminent. He sensed that Silver City might soon face turmoil. While the inspection department remained blissfully unaware, it seemed only the night patrol could handle the impending crisis. At this moment, he was merely awaiting the right opportunity. Chapter 2. The Crimson Shadow opportunities are something one must forge for oneself. Li Hao, too, needed to create his own chance. Soon, he meticulously organized a document before rising and making his way to the small office within the administrative area. Knock, knock, knock. Li Hao rapped on the office door. A voice from within, belonging to the head of the secretariat, called out, "Come in." Li Hao pushed open the door. "Director," exclaimed Li Hao. Wang Jie, now in the prime of middle age, beamed upon seeing Li Hao. He was a polite and industrious young man, a product of the esteemed Silver City Academy. Although he had left school prematurely, it was a choice made by himself rather than expulsion, which made Wang Jie take a particular interest in him. Li Hao returned the smile and promptly stated, "Director, I have something to report. Please, have a seat." Wang Jie welcomed him. The tasks of the secretariat were not overly burdensome, and as for matters of significance, those were typically handled by the enforcement team. Overall, the secretariat remained quite stable. Wang Jie speculated that perhaps this young man wished to familiarize himself in hopes of future promotion. However, given the short time since his transition to a formal role and his recent withdrawal from academia, any advancement seemed improbable in the near term. As he pondered, Li Hao's expression grew serious, and his voice took on a somber tone. "Director, my primary responsibility in the Secretariat has been the organization of files pertaining to obscure and unresolved cases. Over the past year, I have meticulously reorganized and reclassified documents from the past decade." Wang Jie instantly brightened, nodding in acknowledgement. Indeed, a talented student is a talented student. The files were quite disordered. Some old documents were nearly devoured by moths. I had previously arranged for their reorganization, yet it remained difficult to locate essential files when needed. Since your arrival, I have been able to find any case I seek with remarkable ease. You deserve commendation for this. Li Hao quickly shook his head. "Director, I am not here to boast about my contributions." "Is that so?" Wang Jie chuckled, intrigued. "Then, do you truly have something of importance to report?" He offered a nod, encouraging Li Hao to continue. Li Hao produced a document from before him, handing one to Wang Jie while opening another for himself. Despite his youth, his voice was steady. On September 16th, 1720, an incident of self-immolation occurred in the Silver City Unju community, where witnesses observed the victim igniting themselves in public. Flames erupting from within, leading to their tragic demise. Wang Jie, now perusing the file in his hand, turned his gaze back to Li Hao. This case was over a decade old and had already been resolved. Not a homicide, but rather an accident. Why was this young man revisiting a case that was long settled? Li Hao continued. On September 22nd, 1723, at the Silver City Commercial Center, a salesperson suddenly found their hair ablaze, leading to a swift engulfing of their body in flames, resulting in their public incineration. Wang Jie nodded. "I am familiar with this case. I was the one who cataloged it. I even visited the scene myself. It was an accident caused by excessive static electricity at the commercial center." Li Hao did not rebut, but continued reading. On August 18th, 1725, at the Miching Hotel in Silver City, a guest was found dead in the hotel a day after checking in, having succumbed to self-immolation. 5 years elapsed between the first and second cases of self-immolation, and within that period, 3 incidents occurred, all deemed accidental. Silver City dealt with numerous cases daily, and 3 accidental self-immolations over 5 years were not considered significant, garnering little attention. Unless by chance, if one person happened to handle all 3 cases, it might attract some notice. The archives in the confidential office were extensive, and Wang Jie had not paid them much mind. However, after hearing a few remarks, a vague sense of unease washed over him, prompting him to furrow his brow and gaze at Li Hao. Li Hao continued. On February 16th, 1727, another person perished in self-immolation on Dongfang Street in Silver City, reportedly triggered by the appearance of ball lightning nearby. suggesting that this phenomenon may have induced the tragic act. This incident occurred a year and a half after the previous self-immolation case. Wang Jie's expression shifted subtly, from 3 years to 2 years. And now from 2 years to a year and a half, another self-immolation had transpired in Silver City. On August 12, 1728, the local inspection office reported a missing person, whose charred remains were later discovered by the riverside, presumed to be the result of being struck by lightning during a thunderstorm, thus concluding the case as an accident. Another year and a half had passed. This report came from a subordinate agency. The confidential office merely organized the files and did not engage in case handling. Given that such accidental cases had already been resolved, the higher-ups would not recklessly overturn the conclusions. Wang Jie's expression grew increasingly grave. He had indeed overlooked these incidents. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of documents in the confidential office, where many old files were routinely destroyed each year. Yet another year and a half had gone by. Instead of reviewing the files in his hands, he turned to Li Hao and said solemnly, once it was 3 years, then 2 years, and now twice with an interval of a year and a half. In August or September of 1729, did another self-immolation occur? 1729, which was last year. Was the interval truly a year? If so, this would imply that within a decade, Silver City had witnessed 6 cases of self-immolation. Statistically, that is not particularly frequent, once every 2 years. Silver City is vast, and these incidents were not handled by a single division but were dispersed. One division might only encounter one such case in a decade. Who would take notice? Li Hao nodded. Indeed, another case occurred in 1729, specifically at the ancient courtyard of Silver City, and the individual involved was my classmate from the adjacent dormitory. My departure from the ancient courtyard was partly related to this incident. I witnessed everything and developed a profound fear of the place. Coupled with the bizarre circumstances surrounding my classmate's self-immolation, I am compelled to uncover the reasons behind such tragedies. Li Hao's expression was serious. Thus, I came to the inspection office, partly for this reason. Outsiders cannot access these archives, but I can. I have reviewed and organized the self-immolation cases from the past decade and discovered that these may not be mere coincidences. Wang Jie quickly sifted through the documents in his hands, studying them for a moment before addressing Li Hao with a grave tone. Share your thoughts. Over the past decade, a total of 6 cases have occurred. No, to be precise, it has been 9 years. This year, we have yet to receive any such cases. Li Hao spoke earnestly. Director, I hold my classmate's situation in high regard. As we approach July, if we consider the self-immolation cases not to be mere coincidences, it has nearly been a year since the last incident. The intervals between these self-immolations are diminishing. If these events are not accidental, it is likely that similar cases may arise soon. Wang Jie repeatedly sifted through the files. Being an experienced inspector, he had only been reassigned to the confidential office after aging slightly. If Li Hao had not compiled and integrated several cases, it is likely that no one would have paid attention. However, when 6 self-immolation cases were brought together, anyone could sense that something was amiss. Wang Jie exhaled softly. Based solely on the current information, we cannot ascertain that this is premeditated. However, too many coincidences may not simply be coincidences. Wang Jie was astute and swiftly remarked, I will communicate this matter to other departments, particularly the law enforcement team. The confidential office does not directly engage in solving cases, but the consecutive occurrences of self-immolation warrant our attention. If another incident occurs, at this juncture, Wang Jie's expression shifted. That would imply your assessment is correct. It may indeed not be as simple as an accident. He looked at Li Hao, and his previously serious demeanor relaxed into a smile. Of course, there is no need to be overly anxious. Even if it were a homicide, there are worse cases we have encountered. You have done well, Li Hao. Wang Jie's seriousness did not last long. Even if it were confirmed to be a homicide, it was not particularly alarming. He had witnessed and heard of far worse over the years. 6 deaths in 10 years were not significant in his eyes. He felt a sense of pride in Li Hao's dedication and responsibility regarding the cases. And he began to understand the reasons behind Li Hao's decision to withdraw from school. Classmates? More like good friends. Otherwise, Li Hao would have had no reason to leave school. Across from him, Li Hao remained reticent. Homicide? If it were indeed a murder, why would he have withdrawn from school and fled from ancient institution? Witnessing everything firsthand, a straightforward murder might have been easier to bear. But what was that shadow of red blood? Self-immolation? No, it was death by that blood shadow's flames. Yet, none of the other classmates who also witnessed the self-immolation seemed to have seen that shadow. Were they lying? No, there was no need for that. Li Hao knew he was the only one who saw it. The others had not noticed the blood shadow, or perhaps they simply could not see it. Moreover, he had recently felt its presence again, even catching a glimpse of that shadow last night. Perhaps it was not just one. If no one pays attention, it is one thing. But once the inspection department takes notice and determines it is not an accident, should they be unable to handle it, the matter will surely be escalated to the night watchers. If it goes unnoticed, these cases will merely be classified as accidents, with the files left to gather dust in the confidential office. However, if they are scrutinized, the inspection department is quite diligent. The night watchers. Li Hao silently reiterated in his heart. Opposite him, Wang Jie rose and stated, I will consult with the enforcement team. Subsequently, I may require your assistance, Li Hao. As you have compiled this case. Li Hao promptly nodded, feeling a slight sense of relief within. Excellent. He had heard precisely what he wished to hear. His intent in all these endeavors was to partake in the matter, not through direct involvement, but rather as an inadvertent discoverer. Thus, if the night watch intervened, Li Hao might very well find himself in contact with them. However, contact did not equate to inclusion. Even if the opportunity arose, he might not dare to join. Over the past year, he had perused an abundance of files. Certain matters were subtly conveyed within the texts, for instance. The phenomenon of witnessing the red shadow appeared not to be an experience exclusive to him. Li Hao had reviewed some records indicating that Silver City had documented such occurrences. Yet, those individuals were either deceased or missing, none had escaped unscathed. Li Hao refrained from voicing this information, recognizing the immense peril it entailed. He was even reluctant to disclose to anyone, including the night watch, that he could perceive the red shadow. Their reliability was uncertain at best. Regardless, he was determined to engage with this enigmatic force through legitimate channels. Taking a deep breath, Li Hao exited the office. His quest was not solely for the truth, fundamentally. It was for the preservation of his own life. All who had witnessed the red shadow had perished, and he was unaware if others could also see it. Nonetheless, he understood that anyone who had been exposed had met with demise. This was decidedly unusual. He could not afford to lose his life so easily. Departing from the ancient courtyard of Silver City to the inspection department was not an act of evasion. As he stepped outside the office, Li Hao exhaled softly, revealing a radiant smile. The ideal outcome would be for the night watch to resolve this predicament. If he could reap some unexpected benefits in the process, that would be splendid. As a civilian employee, if he could join the ranks of the night watch, he would certainly wish to be a part of their civil service. As for the enforcement agency, he doubted his own capability to serve there, and it appeared exceedingly perilous. Just the other day, while dining with a teacher, Li Hao had subtly inquired about the significant casualties among the night watch. One step at a time, he gazed at Wang Jie hastily departing, smiling to himself, at last. The first step had been taken. The red shadow. He pondered, what on earth could that be? And why was he able to see it? Chapter 3. The Sword of the Li family. Li Hao cast a glance at the calendar on the table, noting the date, July 12, 1730. Nearly a year had passed. He murmured softly. Opposite him, Chen Na inquired with curiosity, what has almost been a year? Li Hao smiled faintly and explained. I was referring to my nearly one-year tenure in the inspection division. Oh, your memory is remarkable, Chen Na remarked, losing interest quickly. Who would remember such a detail? It bore little significance. Li Hao, however, retained the memory vividly. He recalled with clarity that he joined the inspection division on August 1, 1729, just days prior. On July 23rd, following the incident that transpired the previous day, he made the decision to withdraw from his studies and soon thereafter became part of the inspection division. On July 22, 1729, a tragic self-immolation occurred at the Silver City Academy. A second-year student, Zhang Yuan, set himself ablaze outside his dormitory and perished in the flames. To preserve the academy's reputation and following the inspection division's examination, which concluded it was an unfortunate accident, the news was suppressed, leaving very few aware that a student had tragically died at Silver City Academy. Moreover, the incident did not attract widespread attention partly because Zhang Yuan was an orphan, lacking relatives or any claimants, allowing the matter to be swiftly buried. In the aftermath, Li Hao withdrew from school, and his mentor speculated that it was connected to Zhang Yuan, as it was said that the two shared a close bond. Zhang Yuan. Li Hao silently repeated the name, reflecting that it had been nearly a year since the young man's demise. The haunting image resurfaced in his mind. The crimson shadows of blood seemed to clutch at Zhang Yuan's very soul, the fiery flames consuming his spirit, invoking a torrent of emotions, agony, struggle, despair. While others remained oblivious, Li Hao perceived it all with unnerving clarity. He yearned to intervene, yet in that moment, Zhang Yuan's lips moved incessantly, unable to articulate a sound amidst his excruciating torment. Others might have interpreted it as a wail, but Li Hao understood otherwise. Flee. Yes. It was a command to himself to escape. Li Hao knew Zhang Yuan all too well. It was a plea for him to keep his distance, to run away. Zhang Yuan did not perish within the dormitory. When he met his end, he wore but a single article of undergarment, a sight that might seem ludicrous. Yet Li Hao never found it so. In his final moments, Zhang Yuan appeared to have been preparing for slumber, yet he fled the dormitory in unimaginable agony. His intended direction unmistakably towards Li Hao's quarters. He could not voice a cry. With immense determination, he shattered a piece of ceramic, creating a disturbance in the stillness of the night that prompted several to investigate, including Li Hao himself. Was Zhang Yuan calling for help? To outsiders, it might have seemed so, but Li Hao discerned it differently. He was issuing a warning to himself. Zhang Yuan's escape from the dormitory and the ensuing commotion led Li Hao to him, culminating in a silent command to flee, not a cry for salvation, but a directive for self-preservation. 14 years. Li Hao whispered to himself once more. He and Zhang Yuan had shared 14 years of camaraderie, far beyond the mere 2 years of academic companionship that others might assume. They had been classmates since childhood, or perhaps true confidants. Their shared silence spoke volumes. For the bond between men need not always be vocalized. In a manner akin to Zhang Yuan, at the very moment before his demise, he summoned an indomitable will to struggle free, solely to convey a message to Li Hao, flee. The incident surrounding Zhang Yuan's self-immolation was ultimately suppressed, fading into silence. Naturally, few would delve deeper into the matter concerning Li Hao, this close companion. Did Xiao Yuan urge my escape because he witnessed something, heard something, or was it merely driven by sheer terror? Or perhaps Xiao Yuan was aware that the next target of the blood shadow was none other than myself. This conundrum had occupied Li Hao's thoughts for an entire year. He could scarcely fathom the extent of Zhang Yuan's suffering, yet in that moment, he still sought to issue a warning. Li Hao felt a profound complexity in the situation. Perhaps the next victim of the blood shadow was indeed himself. 6 individuals, including myself. Perhaps we are 7 in total. What commonality binds us together? Spanning a decade, time seems to accelerate. If I am included, aside from Zhang Yuan, there appears to be little connection among the remaining 5. Are they random targets, or is there a deliberate intent behind it? Li Hao gently rubbed his forehead. Perusing the documents before him, these comprised the complete files of the 6 individuals, a compilation of clues he had painstakingly gathered over the past year through various channels. It had been 10 years since the first death, and there may have been others before that, though Li Hao had no means of knowing. With such a lengthy time span, many details had become elusive. Gender, age, occupation, identity, common contacts. Li Hao had scrutinized the files numerous times, in conventional terms. He had yet to uncover any shared traits among these seemingly unrelated individuals. Why had the blood shadow targeted them? Had they posed a threat? Or was there an ulterior motive? Countless questions swirled in Li Hao's mind. Of course, there was also the element of vengeance driving his pursuit. Zhang Yuan was dead. And while few cared, Li Hao did. The night watchmen were fraught with uncertainties, had it not been for his inability to acquire effective leads, or perhaps a lack of viable strategies to confront an unseen adversary. Li Hao would never have placed his hopes on the night watchman to eliminate the blood shadow. He yearned to confront that fiend himself. Li Hao, once again, examined the profiles of those individuals. Across from him, Chen noticed Li Hao reopening the familiar dossier and inquired, "What are you looking at again?" Over the past year, she had observed him perusing this document repeatedly, its thickness steadily increasing, nearly worn at the edges from his scrutiny. Yet, each time she attempted to glimpse its contents, he promptly closed it. Only faint impressions of personal details about several individuals lingered in her mind. Li Hao looked up, revealing a radiant smile. "Sister Na, feel free to take a look." "Humph." Chen Na scoffed dismissively. "Feel free to look? You've been at it for nearly a year. Sometimes, you can be quite secretive. After all this time, Li Hao, what are you trying to uncover? You have so many seasoned night watchmen around you, yet you choose to delve into this alone. As a newcomer, what can you possibly discover? Why not let me take a peek? Perhaps I can offer you some advice. Rest assured, I won't leak anything." Chen Na grinned. "So how about it? Show me." Her curiosity was piqued. Li Hao had previously been reluctant to disclose his inquiries, fearing they might attract the attention of the ominous red shadow. However, Given his continued inability to uncover anything substantial and having reported the case to Wang Jie, he felt it permissible to share his findings with Chen Na. After a moment's consideration, he finally spoke. You may take a look, but please do not involve anyone else. He wished to keep his interest in this matter discreet. Chen Na, still relatively new and lacking in sensitivity and acumen, might unwittingly draw connections to past cases should others glimpse the documents, thus revealing Li Hao's investigation into the self-immolation case. Presenting the materials to Chen Na was also a result of Li Hao's prolonged fruitlessness. He wondered if his deep involvement had clouded his judgment or if there truly were no links to be found. Perhaps as an outsider, Chen Na could discern something he had overlooked. However, Li Hao held no great expectations. The long span of unproductive efforts had left him feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Rest assured, Chen Na exclaimed, her face lighting up with joy at the prospect of peering into Li Hao's little secret, fearing he might change his mind. She hastily leaned over and snatched the documents from his hands, perusing them rapidly. After a moment of reflection, Li Hao interjected, the commonality among these 6 individuals. Chen Na fell silent, scrutinizing the details. The 6 varied in age, profession, identity, and gender, belonging to different circles. Moreover, the earliest deaths had occurred a decade prior, with the most recent having transpired just a year ago. What conceivable connection could there be among them? It seemed that for the past year, Li Hao had indeed been rather idle in his pursuits. However, upon glancing at the profile of the last individual, Zhang Yuan, a student from the Ancient Institute, Chen Na began to grasp a hint of understanding. Was Li Hao's primary interest in this particular individual? Zhang Yuan had died on July 22, 1729, shortly after Li Hao's withdrawal from school, or perhaps it coincided almost precisely with that time. As Chen Na pondered Li Hao's departure from academia, she felt a flicker of insight dawn upon her. A student of the Ancient Institute, who forsook a promising future, had long puzzled many. Yet, upon reviewing this dossier, she sensed she might be onto something. With this realization, her earlier playful curiosity shifted to a more earnest investigation. Did Li Hao suspect that Zhang Yuan had been murdered? Were all 6 fatalities homicides? A series of interconnected cases? At present, the matter was in the hands of the Inspection Bureau, which would undoubtedly conduct its inquiries. Nonetheless, Li Hao harbored little hope, unless the night watch intervened swiftly. The crucial concern was that if I were the next target, I might soon encounter the Blood Shadow. Had the Crimson Spectre I faintly glimpsed days prior truly been the Blood Shadow? Was it searching for me? Or had it already found me? Merely biding its time due to my identity? The Inspection Bureau, as a law enforcement agency, would not necessarily provoke a considerable uproar over the self-immolation of a student, even one from the Ancient Institute. However, the death of a third-tier inspector, being one of their own, would prompt the Bureau to conduct a thorough investigation, far more serious than the demise of a mere student. According to the information I have gathered, the Blood Shadow appears to have a time limit with each occurrence. It does not linger for long and seems to manifest only at specific moments. The deceased shares certain commonalities, albeit somewhat vague. Over the past year, Li Hao has not emerged empty-handed. At the very least, he has uncovered that on the day Zhang Yuan died, the weather was rather dismal. Thunderstorms, ball lightning, and rainy days are not conditions that many pay attention to, but due to a lack of more substantial leads, Li Hao found himself compelled to focus on these. He distinctly recalls that on the day of Zhang Yuan's death, there was a light rain at night, not particularly heavy. It seems that the perpetrator only strikes during inclement weather. Li Hao continued jotting down notes on paper, only to swiftly tear the sheets into shreds before putting down his pen and sinking into contemplation. Just then, Chen Na suddenly exclaimed in a hushed voice, "I've discovered something." Li Hao, taken aback, quickly lifted his head, asking, "What have you found? Is it possible?" He held little hope, after only a brief glance. Chen Na had supposedly uncovered something, and he suspected she was merely teasing him. Furrowing his brow, he soon relaxed and smiled. "Sister Na, what have you found?" Chen Na, having noticed Li Hao's earlier frown, felt a tinge of embarrassment and recalled his genuine concern for this matter, realizing it wasn't a moment for jest. She awkwardly admitted, "Actually, I haven't finished reviewing everything. There's just too much information." Li Hao felt no waves of disappointment. He had not held any expectations to begin with. Yet, moments later, Chen Na spoke again. "I haven't completed my review, but it seems there might be a connection, though I cannot be certain." As she spoke, she raised the paper beside her, explaining, "I have a habit of jotting things down." I glanced at the documents and noted down the names of several individuals involved. Li Hao glanced at the names and nodded slightly. 6 individuals. He could easily recite their names from memory, but what could this reveal? They were not homonyms. Nor did they share surnames. Some had 2 characters, others 3, utterly unrelated. Observing Li Hao's interest, Chen Na quickly added, Zhou Qing, Hong Jiao, Wang Haoming, Lu Yunsheng, Zhao Shihao, and Zhang Yuan. These are the names of the 6 individuals, right? Li Hao nodded again. Chen Na then scrutinized the names on the paper, suddenly appearing uncertain. She feared that if she spoke, Li Hao might think she was trying to mislead him, which would be inappropriate. Feeling awkward, she cleared her throat and said, Never mind. Let's forget I mentioned it. I'll take a closer look. Something feels off. There are still 2 names missing. What? Li Hao was taken aback. What do you mean there are still 2 names missing? Chen Na felt increasingly embarrassed, saying, If there were one more person with the surname Zheng and another with the surname Li, then it would be accurate. But right now, there aren't. Just ignore my comment. She wished to say no more, feeling too awkward. However, Li Hao's heart raced with shock. Why would it be correct only if there were 2 additional names? One of the names must be Li. There is still one person with the surname Zheng missing, and I can only find some cases involving Li Hao from a decade ago. After 10 years, cases that lack controversy are often destroyed, as the sheer volume of unexpected incidents leads to many files being discarded by the archives. At this moment, Li Hao's heart trembled, yet his countenance remained unaltered. He smiled and said, Sister Na, please feel free to speak your mind. What is the matter? Consider it a casual conversation. Why do you say that we need 2 more surnames to be accurate? Chen Na glanced at Li Hao, her curiosity piqued. Aren't you from Yinqing? Indeed. Then, Chen Na paused, a thought dawning upon her, and nodded. I understand now. Is it that your family lacks elderly members? My grandparents passed away early. Li Hao grew increasingly intrigued, wondering why the conversation had shifted to the elderly. Noticing his interest, Chen Na felt more at ease and continued. If there were elderly people in your family, they might have shared local dialects or folk songs. My grandmother particularly enjoyed telling such tales when I was young. Imitating her grandmother's manner, Chen Na cleared her throat and softly sang. The sword of the Li family, the knife of the Zhang family, the fist of the Zhao family, the leg of the Lu family, and the young master of the Zheng family drags behind. At that moment, Li Hao's eyes flickered with intensity. Folk songs. The sword of the Li family, the knife of the Zhang family. This folk song contained 8 surnames: Li, Zhang, Zhao, Lu, Wang, Hong, Zhou, and Zhang. He abruptly snatched the paper from Chen Na's hand without any hesitation, immediately focusing on the first name, Zhou Qing. This was the individual who had died 10 years ago, and also the first person involved in the self-immolation case that Li Hao had discovered. Following Zhou Qing was the saleswoman Hong Jiao, and then Wang Haoming. If the first to die was not Zhou Qing but a person with the surname Zheng, then Zhou Qing would be the second, Hong Jiao the third, and Wang Haoming the fourth. In this local folk song, the 8 surnames mentioned in reverse order perfectly matched the timeline of deaths. The last to die, Zhang Yuan, corresponded to the knife of the Zhang family. This implies that there is still one more individual left. Another person is destined to die, and they bear the surname Li, the first in the folk song, the sword of the Li family. Li Hao's expression shifted dramatically. He quickly turned to Chen Na, his suppressed emotions and excitement rendering his voice hoarse. When did this song begin to circulate, and who introduced it? Chen Na was startled by the intensity of his gaze, but soon regained her composure. Calm down, Li Hao. Many elderly people might have heard this song, while it's less familiar to the younger generation, which is why you are unaware of it. If you are interested, we can investigate further together, so there is no rush. Li Hao took a deep breath, quelling the surge of emotions within him. Patience is essential. He hadn't anticipated that merely showing Chen Na the paper would yield such a crucial lead. This song, which Li Hao had never heard of nor had anyone sung to him, must have faded from popularity many years ago. With the spread of Mandarin, these local folk songs had long been buried alongside the older generations. Li Hao had never met anyone from his grandfather's generation. Thus no one had sung such songs to him. Steady yourself, Li Hao silently urged. There is no need to rush. The vital clue has emerged. And that is what truly matters. Patience is key. The crux of the matter now lies in ascertaining whether the first deceased bore the surname Zheng. Although a decade-old case file had seen some documents destroyed in the confidential office, there remain avenues for inquiry. There is no need for an exhaustive investigation. It suffices to determine whether there were any fatalities linked to self-immolation involving individuals with the surname Zheng from approximately 15 to 10 years prior. In this moment, Li Hao was engulfed by a tumult of excitement and dread. If the connection were indeed established, he would be the next. Xiao Yuan must have witnessed or overheard something that compelled him to flee. The sword of the Li family. The sword of the Li family. Li Hao pondered, suddenly widening his eyes. Indeed, the Li family possessed a sword. Chapter 4. The mist begins to clear. Li Hao suddenly recalled. Speaking of swords, the Li family indeed possessed one, or perhaps a pendant. His uncertainty stemmed from the fact that the sword he remembered bore little resemblance to a traditional sword. Yet, Li Hao was acutely aware that it was indeed a sword. Such a contradiction, but it was a truth nonetheless. In his childhood, his father had placed a sword-shaped jade pendant around Li Hao's neck and solemnly informed him that it was the Starlit Sword, the sole heirloom passed down through the Li family, and that he should one day pass it on to his own child, never to refer to it as jade. For it was a sword. His father spoke with grave seriousness. However, after a moment, noticing Li Hao's confusion, he added with a touch of helplessness, "This is what your grandfather told me. It is the wisdom of our ancestors, and if it must be called a sword, then that is how you shall refer to it." Thus, Li Hao was able to immediately recall that the Li family indeed possessed a sword, known as the Starlit Sword. In fact, at that moment, it hung around Li Hao's neck, a small sword-shaped jade pendant. Presently, Li Hao felt a flicker of confusion. If the sword mentioned in the folk song referred to this pendant, then the Li family truly had a sword. What of the Zhang family? Li Hao was not well acquainted with others, but he had known Zhang Yuan for many years, and he was familiar with him. Did the Zhang family possess a knife? Reflecting on the past, Li Hao's gaze momentarily softened. Perhaps the Zhang family indeed had a knife. Unlike his pendant, which was a precious piece of old jade, the Zhang family's knife came to mind. He recalled the times he had played at Zhang Yuan's home during their childhood, when Zhang Yuan had once sneakily produced an object to play with, only to be discovered by his father, who promptly punished him. That object seemed to resemble a knife-shaped stone. At this moment, Li Hao's recollections felt distant and hazy, yet he vaguely remembered Zhang Yuan's father scolding him, stating that the object was an heirloom passed down from their ancestors. Although it held little monetary value and was merely a broken stone, it was still a relic of their forebears, and he was forbidden to discard it. Of course, Li Hao distinctly recalled seeing Zhang Yuan's father carelessly toss the stone aside, leading him to suspect that the elder merely sought an excuse to chastise his son. Could it be that this was the knife referred to in the folk song? If so, the pieces would align. Since then, Li Hao had not encountered that stone again. As they matured, he and Zhang Yuan had no time to play with a mere stone when so many lay scattered by the roadside. At that moment, Li Hao felt a growing conviction that perhaps the folk song contained a kernel of truth. Instinctively, he touched his chest, feeling the coolness of the jade pendant, which bore no signs of change. This slight chill awakened him instantly, and he turned to Qin Na with a surge of eagerness and urgency, saying, "Sister Na, may I meet your grandmother?" He yearned to uncover the origins of this song, who had passed it down, how long it had been circulating, and whether it remained intact. Why was this self-immolation incident intertwined with a simple folk song? And what was the significance of the red shadow, who sought to eliminate the 8 families mentioned in the song? Moreover, regarding the killings, should one person be targeted? Or does it entail the elimination of all individuals associated with the 8 families? If that is the case, without waiting for Qin Na to respond, Li Hao suddenly froze. He swiftly perused the files, which he had reviewed countless times before, yet he began to scan them urgently once more, murmuring, "Hong Zhao's parents have passed away. She was quite young when she died. Hence there are no other members of the Hong family remaining. As for Zhou Qing, his spouse is still alive, but he has no children, having been married for many years without offspring. Zhang Yuan is the sole heir of the Zhang family. His parents died early, making him the only descendant. Wang Haoming was unmarried at the time of his death, yet he is not an only child. He has a brother. Lu Yunsheng is an elderly bachelor, having lived his life alone. Zhao Shihao has a daughter, but after his death, she and his wife departed from Yin City. Their whereabouts unknown." Li Hao swiftly considered the situation. Some of these individuals are married, some have children, and they are not all isolated beings. Thus, he had not previously discerned any issues in this regard. However, at this moment, a thought struck him concerning his own circumstances. "My parents passed away 3 years ago in an unfortunate accident, a vehicle malfunction leading to a rollover. But can it still be deemed an accident?" Li Hao's parents had indeed succumbed to an unforeseen incident. This was entirely unrelated to the self-immolation case, and thus Li Hao had never considered his parents in relation to it, as this was a case of self-immolation. At this moment, a tumult of thoughts swirled within Li Hao's mind. The Zhang, Hong, Zhou, and Lu families have been thoroughly extinguished, with no direct descendants remaining. Wang Haoming has a brother. and Zhao Shihao has a daughter. But if I am indeed Li, as suggested by the sword of the Li family, it appears that I am the last remaining member. This is not merely the killing of one individual, it is an act of annihilation. The growing dread within him was compounded by a burgeoning anger. Were my parents not accidental deaths? Of course, this could not be fully ascertained yet, as the Wang and Zhao families still have members. Li Hao. Chen Na's call jolted him back to reality. Are you all right? I'm fine. Li Hao quickly shook his head. Chen Na regarded him for a moment before suddenly inquiring. Do you think these individuals are linked to the families mentioned in the song? They are merely folk tunes. Some are adaptations of myths, while others are simply casual songs. It seems to me that it could merely be a coincidence. But wait, there are still 2 families missing. As she spoke, she attempted to smile, but was momentarily taken aback as she glanced at Li Hao. 2 families are missing. One with the surname Zheng and the other with the surname Li. Li Hao, is this matter connected to you? Being she possessed basic logic and reasoning. And in an instant, she linked it to Li Hao. Li Hao, your surname is Li, correct? Li Hao forced a bitter smile. Can I say otherwise? Chen Na immediately frowned. Tell me the truth. Is there something suspicious regarding the deaths of these 6 individuals? She glanced over the documents, not scrutinizing them closely. Yet they seemed to pertain to accidental deaths and not concentrated within a single year. Could there indeed be a connection? Sister Na, setting this aside for now. May I meet your grandmother? Li Hao wished to avoid delving deeper into the matter. Upon sensing his reluctance, Chen Na refrained from pressing further, suppressing her inquiries and responding. As I mentioned earlier, you must not have heard me. My grandmother passed away several years ago. I apologize. It's nothing. My grandmother lived to over 90. So it was a fortunate passing. Noticing Li Hao's concern, Chen Na added, how about this? If you are genuinely interested, we could find a time to visit my hometown and investigate in person. If we encounter any elderly individuals who can sing, perhaps we might glean some information. Li Hao contemplated this and nodded. We have a day off the day after tomorrow. Is that convenient for you, Sister Na? Certainly. With their plans settled, Li Hao decided not to linger on the subject, quickly stating, Sister Na, your connections within the inspection department surpass mine. Could you assist me with a favor? What do you need? Secondly, I am seeking information regarding Zhao Shihao's daughter. After his passing, she and his wife moved away from Yinqing and have since disappeared. The inspection department's jurisdiction only extends to Yinqing, lacking authority in other regions and the ability to access records beyond their area. He approached Chen Na specifically because she had more acquaintances within the department. Li Hao was unfamiliar with the inspection department in the outer city, yet he knew individuals, colleagues, classmates, and friends who might serve in other departments and could potentially gather information if they pursued inquiries. Chen Na's eyes flickered momentarily. Are you suggesting we investigate the relatives of several involved parties? What did Li Hao mean? Sister Na, do you think it's feasible to trace them? Chen Na pondered briefly and nodded. If there is a general area to focus on, it should be manageable. The concern lies in the absence of any leads. You must understand that beyond Yinqing, the world is vast. We lack cross-regional enforcement authority and cannot access records without a specific target for our inquiries. Li Hao had spent considerable time understanding the circumstances of several deceased individuals' families, yet he was unable to reach them due to their distant locations. Then it should be simple enough. Leave this matter to me. Chen Na readily agreed. Li Hao expressed his gratitude. After conversing for a while, Chen Na suddenly lowered her voice, saying, Li Hao, just be cautious about certain matters. I suspect this situation may not be as straightforward as it appears. She was not naive and had surmised some aspects of the situation. At this moment, Chen Na contemplated whether Li Hao, if indeed he was the Li from the Li family of the folk song, might also be in peril. The inspection department was unafraid of danger, but it feared the unknown origins of that danger. The cases involving those individuals were all deemed accidental. Li Hao nodded slightly, saying little more. He himself had numerous matters to attend to and needed to verify various details. He intended to investigate a case from a decade ago. Did members of the Zhang family perish? If circumstances allowed, he also wished to visit Zhang Yuan's home. Since Zhang Yuan's death, the house had been left vacant. And Li Hao wanted to see if the Zhang family's sword was still there. Not only the knives of the Zhang family, but also the hammers of the Hong family and the guns of the Zhou family. Do these weapons mentioned in the folk songs truly exist, or have they vanished into oblivion? Is the red shadow fixated on the individuals of the 8 families, or are they more concerned with the weapons associated with them in the lyrics? While the prowess of martial arts needs no elaboration, the truth remains that once a life is extinguished, everything is lost. However, if these weapons have indeed been passed down through generations, Much like the treasures of the Li family, there might still be some traces to uncover. To effectively confront the impending crisis, one must ascertain the intentions of the Red Shadow and gain a deeper understanding of their motives. In the Inspection Bureau, Aunt Zhao, who manages the archives, emerged from the dust-laden storeroom with a stack of documents, brushing off the dust and creating a cloud of particles. She handed the yellowed papers to Li Hao, her curiosity piqued. "Xiao Hao, what do you need these for?" "The list of Zheng surnames from 1715 to 1719 who were declared deceased is here. There are several hundred names. However, most have been dead for many years. You're 20 now. It's time to focus on other matters. My daughter is 22, older than you by 2 years." With that, she awkwardly gathered the files and hastily departed. The ladies of the Inspection Bureau were warm-hearted, albeit somewhat bothersome in their enthusiasm to introduce their daughters, nieces, or any eligible young women from the neighborhood to him, despite having once been a student at the Silver City Academy, even though he had since dropped out. His charm remained undiminished. With the list in hand, Li Hao rapidly perused the names. The compilation was not extensive, detailing the causes of death. This was a list of deceased individuals, and further elimination of names would be necessary, alongside cross-referencing additional documents, to determine if any Zheng family members were among them. The most favorable outcome would be a direct mention of a death by self-immolation, as that would be the simplest to pursue. If not, Li Hao would face challenges in pinpointing the earlier individuals. Perhaps, within this list, lay concealed secrets yet beyond his current grasp. A self-immolation incident occurred in 1720, followed by another in 1723, suggesting that the earlier deaths were either contemporaneous or increasingly distant, with the highest probability being deaths prior to 1717. As he walked, he needed to ascertain whether the Zheng family members were indeed deceased. Should they be, it would validate his previous conjectures. Conversely, if they were alive, their existence could yield further leads. Indeed, he speculated that their survival might correlate directly with the Red Shadow. In the folk songs, it is sung that the young master of the Zheng family is a hindrance, implying perhaps that the Zheng family possesses some unique traits. While lost in thought, Li Hao turned to another page. Zhang Yunqi died on September 12, 1715, cause of death, gas explosion. In an instant, Li Hao's gaze sharpened with intensity. A gas explosion? Such a death could very well result in remains that were unrecognizable, akin to the aftermath of self-immolation. Moreover, this manner of death would likely evade scrutiny. Could it be him? Li Hao murmured, contemplating the implications of a gas explosion that could signify more than one casualty in such a case. The Zheng family could have been entirely eradicated. As I peruse these hundreds of names, it appears that this individual stands the greatest chance of being a member of the Zheng family. Perhaps it would be prudent to investigate further. Li Hao mused, noting that the address of the party in question was provided, though it remains uncertain whether that location still exists after 15 years. Today, a piece performed by Chun Na has bestowed upon Li Hao a wealth of clues. In his mind, the key elements of this self-immolation case are beginning to crystallize. If Zheng Yunqi is indeed the Zheng family member Li Hao seeks, then among the 8 surnames, he may be the only one still alive. Is it vengeance? Or something else entirely? Is the Red Shadow a result of human manipulation, a unique ability, or merely an illusion? Li Hao once again caressed the jade sword at his chest. Is this ancestral heirloom merely a cherished family relic, or does it possess some other significance? With all 7 families now deceased, I am undoubtedly the next target. How has the adversary located me and the others? We possess no extraordinary traits. Why can the Red Shadow pinpoint us? The specter of death seems to loom ever closer. In this moment, Li Hao feels the impending storm. He hastily checks his communicator, seeking to ascertain when the next rainy day will occur. According to the established timeline, the next rainy day may coincide with the Red Shadow's reappearance. July 18th, rainy. This suggests that, at the earliest, the Red Shadow may return in 6 days. Even if not in 6 days, the next rainy day could herald its arrival. At this moment, Li Hao's heart feels as though it is being gripped tightly. Previously uncertain whether he was the target, he is now convinced that the Red Shadow's next victim is indeed himself. Did Xiao Yuan allow me to escape, indicating that he too anticipated this? Or perhaps learned from the Red Shadow that I am to be its next prey? Why, then, did the Red Shadow not strike me directly last time? Waiting an entire year before making its move? Rubbing his temples, Li Hao suddenly chuckled. He has found solace. The fear of the unknown has, in fact, overshadowed the imminent danger. His previous ignorance regarding the Red Shadow, the motives, origins, and targets, had instilled a profound fear within him over the past year. However, as he begins to decipher some clues and confirms that he is the intended target, his fear diminishes. Now, only anger and resentment remain. Blood for blood. Should the red shadow truly manifest again, even at the risk of exposure, he must seek out the night watchman to inform them that he can see the red shadow. If he could vanquish it, even at the cost of his own life, it would be worth it. If Xiao Yuan and my parents also fell victim to the red shadow, I vow to avenge you. Li Hao clenched his fists, a fierce, incongruous expression of rage flashing across his gentle features. Chapter 5. The Ripple Effect at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. The working hours for the inspection department came to an end. Li Hao, not being a frontline enforcement officer, naturally adhered to the designated quitting time. Usually, he would have departed long before this hour. However, today he lingered, not in haste to leave. In the office of the section chief, Wang Jie cast a glance at Li Hao and remarked in a low voice, "You mentioned wanting to visit Zhang Yuan's home?" "Indeed," Li Hao replied, as he sought to apply for a firearm. Although the crimson shadow was peculiar, and a weapon might prove futile, the shadow may not manifest itself presently. Thus, it was prudent for Li Hao to remain vigilant, particularly regarding human threats. If it were a person, the firearm would possess significant lethality. Li Hao corrected himself, stating, "Our confidential office is not a law enforcement team." Wang Jie shook his head, causing Li Hao to feel a tinge of disappointment. He had yet to devise an effective strategy against the crimson shadow, given his limited understanding of it. However, possessing a firearm would undoubtedly provide a semblance of reassurance. As for Zhang Yuan's case, communication with the enforcement team had only just begun, and it had not yet been formally filed. Thus, Li Hao could not apply for a firearm on that basis. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Jie proposed, "Recently, there will be an external inspection at the Silver City Ancient Academy, and our inspection department will dispatch personnel for protection duties. Fill out an application to participate, and you will have an official task, which qualifies you to carry a firearm." Li Hao was momentarily taken aback, feeling somewhat resigned. So after all this, he was still bound to take on a task? Earlier that morning, Chen Na had mentioned this matter, which Li Hao had declined. It seemed that this time, his mentor would lead the team to the Silver City Ancient Academy. Did this mean he would soon reunite with his teacher? Noticing Li Hao's silence, Wang Jie sighed and inquired, "What troubles you? Are you afraid of being reprimanded by old Yuan? I heard that your parting with him was rather unpleasant." "Little Hao, now that you have joined the inspection department, I suggest you seek to mend that relationship. After all, he is your mentor. If old Yuan were to lend you a hand, your prospects within the inspection department would undoubtedly brighten. Conversely, if it became known that old Yuan holds you in disdain, although he cannot directly influence the inspection department, others may hesitate to confront him for the sake of a third-tier inspector like you." Wang Jie had evidently put much thought into this matter. While he was not privy to the specifics, he had heard of Li Hao's troubled departure from school and the discord with his mentor. Although the mentor could not affect promotions within the inspection department, the Silver City Inspection Department still had to show some degree of respect. If you wish to acquire a firearm, this is the optimal approach. It may also help ease the tension with your teacher, serving two purposes. He intended to offer further counsel, as he held high hopes for Li Hao. However, before he could elaborate, he heard Li Hao affirm, "All right." The words seemed to catch in his throat unexpectedly. Wang Jie regarded Li Hao with a peculiar expression. Wasn't it said that this lad, though kind-hearted, had a rather stubborn disposition? Why had he acquiesced so readily today? Li Hao wore an earnest yet resigned smile and replied, "Chief, what is said outside is not always the truth. My relationship with my teacher is not as exaggerated as it seems. When I withdrew from school, my teacher was somewhat dissatisfied. However, a year has passed, and I have long since come to terms with it. Just the other day, he even urged me to perform well at the inspection bureau. That is reassuring indeed." Wang Jie nodded, expressing his satisfaction. Although he was uncertain of the truth, Li Hao seemed relatively honest, so he presumed it was not too far from reality. "Please fill out this form. In a few days, you will accompany the law enforcement team on an external duty to protect the archaeological team at the Silver City Ancient Academy," he instructed. Li Hao took the form and glanced at it, noting that the departure date for the archaeological team was set for the end of the month. However, the specific destination was not indicated. It merely instructed the accompanying personnel to remain on standby. This precaution was likely taken to prevent any leaks, as the Ancient Academy holds a prestigious position and possesses significant value. The archaeological team is led by my own teacher, and this mission is likely to be quite complex. I wonder if it will conflict with the matters concerning the Red Shadow. When the teacher embarks on the journey, it is highly probable that there will be night watchers accompanying him. If the red shadow were to strike then, it might prove beneficial. As his thoughts flickered, Li Hao swiftly completed the form. Go to the equipment depot and collect your gear, Wang Jie said, putting away the form. Li Hao hesitated and did not leave immediately. Cautiously, he ventured, Director, the Zhang Yuan case seems rather peculiar. Do you think it could involve some extraordinary forces? Can our inspection bureau truly handle it? What? Wang Jie swiftly turned his gaze to Li Hao, his expression shifting slightly as he furrowed his brow. What have you heard? Nothing. Li Hao stammered, feeling awkward. He seemed unable to contain himself, finally stating somewhat stiffly, I am concerned that the law enforcement team might inadvertently alert the enemy or encounter unforeseen incidents. I heard that our inspection bureau might have another organization. Enough. Wang Jie frowned. Be cautious with your words. I understand you may have caught wind of certain rumors, but this is not a topic for our discussion. Furthermore, do not dwell on such matters. To be frank, if it were to reach that point, it would be far more troublesome. Each time those individuals arrive, it brings a plethora of complications. He was reluctant to elaborate further and did not wish to discuss the night watchers. Their presence is rarely a good omen. Once entangled with them, complications arise, and their arrival often heralds significant troubles. Therefore, he preferred to avoid any unnecessary entanglements with the night watchers unless absolutely necessary. The law enforcement team likely shares this reluctance regarding their involvement. Of course, should the situation become dire, the night watchers would inevitably make an appearance, and at that juncture, it would no longer be a matter of whether the inspection bureau desired their intervention. Wang Jie took this matter to heart. He had only recently taken charge of this case and had not yet acquired detailed knowledge, thus lacking Li Hao's level of understanding. After a moment of silence, Wang Jie nodded. I will communicate with the law enforcement team on this. You should also exercise caution when inspecting Zhang Yuan's residence. Do you require additional personnel for assistance? No need. Li Hao shook his head. It was not a matter of self-endangerment. Encountering the red shadow was something that ordinary individuals could not perceive, rendering their assistance ineffective. If he were to avoid the red shadow, armed with a gun and other arrangements, the situation should not pose significant issues. Moreover, within the confidential office, the majority are clerical staff. In the event of a crisis, who would safeguard whom remains a question. Therefore, it is prudent to exercise caution. Despite a year having elapsed since the death, I perceive little imminent danger. Wang Jie waved his hand dismissively, signaling for Li Hao to depart. Li Hao quickly exited the office, exhaling in relief. Wang Jie remained quite considerate. Striding towards the armory, armed with Wang Jie's authorization, Li Hao soon acquired a sleek, deep black handgun, exuding a metallic allure. The Vortex 3, with an effective range of 50 meters, loses precision beyond that distance. It is rumored that some major cities have commenced the promotion of the Vortex 4, boasting an effective range of 100 meters. However, as Silver City is relatively small, it has yet to adopt this advancement. Even the frontline enforcement teams continue to utilize the Vortex 3. The issued ammunition comprises 18 rounds, with a loading capacity of 6 rounds at a time, allowing for rapid firing, a weapon of considerable deterrent power. Prior to joining the inspection department, although Li Hao was stationed in the confidential office, he underwent a month of temporary training, which included marksmanship, ensuring he was not entirely inept with the firearm. Nonetheless, having remained in the confidential office for an extended period, he had not wielded a weapon in quite some time. With the weapon now affixed to his person, Li Hao felt a surge of confidence. Yet, he pondered whether he could inflict harm upon the red shadow. This entity eluded the sight of others. Yet he could perceive it. Would firing at it yield any effect? Judging by the chief's demeanor, the enforcement team seemed reluctant to involve the night watchers. However, time was of the essence. Could they truly contend with the red shadow without the night watchers' intervention? The thought flickered in Li Hao's mind. If he were to declare his ability to see the red shadow. Yet, he recalled the previous case files, where those who could perceive the red shadow had ultimately vanished. Had they perished? Or was there another fate? In incidents involving the red shadow, the night watchers might have intervened, yet those individuals had either gone missing or met untimely ends. Li Hao was uncertain whether these individuals were dead or had been absorbed into the night watchers. This ambiguity tormented him. If the night watchers could indeed neutralize the red shadow and were willing to do so, his exposure would still hold value. His greatest fear was the potential collusion between the night watchers and the red shadow. If he revealed himself prematurely, would the night watchers seek to eliminate the red shadow or him instead? The enigmatic powers of the night watchers might be similar. And the red shadow could also be of the same ilk. Were they allies or adversaries? Li Hao found himself incapable of discerning the truth, lacking the means to access such information. Should it turn out that both factions were in collusion, and those who discovered the red shadow were silenced? This was the outcome Li Hao dreaded most. A headache. In this moment, he was deeply conflicted. He yearned for the Night Watchers to act against the red shadow, avenging Zhang Yuan and his parents, yet he feared that this desire might ultimately lead to his own exposure and demise at the hands of the Night Watchers. He decided to wait a few more days. Li Hao recognized his precarious situation, but even so, he preferred to bide his time, awaiting the results and stance of the enforcement team. The present self merely stumbled upon the anomaly of the self-immolation case, believes that the law enforcement personnel, should they approach their duties with diligence, will soon make the same discovery. At that juncture, if there remains a perceptive individual within the enforcement team, Li Hao surmises that they may reach out to the night patrolman in advance. Just moments ago, Li Hao hinted that the self-immolation incident is likely to occur within the next few days, intending to instill a sense of urgency within the enforcement team. Should they manage to lure the night patrolman through the enforcement team, Li Hao would not need to reveal his ability to perceive the red shadow. Furthermore, the teacher will soon lead an excursion for investigation. Thus, the night patrolmen are bound to emerge. Regardless of whether the night patrolmen exist in Silver City, it is anticipated that they will arrive in the coming days. Having meticulously contemplated the situation and convinced of the high probability of the night patrolman's appearance, Li Hao temporarily set aside thoughts of revealing himself. Whether or not the opposing party is a unified group may soon come to light. If the night patrolmen do not manifest before the arrival of the impending rainy days, or fail to seek him out for a conversation to ascertain the circumstances, he must devise a way to expose himself proactively. Stepping out of the inspection office, the sun had already dipped below the horizon, casting a reddish hue across the sky as the evening glow emerged. The streets were sparsely populated, the weather stiflingly hot, even at 8 or 9 in the evening. The heat remained oppressive, resulting in few venturing outdoors. Li Hao's residence was not far from the inspection office, approximately 7 or 8 kilometers away. Retrieving his bicycle, Li Hao mounted it, having relied on cycling to commute throughout the year. This choice served dual purposes, to enhance his physical fitness and to evade potential dangers. In crowded places, risks are often less perceptible. Since Zhang Yuan's demise, Li Hao had remained exceedingly cautious. As he pedaled, he feigned nonchalance, casting glances around as if observing traffic and scenery, but in truth, he sought to determine whether anyone was following him, particularly today. Having confirmed that the next target of the red shadow was indeed himself, he pondered how the red shadow pinpointed their identities. Based on Li Hao's assessment, the red shadow had not been present for long. Each appearance was fleeting, with a brief exterior presence. If that were the case, how could it accurately locate them? Did this imply that others were clandestinely observing beforehand, merely awaiting the red shadow to reap its deadly harvest? Such a possibility was not to be dismissed. Despite lacking formal training in reconnaissance, Li Hao possessed a modicum of basic counter-surveillance skills. Finding nothing amiss for the moment, he wondered if the red shadow could directly track them. Could it be related to the starry sky sword he carried? Was it possible that through these inherited artifacts, they could be traced? As the bicycle moved steadily forward, the Vortex 3 was tucked within the inner pocket of his jacket, the button undone, ostensibly to catch the breeze, but in reality, enabling him to draw his weapon swiftly. As customary, Li Hao detected no immediate issues. While swiftly descending on his bicycle, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye. A black sedan approached on the opposite lane, unremarkable and ordinary, indistinguishable from the multitude of vehicles in transit. Silver 7219. A jolt of alarm surged through Li Hao. Something was amiss. He had just caught sight of that vehicle. Though such cars filled the streets as the most basic mode of transportation, with 9 out of 10 being of the same make, Li Hao distinctly remembered its license plate. As a student admitted to the prestigious Silver City Academy, he certainly possessed remarkable qualities. A sharp memory was indeed essential. Without such a virtue, he would not have attracted the attention of the esteemed Professor Yuan Shua, swiftly becoming one of his protégés. Yet, something felt amiss. This car had been traveling in the same direction as he was. Despite his slow pace, it had already overtaken him and was now about 7 minutes ahead. 7 minutes. Considering the car's speed, it would have been driving straight, with no appropriate stopping points in sight. Li Hao maintained his composure, though his heart was in turmoil. Had he truly become the target of someone's pursuit for the first time? Why? Soon, a troubling thought crossed his mind. The case he had reported to Wang Jie might have been compromised. There could be a mole within the inspection bureau, perhaps even within the enforcement team itself. This was his initial assumption, and a heavy weight settled in his heart. Although it could merely be a coincidence, a simple change of direction, Li Hao dared not dismiss it as such. Any coincidence warranted caution. Director Wang had gone to the enforcement team to inform them about the self-immolation case. If someone there learned that he was the one who had pushed for a re-examination, they might very well target him. If the enforcement team had issues, they could directly inquire of him. There would be no need to shadow him, as his interest stemmed solely from his classmate's case. Moreover, every individual who reported seeing the shadowy figure soon met with unfortunate ends or simply vanished. Li Hao had reviewed those case files. Those who claimed to have seen the red shadow quickly faced dire consequences. It wasn't that he had deliberately focused on these reports. Discovering such patterns was rather difficult. Yet, someone had indeed taken notice. What did this imply? It suggested that someone within the inspection bureau was particularly vigilant about this matter. Any report would swiftly reach another group of individuals. Was he now being monitored? Was it due to his involvement in the self-immolation case? With these individuals seeking to ascertain whether he had truly seen the shadow or merely stumbled upon it by chance. When Xiao Yuan had passed away last year, he had refrained from admitting he saw the shadow. If these individuals were aware, they would likely assume he had made a serendipitous discovery rather than possessing the ability to see the shadow. If that were the case, he should have reported it last year. In a fleeting moment, Li Hao pondered extensively and analyzed deeply. As a third-level inspector who had just identified issues with the self-immolation case, he speculated that even if there were collusion with the shadowy figure, they would not act against him at this juncture. To do so would only solidify the existence of problems within the self-immolation case and potentially invite greater troubles. How intriguing. Li Hao smirked inwardly while maintaining an outward appearance of calm, as if oblivious to any irregularities, and continued writing. Meanwhile, the vehicle he had been observing swiftly vanished from sight. Silver 7219. A vehicle approached Li Hao, occupied by a middle-aged male driver and a seemingly ordinary middle-aged woman in the passenger seat. They resembled an unremarkable couple, devoid of any distinguishing features. Nothing appeared out of the ordinary. As they drove past Li Hao, an uneasy silence enveloped the car until the woman softly uttered a comment. The driver seemed oblivious to her words. After a brief moment, he spoke in a calm tone, suggesting it was merely an accident. The man was likely preoccupied due to the death of Zhang Yuan, who was his close friend. The woman nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Silence reigned once more within the vehicle. After a while, the driver suddenly remarked, "We cannot dismiss other possibilities. Let us continue to observe from a distance. We must remain vigilant, as those troublesome individuals may soon arrive in Silver City." Understood, the woman replied with another nod, fully aware of whom the driver referred to. Those individuals were indeed a nuisance. The car fell into complete silence. Chapter 6. The Black Panther. I have been targeted. At the entrance of the neighborhood, Li Hao halted his bicycle, gently pushing it forward. "Li Sun, would you like to come over for a drink tonight?" Within the community, residents enjoying the cool evening air greeted him warmly, exuding a sense of camaraderie. A third-level inspector, while merely a foot soldier within the inspection bureau, commanded a sense of security and authority in the neighborhood. Despite Li Hao's seemingly frail demeanor lacking the imposing presence of other inspectors, Qiming Community, an old establishment, showed signs of wear and tear. The Li family had resided here for many years. Since Li Hao could remember, they had settled in Qiming Community. The neighborhood was modest, comprising only 6 buildings, with Li Hao residing in the innermost one, Unit 302 of Building 6. Throughout his journey, he refrained from riding, opting instead to push his bicycle over the dilapidated pathways, which had not seen repairs in ages, rendering the ride quite bumpy. Behind him, faint whispers reached his ears. "This boy, Xiao Hao, is quite likable. But without elders to guide him, he is somewhat worrisome. After all, he managed to gain admission to the Silver City Academy, only to drop out and become an inspector. What a pity. But one cannot dismiss the merits of the Inspection Bureau. It offers job security." True. But graduating from the academy leads to greater financial prospects and far more promising opportunities than being an inspector. The murmurs were not subtle, and such sentiments had been echoed many times over the past year. Li Hao had grown accustomed to hearing these discussions, choosing not to intervene or provide explanations, deeming it unnecessary. He was lost in thought, contemplating recent events and strategizing his next steps. The firearm cradled in his arms, while offering some semblance of safety. did not provide absolute security. His understanding of the mysterious forces at play remained limited, and without his weapon, he was merely an ordinary individual. Li Hao had acquired some knowledge of combat techniques, not solely for his role as an inspector, but also during his 2 years at the Silver City Academy. His mentor, Yuan Shuo, was not only a scholar but also a master of martial arts and grappling. Yuan Shuo's teachings were not intended for conflict, but rather for physical conditioning to better adapt to various environments. As his teacher often said, at the very least, possessing these skills would enable one to flee more swiftly in the face of danger. Professors at the academy often encountered potential crises during their outings. Thus, Li Hao had learned some skills, though he was not exceptionally proficient. Having studied for merely 3 years, he could hold his own against typical delinquents. Yet he paled in comparison to seasoned inspectors. The identity of an inspector may not wield the anticipated level of intimidation, and it remained uncertain how long he could maintain this fade. Lost in contemplation, a shadow darted past his feet at an alarming speed. Before him, a small black dog came to a halt, silent yet gazing intently at Li Hao, as if awaiting something. Li Hao smiled, securing his bicycle. The Black Panther seems to have quickened its pace. The name Black Panther seemed somewhat grandiose for this frail little dog. Yet Li Hao had whimsically bestowed upon it such a bold title. The dog is not owned by Li Hao. It is a stray that has wandered into the community. Li Hao, having lived alone for some time, felt a pang of sympathy for the forlorn creature and occasionally fed it the remnants of his meals. Over the months, the dog grew attached to him and now seldom strays, often waiting at the entrance of Building 6 for Li Hao to return from work. The neighbors are aware that Li Hao feeds the dog, although some are apprehensive. Few dare to shoo away a dog that is cared for under the auspices of a third-level inspection. Black Panther, as the dog is affectionately named, is generally quiet, and the neighbors have gradually grown accustomed to its presence. Li Hao crouched down to stroke the little black dog's head. Living alone can be quite lonely, especially when burdens weigh heavily on one's heart. Having a dog for companionship is indeed a comfort. Woof. The little black dog responded softly. I'll feed you shortly. Li Hao replied with a gentle smile, one that felt more genuine than those he wore at the inspection office. Rising, he ascended the stairs to his apartment. The dilapidated building, with its rusty handrails and worn stairs, consists of 6 stories, and now half of the residents have moved away. Only a few elderly individuals remain to enjoy their twilight years. Li Hao has not relocated, lacking the means to afford a home in the newer developments, and besides, this is the place he has always called home. After the passing of his parents, he had no desire to leave. Black Panther eagerly followed him up the stairs. Upon reaching apartment 302, he opened the door to a dimly lit room, the curtains drawn tightly. The space is modest, barely over 60 square meters. Li Hao left the door ajar, but Black Panther remained outside, waiting for his meal. Today, Li Hao was not inclined to cook. He rummaged through his supplies for dog food, unsure if it was still fresh, and poured a generous amount into Black Panther's bowl, placing it at the threshold. Woof. Black Panther wagged his tail and looked up at Li Hao, as if trying to communicate. I didn't buy any vegetables. So you'll have to make do for now, Li Hao explained, though he had no way of knowing the dog's thoughts. It didn't matter. At least there was something to eat. Don't be picky. In a few days, you might find yourself foraging for food. He added with a chuckle as he watched Black Panther reluctantly begin to eat. He then took out a spiral-shaped jade sword from his pocket, contemplating its significance, and removed the jade pendant from around his neck. After toying with the pendant for a moment, Li Hao fell into deep thought. Was this jade sword connected to some mysterious power? Did the 8 legendary figures in folklore also involve such forces? Yet, over the years, he had seen no peculiarities with the jade sword. As for the notion of blood recognizing its master, he had suffered numerous injuries in his youth, with blood staining the jade, yet it had shown no reaction whatsoever. Starry sky sword, Li Hao murmured, pondering whether the enigmatic figure he sought had any relation to this object. Just then, Black Panther, who had been eating, suddenly paused and barked at the jade sword. Li Hao turned his head to look at the dog. The Black Panther gazed intently at the jade sword, its tail swaying as it battled the impulse to approach. Yet a hint of trepidation held it back. It maintained a cautious distance, its eyes wide as it observed the sword. Li Hao raised an eyebrow, suddenly seized by a whim, and thrust the jade sword towards the panther. In an instant, the panther leaped away with astonishing speed, leaving Li Hao somewhat astonished. However, instead of fleeing, the panther appeared somewhat aggrieved and let out a call towards Li Hao. Li Hao raised an eyebrow slightly. Was the panther intimidated by this object? This was intriguing. Folklore suggests that black dogs and white cats can sometimes perceive things beyond human sight. Could it be that this black dog sensed something unusual about the jade sword? Li Hao was aware of the panther's intelligence. Dogs were generally quite clever. If they weren't, they wouldn't linger around for food, knowing there was sustenance to be had. Come here, panther. Li Hao beckoned, and though the panther hesitated, it cautiously approached. Its gaze fixated on the jade sword. Initially apprehensive, the panther gradually calmed down under Li Hao's presence. Observing its reactions, Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly. It seemed the jade sword truly possessed some peculiar qualities. Just as he pondered this, a sudden blur caught his attention. Before he could react, the panther had swiftly swallowed the jade sword whole. What the hell? Li Hao was momentarily stunned, but quickly seized the panther's head, exclaiming in irritation, "Spit it out." Damn it! What had gotten into the panther today? Normally, even when offered food, it would never snatch it away. What was particularly infuriating was the panther's deceitful behavior. It had feigned fear, and the moment Li Hao's attention wavered, it had struck. Was this a ruse? Had it lulled him into a false sense of security? Was it possible that dogs could be so cunning nowadays? The panther clamped its mouth shut, refusing to relent. Growing increasingly furious, Li Hao grasped its snout, holding its tail to prevent escape and thwart any attempt to bite, declaring, "Ungrateful wretch, I feed you for nothing. This is a family heirloom, and you will not consume it. Spit it out." Li Hao released the tail and gripped the panther's neck, using his other hand to pry open its jaws. Despite the panther's stubbornness, Li Hao's strength prevailed, and after a struggle, he managed to force its mouth open. The jade sword remained lodged within. Li Hao felt a mix of exasperation and disdain. The sword, despite being sullied, was of great significance, and he couldn't simply discard it. He retrieved the jade sword, giving the panther a sharp rap on the head in annoyance. "I usually feed you well, and at a critical moment, you betray me. Ungrateful dog," Li Hao scolded, reflecting on how the normally obedient creature had unexpectedly turned against him, realizing that his guard had been too low, allowing this rogue to outsmart him. "It is often said that a barking dog seldom bites, and this truly aligns with your nature." Li Hao muttered a few more curses, glancing at the somewhat sticky jade sword with evident disdain and helplessness. It was filthy. At that moment, the black panther ceased to struggle. Its eyes fixated on the jade sword, revealing a sense of reluctance. The fear it once harbored had vanished. Its tongue extended, yearning to lick the sword once more. The black panther understood who held dominion here, and soon its gaze shifted to Li Hao, imbued with a hint of supplication, as if wishing for another chance to taste the jade sword. Initially repulsed, Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly. He regarded the black panther, noting its unusual behavior. It was typically obedient, for had it not been, Li Hao would never have taken it in. On occasions when Li Hao brought food, the black panther would gaze longingly. Yet it would never attempt to snatch it unless invited. "Do you wish to have this?" Li Hao inquired, raising the jade sword. The black panther's attention immediately fixated on the sword, its eyes reflecting a mixture of desire and hesitation, as if weighing Li Hao's words. To Li Hao's surprise, the panther shook its head. "Huh." Li Hao was taken aback. Did it comprehend him? It was not uncommon for animals to exhibit a degree of understanding, yet what did the headshake signify? Did it not wish to eat? Why then did it continue to stare? Just moments ago, it had seized the sword without hesitation. Curious, Li Hao murmured to himself, pondering the jade sword's peculiar nature, a thought that had crossed his mind upon hearing the melody. Nonetheless, over the years, he had not sensed anything amiss. Today, on a whim, he had decided to examine it closely beside the black panther, leading to this unexpected turn of events. Had he not been intrigued by the melody, he might have worn the sword indefinitely without taking the time to scrutinize it, thus avoiding the panther's thievery. The black panther seemed to covet it. Could this object possess an allure for it as well? Was it enticing solely to the panther, or to all canines? What was the jade sword's extraordinary attribute? Li Hao's thoughts spiraled further. As he momentarily lost himself in contemplation, the black panther did not attempt to snatch the sword again. Instead, it suddenly extended its tongue, slurping as it licked the jade sword, leaving Li Hao's hand coated in its saliva. Instantly, Li Hao felt a wave of revulsion. Swatting the creature on the head and wiping his hand on its fur, annoyance brewing within him. "If you snatch again, don't expect any food from me in the future." To his astonishment, the black panther shook its head once more, its tail wagging vigorously, as if to convey that it had not stolen but merely sought to lick. This time, Li Hao sensed something was amiss. He scrutinized the black panther. Then the jade sword. It had already been sullied by the creature's tongue, and would certainly require a thorough cleaning, preferably with boiling water. After a moment's deliberation, Li Hao raised the jade sword again, asking, "Do you wish to lick it?" The Black Panther nodded eagerly. "Has it become sentient?" Li Hao's eyes widened. Something was indeed uncanny. The Black Panther had always been clever, yet never had it displayed such understanding as it did today, seemingly grasping every word he uttered. After careful consideration, Li Hao once again extended the jade sword. The Black Panther cautiously glanced at him, and soon, its tongue darted out to lick the jade sword, its eyes brimming with a sense of satisfaction, akin to that which one feels after a hearty meal. Why would the Black Panther lick this? Was it truly delectable? How absurd. In his childhood, Li Hao had licked this very object numerous times, and now, as he reflected on it, a wave of errant thoughts washed over him. When his father had given it to him, it likely hadn't been cleaned, had it? He had licked it so many times, passed down through generations. Had it been licked by dogs before? The mere thought of it being sullied, regardless of whether it had been or not, was unsettling. He had no idea how many had worn it before him, and the fact that he had often put it in his mouth as a child was disconcerting. He mustn't dwell on it. Such thoughts could easily induce nausea. Li Hao shook his head, deciding to cast aside these musings. Once he began to think about the items he had consumed, it would inevitably lead to repulsion. Ignorance was bliss. The Black Panther was behaving unusually today. Yet this also indicated that the jade sword possessed some unique quality. Li Hao pondered, weighing various possibilities. Soon, he rose to his feet, his hands covered in the panther's saliva, as was the jade sword, and resolved to wash them. Returning to the house, he entered the kitchen, washed his hands, then poured a cup of boiling water, immersing the jade sword within to sanitize it. He intended to visit Zhang Yuan later, and the jade sword would accompany him. He feared it might be stolen if left behind, and he also wondered if the jade sword might serve as a talisman. Perhaps it would prove useful in the presence of the Red Shadow. Li Hao dared not leave it unattended at home. When Zhang Yuan had died last year, the Red Shadow had not attacked him. Could the jade sword have played a role in that? At this moment, Li Hao could not ascertain. After soaking the jade sword in the boiling water for a while, he retrieved it and rinsed it under cool water. Just as he was about to dispose of the water in the bowl, he noticed some movement at his feet. Woof woof. The Black Panther had surprisingly entered. Li Hao typically did not allow the panther inside to avoid dealing with shedding fur, and the panther had always respected that boundary. Yet, it had followed him into the kitchen this time. Looking down, Li Hao saw the panther's face filled with anticipation, its gaze fixed on the bowl in Li Hao's hand. The bowl contained the very water used to cleanse the jade sword. Li Hao felt a stirring in his heart and suddenly placed the bowl on the floor. The panther, disregarding the heat of the water, eagerly extended its tongue and began to lick furiously, even whimpering from the burn yet unwilling to relent. Was this the water that had washed the jade sword? Li Hao observed quietly, speculating whether there was something special about the water infused with the jade sword. Yet that seemed implausible. He had licked it countless times in his youth without noticing anything extraordinary. Of course, as an adult, Li Hao would not engage in such trivial pursuits. At this moment, however, he grew increasingly intrigued. It seemed he had begun to notice something amiss. The Black Panther, while drinking, exhibited a visible transformation. Its previously unruly and coarse fur appeared to soften. Moreover, its tail wagged with newfound exuberance. Water, the very essence that envelopes the jade sword. A mysterious force? Could it be that the true use of the jade sword lies in soaking it in water for consumption? Li Hao crouched down, once again caressing the Black Panther, and indeed, the texture felt remarkably different. It was truly unlike before, now more supple, devoid of the previous prickliness. In that instant, Li Hao's gaze shifted abruptly to the jade sword in his hand, suddenly igniting with fervor. Could it be that soaking the jade sword in water imbues it with some arcane power? The very thing he had long sought, the elusive force he yearned to encounter. Might it reside within this bowl of water? If this were indeed true, could it be that he discovered the significance of the ancestral sword through the aid of a mere dog? The critical point being, this sword had been licked by the dog. Although it had been scalded in boiling water for a while, Li Hao still felt a tinge of aversion. Yet, if it truly held value, he would not mind even if it was slightly repulsive. Was it possible that the starry sky sword contained some hidden power? One that could only be absorbed through water, its essence dissipating into the liquid? Li Hao's mind raced. The Black Panther's fur had grown softer, a feat not easily accomplished by ordinary means. Such a transformation must surely be connected to some enigmatic force. At this moment, Li Hao couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Could it be that he was inspired by a dog, perhaps discovering the correct method to unlock the Starry Sky Sword? He glanced at the Black Panther, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, the Black Panther, having finished the water, wore a look of utter satisfaction. Upon noticing Li Hao's gaze, it wagged its tail with even greater joy, its eyes shimmering with newfound intelligence previously unseen. This dog truly seemed to possess human-like understanding. Li Hao's heart raced. Could the results be this remarkable? In the next moment, he turned his attention to the jade sword, a sudden warmth bubbling within him. The Black Panther had consumed the water without issue, and it had even reaped benefits. What about him? Could he partake? If he did, could he become the possessor of that elusive, dragon-like power? At this juncture, danger loomed all around. If he could harness some mysterious force now, it would be a lifeline for Li Hao. Surely, drinking it wouldn't be fatal, right? It shouldn't be, after all. He had licked it numerous times as a child, and the Black Panther was just an ordinary dog. It had consumed it, licked it, and yet had not perished. If it posed no threat to the Black Panther, it was highly likely it would not harm him either. Should he dare to try? Once this thought took root, Li Hao could no longer suppress his yearning for power. The deaths of Zhang Yuan and others, the feeling of being pursued today, the Red Shadow, the Night Watcher. Each term surged through his mind, igniting an insatiable desire within him to possess strength. He had sought to infiltrate the inspection division, yearning to connect with the Night Watchers, driven by a desire to glimpse the arcane forces. Now, the opportunity lay before him. How could he let it slip away? He must attempt it. Even if it resulted in peril, death was but a fleeting consequence. The Red Shadow was imminent. The Night Watchers may not be reliable. And the inspection division was rife with betrayal, with no trustworthy allies by his side. What more could he possibly fear? He resolved to act. In that decisive moment, Li Hao swiftly patted the Black Panther's head, momentarily disorienting the drowsy creature. Li Hao, invigorated, whispered, "If this truly proves effective, Black Panther, you shall undoubtedly reap the benefits alongside me. A life of indulgence and luxury will be our reality." Woof! Black Panther barked in response, its eyes gleaming with anticipation, as if it had developed a sense of understanding, eagerly awaiting the blissful existence Li Hao spoke of. Chapter 7. Is soaking the Starry Sword useful? Li Hao was entirely unaware. He had worn the Starry Sword for many years, and it had encountered water on numerous occasions, whether during baths or otherwise. Yet he had never observed any effect. Even as a child, he had held it in his mouth several times without any apparent result. However, this time seemed different. At least it appeared to have an effect on the Black Panther. In the kitchen, Li Hao retrieved a large soup bowl and placed the Starry Sword within it. He poured in a kettle of boiling water, pondering whether only boiling water could be beneficial. Naturally, one would not bathe in boiling water. Perhaps the previous temperatures had not met the conditions necessary for the mystical substances on the Jade Sword to dissolve and activate. Earlier, the Black Panther had licked the water but seemed unaffected. It was only after Li Hao used boiling water for sterilization and the panther drank the infused water that it responded, its fur swiftly becoming sleek and shiny. If boiling water proved ineffective, he could resort to boiling it further. Otherwise, what could he do? Was it only the panther able to absorb these mysterious substances? In this moment, Li Hao was torn between hope and despair, excitement and trepidation, fearing that his efforts might be in vain. He yearned to step into the realm of the mysterious. Perhaps then, he would have the means to confront the Red Shadow. At this juncture, he needed to harness such power for himself. As someone was watching him from outside, the Red Shadow could arrive at any moment, and the Night Watchers might be searching for those who could see the Red Shadow. There were even traitors within the inspection bureau. As these thoughts consumed him, Li Hao's gaze grew increasingly resolute. If this attempt failed, he would not surrender. The boiling water had steeped the Starry Sword for a while. Yet the water in the bowl showed no signs of change. The Black Panther at his feet seemed lethargic, lying down with its head raised toward the bowl, still yearning for the water, though it seemed less desperate than before. With a deep breath, Li Hao refrained from drinking immediately. He carefully carried the bowl out of the kitchen, secured the anti-theft door, and drew the curtains. Within the bowl, the Jade Sword appeared even more translucent, though it might merely be a figment of his imagination. The Li family sword had been passed down through generations, undoubtedly possessing some degree of mystery. Li Hao lifted the bowl, steeling himself, placing his handgun at his side for easy access before cautiously taking a small sip. The water was still quite hot, but he paid little heed to it. As the boiling water slid down his throat, he initially felt no reaction, only warmth. Yet gradually, he sensed a subtle difference. A gentle warmth began to spread within his abdomen. However, this sensation quickly dissipated. Li Hao's eyes sparkled with mania. Was it truly effective, or merely an illusion? He feared it was merely his imagination, a psychological response rather than an actual warmth. As long as it didn't harm him, that would suffice. This time, emboldened, he took another sip, this one larger than the last, and the sensation was more pronounced. Indeed, there was warmth coursing through his belly. Not only that, at this moment, Li Hao lowered his gaze and swiftly directed it towards his abdomen, where it seemed as though a faint starlight flickered nearby. Was this a manifestation of mysterious power? Li Hao's heart surged with astonishment. Could this truly be the enigmatic force? Having consumed the water, he was astonished to witness the shimmering glow akin to starlight with his naked eye. However, in the next instant, a change swept across Li Hao's countenance. The starlight suddenly began to extinguish, dissipating gradually until it vanished, fading away around his body. The lethargic Black Panther suddenly opened its eyes and crawled toward Li Hao, extending its tongue to taste the air around it, yet it seemed to find nothing. Li Hao furrowed his brow slightly, quickly assessing the situation. Was the starlight indeed a form of mysterious power, first appearing within his belly, then spilling forth, only to disappear? Was it beyond his capacity to retain this power? He was utterly ignorant of the nature of this mysterious force. However, having practiced grappling in combat, he understood a fundamental principle. Everything requires a certain methodology and rules for organization and preservation. Engaging in indiscriminate training could, at times, be counterproductive, potentially leading to one's own detriment, a lesson imparted by his teacher, Yuan Shua. Now, he found himself a complete novice. This power might be the very mysterious force he craved, yet he was incapable of preserving it, allowing it to flow away. Was it possible that such mysterious power necessitated some sort of secret tome or system? At this moment, he cast a glance at the Black Panther, which, while lacking any cultivation methods, merely allowed the starlight to flow through its being. Even a brief retention of this energy within its body seemed to possess a fortifying effect. Li Hao then turned his attention to the remaining water in the bowl, swiftly drawing several conclusions. First, the jade sword indeed contained a starlight-like energy. Yet it required boiling water to neutralize and infuse that energy into the liquid. Second, this energy had a strengthening effect, but could not be retained. Third, acquiring mysterious power might necessitate a secret or some other framework, rather than simply absorbing or consuming it. Fourth, was it possible that he was a failure? As Li Hao contemplated this fourth point, it did not seem unfounded. He pondered whether there were specific requirements for cultivating this mysterious power and whether he possessed them. If others were to drink this water, could they retain the power while he could not? Such a scenario was not inconceivable. If everyone could harness this mysterious force, the vast Silver City would not remain largely oblivious, only vaguely aware of the existence of night patrollers, and the numbers of such individuals would likely be minimal. Having noted these points, Li Hao assessed his own body, feeling little change. There was no sudden surge of immense strength as he had imagined, nor did he exhibit the glossy fur and radiant skin of the Black Panther. It felt akin to soaking in a hot spring. A warm sensation lingered in his belly. But beyond that, there were few discernible feelings. Li Hao muttered to himself, and in the next moment, a sense of helplessness washed over him. How was it that his transformation was not even comparable to that of a dog? After the Black Panther consumed this water, its fur visibly gleamed with a newfound luster. Yet he himself felt little change. Could it be that I am inferior to the Black Panther? Li Hao chuckled bitterly. He speculated that perhaps the initial immersion in the water yielded superior effects, but it was equally plausible that he was indeed less capable than the panther. An infuriating thought. This was unacceptable. The starlight energy seemed to dissipate rapidly after spilling from his body. Li Hao furrowed his brow, gazing at the remaining water in the bowl, hesitant to take another sip for fear of waste. This power lingered in the water, and while drinking it allowed for absorption, once it escaped from his body, it vanished entirely. Was the starry sword capable of continuous immersion, or was there a limit to its use? The uncertainties made Li Hao reluctant to squander this precious bowl of water. He was currently lacking the ability to retain starlight energy. If he could fully absorb this energy, perhaps it would lead to some transformation. However, he suddenly recalled a significant factor. He was like a sourceless water, absorbing little of this energy, which soon faded. This might be due to the absence of a mysterious energy source within him. It was merely a conjecture, as Li Hao's knowledge in this domain was regrettably limited. He could not bear to watch this resource go to waste, uncertain how long its effects would last. Rising, a thought struck him. Perhaps he could attempt the 5 Animals new book his teacher had imparted to him. This tome offered sound and reasonable methods of health preservation, adapted from records of ancient civilizations by his teacher, who, despite being over 70, remained sprightly and even capable of delivering a sound thrashing to Li Hao. Clearly, the 5 Animals new book possessed some merit. The text did not delve into specific techniques, but rather emphasized the importance of exercising the entire musculature and skeletal system to the fullest extent, entirely unrelated to any mystical system. At this moment, Li Hao considered that engaging in physical training might enable him to absorb more starlight. Whether this would yield results was left to fate. The 5 Animals new book described the basic responses of 5 creatures in their daily pursuits: the tiger's ferocity, the deer's tranquility, the bear's steadiness, the monkey's agility, and the bird's swiftness. His teacher, Yuan Shuo, excelled in the methods of the monkey and the bird. In essence, Yuan Shuo hoped Li Hao would emulate the monkey's dexterity in evasion and the bird's nimbleness, allowing him to traverse obstacles and escape danger with alacrity. During his time at the Silver City Academy, Li Hao had only studied the monkey's techniques under his teacher. The other 4 were merely touched upon without in-depth exploration, as mastery demanded consistent practice and dedication. Why not give it a try? Li Hao was not one to be indecisive, especially since there was no loss in attempting. He warmed up slightly, feeling a newfound ease, and soon lifted the bowl, taking a sip of the water infused with the jade sword. In the next moment, Li Hao, akin to an agile monkey, elevated his heels and, with a sudden thrust of his feet, leaped into the air. His hands, deft as if they were simian claws, grasped the hanging rings suspended in the center of the living room, and he began to swing with remarkable grace. These rings had been installed by Li Hao himself, specifically for the purpose of mastering the techniques outlined in the new treatise on the 5 Animals. The art of monkey training emphasizes agility, a skill that Li Hao's mentor excelled in, making it the primary technique he learned first. He aimed to utilize his surroundings to invent a more efficient and energy-conserving method of escape. At this moment, Li Hao found himself in the zone, feeling as though his body had become significantly more nimble than before. Grasping the rings, he swung for a while before kicking off the wall, using the force to propel himself into the air once more, his limbs flailing like a monkey as he seized the back of the nearby sofa. Propelling himself further, Li Hao darted around the compact living room with extraordinary agility. Although the space was filled with various items and was not particularly large, his figure flickered throughout it with remarkable speed and dexterity. His strength was not particularly formidable, and his physique was not that of a burly man. Compared to his friend Zhang Yuan, Li Hao truly resembled a bookish youth, while Zhang appeared more like a bear. Yet, Li Hao's build was perfectly suited to the art of monkey training. A larger frame would have hindered his movements in such a confined area. The sound of his rapid breaths filled the small living room. This seemingly simple monkey play was, in fact, incredibly taxing on one's stamina, necessitating the application of the breathing techniques specified in the new treatise on the 5 Animals to effectively manage his energy. These breathing techniques, while not arcane martial arts secrets, simply instructed one on how to regulate their breaths, when to inhale, when to exhale, how to hold one's breath, and how to avoid becoming winded. However, while it sounded straightforward, it proved difficult in practice. Yuan Shuo, the author of the new treatise, found the 5 animal exercises relatively easy to adapt, but considerable effort was expended to devise compatible breathing techniques. Thus, while the new treatise was commonplace in the ancient academy of Silver City, many individuals could perform it. Yuan Shuo had merely concealed the seemingly less significant breathing methods. He had only passed these techniques on to a select few of his students. At this moment, Li Hao's breath quickened, and he began to adjust his rhythm. The entire monkey exercise lasted only a brief 3 minutes, long enough to exhaust an adult under such high-intensity movement. After 3 years of practice, Li Hao could barely complete 2 cycles, after which he would be utterly spent, struggling to rise again. His mentor, now in his 70s, possessed more stamina than Li Hao and reportedly held a record of 5 cycles, lasting 15 minutes. Such high-intensity, rapid, and agile movements sustained for 15 minutes was something Li Hao had always found hard to believe. If one could escape like a monkey for a full 15 minutes without losing energy in the face of danger, their chances of survival would significantly increase. Yet, at this moment, Li Hao had no time for such contemplations. Under the astonished gaze of the Black Panther, he moved swiftly. The tables and chairs, the sofa, the coffee table, and the walls of Li Hao's home became his points of leverage. In the entire room, only the figure of Li Hao, drenched in sweat, could be seen tirelessly training. Twice now, the mysterious starry energy had unknown benefits, but at this moment, Li Hao sensed one. It enhanced his physical strength and made his body feel somewhat lighter. Previously, while performing the monkey exercises, he often felt discomfort. His body felt burdened, and each leap and each exertion required immense effort and was exhausting. Yet today, it felt a bit easier. Perhaps I can attempt it once more? It was then that Li Hao had the chance to observe his abdomen. The starry glow, once visibly prominent, seemed to have diminished considerably. Yet a faint layer of starlight appeared to shimmer on the surface of his skin. Of course, this starlight would soon dissipate. But Li Hao could feel that he had absorbed much of it. In that moment, a flicker of curiosity stirred within him. What is this mysterious power? Why are the Adept Night Watchmen so enigmatic? He was uncertain whether these individuals possessed extraordinary skills or, like the Red Shadow, had unique abilities, such as invisibility or the capacity to conjure flames. If it were merely exceptional skills, Li Hao thought, he need not concern himself with the Night Watchman. Perhaps with continued hydration and training, his own abilities would improve. Press on. He could hardly afford to dwell on such thoughts. His spirits were exceedingly high at this moment. Despite the fatigue from 2 training sessions, he felt capable of persevering, especially since he had yet to finish the water infused with energy. Taking another large gulp of the water, Li Hao leapt once more. The noise from upstairs resumed. Simultaneously, the elderly neighbor on the second floor shouted in irritation. Li Hao had once enjoyed exercising at home as well, though he rarely sustained it for long, typically just a few minutes. Today, however, it seemed as though he were on some sort of stimulant. It had been half an hour, and the commotion from above continued. The soundproofing in this old building was not particularly effective. If Li Hao were not currently a night inspector, the lady from the second floor would have likely come knocking to admonish him. Bang! This time, unlike before, Li Hao did not stop after just a couple of rounds. He continued until he finished the water in the bowl, then collapsed to the ground like a heavy sandbag, feeling as if he lacked the strength to rise. He gasped for air, but soon closed his mouth and began to regulate his breathing according to the techniques outlined in the new book of the 5 animals. After intense exercise, exhaling too forcefully is not advisable. The new book of the 5 animals instructs that one should gradually adjust their breathing. Otherwise, a significant portion of the workout's benefits would be squandered. After a while, Li Hao adjusted his breath, his eyes alight with joy. 9 repetitions. Of course, not in a continuous manner. There were pauses in between. His instructor had mentioned that 5 repetitions referred to a continuous effort, and Li Hao had not shattered his instructor's exaggerated record. However, today, he had managed a consecutive 3 repetitions, sustaining it for 9 minutes. Moreover, afterward, he still had the energy to continue training, which was quite remarkable. This water of the divine. Having only experienced this for the first time, I was astonished by the remarkable effects. My stamina felt significantly more robust than before. Those individuals, if they were to persist in their training, even without the ability to wield fire or possess superhuman capabilities, would undoubtedly become formidable adversaries. I may have underestimated the Night Watchers. If these individuals continue to enhance their skills daily without resorting to extraordinary powers, could the 3rd generation of the Uzumaki truly contend with them? It seems nearly impossible. The effective range of the Uzumaki's techniques is merely 50 meters. Beyond that distance, Li Hao's aim becomes questionable. Within that range, he feared that he might not even have the time to draw his weapon before they could close in and snap his neck. Moreover, should they possess even a modicum of supernatural abilities, such as the power to ignite from a distance, harming them would be utterly unfeasible. Firearms might prove useless. Li Hao's apprehension grew. It appeared that firearms might hold no efficacy against the Red Shadow as well. In the next moment, he glanced at the jade sword resting at the bottom of the bowl, grasping it eagerly. His eyes filled with longing and anticipation. Is there a limit to how often one can soak it? Can one consistently produce such enigmatic water each time? If there are no restrictions, then it signifies that Li Hao could indulge freely every day. Yet, he feared that this liquid might indeed be limited, and the mysterious starlight power may not be infinite. Li Hao intended to further investigate, but upon glancing at the clock on the wall, he frowned slightly. It was already 8 o'clock. He needed to step out. He resolved to visit Zhang Yuan's home. If he delayed, there might not be another opportunity to check, as he had become a target. Seizing the moment while his presence was still unnoticed, he must ascertain whether the stone knife at Zhang Yuan's residence remained. If the Starry Sky sword possesses such capabilities, what of the Zhang family's knife? At that moment, Li Hao pondered whether the Red Shadow's objective might be these weapons. if the swords of the Li family and the knives of the Zhang family were indeed their targets. It was possible that the Zhang family's knife was no longer in existence. However, that remained uncertain. Li Hao mused. Indeed, it was difficult to ascertain. Had the Red Shadow truly discovered the Zhang family's knife? It was merely a stone, discarded on the ground, showing no signs of peculiarity. The Zhang family had not paid much attention to it, especially after Zhang Yuan's parents passed away. Zhang Yuan himself had long ceased to care about that stone, perhaps having tossed it aside carelessly. If Zhang Yuan himself was indifferent, how could the Red Shadow or the forces behind it possibly locate it? Yet, if they had not found it, perhaps someone from the Zhang family was still keeping watch. Li Hao felt a slight tremor in his heart under such circumstances. Finding the knife might render him safer, while failing to locate it could pose a risk when he approached the Zhang residence. Should he go or not? Soon, Li Hao reached a decision. He must go, but with proper safety measures in place. He had formulated a plan, even if he ventured out. He needed to ensure his own security. Should he manage to locate the Zhang family's knife, it would be even better. The jade sword might have limitations, perhaps losing its efficacy after several uses, but if the Zhang family's knife possessed similar properties, it would afford Li Hao additional opportunities. Li Hao swiftly rose, quickly entering the bathroom to freshen up. Moments later, he emerged from the bathroom, donned his clothing, equipped the jade sword, and grasped his handgun. Just as I was about to step out, I glanced at the Black Panther lying on the ground and said, "Come along, accompany me. Your keen sense of smell may assist in keeping watch." The panther had taken a sip of water today, which was certainly beneficial. This creature, after all, resembled a dog. If someone were to follow me undetected, perhaps the panther would sense their presence. Woof. The panther wagged its tail and eagerly sprang to its feet, seemingly filled with excitement. I chuckled softly, stroking its head, and gently advised, "Do not bark indiscriminately. A dog that bites does not announce its presence." You appear to have grown wiser, capable of comprehending my words. Should you notice anyone trailing me, refrain from barking. Instead, nip at my pant leg, and I shall understand. Remarkably, the panther nodded in agreement. It bobbed its head a few times before taking a playful nip at my pant leg, which made me laugh heartily. Good dog. This creature exhibits more intelligence than the professionally trained hounds of the inspection agency. Indeed, the panther may prove to be a valuable ally. After patting its head, I contemplated how best to address any potential crises that might arise. Having devised a plan, I finally stepped out of my home, accompanied by the panther, and set off towards Zhang Yuan's residence. Chapter 8. Mastery of Performance is True Strength. The sky had darkened. Zhang Yuan's residence was not located within the Qiming community, but rather on an old street outside the neighborhood. In his youth, Li Hao relished visiting this old street. However, with the development of Yinxiong, part of the old street had been demolished, and vendors had gradually departed, leading to its slow decline. Today, it had become desolate, seldom frequented by passers-by. Even the residents had mostly relocated, rendering it even quieter than the Qiming community. On the tranquil street, a few aged houses flickered with sporadic lights, creating an eerie atmosphere. If time permitted, Li Hao would choose to linger, sipping on his infused sword tea, gradually strengthening himself before contemplating other matters. Yet, time was not on his side. With each passing day, the danger for Li Hao intensified, although he might grow slightly stronger. The sword tea merely enhanced his stamina and did not equip him with the power to confront the Red Shadow. Li Hao's sole purpose for visiting Zhang Yuan's home was to ascertain whether the stone knife remained. If it were still there, it could herald good fortune for Li Hao. Conversely, if it were missing, it might have been taken by the Red Shadow or the forces behind it, indicating that Li Hao's sword might have been exposed, or worse, someone could be coveting it. The Black Panther followed Li Hao silently, its dark form blending seamlessly into the shadows. The faint sound of footsteps echoed softly along the street. Li Hao maintained a composed demeanor as he approached an old house with a seal affixed to its door, Zhang Yuan's residence. At this juncture, he could see it clearly. Noticing the absence of any figures and without a warning from the Black Panther, Li Hao did not place all his hopes on the creature. As he neared the entrance of Zhang Yuan's home, less than 100 meters away, he retrieved his communicator and dialed the number. In the darkness, the device emitted a soft glow, illuminating Li Hao's face. Beep, beep, beep. The sound resonated loudly. Through the amplifier of the communicator, it echoed down the dark street. The initial trepidation that had gripped Li Hao suddenly dissipated, replaced by a sense of calm. With a respectful tone, he softly stated, "Teacher, I have not yet entertained that thought." Then why the hell are you making a call? Came a somewhat irate voice from the other end. Teacher, I have been investigating Zhang Yuan's self-immolation case for the past year, and I have uncovered some discrepancies. Zhang Yuan may not have died by accident. In the darkness, Li Hao's expression remained serene, yet a hint of ferocity flickered within. I discovered that in recent years, there have been several cases of self-immolation in Yincheng, not just Zhang Yuan's. Although they appear unrelated, there are subtle connections. I have yet to uncover concrete clues. At that moment, silence enveloped the other end. Li Hao had now arrived at the threshold of Zhang Yuan's old house. Gazing at the tattered seal, he murmured, I am currently at Zhang Yuan's old residence, and I wish to investigate further for any clues that may prove Zhang Yuan was murdered rather than an accident. Li Hao, from the other end of the communication, the elder's grave voice resonated. I am aware of Zhang Yuan's situation. According to your account, if it is indeed a murder, then do not act recklessly. Exercise caution to avoid any unforeseen mishaps. After uttering this, he raised his voice again, instructing, remain there for a moment. I will confer with the Inspection Bureau and the Ancient Institute here. Should you require assistance, help will be dispatched immediately. In that instant, Yuan Shua seemed to grasp something significant. There was no need for Li Hao to elaborate further. When Li Hao relayed that he had discovered Zhang Yuan's demise was not accidental but likely a murder, and that he was presently at Zhang Yuan's old residence, Yuan Shua instantly comprehended the implication. Danger loomed. At this moment, Li Hao required a formidable presence to deter any lurking threats. There was no need for Yuan Shua to act or speak. It sufficed for him to understand that Li Hao was present and investigating Zhang Yuan's case. The attention of a prominent figure from the Ancient Institute was ample deterrent. No one would dare to stir. Otherwise, should something befall Li Hao, it might incite the elder's wrath from the Ancient Institute, leading to even greater troubles. Rumors circulated that Li Hao and Yuan Shua had fallen out. But the truth proved otherwise. On this night, Yuan Shua's voice echoed through the desolate streets, carrying far. If anyone were truly monitoring this area, they could certainly hear his words. The Ancient Institute and the Inspection Bureau might send someone. At the very moment of Li Hao's call, the previously silent Black Panther suddenly nipped at Li Hao's pant leg. Li Hao, oblivious to any anomaly, remained unaware. Yet, the panther was undoubtedly more perceptive. Perhaps sensing something amiss, or Yuan Shua's words had inadvertently revealed some stirrings that caught the panther's attention. Someone was indeed watching this vicinity. Li Hao felt a flicker of excitement. This was not a cause for alarm, but rather a positive sign. The presence of observers implied that the stone knife from Zhang Yuan's estate might not have been taken after all. In the midst of the communication, Yuan Shua continued speaking. However, Li Hao quickly interjected with a laugh. Teacher, it's not as dire as it seems. I called simply to discuss this matter in brief. The crux lies not here, but in the fact that I have accepted a protective assignment for the Ancient Institute's external investigation. In a few days, I may accompany you for this endeavor. Really? Yuan Shou responded with mild surprise, quickly transitioning to a hearty laugh. That's splendid. This investigative task is rather complex, having studied under me for 2 years. You've learned much but lack practical experience. How about we treat this as your practical training? If you excel, I might consider granting you the status of an external trainee. The Ancient Institute has many rules, yet should you succeed in this investigation, I can certainly facilitate your graduation. You must understand. Obtaining a diploma could elevate you 2 ranks within the Inspection Bureau. Ascending to a level 1 inspector would be all but assured, far more promising than your current position. That sounds agreeable. Yuan Shou reiterated, feel free to contact me whenever necessary. There is no trouble that cannot be resolved. If the Night Watch and the Ancient Academy cannot manage it, your teacher still holds some influence. When the time comes, if you strive to uphold my honor, I will spare no effort. Some eminent figures are not beyond reach. Upon hearing these words, Li Hao felt a sudden jolt of emotion and unspoken gratitude. He understood Yuan's intent. When the moment truly arrives, the so-called eminent figure he referred to would likely be the Night Watchers. Previously, Li Hao had refrained from discussing much with his teacher, fearing that his troubles might escalate and adversely affect Yuan. However, given Yuan's wisdom, upon hearing Li Hao suggest that Zhang Yuan's self-immolation might not have been an accident, he would undoubtedly consider the possibility of supernatural interference. This was likely why he mentioned seeking out an eminent figure. Yet, even with Yuan's esteemed status, summoning a Night Watcher was no simple task. Li Hao's predicament was a personal matter rather than an official one, which could entail significant costs. Understood. Thank you, teacher. Li Hao concluded the communication, tore open the seal, and opened the door to the ancient house that had remained sealed for a year. As Li Hao entered the ancient house with the Black Panther, the street outside lay in profound silence. In the darkness, a pair of faintly glowing blue eyes flickered in and out of visibility. Under the night sky, a shadowy figure seemed to meld seamlessly into the night, clad entirely in black, save for those haunting blue eyes. The face was obscured by a mask resembling that of a malevolent spirit, rendering the figure's gender indiscernible. Li Hao, a classmate and close friend of Zhang Yuan, a second-year student at the Silver City Ancient Academy, had withdrawn from school after Zhang's death last year to join the Night Watch, diligently investigating the incident of Zhang's self-immolation. Today, he sought to report to Wang Jie, the department head at the Night Watch, coordinating 6 cases of self-immolation for a consolidated investigation. Information regarding Li Hao surged through the Shadow's mind. Since Li Hao had withdrawn from school last year to join the Night Watch, he had already come under scrutiny. Moreover, it appeared that he might be a key figure, though this matter lay outside the Shadow's jurisdiction, leading to uncertainty. However, there was a cautionary note. Li Hao should not be disturbed, as he could prove valuable. The Shadow contemplated this, recognizing the necessity of restraint. Had Li Hao just been conversing with his teacher, Yuan Shua? Yuan Shua, a top elder of the Silver City Ancient Academy and head of the Ancient Civilization Exploration Department, had collaborated with the Night Watch and was among the few in Silver City capable of directly communicating with the Night Watchers. Without needing further persuasion, Li Hao was not to be interfered with. The Shadow stealthily approached the Zhang family's ancient house, eager to discover Li Hao's purpose for entering. Was it for clues? Zhang Yuan had perished in the Ancient Academy. What potential leads could be found at home? Or was he in search of something else? The nature of that search eluded the Shadow, but its duty was to monitor every individual entering or even approaching the old Zhang residence. A low whimper emanated from the Black Panther's throat as it tugged at Li Hao's pant leg, displaying signs of agitation, as if attempting to convey something. Li Hao remained composed, yet his mind was alert. Was someone approaching? Was the conversation with his teacher insufficient to dissuade certain individuals? Without further ado, Li Hao gently patted the head of the Black Panther, offering a moment of solace before turning his gaze towards the dilapidated Zhang family ancestral home. It was a modest courtyard, with the main house standing directly ahead. To either side lay the secondary bedroom of Zhang Yuan and the kitchen. This place was familiar to Li Hao. He often visited as a child. Even after growing up, before the passing of his parents, he would frequently come here. For despite its lack of space for play, he found solace in the familiarity of the place. This time, Li Hao's primary objective was the stone knife belonging to the Zhang family. A swift glance revealed that the ancient house appeared to have been untouched, yet he could discern that someone had indeed entered. Certain objects, though seemingly undisturbed, were unmistakably out of place to Li Hao's keen eye. Aside from Zhang Yuan, Li Hao was perhaps the most familiar with the Zhang household. If the stone knife remained within the Zhang family, it certainly would not be in the main house or the secondary bedroom. Of that, he was certain. His frequent visits had made him well aware of the layout. Had it been in those 2 locations, he would have discovered it long ago, for he rummaged through the Zhang home as if it were his own. The last time he laid eyes on the stone knife was during the incident when Uncle Zhang scolded Xiao Yuan. He recalled the knife being carelessly tossed to the ground, but he was uncertain if it had been retrieved afterward. Merely a shard of stone. What ancestral relic? Even if it were, it held little value. What purpose could it serve? If Zhang Yuan did not bring it to light, perhaps Zhang's father would never recall the existence of such a stone legacy. With a vague sense of direction based on his memories, Li Hao ambled slowly toward a corner of the courtyard where some stones were piled, originally intended for wall repairs. A quick observation revealed that the stone he remembered was absent. He recalled that the stone bore some resemblance to the knife. In the shadows, an unseen presence seemed to be watching him, making it unwise to search openly. Just as he pondered this, the previously silent Black Panther suddenly emitted a low growl. It was not a protective sound, but rather one tinged with trepidation. The creature let out a whimper. At that moment, a chill ran down Li Hao's spine. Following the panther's gaze towards the main house, his heart raced. A sudden jolt of fear surged within him. The main door, which had been tightly shut, now appeared to have a slight crack, through which a faint red hue was discernible. A shadow of blood? Li Hao's heart pounded violently. Had the blood shadow emerged? He seemed to recall having seen it before, yet according to his deductions, such an apparition should only manifest on stormy nights. Why would it appear now? And right here in the Zhang family home? Had the blood shadow been lingering here all along? searching for the stone knife, refusing to depart. A bead of cold sweat subtly trickled down Li Hao's forehead. This encounter had come too soon. He was ill-prepared for such a confrontation. Should the entity choose to strike, he would have little means of resistance. Why had it appeared here? Damn it, it arrived too early. I have yet to encounter the night watchman. Li Hao's body felt slightly rigid, and at this moment, he trembled imperceptibly, even contemplating a hasty retreat. Yet outside, there might be others observing him. Indeed, the blood shadow is invisible to ordinary eyes. He could not flee, for even if he managed to escape, he would inadvertently reveal something, such as his ability to perceive the blood shadow, which would pose a significant dilemma. Since it was unseen, he had no reason to fear. Countless thoughts raced through his mind, and the next moment, Li Hao barked, "What are you doing? Be quiet." After reprimanding the Black Panther, he turned his attention to the main house, shouting, "Is anyone inside? I am an inspector from the inspection department. Who is there?" Li Hao raised his Vortex Generation 3 and aimed at the main house, bellowing once more, "Is anyone there? Come out." Although he had caught a glimpse of a corner of the blood shadow, he resisted the urge to gaze at that crimson fragment, instead fixating on the entrance and continuing to shout in that direction. Step by step, he approached the main door of the house. Suddenly, with a swift motion, he kicked with force, and with a thunderous crash, the door swung open under his assault. The loud sound drew the attention of a few nearby households. Faintly, a rustling noise could be heard. Ignoring it, Li Hao kicked the door wide open again and peered into the dark interior of the main house, demanding, "Is anyone there? I am an inspector. If you don't come out, I will fire." At that moment, Li Hao's gaze was fixed ahead, yet beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, and his arms trembled slightly. Beneath him, the Black Panther lay motionless, terrified. Why? At the periphery of Li Hao's vision, in the panther's eyes, a crimson blood shadow loomed, nearly touching Li Hao's cheek. Nevertheless, he acted as if he were oblivious, showing no reaction whatsoever. His focus remained steadfastly on the main house. No one. Li Hao's voice quivered as he muttered curses under his breath. Damn. Luckily, there are no other colleagues here. Otherwise, they would laugh themselves to death. Startling me like this at night? I thought the murderer was hiding here. Exhaling deeply, Li Hao seemingly disregarded the blood shadow. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he glanced down at the Black Panther and playfully swatted it. "Silly dog, why are you barking for no reason? You scare me to death." Bang! The Black Panther received a light smack, appearing both innocent and frightened. Did you not see it? This dog did. It dared not lift its head, for the blood shadow loomed directly above it. Yet, Li Hao remained oblivious. Having just struck the panther, his arm had even passed through the blood shadow without any sensation, save for a chilling, intangible cold that seeped into his arm. He felt no resistance, as if he had penetrated something immaterial, an invisible existence. It truly eluded capture. Damn it, this is a grave problem. It means firearms are utterly ineffective. Fear surged within Li Hao, yet he relied on his formidable composure to conceal any signs of distress. To the outside observer, he should appear unaware of the blood shadow. Thus, the recent encounter posed no significant issue. Li Hao muttered a curse at the Black Panther, quietly grumbling, "Damn foolish dog. Keep barking, and I'll shred you to pieces. You made me kick in Xiao Yuan's door, nearly prompting me to call the teacher and summon the inspectors and the people from the ancient academy." Seemingly unsatisfied, Li Hao delivered another kick. Once again, it pierced through the blood shadow, failing to make contact. His audacity was commendable. The blood shadow, instead of confronting him directly, appeared to be observing something, compelling him to feign ignorance in the moment. Gazing at the ominous old house, Li Hao exhaled, "At this late hour, it's rather unnerving. Perhaps I should contact the teacher. The inspectors seem utterly unreliable, having discovered no anomalies in Xiao Yuan's case. If necessary, I could ask the teacher to seek out those cloaked figures." The cloaked figures, known as the Night Watchmen, were someone Li Hao had seen from a distance once, though he had never interacted with them. His soliloquy served merely as a means of intimidation. If the blood shadow possessed consciousness, it would surely comprehend whom he referred to as the Night Watchman. Curiosity piqued, Li Hao sought to ascertain whether the Night Watchman and the blood shadow were allied. In this moment of peril, he found himself surprisingly composed. Rather than fleeing, he continued to probe the situation. Escape would be the most foolish option. Once he fled, the knowledge of the blood shadow would be exposed, leading to inevitable demise. According to Li Hao's reasoning, if he were to be killed by the blood shadow, it would occur on a stormy night, not now, indicating some underlying reason. Given this, he decided to take a gamble. Still conversing with himself, he hesitated. Those cloaked figures appear quite fearsome. I wonder if the teacher can indeed summon them. Without any clues from the inspectors, perhaps they are my only hope. I lack courage and capability, feeling utterly powerless. I am terrified just by being here at night, and it seems I cannot continue my investigation. With a dejected demeanor, Li Hao retrieved his communicator, gritting his teeth. I must seek the teacher's assistance. In the next moment, he began dialing Yuan Shua's number. At that instant, Li Hao felt a slight tremor within him as the blood shadow beside him began to quiver. Outside the courtyard, a faint red thread unfurled, connecting to the blood shadow. It seemed the blood shadow received some command, and in the next moment, it swiftly drifted away, vanishing into the yard. Moreover, moments later, the Black Panther rose, shaking its tail as if regaining vitality. Its eyes regarded Li Hao with a sense of relief. Woof woof. It seemed to convey that all was well, that the person had departed and the ghostly figure had vanished. Yet, Li Hao's expression remained grave. The blood shadow and the individuals outside appeared to be in collusion. This was not surprising. He had long suspected that the blood shadow was not a solitary entity, but rather part of an organization. The crucial point lay in the fact that the individuals outside seemed capable of perceiving the blood shadow and even communicating with it, instructing it to depart. Li Hao expressed his intention to seek out his mentor, the night watchman, which perhaps caused some concern among those outside, prompting them to depart. However, Li Hao found no joy in this. The crimson threads that spread before him resembled the starlight he had perceived while drinking water earlier, a manifestation of mysterious powers. The individuals outside were undoubtedly extraordinary mystics. It seemed that they either collaborated with or directly controlled the blood shadow. Were they employing blood shadow to test him? He pondered how he could eliminate blood shadow with firearms. What if the person outside was merely human? If he were to catch them off guard and eliminate that individual, how would blood shadow react? In that moment, Li Hao felt he had grasped something pivotal. Blood shadow was indeed formidable. Yet as long as they were human, even if they possessed supernatural abilities, they could not be infallible. Blood shadow, the enigmatic being, Li Hao mused internally. Not only that, but the instant he made contact with blood shadow, the long-dormant jade sword seemed to stir with newfound vitality. He speculated whether the starry sword could inflict harm upon blood shadow. This time, even if he could not locate the stone blade, his journey was not in vain. A surge of excitement coursed through him. Perhaps he could confront these entities, provided they were indifferent to their own safety. Otherwise, blood shadow could easily eliminate him. If he could unexpectedly shoot the individual outside, and if the starry sword could indeed harm blood shadow, with careful planning, he might be able to vanquish them both. Li Hao's eyes suddenly sparkled with keen intensity. The unknown breeds fear. As the shadows of blood shadow and the forces behind it slowly began to reveal themselves, he found himself devoid of fear, consumed instead by a thirst for vengeance. However, was the blood shadow that had come tonight the same one he had encountered before? Was there only one blood shadow? Could there be a significant figure lurking in the shadows? Contemplating this, Li Hao felt a pang of concern. How many blood shadows were there within this organization? How many individuals? How many mysterious superhumans? It felt as though it could not possibly be just one. After all, he was merely an ordinary person. This was truly challenging. Meanwhile, at the end of the street, beneath the mask of the malevolent ghost, a ghostly blue gaze flickered with hesitation. Should he simply walk away? Yet, if Li Hao could indeed summon the night watchman, it would spell trouble. Once exposed, it could lead to even greater complications. Never mind, it was best to leave for now. That fellow might not even be able to call upon the night watchman. Even Yuan Shua could not be summoned easily. For the time being, it was prudent to retreat. The malevolent ghost opted to depart. Not far behind, the crimson blood shadow followed silently, like a lingering specter. The malevolent ghost was unconcerned with whether Li Hao would uncover anything. They were in search of something. Having scoured countless times without success, nearly overturning the entire Zhang family in their quest, yet had found nothing. If Li Hao were to discover it, that would truly be absurd. However, one thing was confirmed. Li Hao had not left the ancient courtyard a year ago due to any revelation, but rather because he could not accept the untimely death of a dear friend. Had he truly witnessed something, tonight he would likely have been paralyzed with fear. This time, at least, that possibility was ruled out, providing some semblance of closure. Chapter 9. Master and Apprentice, Zhang Family Old House. In the small courtyard, Li Hao was still drenched in sweat, gripped by lingering fear. Over the course of a year in the inspection department, Li Hao had indeed gained some insights. Had it been during his time at Silver City's ancient courtyard, He might not have been able to maintain such composure while orchestrating a deception of this magnitude. Black Panther. Li Hao cast his gaze toward Black Panther. He was quite familiar with the Zhang family old house, yet the more familiar he became, the harder it was to locate what he sought. His intent in bringing Black Panther along was, in part, to utilize its keen senses. Black Panther looked up at Li Hao. Li Hao surveyed the surroundings, lowered his voice, and indicated the jade sword at his chest. Search for something similar. It should be around here. You have an acute nose, so give it a try. Indeed, Black Panther might be able to uncover it. Previously, when Black Panther had seen Li Hao's jade sword, it had shown great interest. Moreover, Li Hao speculated whether Black Panther had wandered to his doorstep, perhaps drawn by the allure of the jade sword. Of course, Li Hao had refrained from revealing the sword until now, denying Black Panther the chance to investigate. Today, however, Black Panther finally had the opportunity. With that in mind, could Black Panther detect the scent of the stone knife? The Zhang family had resided here for ages, and Li Hao believed that if the stone knife still existed, it would likely be within the house, as no one would be foolish enough to carry a mere stone outside without purpose. And Black Panther understood. Instantly invigorated, it perked up. As for the scent, Black Panther had not detected anything thus far. It needed to be very close to pick up any trace. If it had missed the opportunity, then so be it. Yet, now that it was aware, Black Panther was determined. Its nose began to twitch, its forelegs crouched, and it started to sniff the ground meticulously. If Li Hao were to find another item, perhaps this dog could reap some benefits as well. While Black Panther was diligently searching, Li Hao also commenced his own search within the courtyard, the corners, and the ground. These areas had surely been scoured by the Red Shadow faction. But Li Hao speculated that they might not recognize the appearance of the stone knife and might be entirely oblivious to the fact that the Zhang family's knife was, in reality, a mere stone. Just as Li Hao would find it hard to convince others that the cross he wore at his chest was, in fact, the sword of the Li family from the ballad. Such cognitive barriers. The sword of the Li family. The knife of the Zhang family. Merely hearing the ballad might lead one to believe these weapons were magnificent treasures, undoubtedly fierce and formidable. Yet in truth, the sword of the Li family was but a small jade pendant, and the knife of the Zhang family was an unremarkable stone. 10 minutes. 20 minutes, Li Hao grew increasingly anxious, unable to find anything. Was it truly gone? Had the Red Shadow faction already found it? Or had the Zhang family indeed misplaced it? Not only had he failed to locate it, but Black Panther had also come up empty-handed after its search. Surely, if it had gotten close, it should have sensed something. Right? Nothing. Standing in the center of the courtyard, he glanced at the main house and the secondary bedroom, pondering if he were Zhang Fu. Where would he conceal this stone? Perhaps by stepping into Zhang Fu's shoes could he deduce the answer. Initially, Uncle Zhang paid little attention and carelessly discarded it. When I returned later, I did not heed whether that stone knife remained on the ground. However, after numerous visits to the Zhang household, it seemed I had never encountered it again. If it were still there, surely I would have seen it over all these years. Uncle Zhang likely would not have treasured it. Otherwise, he would have displayed a different demeanor at the time of its loss, having discarded it so nonchalantly. Yet, in this moment of reflection, faint memories began to resurface. Xiao Yuan had been beaten, and it seemed he had refrained from coming out to play with me for 2 or 3 days. When I returned again, perhaps several days had already elapsed. Could it be that during that period, Uncle Zhang took the stone knife? What purpose would he have for a mere piece of stone? It is quite probable that the knife vanished during that time. Otherwise, I would have certainly come across it again throughout the years. Li Hao tapped his forehead. He was too young then to recall the details clearly. What transpired during those intervening days? Did Uncle Zhang consider the stone an inconvenience and simply discard it? If it was indeed lost, there would be no way to retrieve it. A stone, after more than a decade, could have been swept away to an unknown location. Could Black Panther not detect it due to distance, or was his sense of smell compromised? If it were merely distance, that was self-evident. However, if his sense of smell was indeed disturbed, Li Hao's eyes suddenly brightened. There were 2 places where such interference could be most likely. First, the kitchen. Second, the latrine. In that old house, they had used a latrine in their childhood, not a modern toilet. Of course, it would be preferable if it were not the latter. By the way, it seemed that both the latrine and the kitchen at Xiao Yuan's home had been repaired during my childhood. Surely, a stone would not have been buried within? As Li Hao pondered this, he felt a mix of speculation and uncertainty. This was the most plausible scenario. If neither of these locations yielded results, then it would be utterly impossible to locate it. After beating Xiao Yuan, Did Uncle Zhang first repair the kitchen or the latrine? He could not recall. However, at this moment, Li Hao concluded that if the stone knife remained at the Zhang residence, it was highly likely to be found in one of these two places. Without further hesitation, he proceeded toward the kitchen. As for the latrine, he would only venture there if the kitchen proved fruitless. Moreover, if the knife were indeed in the latrine, Li Hao had no desire to retrieve it from such a place, as it would be akin to soaking it in water for Black Panther to drink. After all, he possessed the starry sky sword. He hoped for fortune in the kitchen. Black Panther, follow me. Li Hao called out swiftly, and Black Panther hurriedly trailed behind. The kitchen had remained unused for many years. Upon entering, they found a large stove, with an iron pot long rusted and the lid somewhat decayed. Take a whiff. Li Hao pointed to the stove. Black Panther, do not let the scent confuse you. Though the kitchen had not been used for many years, the lingering traces of smoke remained due to its prolonged usage, perhaps clouding Black Panther's senses, intermingled with persistent odors of grease. Inside the kitchen, Black Panther indeed appeared somewhat disoriented, primarily due to the strong musty smell. He had previously entered and found nothing of note. At that moment, Li Hao remarked that the agile Black Panther had leapt onto the stove, sniffing around inquisitively. Before long, a layer of blackwood ash adorned its nose. Meanwhile, Li Hao remained diligent. In the kitchen, he focused not on the areas recently repaired, but rather on those that had undergone restoration over a decade ago, as these spots were more likely to have concealed the stone knife. Such locations were likely overlooked by the forces behind the Red Shadow. Would the Zhang family's knife be hidden here? Certainly. After a cursory glance, Li Hao discerned that the Red Shadow and its associated powers indeed took this matter seriously. There were signs of disturbance in the kitchen. Even the ashes beneath the stove had been stirred. The long dormant ashes bore evidence of having been disturbed. It was evident that the adversary was also searching, leaving no corner unexamined, demonstrating considerable diligence. Could the family heirloom of the Zhangs be concealed within the ashes? If it were Li Hao, he would likely think not. Yet the intruders had searched thoroughly, showcasing their meticulousness. After a moment of waiting, the Black Panther had yielded no results. Li Hao felt a tinge of disappointment. Could it truly be in the cesspit? How revolting! Just as he pondered this, his gaze shifted to the large chimney atop the stove. In such old kitchens, a brick chimney was a standard fixture. Without it, cooking would be untenable. Ah, the chimney. Suddenly, Li Hao recalled that this chimney had been built after Uncle Zhang had dealt with Xiao Yuan. He possessed a vague recollection. The Black Panther, though not large in stature, could not scale the height of a chimney taller than a person. Was it possible that something lay within? Li Hao swiftly sprang into action, nimbly leaping onto the stove, grasping the Black Panther and whispering, "Take a whiff." He utilized the panther as a makeshift detector. The panther, its eyes reflecting a sense of resignation, twitched its nose, following the ascent of Li Hao's arm. After ascending over a meter along the stove, suddenly, the panther's nose twitched, and a somewhat familiar scent wafted toward its nostrils. Woof! The panther's eyes brightened with sudden clarity, and Li Hao's gaze sparkled with realization. Had they discovered it? Indeed, it was here. The chimney, perhaps an unforeseen location for the forces behind the Red Shadow. Would no one suspect that the Zhang family had embedded their ancestral knife within the chimney? They might have even searched along the chimney. Or perhaps the Red Shadow had conducted an investigation. Intangible and formless, Li Hao was uncertain whether they could traverse walls or burrow through the earth. Yet they must have scrutinized both walls and floors. However, their focus might have been on crevices, compartments, boxes, or treasure chests. They would never have anticipated that the knife they coveted was merely a stone. Li Hao's eyes gleamed as he fixated on a slightly protruding section of the chimney. Could the stone knife be hidden here? The weathered plaster wall had begun to crumble, revealing some bricks within the chimney. Li Hao extended his hand, brushing against it, causing more plaster to flake away. In the next moment, a patch of earth-gray stone emerged from the chimney, not fully revealed. Yet the incomplete silhouette ignited a spark of excitement in Li Hao's eyes. This was it. Li Hao's heart raced at the sight before him. Though it was not fully revealed, a vague image emerged from his memory, resembling a stone shaped like a knife, not particularly large, perhaps just slightly bigger than a fist. Uncle Zhang truly held great reverence for his ancestors. Li Hao could not help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation, recalling how, in pursuit of this very stone, he had once reprimanded his own son. What irony it was that shortly thereafter, the family remodeled their kitchen and incorporated the ancestral stone into the structure, demonstrating little regard for their heritage. If the Zhang family's forebear were still alive, it would surely infuriate him. Among the 8 great families, Li Hao was uncertain about the others, but within the Li family, the sword had been passed down as a treasured heirloom. The fact that the Zhang family's stone had endured through generations struck Li Hao as remarkably rare. Perhaps it had not always possessed its current form. Perhaps it had gradually petrified over time, transforming into stone by the time of Zhang's father. There was no time to ponder further. His thoughts were consumed as he gazed at the stone embedded in the chimney, his brow furrowing slightly. He had located it. However, retrieving it posed a significant challenge. It was not that it could not be taken, but rather that removing the stone knife would leave a conspicuous mark on the chimney. Should a piece be missing, it would not take long for the others to notice. At that point, the Red Shadow would learn that the stone knife lay in Li Hao's possession, bringing a cascade of troubles upon himself. They might even deduce that Li Hao had uncovered certain truths, potentially exposing the secrets of the 8 great families. What to do? Li Hao rapidly deliberated. Having discovered the stone knife, he could not simply ignore it. He believed that the Zhang family's knife was not only a treasure, but likely held other significance as well. The Red Shadow's persistent vigilance over the past year suggested its importance. Li Hao frowned at the thought of taking the stone knife and replacing it with another rock. If the opposing party were to investigate, it would only draw suspicion, revealing that something was amiss. The traces of old and new would be markedly different. The only viable solution would be to obliterate all evidence, rendering any investigation futile. Naturally, the most effective method would involve destroying the chimney itself. Though such an action might appear overly conspicuous, he needed to find a stone that closely resembled the original, then dismantle the chimney. Even if the others attempted to restore it later, they would find no missing pieces, thus avoiding detection. As an inspector, Li Hao had mastered foundational skills over the past year, learning how to eliminate evidence and fabricate false clues to mislead others. If he simply destroyed the stone, the Red Shadow might covertly restore the chimney's original form, discovering the absence of a stone. Resolute in his course of action, Li Hao refrained from immediately taking the stone knife. It had remained undisturbed for many years, and there was no need to rush. With this thought, he exhaled slowly, content that he had found it. He decided to wait a moment longer, but would need to enlist his teacher's assistance this time. Exiting the kitchen, Li Hao promptly dialed his teacher's contact. Almost instantaneously, he heard Yuan Shua's voice. Is everything all right? Teacher, all is well. Li Hao, filled with gratitude, did not engage in lengthy pleasantries and quickly remarked, Teacher, there seems to be no significant discoveries at Zhang Yuan's home. However, I have observed that someone appears to be continuously monitoring the vicinity of Zhang Yuan's residence, and it seems as though his home has been rummaged through. Do you think the perpetrator is searching for something? Yuan Shua, understanding the implication, pondered thoughtfully, what are your thoughts on this matter? I am contemplating whether we might lure the snake from its den, Li Hao replied promptly. Since the individual has visited Zhang Yuan's home, it stands to reason they are searching for something they have not yet found. However, I am of little influence within the inspection bureau. If it would not trouble you, could you request that the bureau send someone over? Perhaps they could create a significant disturbance, dismantling some of the Zhang family's structures to rattle the perpetrator and see if we can draw out the one who murdered Zhang Yuan. Dismantling the house. Is that truly necessary? Yuan Shua questioned. Of course, Zhang Yuan's home is not the crime scene, and this area has been earmarked for demolition for some time. If it is indeed torn down, it would not matter much. Yuan Shua speculated whether Li Hao had uncovered something substantial. At that moment, Li Hao was acutely aware that demolishing the home could indeed attract the attention of the Red Shadow faction, but he believed that the more conspicuous the action, the better. If the inspection bureau had an insider, that would be even more advantageous. Conveying every detail of the situation to the other party would align perfectly with Li Hao's intentions. He merely needed to execute one task, replace the stone blade with a similar stone, knowing that even if the other party restored everything afterward, it would not matter. The Red Shadow faction would only speculate whether Li Hao had detected something, without ever being certain that he had taken anything. At most, they would regard him as possessing keen deductive abilities, having noticed some subtle clues. What Li Hao aimed to achieve was to instill doubt in the adversary's mind, while ensuring that they remained uncertain, thereby prolonging the situation and escalating it gradually to draw out the Night Watchman. Both the Night Watchman and the Red Shadow faction seemed reluctant to operate under the public scrutiny, desiring to avoid creating a sensational uproar. As an ordinary individual, I require greater visibility, allowing me to extricate myself from the situation, leaving an impression that I am a clever, yet uninformed, common person. In pursuit of vengeance for my friend, I have chosen to magnify the issue to attract more attention, aligning with my identity. Weighing the pros and cons, Li Hao ultimately arrived at this decision. Perhaps this approach would preemptively capture the interest of the night watchman, or even allow for closer interaction. Li Hao could potentially report to higher authorities about the subtle clues he had uncovered, such as the individual who had previously been tailing from outside. As for the Red Shadow faction, they were likely unaware of this. Li Hao even discovered a footprint on the outer wall, serving as the best evidence, clearly indicating that the individual had not been cautious about leaving traces behind. With his mind racing, having assessed the potential repercussions, Li Hao opted to amplify the situation slightly. Meanwhile, on the other end of the communication, Yuan Shua inquired a few more times to confirm his student's intentions. Yuan Shua knew that Li Hao was astute and would not undertake such actions without cause. Given that this was not a minor matter, he decided to offer his support. Very well, I will contact the Inspection Bureau immediately. Moreover, Zhang Yuan is a student of the Ancient Academy. If this were indeed a homicide, the Academy would not turn a blind eye. You should withdraw from that location. Within an hour, the Academy will dispatch personnel, and the Inspection Bureau will also be on their way. Thank you, teacher. Li Hao expressed his gratitude hurriedly. His instructor could sometimes be quite considerate. It is precisely for this reason that Li Hao is reluctant to disclose the matter of the Red Shadow to his teacher. No matter how authoritative, Yuan Shua was still an ordinary person, and Li Hao wished to keep his teacher out of this predicament. There is no need for such formality. Yuan Shua, however, seemed unconcerned and exchanged a few more words before choosing to end the communication. In the depths of the Silver City Ancient Academy, within a classical estate, Yuan Shua, now in his 70s, remained vigorous, his gaze sharp. His physique was robust, resembling that of a soldier more than a distinguished professor of Silver City. At that moment, a dossier lay before him, concerning 6 instances of self-immolation. The Inspection Bureau truly was a sieve. After terminating the call, Yuan Shua rubbed his temples, muttering under his breath. Over the years, the Bureau had become increasingly inept, so easily allowing this case file to be leaked. Now, those who wished to pay attention could readily access the dossier in Silver City. My student is indeed a handful. He dares to investigate this matter in secret. And to make matters worse, he directly reported it to the Inspection Bureau, an indication of its unusual nature. With a sigh, he reflected on the inexperience of youth. Did they not understand that the Inspection Bureau is a vast sieve? Once this case file emerges, discerning individuals would readily identify certain issues within. The sword of the Li family, the blade of the Zhang family, the fist of the Zhao family, and the leg of the Lu family. After contemplating a Silver City folk tune for a while, Yuan Shua swiftly assessed whether there might be a connection to his student in this situation. 6 lives were lost. He wondered if this melody bore any relation. As a longtime resident of Silver City, he recognized the tune and, being a renowned scholar, he immediately linked it to the dossier upon seeing the names, which formed a peculiar combination. After pondering for a moment, Yuan Shua retrieved his communication device and swiftly dialed a number. After a brief wait, he spoke with an authoritative tone, tinged with anger. This is Yuan Shua. Spare me the pleasantries. My student is currently in danger. The self-immolation case that occurred at the Academy last year may have been a homicide. Does the Inspection Bureau possess any information at all? I care not for the details. Li Hao is my student, and he entered my tutelage as soon as he joined the Academy. Do you know why? He is a genius, a premier explorer. The future of the Ancient Civilization Exploration Department. Due to your negligence, he may be forced to withdraw from the Academy, which would incur significant losses for you. Li Hao has made some discoveries, yet you in the Inspection Bureau, like a sieve, have exposed him, placing him in imminent danger. He is currently at the home of Zhang Yuan, a deceased student of the Academy. I demand that you rescue Li Hao, even if it means sweeping that entire street clean of lurking specters. If you cannot accomplish this, I shall directly seek the night watchman to intervene. 6 cases of self-immolation. Do you think I, Yuan Shua, am blind to the potential issues lurking beneath the surface? The Silver City Patrol does not wish for the night watchers to intervene. Yet my student has perished. I shall raise a ruckus until those in authority are compelled to hold you accountable. Master Yuan, please calm your fury. I shall address this matter immediately. Rest assured, Master Yuan. On the other end of the communication, the head of the Silver City Patrol felt a headache coming on. This old fellow, despite lacking substantial power, possesses an extensive network of acquaintances. Having served as a professor at the Ancient Academy for over 40 years, many of his former students have risen to prominence themselves. If this escalates, it would undoubtedly bring discomfort to the Silver City Patrol. Rest assured? Nonsense. The ancient academy will send someone. If it comes to that, I shall personally intervene. I am eager to discover who possesses the audacity to take the life of my student in Silver City. One death is not enough. They dare to target even my most esteemed disciple. Have they consumed the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard? Yuan Shou roared like a furious tiger. Since Li Hao wishes to escalate matters, perhaps it is to draw out certain elements. Let it indeed escalate. Yuan Shuo welcomes the chaos. If it truly becomes troublesome, it shall be others who bear the burden. As for myself, I am in demand from all quarters. They would not dare to act against me. Regarding Li Hao, it is straightforward. Grant him the identity of an assistant. Those who would not dare to confront me would also refrain from troubling him. Ending the communication. Yuan Shua's earlier rage dissipated, replaced by a gentle sigh as he gazed out the window. Young man, it is best for an ordinary person like you to refrain from becoming involved. As for Zhang Yuan, even if there are genuine issues at hand, your current efforts suffice. Further involvement is inadvisable. Alas, a barely audible lament escaped his lips. Regrettably, I cannot truly usher in the mysterious. Otherwise, there would be no such complications. If I could invoke the arcane, with my mastery of the 5-animal new treatise, perhaps I could ascend thrice in a single day, rendering all specters and phantoms as mere illusions. Humph! A low snort escaped him once more. The night watchers might not wish for me to enter the realm of the mysterious. Otherwise, why would I cooperate with them? For years, they have spoken of seeking solutions, yet have produced none. Do they truly consider me a fool? Li Hao, the sword of the Li family? Chapter 10. The law enforcement team of Silver City at 10 p.m. A thunderous commotion erupted, breaking the silence of the old street that had not witnessed such vibrancy in ages. In that moment, the area was illuminated, and life surged back into the once quiet thoroughfare. Before the Zhang residence, Li Hao silently observed the scene. He preferred to remain inconspicuous. Yet circumstances had escalated to a point where he was now entangled with the Red Shadow. Thus, Li Hao began to alter his perspective. The greatest concealment often lies within the bustling city. Perhaps, being conspicuous could also manifest as a form of subtlety. By making it abundantly clear that his sole purpose was to avenge Zhang Yuan, devoid of ulterior motives or hidden agendas, he could unwittingly invoke external forces, oblivious to the lurking dangers and the complexities at play, leading to reckless actions. This portrayal of Li Hao might be precisely what some individuals anticipated: youthful, impetuous, brash, yet fiercely loyal. He possessed intelligence, though lacked a degree of cunning. He exhibited cleverness, yet was devoid of profound wisdom. This was the image Li Hao aspired to establish, one that would lower the guard of his adversaries without rendering him foolish. For if he appeared too naive, it would be implausible for him to attract the attention of Yuan Shuo, and that would be utterly disingenuous. With each step, Li Hao contemplated the implications of his actions, what gains or losses they would entail. Although merely removing a small stone, he orchestrated a grand spectacle, stirring up a tempest throughout the city. The magnitude of the disturbance served to obscure his seemingly trivial act. Should word of it spread, few would believe such a tale. This was the outcome Li Hao sought, an exaggerated ruse that would divert suspicion from his true intentions. Thunderous footsteps echoed as a fully armed inspection team swiftly encircled the old street. Soon, the vicinity of the Zhang residence was teeming with inspectors from the inspection department. The director of the inspection department did not make an appearance, yet Li Hao recognized the imposing figure at the forefront of the crowd, the captain of the law enforcement team, who could be deemed the true second-in-command of the inspection department. Although he was of equal rank to the head of the confidential office, Wang Jie, their spheres of influence were starkly different. Captain Lu Long of the law enforcement team was a formidable presence. Li Hao understood that beneath the overcoat lay an arsenal of weapons. He was well aware of Lu Long's reputation, an individual of unyielding strength and fierce tenacity. The Silver City Inspection Department held considerable stature, and this captain had blood on his hands. Who is Li Hao? Lu Long stepped forward, his boot crushing the stones beneath him, and as he caught sight of Li Hao from a distance, a flicker of recognition crossed his eyes. Impressive. A skilled adversary. While the inspection department might lack superhuman beings, it housed its share of martial artists and combat experts, capable of facing 10 foes at once. It was evident that this captain possessed considerable combat prowess. Reporting in, I am Li Hao. Li Hao advanced with purpose, standing tall and straight, his voice clear and assertive. I'm a level 3 inspector from the Silver City Inspection Department, tasked with an investigation. I have come to see Captain Liu. Humph. Lu Long let out a disdainful grunt, his voice notably cold and sharp. With eyes as sharp as a blade, Lu Long directed a gaze laden with coldness, authority, and wrath towards Li Hao. Li Hao, as a member of the inspection department, you embody its disgrace. Li Hao furrowed his brow. Lu Long's voice boomed with a mix of resentment and fury, akin to a roaring tiger, unabashed by the presence of onlookers. What is the inspection department? It is an enforcement agency, the sole and most pivotal law enforcement body in the entire Silver City. As a member of this esteemed department, you possess the means to seek assistance directly for any discovery or crisis. Why resort to outsiders to meddle in the affairs of the inspection department? Lu Long's voice, imbued with the tiger's intimidation, advanced a step closer to Li Hao, bridging what felt like a vast distance in an instant. Li Hao's heart tightened. A true master. He had encountered Lu Long before, yet never in this formidable state. Li Hao, who considered himself somewhat skilled, felt as though he might not even draw his weapon in the presence of this man. Is this what it means to be a mystic? Or is it merely the result of an ordinary person honing their abilities to the utmost? Slightly intimidated, Li Hao lowered his head, trembling slightly as he spoke in a hushed tone. I dare not. I merely sought the assistance of my teacher and did not anticipate that it would provoke such a commotion within the inspection department. Lacking evidence, I hesitated to seek your help. He suppressed the turmoil within and continued, regarding the self-immolation case, I have already reported it. Are you aware, Lu Team Leader? I am aware. Zhang Yuan is a close friend of mine. Tonight, I intended to investigate whether there are any clues at Zhang Yuan's residence, for I am convinced that he was murdered rather than succumbing to an accident. Li Hao regained his composure and stated solemnly as I approached Zhang Yuan's home. I felt as though someone was following me. Moreover, being quite familiar with him, I often visit his house and discovered that the Zhang residence, previously secured, had been tampered with. Additionally, I found some suspicious footprints outside the walls of the Zhang estate. Li Hao quickly added, the Zhang family has long since vacated. Most of the street has been abandoned. The Zhang residence lies deep within the street, and logically, there should be no one here. Show me, Lu Long commanded, his tone leaving no room for dissent. He then turned to the large contingent behind him and coldly ordered, seal off the entire street, searching house by house, inquiring whether any strangers have been here. No one is to be allowed to leave. Should anyone dare to resist, shoot on the spot. Understood. The group responded swiftly, their movements efficient, and soon the street was alive with commotion. Meanwhile, Li Hao led Lu Long to a shadowy spot outside the walls of the Zhang residence. Without needing further instruction, Lu Long, an experienced inspector, immediately noticed several faint footprints on the ground. He quickly crouched down to examine them closely, his expression subtly shifting. Humph. Lu Long's gaze turned icy, accompanied by several elite enforcement officers who stood silently by, awaiting their leader's command. Wu Chao, come take a look. Lu Long did not utter a word. Instead, he motioned for one of his companions to step forward and investigate. This individual appeared far more professional, donning white gloves, and promptly crouched to examine the scene. After a brief moment, what seemed to be merely a few footprints to Li Hao revealed a wealth of information to this middle-aged, slender inspector. The suspect is male, approximately 180 centimeters tall. His weight remains unknown, but the footprints are shallow, with the deepest impressions likely made around 2 hours prior. While the faintest traces may date back over 6 months, the strength of the individual should not be underestimated, based on the footprints left behind. He ranks no lower than a second tier, and possibly even higher. Upon hearing this, Li Hao felt a peculiar sensation but chose to remain silent. Lu Long, however, paid little heed to Li Hao's reaction, fully aware that this clerk from the confidential office might not comprehend the implications. He continued. The law enforcement team classifies dangerous individuals without taking weaponry into account. They are simply categorized based on their physical prowess into 3 tiers. The first tier represents the most formidable, while the third tier comprises the weakest. Anyone capable of directly killing a member of your confidential office would be classified as a third-tier thug. Li Hao felt a bit awkward and murmured. Our confidential office consists of 28 individuals, along with a few veteran inspectors, implying whether Lu Long might be exaggerating. Lu Long, unreserved, sneered, your office head, Wang Jie, was once formidable and possessed some skills. Otherwise, he would not have attained his position. However, since his transfer to the confidential office years ago, he has grown out of practice and ceased training. Today, even an ordinary member of my law enforcement team could easily take his life. let alone a thug classified as a dangerous individual by us. You must understand, not every criminal is deemed worthy of our classification as dangerous. Those who are exceedingly perilous characters. 3 years ago, a massacre occurred in Silver City, where a single unarmed assailant slaughtered 32 members of the Hu family in one night. That scoundrel is what we refer to as a third-tier thug. Over the years in Silver City, very few criminals have received such a classification. Upon hearing this, Li Hao understood. A third-tier thug was indeed terrifying. Of course, this classification was specific to the law enforcement team and not a universal standard, rarely mentioned within the confidential office. Reflecting on the earlier inspector, whom Wu Chao referred to as possibly a second or even first tier, Li Hao's expression subtly shifted. It was not entirely surprising. That individual could very well be a mysterious figure, whereas the law enforcement team's definitions generally applied to ordinary individuals. Whether second or first tier, or even surpassing the first tier, was quite plausible. Li Hao was merely astonished that even a third-tier thug could be so formidable, leading him to ponder the potential capabilities of the mysterious figure. Furthermore, he was captivated by how the slender middle-aged inspector, Wu Chao, could deduce so much merely from footprints. At that moment, Wu Chao glanced at Li Hao, a somewhat unsettling smile gracing his face as he softly remarked, "Little Li, do you think I am spouting nonsense?" Li Hao quickly shook his head. "No, I am simply curious about your remarkable abilities. Are students of the Ancient Institute so humble?" Wu Chao chuckled softly. "Students of the Ancient Institute tend to hold themselves in high regard, yet you are quite different. But it makes sense. You have dropped out and now serve as a member of the inspection division." As if deliberately showcasing his prowess before Li Hao, Wu Chao lightly propelled himself, soaring to great heights before landing, leaving an imprint on the ground. At that moment, Wu Chao remarked with a faint smile, "Individuals of varying skills exhibit different reactions upon landing. The depth of their footprints varies significantly. Even the sequence in which different parts of the foot make contact with the ground, as well as the precise posture upon landing, can be reconstructed. Furthermore, analyzing his landing posture allows for the deduction of additional information. The footprints discovered at the scene, varying in depth, suggest that the individual descended from several meters above. Yet, the shallow imprints indicate that the person possesses remarkable control over their entire muscular system." He elaborated, noting that under normal circumstances, such analysis might not be necessary. However, given that Li Hao was the central figure of the night's events and had tenuous ties to the ancient academy from which he had withdrawn, he felt compelled to elaborate further. Lu Long, meanwhile, listened in silence, refraining from interruption. Once Wu Chao finished, Lu Long coldly interjected, "That's enough. He isn't part of the enforcement team, so there's no need to elaborate excessively." Li Hao smiled quietly, choosing not to respond. Lu Long then surveyed the surroundings, casting a glance at the Zhang family ancestral home, and coldly remarked, "Quite audacious, to commit murder and remain here observing for days." Wu Chao chuckled softly, "Captain, isn't it normal for the bold to act as such? Our Silver City enforcement team might not even be able to contend with them." "Contend?" Lu Long's eyes instantly turned icy. "Not necessarily. Some individuals always assume they are above others, dismissing everything with disdain. Yet, over the years, has our Silver City enforcement team not dealt with those who consider themselves untouchable?" At this, the other members of the enforcement team shared a knowing, cold smile. However, Li Hao felt a stir of intrigue within. What did this imply? Was he alluding to the enigmatic figures? Had the Silver City enforcement team truly eliminated supernatural beings? While Li Hao pondered these thoughts, Lu Long turned to him, his voice still frigid. "Young man, sometimes you must have faith in the strength of the enforcement team. I am aware of your search for Professor Yuan. You may have your own ideas. You seem astute enough to have invested time in sifting through a sea of case files to identify 6 self-immolation cases for joint investigation, which indicates you are patient and wise. Our inspection division requires meticulous individuals like you. You have not approached the enforcement team due to various concerns, and I understand that." Lu Long's tone was indifferent. "However, you must remember, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. You may recognize that these 6 cases are not the work of an ordinary individual, even surpassing what our enforcement team deems a first-rate criminal. But so what?" Suddenly, Lu Long exuded an intense aura, tinged with an icy edge, his coat billowing. "In Silver City, even dragons must coil. The absence of night watchmen does not render us incapable. I have dealt with some of the weaker night watchmen myself." A cold snort conveyed the captain's dissatisfaction. Li Hao, however, was left somewhat dumbfounded. Was this true? The most astonishing part was that Lu Long had openly acknowledged the existence of night watchmen, directly exposing Li Hao's innermost thoughts. He was aware that Li Hao had discerned something, sensing that the case involved mysterious forces. Clearly, this individual shared the same sentiment, yet still refrained from seeking the night watchers, seemingly opting to allow the enforcement team to handle matters independently. Where did this confidence stem from? At that moment, Li Hao's mind raced, and a moment later, feeling somewhat awkward, he murmured, "I do not comprehend the captain's intent." How hypocritical. Lu Long snapped. What is there to misunderstand? You, who have identified 6 cases of self-immolation amidst countless investigations, must have scrutinized innumerable case files. If you do not understand, who would? Do not tell me you are unaware of the night watcher's existence. There is nothing to fear. Just because others dare not speak does not mean the inspection office cannot. No matter how formidable the night watchers may be, they are still under authority. Remember, Li Hao. The inspection office and the night watchers are 2 sides of the same coin, both governed by the same superior department. Strictly speaking, we are colleagues. What is there to discuss? They cannot act against their own. Therefore, as long as you act justly, what is there to fear from the night watchers? You could even chastise them without consequence. Li Hao appeared to see this individual in a new light, momentarily stupefied. Could this be true? The night watchers, whom everyone regarded with trepidation, seemed almost inconsequential when spoken of by this person. At that moment, a not-so-young female inspector behind Lu Long chuckled softly, teasingly remarking, "Little one, perhaps the captain is exaggerating, but as he said, there is no need for excessive caution. The reason others refrain from mentioning them is that their presence signifies grave occurrences, a harbinger of ill fortune." What nonsense! Lu Long retorted angrily, offended by his subordinate's implication that he was boasting. The female officer laughed, her charm captivating, seemingly unfazed, and turned back to Li Hao, saying, "The captain and we have taken an interest in you and wish to convey that the secret office holds little excitement. How about joining the enforcement team, little Li Hao?" Li Hao was truly taken aback. What did this imply? Meanwhile, Lu Long maintained a stern expression, though his tone softened slightly. "I see a glimmer of intellect in you. Along with patience and loyalty, you would be a worthy addition. Join the enforcement team as a second-level inspector, primarily engaged in case analysis." The female officer interjected once more, her smile enchanting. To put it simply, the enforcement team is in need of elite talent, especially someone like you who can uncover crucial details among countless cases and connect 6 incidents. The enforcement team is filled with rough individuals who rely solely on experience and physical prowess, lacking in analytical skills. There are times when they discover clues yet cannot pursue them further, forcing them to abandon many cases, including the Zhang Yuan self-immolation case. The enforcement team had vaguely sensed some clues, but at the time, they did not delve deeper. Coupled with the other 5 cases, they failed to connect the dots. Otherwise, they would have commenced joint investigations long ago. Thus, it is clear that this case is no ordinary matter. They were indeed here to recruit. Li Hao, though speechless, felt a twinge of surprise. The enforcement team surprisingly sought to recruit him into their ranks. It is worth noting that the captain had been consistently curt and aloof since his arrival, leading Li Hao to believe that Lu Long harbored dissatisfaction towards him. This remark struck a chord with Li Hao. This captain was no ordinary individual. Just a single statement from him extinguished Li Hao's inclination to seek Yuan Shua's assistance. For as he articulated, when one approaches a teacher, it entails a significant debt of gratitude. Lu Long swiftly adopted a frosty demeanor, stating, "Let me consider this first. This matter is trivial. Whether you come or go is of little consequence. The enforcement team lacks no elite members. The pressing concern is to apprehend that individual. Inform everyone to exercise caution, for he is a master, perhaps even a superhuman." After speaking, Lu Long strode towards the Zhang family's estate. Li Hao hurriedly followed, contemplating how to raise the Zhang residence. Although it belonged to Xiao Yuan, who was no longer present, Li Hao was convinced that Xiao Yuan would not mind if it was for the sake of avenging him. Before Li Hao could voice his thoughts, Lu Long commanded, "Bring forth a search of the Zhang family. If no useful clues are found, demolish the estate. Dig 3 feet into the ground. If still nothing is uncovered, then set the estate ablaze. I am curious to see what has been observed for so long." Li Hao inhaled sharply. Though Lu Long appeared reckless, he was, in fact, quite daring. Undoubtedly, this was an excellent strategy. Regardless of what they were seeking, if I set it on fire, would you reveal yourself if you truly desired it? Lu Long's approach to solving cases was indeed to Li Hao's liking. As a patroller, Li Hao is no stranger to the enforcement team. However, today, he seemed to be gaining a renewed understanding of the seemingly inept enforcement team. Was the enforcement team truly as incompetent as it appeared under Captain Lu Long's leadership? Yet, the enforcement team resembled a sieve. This was a fact, as the case Li Hao reported had been leaked in the blink of an eye, indicating that the internal workings of the enforcement team were indeed chaotic. While Li Hao pondered this, the previously charming female officer suddenly approached him, her smile radiant. "Little Li, the captain has this temperament. Do not take it to heart. You are also a patroller, and you ought to be aware of the enforcement team's operational style. The captain genuinely hopes you will join the enforcement team. Despite his nonchalance, he truly desires for you to become our teammate." Li Hao found himself somewhat bewildered. Was it necessary? He had merely reported a case. The female officer chuckled softly, lowering her voice. "The captain mentioned before that the enforcement team lacks nothing, no strength, no weapons, no authority, except for a meticulous and astute individual who is not overly entangled with the enforcement team." Li Hao swiftly contemplated the implications of her words. But before he could fully process them, the female officer sighed gently, her haunting words echoing in his ear. "The enforcement team has quite a number of internal traitors. The captain wishes to purge the ranks, yet is constrained by circumstance. Possessing remarkable skills, he finds himself bereft of suitable candidates and reluctant to hurt anyone's feelings. He cannot boldly investigate. Perhaps he harbors this very intention, hoping that you may employ your acumen to meticulously uncover the truth behind the self-immolation incident, peeling back the layers to reveal the corrupt elements within the enforcement team." Li Hao was taken aback. Lu Long is aware. Not only does he know that there are moles within the enforcement team, but he is also inclined to investigate. However, it seems he is excessively cautious and has yet to take action. Lu Long's invitation to ally with him was, in fact, an attempt to enlist him as an instrument of this scrutiny, something Li Hao had never anticipated. In a moment of hesitation, the female team member remarked with a hint of mirth, "Consider it. Your friend S case may prove quite troublesome. Tonight's charade might merely be a prelude, and ultimately, the night watchman may need to intervene. By joining the enforcement team, you would have the opportunity to collaborate with them. Otherwise, the confidential office lacks the authority to engage in this matter. You relinquished your studies for the sake of your friend, dedicating a year to investigating old cases in the confidential office. A year is sufficient. Do you truly wish to continue languishing there?" Li Hao found himself momentarily adrift, realizing that he had been somewhat distracted this evening. The enforcement team, once perceived as inept, had repeatedly defied his expectations. The individuals before him were anything but ordinary. Even when soliciting assistance, their words struck a profound chord within him. At this moment, an unsettling thought crossed Li Hao's mind. Had he unwittingly revealed his possession of the stone dagger to the enforcement team? Previously, his concern lay with the Red Shadow faction, but he had not considered the scrutiny of the enforcement team. Lu Long's mention of demolishing and setting fire to structures seemed innocuous. Yet would the enforcement team discern the anomaly with the chimney? Could the substituted stones truly evade their notice? He resolved to shift the blame entirely to the Red Shadow faction, convincing himself of his ignorance. He knew nothing at all. Li Hao silently admonished himself, recognizing that overestimating one's own capabilities could be perilous. He had assumed everything was proceeding smoothly, only to be caught unawares by the enforcement team. His year in the confidential office had led him to underestimate the vigilance of the inspection agency. As Li Hao continued to follow Lu Long, he found himself increasingly distracted. The captain, with his cold and domineering demeanor, the alluring yet piercingly perceptive female team member, and Wu Chao, who could detect countless clues with a mere glance. This enforcement team exuded an air of hidden prowess. If even the enforcement team, which he had previously underestimated, possessed such depth, what of the night watchman? He had once fancied joining their ranks, yet now feared he might perish without comprehending how. These individuals were too astute. The longer he remained in their company, the more he felt he could conceal nothing. At this moment, a chill swept over him. The world outside seemed daunting. The confidential office felt akin to a child's playground, far more comfortable. Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts, he glanced ahead at Lu Long, suddenly pondering whether his mention of demolishing and burning was a test of his resolve. Throughout their interactions, Lu Long had not inquired whether Li Hao had made any discoveries or found anything of note, as if such questions were unnecessary. This lack of inquiry only deepened Li Hao's apprehension. Had he just failed to smile? Surely not. Chapter 11. The frantic Lu Long. The enforcement team commenced their search of the Zhang family's ancestral residence. As anticipated, they yielded nothing of value. The Zhang household harbored no significant assets. However, Lu Long understood that someone had been surveilling this place for an extended period, suggesting that there must be something of importance hidden away, or perhaps they were awaiting someone's arrival, who would visit the now-deserted Zhang residence aside from Li Hao, who still had an interest in the case. The imposing figure of Lu Long wandered restlessly through the courtyard, hands clasped behind his back. Li Hao and his companions trailed behind him, while the Black Panther, who had not left, kept a cautious distance, seemingly intimidated by the enforcement captain. Soon, Lu Long approached the kitchen, where the door had already been opened, and others were rummaging about inside, though they too had found nothing of note. Li Hao refrained from inspecting the chimney. On that side, a stone had been replaced by him, and he had attempted to restore it to its former state. However, the layer of lime that had once coated the exterior had long since crumbled away, an inevitable consequence of years of neglect. It seemed quite normal for a dilapidated kitchen to shed some lime, and the others hardly glanced up to notice, nor did they pay it much heed. Lu Long's gaze, however, was piercing, sweeping over the kitchen's layout at a glance. He held no expectations of uncovering anything here, nor did he believe that something valuable awaited him after being watched for so long. Shortly, he averted his gaze, turning towards Li Hao with an air of condescension. His voice cool as he inquired, "Li Hao, did you discover anything upon your arrival?" "Nothing." Li Hao shook his head, then paused to add, "Well, not entirely. Based on my observations, the entire house has been tampered with, and even the old tree in the courtyard has been uprooted. There was quite a commotion, yet no one seemed to notice. It speaks of either great strength or exceptional concealment." Lu Long nodded slightly. Suddenly, he queried, "Do you think that dismantling the Zhang residence would compel the mastermind to reveal themselves?" "Probably not." Li Hao chose to speak candidly, stating that even if the Zhang house were demolished, the enforcement team's presence would deter any potential adversaries from exposing themselves recklessly. That would not be acting covertly. It would be a confrontation with the entire Silver City. "Then do you believe it is still necessary to continue dismantling this old abode? This is the ancestral home left by your friend." Li Hao perked up. Had Lu Long discovered something? Did he suspect him or think that the Red Shadow faction had taken something? It was quite possible he harbored suspicions about Li Hao himself. After all, the faction associated with the Red Shadow had continued to send people to keep watch until this very day. If they had indeed taken something, perhaps there was no need to remain hidden any longer. Thus, it seemed that Lu Long might genuinely suspect Li Hao. What a troublesome predicament. This formidable figure, who had left a rather incompetent impression on Li Hao over the past year, was indeed a complex character. The enforcement team had not solved just one or two cases. Otherwise, Li Hao would not perceive them as inept regarding the straightforward self-immolation incident. Li Hao pondered for a moment, hesitatingly stating, "If it can be preserved, that would be ideal. However, if it cannot be retained, as long as we can apprehend the killer and avenge Zhang Yuan, the house is merely an inanimate object. Whether it is demolished or incinerated, I have no objections." "Quite right." Lu Long nodded slightly. In the next instant, he suddenly unleashed a punch that created a gaping hole in the kitchen wall, causing Li Hao's heart to tremble. Although the kitchen wall was not an impenetrable fortress, it was constructed of bricks. Lu Long's powerful blow shattered the bricks, leaving a deep dent. From this, Li Hao understood that should Lu Long strike him, he would not merely be incapacitated but might very well perish. The long-neglected kitchen, struck by Lu Long's fist, now bore a gaping wound, causing dust and plaster to cascade from the walls. Lu Long cast a cold glance around and stated flatly, "Since we have found nothing, there is no reason to waste any more time. Let us dismantle the house, dig 3 feet into the earth, and see what we can uncover. If nothing is revealed, then we shall set it ablaze. If a fire yields no discoveries, then so be it." "Understood." The members of the enforcement team echoed in agreement, and soon the sound of demolition reverberated throughout the area. Lu Long turned to Li Hao again, casually inquiring, "Shall we search for a few items to keep as mementos?" Li Hao gently shook his head, letting out a sigh, his spirit somewhat dejected as he replied, "No need. It holds no significance. Taking the killer's head and presenting it at Zhang Yuan's grave would be far more valuable." At this moment, Li Hao was acutely aware of the dangers of drawing unnecessary attention to himself. If he were to take a few items, it would leave the Zhang family with nothing but those remnants, rendering him a target for scorn. Should the Red Shadow faction remain unable to locate the Zhang family's weapon, they might falsely conclude that what Li Hao had taken was indeed the Zhang family's knife. Ironically, he did possess such an item. Lu Long's suggestion was not necessarily made with good intentions. Perhaps it was a test, or perhaps a calculated maneuver to set him up. Regardless, Li Hao chose not to engage with the insinuation. He remained silent, swiftly discerning Lu Long's intentions, realizing that he sought to entice the Red Shadow faction into a trap. At this moment, he no longer underestimated the enforcement team or Lu Long. Instead, he meticulously analyzed the implications of every word spoken. Everyone else, disperse and search the area. Li Hao, stay close to me. Lu Long dismissed the other team members and beckoned Li Hao to follow. Without question, Li Hao obediently complied, quickly trailing Lu Long. Lu Long said nothing, striding purposefully outside. Li Hao hurried to keep pace, half walking, half running to remain alongside him. Outside the Zhang residence, the street was bustling with people, including members of the enforcement team and startled residents of the old neighborhood. Although many had relocated, some remained behind. Lu Long remained silent as he continued his determined march. He eventually arrived at the center of the old street, stopping beneath a water tower. Before entering it and ascending toward its summit, Li Hao followed closely, still perplexed by Lu Long's intentions and uncertain as to why they were here. Was it to gain a broader perspective? This was the tallest structure in the old street, offering a clear view of the surroundings. Was he there to scout for enemies? Ascending the wooden staircase, accompanied by the creaking sounds, the two made their way upwards and soon reached the tower's summit. Below them, the old street lay sprawling beneath. Lu Long, clad in a black trench coat that billowed in the wind, revealed the multitude of weapons concealed within. To Li Hao's surprise, they were not firearms, but rather an array of cold weapons. A short dagger, an exquisitely crafted silver hatchet, and several small-handled throwing knives were among them. Lu Long gazed skyward, ignoring the throngs below, and spoke in a detached tone. Li Hao, as an inspector of the inspection office, I ask you, after a year of service, what is your greatest impression of the enforcement team? Capable. Li Hao replied without hesitation. Huh. A cold laugh followed, and Lu Long's face twisted into a sneer. Hypocritical. Such is the nature of scholars. Li Hao found himself at a loss for words. Lu Long continued indifferently. It is incompetence that should be acknowledged. While they may manage to solve trivial cases, they fail to crack nearly 9 out of 10 major ones. However, you ought to know that the enforcement team of the inspection office has, in recent years, exhibited some ineptitude. In the past, the Silver City Inspection Office was the steadfast anchor of Silver City. As a native of Silver City, you must remember that during your childhood, it was one of the safest cities among all nearby, where one could leave their doors unlocked at night. Li Hao pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Indeed, Silver City seemed remarkably secure in his youth. Of course, this could also be attributed to his lack of exposure to danger at that time, as he believed the city was entirely safe. Lu Long, indifferent to Li Hao's musings, suddenly added, Do you know why I wish for you to join the enforcement team? I do not know. It is because of Zhang Yuan. Li Hao furrowed his brow, inquiring, What do you mean? Lu Long replied calmly. Having served as captain of the enforcement team for a decade, I have developed a bond with it, just as you feel for Zhang Yuan. I too have a fraternal affection for the enforcement team, and I cannot bear to witness this brother gradually perish. I once sought to save it, only to realize that those involved are often blinded by their emotions, making it impossible for me to rationally perceive the situation. While I know each person well, this very familiarity leads me to believe that none within the enforcement team would betray my trust. I refuse to doubt anyone, unwilling to accept that brothers who once fought alongside me would, for the sake of wealth or material possessions, forsake our original intentions. The moment we joined the inspection office, and subsequently the enforcement team, we pledged together to uphold justice, to enforce against injustice, to fear neither power nor sacrifice. Justice endures, never fearing, never compromising. Lu Long spoke with utmost seriousness, yet the next moment, a hint of self-mockery crossed his features as he added with a touch of irony. Such was the oath of yesteryear. However, it appears that few can remain true to their word, holding it close to their hearts. Li Hao listened in silence. Their unfamiliarity perhaps allowed Lu Long to share these thoughts with him. Lu Long did not continue on this path, instead shifting the topic. Zhang Yuan's case is far from simple. It may involve superhuman entities. Li Hao did not feign ignorance, nodding in agreement. I believe so as well. After all, the 6 instances of self-immolation are quite natural. In fact, I witnessed them firsthand, something that is difficult for an ordinary person to comprehend. Do you still dare to investigate? Lu Long suddenly chuckled, a sound that may well have been the first smile of the evening, yet it carried an unsettling quality. Li Hao was uncertain whether this individual was connected to the Red Shadow, but at that moment, he found himself devoid of choices or alternatives. Zhang Yuan is my only friend. Would you risk everything for a friend? Lu Long replied coolly. In youth, one often succumbs to such impulses and fervor. Perhaps as one ages, perspectives shift. He continued, this is inconsequential. You find yourself in peril for several reasons. First, you have become entangled in this self-immolation case. Second, you have unveiled the first chapter of this incident, drawing the attention of the law enforcement. Third, your visit tonight has startled the proverbial snake in the grass, rendering you vulnerable. Do not expect Professor Yuan to assist you excessively. One must ultimately rely on oneself, for depending on others is perpetually unreliable. Professor Yuan is merely an ordinary individual. The night watchman may choose to offer assistance, or they may not. Do not assume that their involvement is guaranteed whenever supernatural beings are implicated. To the night watchman, the death of 6 individuals is hardly significant. Lu Long shook his head, stating, it is not that they are indifferent to death, but rather that the night watchmen are few in number and scattered across various locations. In the Silver City region, their presence is minimal, and each has their designated duties. Unless a large-scale tragedy occurs, they will not intervene. Otherwise, should only a handful perish, and the matter involves superhumans, the night watchman may not have the luxury to attend to it. This was the first time Li Hao had heard someone speak earnestly about the night watchman. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he whispered, are the night watchmen truly so few in number? Indeed, Lu Long nodded. Their numbers are scarce. In truth, it is predominantly the ordinary personnel of the Inspection Bureau who maintain public order. The night watchmen only mobilize when absolutely necessary. And it is worth noting that not all superhumans choose to join the night watchmen. They are merely one of the larger organizations within the realm of superhumans. After contemplating for a moment, Li Hao inquired, Captain, are superhumans innate or acquired? Both. Lu Long replied with a hint of amusement. Are you eager to delve into this domain? Not at all. Lying. Lu Long scoffed. Anyone hearing of superpowers for the first time is bound to be enchanted. For they remain oblivious to the perils and mysteries within. They only perceive superpowers as enigmatic and omnipotent. It is only by immersing oneself in this world that one can truly grasp the inherent dangers, and one may regret their initial fascination. Li Hao could only nod in agreement with his words. Anyone who hears of it would yearn for it. Indeed, he too felt that allure. Yet, to plunge in without knowledge is to court disaster. The path is fraught with challenges, and to charge in blindly could very well lead to a perilous fate. Lu Long chuckled once more. I possess a fair amount of knowledge regarding the night watchman, should you decide to join the law enforcement. I might be able to offer you some guidance. Li Hao asked, puzzled. Is the captain sharing all this merely to persuade me to join the law enforcement? Having only recently embarked on my journey as a third-level inspector within the inspection department for a mere year, I find it hard to believe that I possess such value as to warrant the captain's extensive discourse, especially when it ventures into the realm of the extraordinary. Merely to persuade me to join. Do not underestimate yourself. Lu Long's eyes glimmered with a profound significance. My desire for you to join is not without its complexities. You may also interpret it as leveraging one's resources. For instance, your mentor, Professor Yuan Shua, serves as an excellent ally. The enforcement team is currently entrenched in difficulties, perhaps necessitating external forces to breach its barriers. Your mentor, Yuan Shua, though an ordinary individual, holds a unique position. Both the Silver City and the Ancient Academy, along with the Night Watchers, rely on him to assist in resolving certain issues. Li Hao listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. This is one reason. Secondly, the enforcement team indeed requires fresh blood, and your background from the Ancient Academy makes you a commendable choice. Thirdly, your sense of loyalty is a quality I hold in high regard. I can at least trust you with my back. Fourthly, your intelligence and meticulous nature, with proper nurturing, could lead you to become my invaluable assistant. Li Hao nodded once more. Lu Long smiled and inquired, what do you think? Is this sufficient? Sufficient? Not quite. Li Hao felt that while these reasons were ample, they still fell short. They could not justify why someone of Lu Long's stature would keep such a close watch on him and engage in a lengthy private discussion merely to recruit him. He gazed at Lu Long, who at that moment was not returning his gaze. The towering captain was fixated on the heavens, perhaps sensing Li Hao's scrutiny. He suddenly chuckled. Young one, knowing too much is not always beneficial. I wish to assist you in solving a case, and you are to aid me. Surely that is enough? Why delve deeper? Li Hao fell silent for a moment, murmuring, I seek vengeance, yet I desire to understand what I am truly undertaking. Knowledge is preferable to ignorance. I can comprehend and accept everything the captain has articulated, but I must uncover the truth. rather than unwittingly become a pawn in this game. Oh, the youth truly lacks patience. Lu Long laughed. Did you perhaps take something from the Zhang family? No, I do not grasp the captain's meaning. Huh, Lu Long scoffed. Yet, it seems the chimney has been tampered with. Li Hao, I have been an inspector for 20 years and have led the enforcement team for a decade. You may deem me inept, but I certainly am not blind. The evidence is fresh. Could it possibly be altered by another? Li Hao felt a tingle of unease but remained steadfast, insisting, I do not know what the captain is implying. I truly did not interfere in any way. It matters not. Lu Long suddenly laughed. Even if you did take some extraordinary item, it is of no consequence to me. Li Hao was astonished. He found Lu Long increasingly inscrutable and incomprehensible. What could this mean? At this point, he felt rather bewildered. Lu Long chuckled once more. Let us speak candidly. I wish for you to join me, for it would not be prudent to forcefully summon you. You have your own backing, and I would rather not act against your will. Otherwise, you would be compelled to accompany me, rather than being persuaded gently. Li Hao furrowed his brow instantly. Lu Long resumed his domineering demeanor, his tone icy. Your teacher possesses a certain standing, hence I cannot impose my will upon you. However, I say this to convey a critical message. You are in grave danger, and you may very well be the next victim of self-immolation. Thump, thump. His heart began to race violently. Li Hao felt an inexplicable shock. Was Lu Long connected to the Red Shadow? Do not overthink. Lu Long interrupted his thoughts, speaking calmly. The self-immolation case is far from over. The involvement of superhumans complicates matters. Logically, they should have departed once the killings commenced. Yet, the adversary has orchestrated their plans in Silver City for a decade, perhaps even longer. This is not a mere act of random murder, nor is it driven by vengeance. It is a calculated act with clear objectives. Their mission is not yet complete. They still have targets in sight. I was pondering who their next target might be. And now it seems it could very well be you. Suppressing his agitation, Li Hao asked in a low voice, Why me? Why? Lu Long replied with a smile. There are many with the surname Li, but among those recently making waves, you seem to be the only one. Naturally, I must amplify your suspicion to the utmost. Li Hao was taken aback once more. It appeared Lu Long was aware of that particular folk song. Those individuals were fixated on the Zhang family's ancestral home. Perhaps in pursuit of the so-called Zhang family's blade? Lu Long's words nearly caused Li Hao to lose composure. The Zhang family's blade. The Li family's sword. Are they all in your possession? Lu Long laughed again. Yet Li Hao could no longer muster a smile. Only a chill gripped his heart. This man is astute. He seems to know everything. Of course, it could be that Li Hao had reported the case, leading Lu Long to deduce such insights. Nevertheless, the speed at which Lu Long had uncovered so much was terrifying. Is it a supernormal object? Lu Long muttered to himself before quickly shaking his head. Irrelevant. It matters not. Supernormal objects hold little value for ordinary individuals. What they consider treasures are, in our eyes, utterly worthless. Whether you take them or leave them is inconsequential. On the contrary, should you take them, it would be for the best. Lu Long grinned. In that case, their next target will undoubtedly be you. A certainty. After years of planning, they would not abandon their pursuit, especially now that they have drawn attention. They are even less likely to relent. Thus, your joining the enforcement team serves not only to assist me, but also as a means of self-preservation, for you cannot contend with superhumans. Li Hao was reluctant to acknowledge this truth. However, at this moment, his thoughts were in disarray. Suppressing his agitation, he whispered, Captain. It seems the enforcement team also has eyes and ears among them. The captain had spoken so much. Did he mean to say, ha? Lu Long scoffed. Are you doubting me? That is to be expected, yet it is unnecessary. All that I do transcends your understanding. Perhaps, in time, you may come to comprehend. Li Hao replied solemnly, Captain. Speak plainly. Lu Long fell into silence once more. After a long pause, a soft sigh escaped, but soon normalcy returned, and with a calm demeanor. Words were spoken that sent shivers down Li Hao's spine. My lack of attention towards the enforcement team has contributed to its current chaotic state. Yet these are not the reasons for Li Hao's alarm. The next revelation is what truly ignites his desire to flee. I refuse to resign myself to mediocrity. I am unwilling to merely brush past the realm of the extraordinary. Thus, I have devised a means to re-enter the world of superpowers, the elimination of superpowered beings. Lu Long's gaze turned fierce, a surge of malevolence emanating from him. To kill a superpowered individual possessing a compatible attribute or ability, to strip them of their mysterious energy and assimilate it into oneself. If one attempt is insufficient, then two shall suffice. until the mysterious energy awakens one's own superpower, thereby making one the next superpowered being. Superpowered individuals are rare and challenging to eliminate. Each encounter is a life and death struggle. Yet I refuse to accept a life of ordinariness. Over the past 3 years, we have hunted numerous superpowered beings, but alas, we have yet to succeed. At this moment, Li Hao's mind was in turmoil. The notion of killing superpowered beings to become one himself was beyond belief, and he could scarcely imagine that an enforcement team could be so audacious. Cold sweat trickled down his brow. Gulp. Li Hao swallowed hard, feeling bold, yet today he encountered someone even bolder, even more unhinged. Lu Long's laughter was wild and unrestrained. What is there to fear? Hence, I am reluctant to involve the night watchman. Fortune favors the bold. Must one live an ordinary life, never stepping into the extraordinary? Is there truly no possibility of success on the first attempt? Li Hao ventured a question, recalling the water he had consumed, the radiant energy resembling the so-called mysterious energy. He seemed to have ingested it numerous times, yet he had not become a superpowered being. Could it be that he had been drawing energy into his body all along but had failed to succeed? Indeed. Lu Long nodded slightly, then quickly turned self-deprecating. Each year, thousands are selected across major cities to become test subjects, yet the ultimate success rate is a mere 1%. That translates to about 100 successful candidates, with the rest facing failure. Li Hao, considering the limited experimental slots in Silver City, pondered whether he truly believed he could be among that 100. Silence enveloped him. Thus, reliance on oneself is imperative. Li Hao inhaled deeply. At that moment, he regarded Lu Long as if he were gazing upon a madman. An ordinary individual striving to become superpowered, continuously flirting with death, daring to hunt superpowered beings. This was beyond Li Hao's expectations. He believed his own thoughts were already sufficiently reckless. Yet this man before him had not only entertained such notions but had evidently acted upon them. The captain believes I can attract superpowered beings? It is certainly possible. Lu Long then opened up further. Do not deny it. From the very first glance, I sensed an aura of mysterious energy about you. You must have recently encountered a superpowered individual or superpowered artifacts. A person like you is inexorably linked to the realm of the extraordinary. Li Hao was uncertain whether it was the influence of the stone jade sword or the lingering effects of the sword-infused water he had previously consumed. Evidently, this captain had long perceived something amiss. A formidable individual. One who, with a mortal frame, dares to contend with superhumans, aspiring to become one among them. Consider this carefully. You are always welcome to join. Suddenly, Lu Long leaped from the tower, his voice echoing faintly. Do not rely on your teacher. He cannot assist you in crossing over, nor can he achieve it himself. The Night Watchers do not wish for your teacher or his students to transcend, for it does not align with their interests. Li Hao felt a stir within. Could it truly be that even his teacher was incapable? Chapter 12. Decision at the pinnacle. Lu Long departed, leaving Li Hao alone. Bait. Li Hao murmured softly, comprehending Lu Long's intentions. This individual, seemingly reckless, was in truth a master of subtlety, his words exuding an air of candor and openness. Furthermore, there was an unspoken truth woven throughout his dialogue. Lu Long was not the type to burn bridges, being a person of deep loyalty. Indeed, this sentiment was evident from Lu Long's repeated reluctance to investigate the traitors within the enforcement team. His mere assertion spoke volumes. Those who had betrayed me, I cannot bring myself to harm. You, Li Hao, if you are willing to assist me, I shall not be ungrateful. Such is the mark of a true master. His influence was quiet yet profound. If one were to ponder even slightly, the message would resonate. If Lu Long refrained from confronting traitors out of loyalty, how much more for others? Is he truly so sentimental? Li Hao pondered, hesitant to fully trust or dismiss his words. This group was far too cunning. Lu Long's recent discourse was laden with stratagems, bluffing, feigned threats, and rational persuasion. In that brief exchange, one could only imagine the mental exertion Lu Long had expended. To slay superhumans, to usurp their mysterious powers, aligning them with oneself, could one not succeed on the first attempt, yet achieve transformation through repeated endeavors? A chill suddenly enveloped Li Hao. The realm of superhumans appeared far from tranquil. If even an ordinary man like Lu Long harbored ambitions to hunt superhumans, what treacherous dynamics existed amongst them? Perhaps the dangers were even greater. It was no wonder these superhumans remained exceedingly discreet, avoiding public scrutiny, likely to evade unwarranted complications. Lu Long seemed to impart much wisdom, yet he remained deliberately vague, probably withholding deeper truths since I had not joined the enforcement team. He refrained from divulging specifics about the cultivation methods of superhumans, the means of harnessing energy, their strengths and weaknesses, and the types of abilities they possessed. Moreover, was the mysterious energy within me genuine or merely a ruse to provoke a lapse in my composure, leading me to inadvertently confess my acquisition of something from the Zhang family? Li Hao harbored doubts, sensing a significant possibility in this regard. Unbeknownst to Lu Long, Li Hao possessed the ability to perceive mysterious energy, a skill not commonly found. That starlight-like energy was likely the very essence of the mysterious power. Li Hao could discern that no such energy enveloped his exterior. Otherwise, the red shadow and the individuals behind it would have reacted accordingly. Lu Long was most likely attempting to deceive him. As for Lu Long himself, Li Hao to catch a glimpse of something. There appeared to be a faint starlight energy emanating from his exterior, likely the mysterious energy. Lu Long had indeed slain superhumans and absorbed their mysterious power, though it perhaps had not yet reached a transformative stage, suggesting remnants of mysterious energy still lingered within him. This indicated that Lu Long might genuinely possess the potential to become a superhuman. Indeed, he could see it, much like the red shadow. Ordinary individuals cannot perceive the crimson shadows, yet Li Hao possesses this uncanny ability. Not only Lu Long, but also the few companions by his side genuinely exhibit an air of mystique. The we he refers to likely encompasses those very teammates, the enchanting woman, the inquisitive Wu Chao, and the other two members. Together with Lu Long, they form a quintet, rather than the entirety of the enforcement team. It appears that within the enforcement team, there exists a clandestine faction, namely the Hunters Alliance formed by Lu Long and his associates, dedicated to the extermination of superhumans. These superhumans must possess considerable strength, otherwise Lu Long would not be so fervently pursuing them. However, it is evident that superhumans have perished at their hands, rendering this small faction rather formidable. The circumstances favor the inspection division. The deployment of high-powered weaponry falls under their jurisdiction. Even if inquiries arise later, the enforcement team can easily evade accountability. Thus, it is not inconceivable for a superhuman to meet their demise due to a moment's carelessness against such adversaries. Li Hao, armed with a Vortex 3 with a mere range of 50 meters, dares to target superhumans. One can only imagine what Lu Long is capable of. In truth, he is the genuine leader of the violent organization in Silver City. As for the chief of the inspection division, he remains ensconced in his office. Never venturing to the front lines, it is the enforcement team where the real authority lies, and Lu Long reigns supreme here. Descending from the tower's apex, Li Hao pondered. What consequences would arise should he refuse? Would Lu Long seek to trouble him? Would Lu Long relay information about him to the Crimson Shadows? Perhaps even divulging that the blades of the Zhang family and the swords of the Li family lie within Li Hao's possession? Or would he orchestrate his demise in the shadows? The seemingly straightforward man harbors a ruthless disposition. At this moment, Li Hao perceives no recklessness in Lu Long's demeanor. In fact, the enforcement team's inaction might very well be a deliberate ploy, allowing outsiders and superhumans to lower their guard, leading them to believe that the Silver City enforcement team is merely a FAAD, an illusion of weakness. Might the internal traitor be a creation of Lu Long himself? Even if not, the outcome is a result of his negligence. He undoubtedly knows who the traitor is and has chosen not to rectify the situation, intentionally allowing it to persist. As Li Hao's mind raced, he began to discern many truths. Lu Long of the enforcement team is undoubtedly a pivotal figure. The chaos within the enforcement team is likely a consequence of his own machinations. This man is exceedingly cunning, aptly named Lu Long, indeed a villain of the highest order. Amidst his inner musings, Li Hao began to contemplate whether joining their ranks would be advantageous. Aligning with them would provide assistance in combating the Crimson Shadows. As Lu Long's objective is precisely those superhumans, the Night Watchers are unfamiliar to him, and he is unaware of their circumstances, even questioning their potential connection to the Crimson Shadows. If Lu Long and his companions are genuinely aspiring to become superhumans, they would undoubtedly exhibit greater dedication than the Night Watchers, albeit with lesser strength. Nevertheless, their experience in eliminating superhumans signifies that they possess some degree of confidence. At this moment, Li Hao stands as the next target of the Crimson Shadows. Today, the situation has escalated dramatically. The Red Shadow faction is likely already preparing to turn against themselves. What truly incites fear is the possibility that Lu Long may actually be allied with the Red Shadow. That would pose a genuine threat. This is not an implausible scenario. If that were the case, I would be in real peril. At this moment, Li Hao couldn't help but contemplate this possibility. If Lu Long were indeed with the Red Shadow, Then he had unwittingly revealed almost everything about himself. Sigh. His mood was heavy. The maneuver executed tonight had not gone smoothly. It was fraught with complications. If Lu Long could indeed handle the red shadow, that would be a relief. If not, his own danger would escalate significantly. Boom. A deafening sound erupted as a large vehicle flattened the Zhang family estate. Amidst a cloud of dust, Li Hao silently observed, as if he could see Zhang Yuan. Xiao Yuan, your home is gone. You perished, and with you, your home has vanished. The last traces of your existence in this world are swiftly dissipating. Now, all that remains is to avenge you. To offer the head of your murderer as a tribute, a farewell. It seems I can do nothing more. At that moment, the enchanting female team member approached Li Hao quietly. A subtle fragrance wafted toward him. In his ear, he heard a woman's laughter. Xiao Hao. If you wish to join us, come find me tomorrow. My name is Lu Yin, the deputy captain of the enforcement team. You are always welcome to seek me out. Lu Yin. Until she spoke her name, Li Hao was unaware of her identity, but upon hearing it, he recognized her. Having spent a year in the confidential office, even if he hadn't met certain individuals, he had certainly heard their names in the accompanying gossip. Lu Yin was one of those frequently mentioned in the confidential office. It was rumored she was Lu Long's mistress. Of course, this was merely gossip circulating in the confidential office, and Li Hao could not ascertain its truth. However, given the current circumstances, it might not be entirely unfounded. The older women in the confidential office often spoke of her with disdain, claiming she relied solely on her looks to ascend to the position of deputy captain of the enforcement team. It is noteworthy that the deputy captain of the enforcement team is at least a first-level inspector. Above the inspectors, there are the commissioners. Lu Long himself is a commissioner, and only upon reaching Lu Long's rank does one truly possess influence. Within the inspectorate, his authority surpasses that of several deputy directors. Very well. Li Hao nodded slightly, readily acquiescing. A wise man recognizes the times. At this juncture, refusal was not an option. He had to comply. Delighted, Lu Yin smiled charmingly. You will not regret this. With that, she departed swiftly and silently, leaving Li Hao astonished. These individuals, though appearing ordinary, possessed formidable strength. A faint aura of starlight enveloped them. It was subtle, not easily discernible from a distance, yet up close, Li Hao could see it clearly. This was the starlight energy that had overflowed after imbibing the jade sword-infused water. Are they semi-superhumans? Li Hao had formed a definition in his mind. These individuals had likely attempted to harness energy within themselves, but had not succeeded in becoming extraordinary beings. Lu Long, on the other hand, had managed well within the enforcement team, cultivating several formidable allies. Thus, the water brewed from the jade sword was indeed mysterious energy. Lu Long and his associates hoped to kill extraordinary beings to become extraordinary themselves. Yet perhaps I need not rely on such a path. My jade sword can bestow upon me mysterious energy, and I have also obtained the blade from the Zhang family, though I remain uncertain if it too can yield mysterious energy. The booming sounds persisted, soon followed by flames rising. The Zhang family was engulfed in fire. Li Hao observed silently, harboring no regrets about his choice this evening. He had acquired a wealth of information, insights beyond imagination. Even if this exposure revealed certain aspects of himself, it mattered little. As the sword-bearer of the Li family, could the Red Shadow faction truly be oblivious? Perhaps not. Their inaction against him might indicate their own motives. If his parents had been slain by them, it was implausible they would not recognize that he, Li, was indeed the bearer of the Li family sword. To assume their ignorance would be mere self-deception. With such a commotion, it was unlikely they would reveal themselves. Without bidding farewell to Lu Long, Li Hao quietly departed amidst the uproar. Boss. At this moment, several individuals gathered around Lu Long. Lu Yin gazed at him, her expression tinged with inquiry, then glanced at Li Hao, who was silently leaving in the shadows, softly questioning, does the boss truly wish for this person to join us? The lanky Wu Chao chuckled softly. The boss naturally possesses his own thoughts and reasons. This Li Hao has backing. Although Yuan Shua is not an extraordinary being, his mastery of the 5-animal technique renders him quite formidable. Moreover, he has consistently cooperated with the Night Watchers, which provides some assurance. Bringing Li Hao into our fold may not be a misstep. Another portly figure, whose eyes were obscured, muttered, that cannot be entirely deemed a good thing. Yuan Shua is quite proud. The boss has previously sought him to join us for our hunts, yet Yuan Shua dismissed the notion. If we bring in Li Hao, we must be cautious about attracting the attention of the Night Watchers. Before he could finish, Lu Long interjected coldly. The Night Watchers? Do you think they are unaware? Our Silver City Inspection Division has repeatedly eliminated extraordinary beings. How could they possibly be oblivious? Afterward, Lu Long remarked nonchalantly, "And what of it? We target those extraordinary beings who commit crimes. Furthermore, the act of killing extraordinary beings to strip them of mysterious energy, allowing the mundane to transcend, is a secret the Night Watchers themselves have disseminated." Huh. With a derisive laugh, Lu Long's eyes brimmed with disdain and indifference. The dissemination of this information was merely a strategy to convert those of us eager to become extraordinary into cannon fodder, alleviating their burdens. Although the Night Watchers seemed heavily tasked and lacked the capacity to oversee everything, should an extraordinary being commit a crime, neglecting it would lead to monumental troubles. Yet, the Night Watchers lacked sufficient strength to intervene, and the mundane were ill-equipped to deal with extraordinary beings. Most preferred to navigate their existence cautiously. Who would dare to truly offend an extraordinary being? However, at that moment, news emerged that killing the superpowered individuals and absorbing their energy multiple times would eventually yield success. What consequences do you suppose this would entail? At this pronouncement, an unsettling silence enveloped the crowd. What ramifications could arise? Those unwilling to settle for mediocrity would surely take the plunge. A life and death struggle. They stand as the finest testament to this notion. But does such a phenomenon exist in Silver City? I fear not. The Night Watchers disseminated this information precisely to manipulate those discontent with the ordinary, using them as mere pawns to temporarily alleviate some of their burdens. Lu Long remarked, "The Night Watchers' scheme is quite astute. If we were to become superpowered individuals, where do you think we would end up?" Lu Yin chuckled. "With the Night Watchers." The group nodded in agreement. The inspectors would not seek refuge with the Night Watchers. Would they rather align with those of dubious character? The portly man inhaled deeply. What a clever calculation. This implies that they would expend no mystical energy, yet could potentially absorb some of the emerging extraordinary beings, while simultaneously quelling some of the disruptive superpowered individuals. A twofold advantage. The Night Watchers merely revealed a piece of information. The ultimate outcome is that those who become superpowered would be compelled to join the Night Watchers, for they represent the official and legitimate authority. Those accustomed to officialdom seldom turn to a life of crime. It is nothing but a fade. The Night Watchers incur no costs. On one hand, they permit us to take risks, and on the other, they can select promising candidates. Why would they not seize such an opportunity? At that moment, several team members experienced a profound realization. Previously, Lu Long had not elaborated in such detail among the team. Some understood, while others, like the plump man, harbored fears of being discovered by the Night Watchers for surreptitiously siphoning off mystical energy. Yet, upon hearing the captain's words, clarity dawned upon them. The portly man then inquired, "Boss, would it be advantageous for us if Li Hao were to join?" "Indeed," Lu Long replied succinctly, refraining from elaboration. The group pondered this, choosing not to press further. Would there be any doubt regarding Li Hao's potential membership? Certainly not. They believed that anyone aware of the realm of superpowers would not decline Lu Long's invitation. The Night Watchers have formal selection processes, yet the odds of success are slim, especially since Li Hao likely would not even be among the candidates considered by Silver City. In this vast metropolis, many are aware of the existence of superpowered individuals, predominantly among the upper echelons. Countless high-ranking officials yearn for themselves or their descendants to become superpowered beings. For someone like Li Hao, the chances are exceedingly slim. Even with his teacher's intervention, the most probable outcome is that he would fail to enter the candidate ranks. Once Li Hao comprehends the challenges involved, he should grasp that only by joining the enforcement team does he stand a chance to engage with the realm of the extraordinary. The night was enchanting. On a narrow path, Li Hao remained vigilant, traversing quietly. The Zhang family residence was not far from his own. Throughout his journey, he contemplated numerous matters, ultimately deciding to notify his teacher. Beep, beep, beep. The communication was swiftly connected. Yuan Shua had likely been waiting, sleepless. "Teacher, have you resolved the situation?" As Li Hao spoke, he pondered deeply for a moment before articulating. "Teacher, Captain Lu mentioned that I might be in danger. The person who killed Xiao Yuan may also seek to eliminate me. Fear not." Yuan Shua seemed to have anticipated this, appearing unfazed as he casually remarked, "Starting tomorrow, move into the ancient courtyard, avoid the dormitory, and come directly to me. Stay indoors for a year or two. It should not pose a significant problem." While Yuan Shua spoke lightly, Li Hao comprehended the underlying message. Yuan Shua was wagering on the Night Watcher's commitment to his safety. He understood that unless the Red Shadow faction was exceptionally powerful, they would not easily provoke the Night Watchers. Yet, Li Hao was aware that the red shadow would likely not relent easily. Moreover, he was reluctant to remain in hiding indefinitely. Teacher, I still wish to stay within the inspection office. Stubborn, Yuan Shuo retorted, somewhat irritated. Knowing the danger, you still choose to remain. This is foolishness masquerading as bravery. Teacher, I wish to join the enforcement team. Captain Liu has invited me to join, assuring me of my safety. The enforcement team? Yes. And he mentioned that joining might lead to another realm. A derisive chuckle emanated from the communicator. Lu Long is still clinging to hope. It cannot be that simple. If it were, everyone would be a superpower user. I am aware of all his actions. Lu Long is indeed a determined and resolute individual. Yuan Shuo acknowledged this but quickly added, however, there are aspects you do not understand. What he conveyed to you must have sounded simple. Yet the reality is, firstly, killing those individuals is a perilous endeavor. Secondly, channeling energy into the body has only a 10 safety rate with the Night Watchers. Even if unsuccessful, one would not perish. Whereas Lu Long's method has a 50 mortality risk during the energy channeling process. Li Hao's eyes flickered. This was a point Lu Long had not previously mentioned. Yuan Shuo continued. Do you believe that the enforcement team consisted solely of a few brave souls? Lu Long initially gathered dozens of people. How many remain by his side now? Some perished during the kill, while others died during the energy channeling. Yuan Shuo sighed. If you genuinely wish to pursue this path, perhaps I could assist you in applying for a trial. He appeared hesitant for a moment, but soon regained his resolve. Li Hao sensed the dilemma his teacher faced. This matter was likely not straightforward. Reflecting on Lu Long's words, that the Night Watchers would not permit success on this side, Li Hao quietly declared, Teacher, there's no need. Very well. Yuan Shuo did not press further. Upon hearing Li Hao's response, he refrained from mentioning it again, for he understood that if Li Hao were to proceed, he might indeed fall within that 10 mortality rate among the Night Watchers. Yuan Shuo's attempt involved a 90 survival rate, but success was not guaranteed. As for Li Hao, being merely his student, he was far more likely to encounter peril. Contemplating this, Yuan Shuo chose to remain silent. Upon listening attentively, Li Hao discerned that his teacher was indeed aware of Lu Long and his associates' actions, which brought him a measure of reassurance. He promptly declared, Teacher, I have made the decision to join the enforcement team. While I may not resort to their methods, I yearn for vengeance. Yuan Shuo shook his head in exasperation and replied, Very well, do as you wish. Your temperament mirrors mine. Once you have made up your mind, there is no reason to retreat. However, do visit me when you have the opportunity. I cannot offer you extensive assistance, but I can provide some insights into the intricacies of this path. It is fraught with challenges. At this juncture, Yuan Shuo suddenly smiled and added, If you truly manage to succeed, it may indeed be a fortuitous outcome. Achieving success through a different avenue might enable us to collaborate in the future, free from the constraints imposed by others. Some individuals are eager to see me fail, but I shall eventually cast them aside. Li Hao grasped the essence of these words. Though he refrained from probing further, he understood that his teacher would elucidate matters in due course, yet there remained a hint of caution. In that moment, Li Hao resolved to join the enforcement team. The teacher's lack of discouragement indicated his understanding of the situation. Lu Long might have various schemes, but for the time being, he posed no immediate threat to Li Hao. Red Shadow superpowers, here I come. Li Hao silently vowed, It has been a year. Allow me to witness your mysteries and your formidable prowess. Chapter 13. The Demon Hunting Squad. Even in slumber, one must remain vigilant. The Black Panther had been stationed at the door as a guard, while the Vortex 3 remained close at hand. Li Hao could not afford to concern himself with the risks of accidental discharge. He was wary of a cornered beast. Fortunately, the night passed without incident. Perhaps their adversaries were merely biding their time, awaiting the arrival of a rainy night. On July 13th, 1730, the cacophony of the previous night felt like a distant dream. The Chiming community was as tranquil as ever, indifferent to the disturbances from the adjacent Old Street. In the morning, Li Hao arose, refreshed himself, and proceeded to boil a cup of water, into which he submerged the jade sword. After a brief wait, he sampled the water. Only to furrow his brow slightly, the starlight energy seemed somewhat diminished. Contemplating this, he noted that compared to yesterday, the infusion of starlight into today's sword-soaking water appeared to be slightly less potent. If it were only a minor reduction, it would not pose a significant issue. The real concern was whether this enigmatic energy could regenerate. Li Hao pondered whether the mysterious energy embedded in the jade sword was merely the remnant of previously stored power, or if soaking the sword once required a considerable interval for recovery to its original potency. If recovery were indeed possible, it would represent an inexhaustible treasure. As for the stone knife, Li Hao chose not to utilize it for the time being. His apprehension about being followed the previous night had rendered it impractical to draw it out. After drinking a cup of water and feeling the warm current coursing through him, Li Hao swiftly practiced the 5 animal frolics. Despite the potential benefits of enhancement, he understood that it might not suffice against the red shadow. Nevertheless, he would not let the opportunity slip away. While exercising, Li Hao contemplated the optimal frequency for soaking the sword in starlit water. Should it be multiple times a day or merely once? He wondered about the effectiveness of each infusion and how significant the differences might prove. These were matters that required gradual experimentation. In his room, Li Hao moved with agility, darting about like a monkey. He practiced 3 times consecutively, feeling he still had energy to spare, and thus ceased his workout. The starlight energy enveloping his body dissipated entirely, and he chose to stop only after ensuring that the external starlight energy had vanished. He was concerned that the red shadow or other superhumans might possess the ability to perceive the starlight energy surrounding him, which would expose his presence. Li Hao could easily discern the faint starlight energy surrounding Lu Long and his companions, indicating that these individuals could not hide from his gaze. Though he had previously encountered Lu Long, he had not noticed this phenomenon. Was it perhaps because he had consumed the sword-soaking water, granting him this newfound perception? In truth, he realized he understood far too little about this extraordinary realm. After cleansing himself once more and donning a fresh set of clothes, Li Hao appeared considerably revitalized. He poured the remaining sword-soaking water into the Black Panther's food bowl. The panther's eyes sparkled with excitement. It eagerly licked the bowl clean, and even after finishing, it wagged its tail incessantly at Li Hao. Observing the panther closely, Li Hao inhaled sharply. Goodness! The starlight emanating from this creature seemed even more intense than his own. Was it a matter of exuding more energy than it absorbed? Conversely, could it be that the excessive absorption has caused a cascade of starlight? Li Hao was uncertain. He preferred to think that the dog was incapable of such absorption, resulting in the overflow of starlight. Otherwise, wouldn't it imply that this dog surpassed him in prowess, absorbing more stellar energy than he could? Woof. The Black Panther appeared quite exhilarated, as if encouraging, another round, please. Li Hao affectionately patted the dog's head and chuckled, that's enough for now. We'll have more next time. He then cautioned, I'm off to work. Guard the home. Be vigilant of anyone who approaches. Take note of their scent, and if permitted, track their location but don't stray too far. He harbored concerns that someone might infiltrate his home during his absence. The jade sword was with him, and his residence held little of value. However, he was not worried about the stone dagger being discovered, although it was somewhat large and inconvenient to carry. He had hidden it in the Black Panther's den downstairs. Who would ever check a wild dog's lair? Cleaning up around the neighborhood was a rare occurrence. No one would bother tidying up a wild dog's dwelling. In short, there was no place safer than the doghouse. Additionally, if it were to go missing, the Black Panther could trace it, ensuring it was safer than keeping it on his person. The jade sword, being a pendant, posed no issue, after all. Who would carry a stone around without inviting suspicion? Woof. The Black Panther seemed to comprehend Li Hao's words, nodding its head. This creature was becoming increasingly astute. Li Hao rose and descended the stairs. Outside the complex, he approached a familiar breakfast shop, without needing to utter a word. The proprietor handed him several large meat buns and a cup of soy milk. Li Hao was not one to take advantage of free meals. He settled the bill and leisurely pedaled his bicycle towards the inspection office. The previous evening, the black car that had been following him had not reappeared. He was unsure if it had abandoned the pursuit, or if, due to last night's events, it now hesitated to follow him. He entered the inspection office without sensing that familiar feeling of being tracked. Inside the office, in the confidential room, Li Hao was the first to arrive. As usual, he tidied up the office and boiled a pot of hot water before others began to arrive. Chen Na, relatively new and arriving early, appeared somewhat drowsy due to the warm weather, likely having not rested well the previous night. Stifling a yawn, she saw Li Hao and lamented, Li Hao, you're quite inconsiderate. Why didn't you call me for the case last night? Did you hear about it? Of course, Chen Na replied with a yawn. The law enforcement team was mobilized. The incident had stirred quite a commotion, and she had naturally received the news. Soon, shaking off her drowsiness, she curiously inquired, did you encounter the perpetrator last night? No, Li Hao shook his head. I merely had the sensation of being followed. How thrilling. Chen Na, having never been involved in a major case, was instantly intrigued, exclaiming, so, Those individuals' files you showed me were indeed genuine homicides? Li Hao nodded slightly. It's highly probable. Then you're on the verge of making a significant contribution. Chen Na grew increasingly excited. Li Hao, if we uncover the culprit, you shall receive the utmost credit. Who knows, with this single case, you might even be promoted to a second-level inspector. A tinge of envy washed over her. Primarily because Li Hao had the opportunity to engage in a significant case, a chance she regrettably missed. She was not one to endure solitude easily. Yet, there were no leads as of now. Li Hao remained reticent. Suddenly, Chen Na's eye sparkled with a thought, and she whispered, "Didn't we agree to visit my hometown tomorrow? Li Hao, are we still going? If so, do you think we might be followed? If we manage to catch the perpetrator together, wouldn't that mean I also share in the credit?" Yesterday, they had decided to venture to Chen Na's hometown to inquire about the rumors. However, Li Hao had not anticipated that he would attract attention so swiftly. Facing perilous circumstances, including the ominous presence of the Red Shadow. At this moment, Li Hao hesitated. He glanced at Chen Na and finally spoke. "Let us not go after all. We are both novices, and it is too dangerous. For now, let us maintain a low profile." He was reluctant to involve his colleague in the treacherous realm of the extraordinary. As for the inquiries about the rumors, there was no rush. They could pursue that after dealing with the Red Shadow. What? Not going? Chen Na's face fell with disappointment. She was eager to partake in a significant case. "Li Hao, let us go. What is there to fear? We could simply inform the enforcement team and act as bait. Perhaps we could even apprehend someone directly." She understood the risks, but believed that notifying the enforcement team would mitigate them. "Let us reconsider." The two exchanged a few more words before others began to arrive. Many were already aware of the previous night's events. Sister Yu entered with a bold tone, saying, "Xiao Hao, don't be foolish. Stay away from such dangerous cases. Don't meddle unnecessarily. Our secretarial office has fewer risks and decent pay. Where else can you find such a good deal? Stay put in the office and avoid getting involved with the enforcement team." "Exactly, Xiao Hao. Heed your elder brother's advice. Steer clear of these matters. The dangers are many, and the benefits are scant." The concern for the young brother was palpable, and many urged him to remain in the safety of the office. Having spent ample time there, they had become detached from case investigations, and few would be willing to step into the front line. Li Hao nodded in agreement, his expression radiating goodwill, as if to convey, "I have no choice. I've merely found myself entangled in this situation." It was not until Wang Jie entered that the chatter subsided. "Li Hao, come to my office for a moment." Wang Jie stated and promptly entered his office. After a brief wait, Li Hao rose and followed. Inside the office, Wang Jie scrutinized Li Hao for a moment, then smiled and gestured for him to sit. Li Hao cautiously took a seat. Wang Jie chuckled, "There's no need to be so tense. Being overly formal won't serve you well in the enforcement team." Li Hao looked up, and Wang Jie continued, "The enforcement team contacted me last night, indicating they wish to transfer you. Lu Long seldom speaks up for anyone, and for him to personally request your presence is quite rare. It signifies their considerable regard for you. Li Hao, it appears that due to the self-immolation incident, you have caught Lu Long's attention, and the enforcement team requires your presence. What are your thoughts on this?" In truth, Wang Jie feels he cannot refuse. As for Li Hao, Wang Jie believes he cannot resist either. However, it is said that Li Hao's mentor is quite concerned about him. And if he truly wished to decline, it would not pose a significant issue. Lu Long of the enforcement team holds a considerably higher position than Wang Jie and is indeed a man of substantial authority. Wang Jie is eager to hear Li Hao's perspective. After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao lowered his head and softly replied, "Director, I wish to go. The confidential office is excellent, and I quite enjoy it. However, you know, my primary goal in joining the inspection department is to avenge my friend." Sighing, Wang Jie responded, "I understand. To be honest, I will miss you greatly if you leave. Even if you choose to stay. I was prepared to report to the higher-ups to see if I could promote you. But since your heart is set on the self-immolation case, I shall not obstruct your decision. Just be cautious. The enforcement team is far more perilous than the confidential office, with casualties occurring annually, particularly concerning the self-immolation case. I advise you to primarily handle documentation and refrain from engaging directly in the field, as it may not be as straightforward as it seems. Should the enforcement team be unable to manage it, it may draw the attention of higher authorities." Li Hao nodded silently. Observing this, Wang Jie refrained from further discussion. He genuinely liked this young man. Yet, as Li Hao's intention in joining the inspection department was clear, there was little more to persuade him. "Thank you, Director." Thank you, Director. Li Hao expressed his gratitude once more, as everyone in the confidential office had treated him kindly. In truth, had circumstances not escalated to this point, he would have considered remaining in the confidential office a commendable choice. Upon exiting the director's office, Li Hao refrained from informing others of his transfer. He did not gather any belongings, merely exchanging a brief greeting with Chen Na before heading towards the enforcement team. Both the enforcement team and the confidential office are located at the headquarters of the inspection department, albeit in separate buildings. The confidential office lies behind the inspection hall, while the enforcement team occupies a more spacious building nearby, a territory far more opulent than that of the confidential office. Clad in his inspection uniform, Li Hao approached the entrance of the enforcement building without facing any opposition. The members of the enforcement team, bustling in and out, appeared quite formidable. In comparison, Li Hao seemed somewhat frail and unremarkable. Without inquiring for directions, he made his way up the stairs, intending to find Lu Yin. Lu Yin, the deputy captain of the enforcement team, has her own office situated on the 6th floor. Before long, Li Hao arrived on the 6th floor, which was largely deserted, occupied mainly by various leaders' offices. After surveying the area and locating the nameplate, he promptly knocked on one of the office doors. "Come in," Lu Yan's voice, lacking the charm of the previous evening, bore a hint of coldness. As Li Hao stepped inside, her tone shifted, now tinged with amusement. "Ah, little Li Hao has arrived. You seem to have had a restless night, longing for your sister so early in the morning?" "Good morning, Captain Lu." Li Hao saluted, remaining composed and adhering to decorum. The allure of her charm held no sway over him. Moreover, amidst the omnipresent crises, there exists little inclination to admire the grace of this individual. Not to mention, this Captain Lu is no ordinary person. He is in cahoots with Lu Long, and Li Hao is reluctant to invite trouble upon himself. "Why so serious, little Li Hao?" Lu Yan's smile was as radiant as a blooming flower, while Li Hao stood rigidly, maintaining an upright posture, casting a furtive glance around her office. His heart trembled in secret. The office was vast, comparable in size to a classified operations center, at least 1 to 200 square meters. However, the true concern lay not in its dimensions. It was rather unusual that, at a glance, Li Hao spotted an array of weapons of mass destruction displayed throughout the office. What is a third-generation vortex compared to this? Such a small handgun, in this context, is mere refuse. The Storm One. Li Hao had heard of this. It possesses formidable lethality, being a submachine gun capable of firing 300 rounds in one go. The 4th-generation Hawkeye, the most advanced sniper rifle, boasts an impressive accurate range exceeding 500 meters, with an actual lethal radius even broader. The 2nd-generation armor-piercing rounds are rumored to penetrate steel directly. This is no office. It is an armory. Li Hao's heart raced. Yet, Lu Yin seemed to notice the change in his expression and burst into laughter. "Little Li Hao, do not be shocked. These are merely models. Sister keeps them for display. They are not real." Li Hao was at a loss for words. "Do you think I'm gullible? Models?" The metallic texture gleamed with a chilling sheen. "Are these truly just models? Do you take me for blind?" The law enforcement team is quite audacious. Lu Yin brazenly displays such lethal weapons in her office. "Models indeed." Lu Yin chuckled, suddenly reaching for a black grenade and tossing it towards Li Hao, saying, "Play with it, it's harmless." Li Hao's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily caught it. A cold sweat began to form on his brow. "Goodness, it won't explode, will it? Don't be afraid." Lu Yin approached, her demeanor cheerful. Observing Li Hao's hesitant grasp, she casually pulled the pin from the grenade and laughed. "No worries. The pin is still in. Nothing is amiss." Li Hao felt a chill run down his spine. "Are you out of your mind?" She actually pulled the pin. In that moment, he felt a surge of panic. Fortunately, Lu Yin soon broke into laughter again, retrieving the grenade and casually tossing it out the window. "It's truly harmless. It's fake." A thunderous explosion ensued, shaking the room. Li Hao turned pale. "Fake? Moreover, this woman is insane. She just threw it out and it exploded. How can that be harmless?" Lu Yin, however, continued to observe him intently. Noticing his ashen complexion, she suddenly ceased her laughter and spoke in a more subdued tone. "Little Li Hao, this is not acceptable." "Huh? Has this frightened you?" Li Hao furrowed his brow momentarily before relaxing it. "I am entirely unfamiliar with these matters. I am just an ordinary person. Even if I were to join the law enforcement team, I might not even interact with such individuals. Captain Lu, it is only natural for me to feel fear. Perhaps after a few more encounters, I might grow accustomed to it." "Is that so?" Lu Yin smiled. "You are so timid, yet that is not what the boss said. He mentioned you possess considerable courage. In truth, I believe you possess quite a daring spirit. If you were truly timid, knowing full well the complexities surrounding the self-immolation case, would you still dare to pursue it relentlessly? Some matters simply must be addressed. At this moment, Li Hao regained his composure, aware of the lurking danger. One still ventures forth. Much like your team, Team Lu, you are acutely aware that superpowered individuals are not to be trifled with. Yet you still provoke them. Are you not afraid? I reckon no one is entirely devoid of fear. Rather, sometimes one must act regardless. That is a valid point. Lu Yin nodded in agreement, her smile returning. Indeed, no one is unafraid. I too harbor fears, and even the leader does. Yet fear does not equate to surrender. She turned her gaze to Li Hao. I do not perceive you as a source of assistance, but since the leader has spoken, I welcome you to join the enforcement team. This is of little consequence. What truly matters is that I welcome you to the demon hunting squad. Demon hunting? Li Hao's eyes flickered with intrigue. Was this the name of their small team? As he observed Lu Yin extending her hand, he reached out to clasp it. However, the moment their hands met, Li Hao felt a jolt of surprise. In an instant, Lu Yan's wrist tightened, seizing his right hand with a deft twist. Before he could react, she executed a shoulder throw, and with a resounding thud, Li Hao crashed to the ground. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Li Hao sprang back up. After 3 years of training in the primate technique, it had indeed borne some fruit. He leaped, stifling his pain, and swiftly evaded Lu Yan's reach. She refrained from further assault, merely observing him with a hint of admiration, teasingly remarking, "Well done. Although your vigilance could use improvement and your skills are quite average, your reflexes are commendable. This must be the primate technique from the new 5 Animals book. Well practiced." Li Hao remained silent, brimming with caution. Internally, he was taken aback. This woman, appearing fragile, had just displayed a grip akin to steel. He could sense the swelling in his arm without needing to look. Her strength was formidable. It felt as though he were ensnared by iron. "Let us see your prowess. Don't be afraid." Lu Yan's enchanting smile radiated charm, her eyes shimmering as she resumed her previous demeanor. Meanwhile, Li Hao could no longer afford to be complacent. Your foundation in the 5 Animals technique is advantageous. While the primate technique is not primarily offensive, it excels in evasion. Should you hone your skills to match your mentor's level, even ordinary superpowered individuals may struggle to keep pace with you. Upon hearing this, Li Hao's eyes subtly shifted, contemplating her words. And he inquired softly, "Are you implying that my mentor's primate technique is exceptionally strong?" Lu Yin paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, her joy overwhelming. "Who authored the new 5 Animals book?" "It was penned by Elder Yuan." "Do you dare to question the strength of a creator who compiled the 5 Animals technique?" After a fit of laughter, she abruptly ceased, responding with conviction, "Indeed. Your mentor, Yuan Shua, though not a superpowered individual, was a top-tier expert in the realm of the mundane before the emergence of superpowers. Alas, once superpowers surfaced, he did not enter that domain." With a sigh, it was uncertain whether her lament was for Yuan Shua's fate or for her own. What does it matter if one excels in the martial arts of the mundane? No matter how skilled one may be, it is perhaps futile to withstand the onslaught of a superhuman's fireball, a flash of a blade, or a streak of lightning. Such is the tragedy of existence. However, soon after, Lu Yin regained her composure, her smile fading as she stepped forward. "Come, let us seek out the leader. This will also afford you an opportunity to comprehend our endeavors and to grasp your own role. It is essential to possess some awareness of both our adversaries and ourselves. I do not expect much from you, but do not hinder our progress." Li Hao felt his heart quicken. Superpowers. Perhaps here, with Lulong, he could acquire deeper insights into the realm of superhuman abilities, marking the inception of his journey into this extraordinary domain. Those who dare to confront superhumans must undoubtedly possess considerable knowledge. This realization further fueled Li Hao's desire to join the enforcement team. Only by understanding the enemy could one effectively combat the Crimson Shadow. Chapter 14. I Feel Invincible. Lu Yin did not escort Li Hao to Lulong's office. Instead, she took a series of turns and ultimately led him to the basement of the law enforcement building, a restricted area inaccessible to others. The space was vast, and upon entering, Li Hao felt an eerie emptiness, yet it was remarkably silent, an unsettling quietude. In a place like the law enforcement building, such an atmosphere was undeniably extraordinary. Upon entering, Li Hao noticed an array of exercise equipment, and similarly to Lu Yan's office, the walls were adorned with numerous weapons, both firearms and melee armaments. Swords, guns, and spears were all present. Among the firearms, Li Hao even spotted a rather imposing small cannon, causing a shiver to run down his spine. Goodness! How much weaponry had these individuals stockpiled? The law enforcement team undoubtedly held advantages. Even if Lu Long's hoard of weapons were discovered, it would pose little concern. As the team leader and the chief of the violent enforcement agency in Silver City, he could easily claim that these arms were intended for combating criminals, and no one would dare challenge that assertion. If Li Hao were to amass such a collection of weapons, he would have been apprehended and executed long ago. In front of the fitness area in the armory, there was a narrow passage that seemed to lead to other sections. Yet Lu Yin did not take Li Hao through it. Upon entering the fitness zone, Lu Yin called out loudly, "Boss, the people have arrived." Moments later, several figures emerged from the depths. There was the tall and imposing Lu Long, the slender and lanky Wu Chao, a portly man whose movements caused the ground to tremble, and a petite woman who appeared familiar, not significantly aged. With Lu Yin, they formed a total of 5 members, the demon hunting squad of the law enforcement team. Lu Long approached with purposeful strides, his stern demeanor unchanged as he introduced himself again, captain of the demon hunting squad, responsible for frontline assaults. The lanky Wu Chao chuckled softly. "I'm Wu Chao, a reconnaissance officer of the demon hunting squad, tasked with intelligence gathering and drawing fire from the side." The stout man, robust and amiable in voice, introduced himself. "I'm Chen Jian, the shield bearer of the demon hunting squad, responsible for defense." The petite woman, with a gentle tone, added, "I'm Yun Yao, the squad's medic, responsible for healing." Though few in number, their roles were distinctly defined and comprehensive. Li Hao glanced at Lu Yin, pondering her role in this assembly. Lu Yin, with a charming smile, caught his gaze and teased, "What are you looking at?" "I'm Lu Yin, the vice captain of the demon hunting squad, the secondary attacker. The captain leads the charge, and I'm here to deliver the finishing blows." Li Hao understood. Lu Long then turned to Li Hao, his voice steady. "We are the entirety of the demon hunting squad. Previously, we had more members, but now it has dwindled to just us. Currently, the squad comprised 2 primary attackers, 1 medic, 1 shield bearer, and 1 scout." He fixed his gaze on Li Hao, his tone growing serious. "Li Hao, do you wish to join us?" Li Hao nodded in affirmation. Lu Long studied him intently and queried, "Do you know why we are called the demon hunting squad?" Li Hao remained silent. Lu Long answered his own question, "Because we embody justice." Justice? In this moment, Li Hao felt a sense of disorientation as he gazed upon the individuals before him. Are we truly the harbingers of justice? Lu Long's voice was cold yet unwavering, declaring, "We are indeed justice. Perhaps we each harbor our own motives and thoughts, but let us not forget that we are the enforcement division of the Inspection Bureau. We are the bastion of law, champions of righteousness, safeguarding Silver City. Everything we do serves a dual purpose, to fortify ourselves and to uphold peace. The demons we hunt are those who disturb the mortal realm, their hands stained with blood, the executioners of chaos." Li Hao, upon joining us, "The foremost lesson is to cast aside all else and remember this one truth. We are justice. Those errant superhumans are but demons, and while the night watchers cannot cleanse them, we shall take on that burden, responsible for eradicating this filth." From the very moment Li Hao joined the demon hunting squad, Lu Long began instilling the mission of the team within him. This squad, with its members harboring hidden agendas, was undeniably perilous, for their adversaries exceeded the limits of imagination. Thus, this small band possessed its own convictions, or perhaps its own faith, the pursuit of justice, regardless of the veracity of their beliefs. They firmly held that they were the emissaries of justice, driving out the demons plaguing Silver City. "Justice," Li Hao murmured. "Indeed," Lu Long responded, his tone grave. "Remember this, Li Hao. The demon hunting squad is the guardian angel of Silver City. Without us, this city would have suffered countless casualties, becoming a playground for many superhumans, ripe for plunder. Of course, at this moment, you may not take this to heart, nor do you have to believe it. However, venture outside, take a look around. In this vast world, with cities numbering in the hundreds or thousands, chaos reigns in every direction except for the center. The age of turmoil has arrived, where lives are as expendable as insects. The emergence of a single superhuman could throw an entire city into disarray. Yet, Silver City has enjoyed several years of peace and prosperity. Despite disturbances, it has remained tranquil. For 5 years, the demon hunting squad has eliminated 5 superhumans, 1 each year, each time rescuing Silver City from the brink. Lu Yin stood beside Li Hao, arms crossed, and with a playful smile remarked, "The boss speaks true. Although he has a penchant for exaggeration, there's no denying the essence of his words." Each of us joined the demon hunting squad with our own intentions. Perhaps our original aim was not to protect anyone. Yet the fact remains that our existence has allowed Silver City to thrive. Li Hao pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps Lu Long's assertions were not unfounded. Their pursuit of superhumans might indeed stem from a desire for their own transcendence, and in truth, they may have vanquished some who threatened to disrupt the peace of Silver City. Is the outside world truly in disarray? Li Hao was uncertain, for he had scarcely ventured beyond Silver City. To say scarcely was an understatement. He had once visited a neighboring city, but that was many years ago. Li Hao, Lu Long continued, his tone solemn. This is the first lesson I impart to you as you enter our ranks. Do not mistake us for shadowy specters operating in secrecy. We are the enforcers, the emissaries of justice. Thus, to us, all who are demons. We hunt these demons. Upon hearing these words, Li Hao suddenly felt a sense of relaxation. Although Lu Long's remarks contained a hint of self-aggrandizement and self-strategy, when he uttered, "We are the ones who embody justice. We are the enforcers of the law," Li Hao found an inexplicable comfort in those words. It was a peculiar sense of ease. We are not the sinister figures operating in the shadows. We are the guardians of the entire city. Though our initial intentions may not have been so noble, the reality stands before us. A master. At that moment, Li Hao increasingly perceived Lu Long as a true master. It was not merely a matter of strength. His intellect was exceptional, particularly in his ability to guide others in thought. He instilled in every member of the demon hunting team an unwavering belief that all their actions were just. There was no sense of guilt when they eliminated superhumans. They only felt a sense of accomplishment, believing they were protecting the people, upholding justice, and safeguarding Silver City. Such psychological fulfillment is something that ordinary leaders cannot achieve. Astonishingly, Lu Long had made significant strides in this regard. In that moment, Li Hao considered that joining the demon hunting team might indeed be a commendable choice. At that juncture, Lu Long spoke in a deep voice. "Li Hao, introduce yourself." After a moment of contemplation, Li Hao replied, "My name is Li Hao, formerly an inspector in the Secretariat. A graduate of Silver City Ancient Academy. I excel in the monkey style of the 5 animals technique, and my movements are quite agile." "Is that all?" Lu Long inquired. Observing him closely, Li Hao felt a bit embarrassed. "That's all," Lu Long coldly remarked. "Is this how you became Yuan Shua's closed-door disciple?" Li Hao felt a twinge of awkwardness that was merely the teacher's elevation of me. "Li Hao, here, if you do not possess sufficient value, when faced with danger, we will not abandon you, but we will not risk our lives to rescue you. However, if you are of considerable value, even if it costs us our lives, we will ensure your survival, allowing our beliefs to endure." Li Hao fell silent for a moment, then added, "I am also skilled in the analysis of ancient texts. In the exploration of ancient civilizations, the interpretation of ancient scripts is a crucial component. I possess a remarkable memory, which is one of my strengths." The others exchanged glances, their expressions revealing a hint of intrigue. Ancient text analysis. Is it useful? Indeed, it holds significant importance. Yuan Shua's esteemed position is largely due to his role as the head of the Ancient Civilization Exploration Department. His identity is not the crux. What matters is that Yuan Shua is also a seasoned expert in ancient civilizations with an exceptionally deep understanding of the subject. Therefore, even the Night Watchmen rely heavily on him. However, the Night Watchmen dare not allow Yuan Shua to become a superhuman, for that would lead to numerous complications. Some knowledge may be of little use to ordinary people, yet it is immensely beneficial to superhumans. Yet often, superhumans lack the adequate knowledge and insight to discern what is advantageous for them. But Yuan Shua can. As an ordinary individual, Yuan Shua would not dare to hoard or conceal knowledge. However, once he becomes a superhuman, he may become uncontrollable should he discover some treasures. He could very well seize them for himself, and do so without anyone's knowledge. At that moment, Lu Long's eyes gleamed with a hint of excitement. "Have you gained some of Yuan Shua's true teachings?" Li Hao humbly remarked, "Captain, you overestimate me. The knowledge of my teacher is vast as the ocean. I am but a mere droplet drawn from it." With a sense of helplessness, he added, "I spent merely 2 years at the Ancient Academy under my teacher's guidance, primarily engaged in learning without much practical involvement. My teacher excels in numerous areas, while I currently focus solely on the analysis of ancient texts, lacking in other abilities compared to him. His expertise spans many fields, such as trap disarming, artifact preservation, geomancy, and the study of ancient civilizations." Reflecting on Yuan Shua, Li Hao felt a deep sense of admiration, lamenting, "After leaving the Ancient Academy, I became preoccupied with other matters, leaving no time for further study. Truly, I am in awe of my teacher's capabilities. Lu Long said solemnly. That is quite an achievement. Being recognized by Yuan Shua signifies your talent and abilities. Without elaborating further on ancient text analysis, he swiftly declared, Very well, Li Hao, from this day forth, you shall serve as the intelligence analyst and bait for the demon hunting team. A hush fell over the room. Bait, is that also a role one can share? Nearby, Wu Chao chuckled softly, his laughter carrying an eerie quality. Looks like I can finally be relieved of my duties. Ever since the previous bait perished, I have been filling that role, and I was genuinely concerned about my own fate. Now, it appears someone will take over. Li Hao was left speechless. Of course, Lu Long had made it clear beforehand that he was the bait. This was merely a formal confirmation. In the next moment, Lu Long glanced at Li Hao, a slight frown adorning his face. However, I did not designate you as bait to send you to your demise. Your physique suggests your strength is somewhat lacking. Even with your training in the ape technique, the time has been too short for significant progress. With that, he strode towards the fitness equipment. Come, let us test your abilities. I need to gauge your skills to determine how to train you, and also see if you can manage to escape from a superpowered individual. Test? Li Hao said nothing and followed suit, with the others curiously trailing behind. Lu Yin leaned closer to Li Hao, whispering playfully, Show us your full potential here. Do not hold back. You are too weak, and concealing your abilities would yield little reward. The captain possesses some valuable resources. Li Hao remained silent, merely sidestepping her proximity. He found her breath against his ear uncomfortable. Lu Yin laughed heartily, while Lu Long remained indifferent. Meanwhile, another female team member, the Dr. Yunyao, chuckled lightly. Yin? Stop teasing him. Who is teasing him? Lu Yin replied, her smile radiant. Look at our team. We have such an array of faces. Some are as thin as bamboo poles, others as stout as walls. The captain is decent, but he is older and his complexion is rather dark, resembling a coal ball. Little Hao, however, is quite handsome. The three men paused momentarily, falling silent. Yet, Li Hao felt utterly innocent, as though he had inadvertently offended three individuals at once. I certainly did not say those words. It was Lu Yin who did. Please do not hold a grudge against me for her remarks. At this moment, the group had arrived at the fitness area, a veritable cornucopia of equipment. Lu Long, disregarding the earlier incident, spoke with a voice resonant and clear. Before entering the realm of the extraordinary, humanity had formidable practitioners, such as your mentor, Yuan Shua, who perfected the 5 animal frolics to an extraordinary degree, wielding immense combat prowess. The previous chief inspector of the inspection division, clad in iron cloth, also cultivated his skill to the utmost. Ordinary blades and swords could scarcely penetrate, and firearms merely left superficial wounds. These individuals epitomized the pinnacle of martial arts within the mundane realm. Prior to the emergence of the extraordinary, we referred to such individuals as martial masters, masters of the martial arts, who, with their corporeal forms, could contend against modern weaponry. Martial masters. Li Hao listened intently, for this was a realm previously unexplored by him. Lu Long continued, martial masters can vary in strength. However, distinctions are not merely based on brute force. Some excel in speed, others in defense, and still others in strength. Each possesses their unique talents, making it difficult to categorize them together. A swift martial master might defeat a powerful but slow opponent, while a strong one might indeed vanquish a faster adversary with a single blow. A martial master must possess an exceptional ability that transcends the ordinary. Only then may they be deemed a martial master. Speed and strength are the most apparent manifestations, while other attributes, such as defensive capabilities, as exemplified by Chen Jian, become hard to assess unless one is faced with life and death. Li Hao nodded once more. Grasping the logic, he gazed at Lu Long, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Are you suggesting, Captain, that it is difficult to distinguish the strength of martial masters? So, all martial masters are essentially equal? Nonsense. Li Hao was at a loss for words in response to such a claim. Lu Long turned to him. Do not overthink it. Strength is strength, and weakness is weakness. Thus, over a decade ago, there were distinctions among martial masters, albeit with fewer tiers, slaying 10, breaking 100, and contending against 1,000. That is the essence of a martial master. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback. This was astonishingly straightforward. Too simplistic, perhaps. Lu Long seemed to perceive his thoughts and coldly remarked, It is indeed that direct. The individuals here refer to the level of soldiers within the regular army. Anyone who can be termed a martial master must meet the most basic requirement of being able to confront and annihilate a small squad of 10. This is the standard for slaying 10. Beyond that lies breaking 100, a challenge beyond your imagination. If you can shatter a 100-man battalion with a single blow, you are a 100-breaker. As for contending against 1,000, Lu Long inhaled deeply. That is merely a theoretical notion. In reality, even the mightiest individual, when confronted by 1,000-strong army, would find themselves on a path to demise, even without the use of modern weaponry. Your stamina and energy would be swiftly depleted in battle. No matter how powerful, there are limits, and it is simply impossible to contend against 1,000. Only with the advent of extraordinary abilities did some truly powerful individuals attain the level of contending against 1,000. Li Hao was momentarily taken aback and posed a question. Are you implying that only formidable superpowered individuals can achieve such feats? Does that mean that weaker superpowered beings might only reach the level of merely slashing 10 or breaking 100? Lu Long regarded him with a hint of derision. Only slashing 10 or breaking 100. Just wait until the day you experience it for yourself. Breaking 100. Standing against 100 foes. The speed and strength have reached an extraordinary zenith. Such superpowered beings possess unique abilities. Even a master martial artist who has broken 100 would face a perilous struggle against them. Do you still consider them weak? Li Hao remained silent. The notion of breaking 100 seemed deceptively easy, yet if he were truly confronted by a squad of 100 seasoned soldiers, he would likely be swiftly dispatched. At that moment, Li Hao was keenly curious about Lu Long's prowess. Was the captain truly of the breaking 100 caliber? Lu Long's expression was one of indifference. While Lu Yin chimed in with a smile, you could say that, though it's a stretch. If our leader were not formidable, how could he guide us in vanquishing superpowered beings? Superpowered individuals are indeed powerful. Even the weakest among them possesses strength akin to breaking 100. And they are often more troublesome. It was only then that Li Hao comprehended the true extent of the captain's strength, albeit only on a superficial level. He had yet to grasp the full magnitude of it. Breaking 100 sounded unimpressive. And what of Teacher Yuan? Your teacher, in his prime, likely possessed combat prowess of breaking 100. However, now, in his advanced years, his vitality and speed have waned, and he may no longer be capable, Lu Long remarked, shaking his head slightly. In the past, many top-tier martial artists reached this level. Yet, as firearms have grown more powerful and super abilities emerged, few have dedicated themselves to the arduous practice of mundane martial arts. He gazed at Li Hao, letting out a sigh. Super abilities transcend the limits of the human body, allowing individuals to surpass themselves and raise their potential without bounds. Even a barrel containing just a modicum of water can hold more than a wine glass. The mundane martial artist is akin to the wine glass, while super abilities represent the barrel. Do you understand? Li Hao nodded, comprehending. It was indeed a disheartening reality. If a mundane martial artist cannot harness mysterious energies to become a superpowered being, then no matter how diligently one trains throughout their life, they would remain unable to transcend their limits, struggling for years only to find themselves unable to contend with a mere novice superpowered individual. What a despairing predicament. Take Yuan Shua. For instance, he began training in martial arts at a young age, yet now, at over 70, his vitality has declined. Once a leader in the martial arts community, he has fallen from breaking 100 to perhaps only slashing 10. Such strength is merely a beginner's level among superpowered beings. A master over 70 years of age finds himself compared to some fledgling novices. It is no wonder that when he taught the 5-animal technique, Teacher Yuan merely stated it was a means of self-preservation and physical enhancement, never mentioning it as a method of killing. The reality is simply too disheartening. Lu Long briefly summarized, and then continued. You should attempt to assess your speed and strength, gauge your abilities. Upon hearing this, Li Hao ceased his inquiries. There was no need for pretense. His modest foundation in the monkey technique would likely not impress these individuals. In the training arena, Li Hao moved with the agility of a monkey, swiftly leaping and rolling through the fitness area. Occasionally, he unleashed a monkey fist, causing several sandbags to bounce away. Outside the arena, Lu Long observed silently. The frail Wu Chao watched for a moment before gently shaking his head, remarking that while Li Hao was somewhat stronger than the average person, he was not significantly superior to some of the veteran inspectors in their team. Could this leader truly evade the pursuit of superhumans? The chubby Chun Jian grumbled, asserting that Li Hao certainly lacked the prowess of a rank 10, at most reaching rank 2 or 3. Our demon hunting squad hasn't recruited such a weakling in years, have we? He lamented. Against 2 or 3 soldiers, Li Hao's skills might prove somewhat useful, potentially allowing him to defeat them. However, The difference between facing 2 or 3 opponents and 10 was not merely a matter of 3 or 4 times more difficult. It was an exponential challenge, far exceeding tenfold. At that moment, Li Hao appeared exceedingly weak in their eyes. Lu Yan, arms crossed, watched for a while before smiling and stating, "Keeping him around has its merits. He can contribute in logistics and intelligence analysis. After all, he is a civilian, not a warrior like you lot." Li Hao was a civilian and should have been prepared for this reality, a notion Lu Yin found unproblematic. The others considered her perspective and found it reasonable. Lu Yin continued, equipping him with some firearms. "Does rank 10 really sound so formidable? A single shot could easily eliminate him. Of course, when one reaches the 100th tier. Whether martial artist or superhuman, they become exceedingly difficult to contend with. The main challenge lies in locking onto them. You might see someone issue a command in your mind. And the next moment, they are right in front of you, striking you down with a single blow. No matter how powerful your weapon, it would be futile then. Below the 100th tier, firearms still possess tremendous lethality. If someone can distract the target, even those above 100 can be dealt with." Lu Long nodded slightly, affirming that he should indeed carry firearms, selecting some effective, convenient, and lightweight options for him. As long as this fellow has enough wits about him. If he could manage to slay a superhuman and gain some mysterious energy, even if he doesn't become a superhuman, enhancing his physique and speed to break the 10 threshold shouldn't be insurmountable, he added with a low chuckle. The key is that he is not merely a civilian. He's also an expert in ancient texts. While he may not rival Yuan Shua, he might still prove valuable to us. Upon hearing this, the others fell into contemplative silence, recognizing that Li Hao indeed held substantial potential. Joining the demon hunting squad might not be a bad idea after all. Meanwhile, Li Hao, who was still energetically leaping, felt quite pleased with himself. He believed he had improved significantly since before. As he exited the training area, panting slightly and filled with anticipation, he inquired, "Captain, do you think I am comparable to a rank 10 martial artist? Could I be considered to have broken the 10 threshold?" He felt hopeful that he could take on 10 opponents at once. Lu Long hesitated, feeling an unusual sense of embarrassment, unable to respond for a moment. Where did this young man find such confidence? A rank 10? Really? The others exchanged glances, realizing that indeed, humans often lacked self-awareness. A rank 10? He might as well be dreaming. Li Hao gradually sensed the dissonance in their reactions and, after a pause, awkwardly suggested, "How about rank 9? The group remained silent. Rank 5? Silence lingered once more. A subtle change crossed Li Hao's countenance. Could it truly be? After consuming the sword-infused water, I felt remarkably empowered, even believing I could contend with Teacher Yuan. Yet, Teacher Yuan has surpassed the century mark. Surely, I cannot be so far behind." After a considerable pause, Lu Long shattered the stillness. "Do not overthink it. Fear not the weak, but rather the indolent. Apply yourself diligently, and even slaying 10 is merely a matter of time." Once again, silence enveloped them. Li Hao grasped the gravity of the situation, a wave of helplessness and sorrow washing over him. "So, I am not even at the level of slaying 5? Yet, I am wholeheartedly determined to eliminate the red shadow. Truly, ignorance breeds a fearless heart." Chapter 15. The Realm of Superpowers in the Dimly Lit Basement. Li Hao found it hard to believe the strength of Zhan Shi. The notion of facing 10 opponents seemed rather unremarkable to him. After all, some seasoned inspectors appeared capable of achieving similar feats. Was it truly formidable? Lu Long, with an air of arrogance, remarked, "To me, it is undoubtedly weak. For you, a martial artist at the Zhan Shi level could effortlessly take down several of you." Nearby, the petite Yin Yao softly interjected, "Li Hao, do not underestimate any martial artist. Zhan Shi represents a martial artist capable of forming a military formation with 10 individuals. To breach that and annihilate them all, that is the true essence of Zhan Shi. Engaging in a one-on-one battle differs vastly from a 10-on-1 scenario." Lu Long, with a hint of indifference, added, "It is futile to elaborate further. Qin Jian, you shall instruct him on what it means to be a martial artist." "I?" The stout Qin Jian, somewhat simple-minded, replied, "I am not adept at offense and quite slow. This lad possesses commendable speed. Our strengths lie in different areas." "Indeed." Li Hao's agility surpassed his, while Qin Jian excelled in defense. "Give it a try," Lu Long urged, his brow slightly furrowed. "Engaging him in play is prudent. Your defensive prowess will prevent any unfortunate incidents." Reluctantly, Li Hao felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed he was merely being treated as a target to test Qin Jian's skills. Nevertheless, the competitive spirit within him stirred. After all, every man harbors a desire for challenge and valor. He was uncertain of Chun Jian's true capabilities, but considering his imposing physique, even if Li Hao could not best him, he could likely evade capture. With an innocent grin, Chun Jian glanced at the eager Li Hao and proposed, "Shall we spar a little?" He added, "I am the weakest in our team, lacking in all skills except defense. You practice the 5 animal frolics. Your speed is quite commendable. And I may not be able to keep up." Li Hao regarded him skeptically. The admission made him question Chun Jian's true strength. Lu Long, growing impatient, proclaimed, "Aside from defense, Chun Jian is the weakest in terms of speed, attack, and breakthrough abilities in our team. If you are unwilling, we can substitute Wu Chao." Casting a glance at Wu Chao, Li Hao shook his head. Forget it. The lean figure exuded agility and, as the team's scout, was likely more elusive than a monkey. Li Hao knew his own limitations and doubted he could even land a hit. "Then I shall proceed." Chun Jian stepped forward, his movements deliberate and slow. Li Hao remained silent, his stance ready as the initial posture of the monkey technique unfolded. In an instant, Chun Jian's large palm, akin to a fan, came crashing down. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Hao leaped back, sensing the weight behind that strike. On the opposing side, Chun Jian, having delivered his blow, observed Li Hao's jump. Without a second thought, he shifted slightly to the right, and in that moment, Li Hao's expression shifted dramatically. His landing spot was now compromised. In midair, Li Hao swiftly adjusted, kicking his legs frantically to regain balance, devoid of any grace. True martial arts, in essence, lack much aesthetic appeal. The monkey style is tolerable. Yet the other forms within the 5 animal frolics appear rather clumsy, with some requiring practitioners to crawl on the ground, rendering them even more ungraceful. Chun Jian's round face broke into a simple smile, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. This was not due to any swiftness in reaction or superior strength, but rather a testament to his experience. Engaging in combat with superhuman beings without sufficient experience could lead to swift demise. As Li Hao unleashed a flurry of chaotic kicks, utilizing the resistance of the air to maneuver, Chun Jian remained unperturbed, casually taking a couple of steps. In that moment, Li Hao found himself unable to leverage his position. Plummeting directly to the ground, landing less than a meter in front of Chun Jian, their faces nearly touching. The instant Li Hao touched down, he felt the ground's force beneath his feet and prepared to spring away. However, from his peripheral vision emerged a large hand, the very same hand that had struck him earlier. A sharp crack resonated through the air. Li Hao tumbled through the air, crashing to the ground with a thud, rather than striking his face. Chun Jian had aimed for his neck, now stained crimson. At that moment, Li Hao was utterly dazed, as if his neck had been broken. He felt disconnected, his head swirling, and beneath his neck, there was a numbness creeping in. Despite his attempts to leap and regain momentum, he was thoroughly bewildered by the force of that single slap. Chun Jian, still retaining his Navi demeanor, glanced at his own hand and then at the fallen Li Hao, offering an awkward smile before turning to Lu Long and the others. With a sheepish tone, he remarked, "I didn't expect him to react so slowly, nor did I foresee him jumping in right away. As you said, if one lacks strength, leaping into the air is tantamount to courting death. I never imagined I would witness it today, when strength is insufficient. Leaping into the air can lead to a perilous situation, especially if one's landing is obstructed, leaving one vulnerable to being easily dispatched. This is a cardinal sin in practical combat. Even a martial artist with over 100 accomplishments rarely leaps into the air during a real confrontation unless absolutely necessary. For doing so exposes all vulnerabilities and erases any chance for counterattack. Grounded stances are a fundamental principle every martial artist must remember in practice." Li Hao, relying on his training in monkey style, had presumed himself to be faster and more agile, only to be swiftly brought low by a single slap. The basement resonated with silence, save for Chun Jian's earnest explanations. Meanwhile, Li Hao, head bowed and face flushed, faced a crushing blow to his self-esteem. He had fancied himself competent, yet here he was, effortlessly dispatched by a shield-bearer within his own team. Had Chun Jian not held back, Li Hao suspected his neck might have been broken. Just moments ago, he had believed he could manage to take down 10 opponents, or at least 5 or 6. But now he was utterly disheartened. In that moment, a flicker of realization dawned upon him. He understood that he was not a true martial artist. Strictly speaking, he was merely an amateur who had practiced for a few days, lacking any real combat experience, truly just a novice. He had consistently overestimated himself. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, he wondered if, had he drawn his weapon swiftly enough, he might have been able to turn the tables on the Red Shadow and those behind it. How naive it seems to reflect upon such matters now. How childish. Others turned their gazes toward Lu Long, then back to Li Hao, revealing traces of intrigue. Had this fellow truly crumbled under pressure? His psychological resilience appeared rather lacking. Lu Long furrowed his brow slightly. While he intended to assert his dominance over Li Hao, that was not his primary objective. He sought instead to impart to Li Hao the gravity of the adversaries they faced, much more formidable than he could ever imagine. Yet, here they were. After merely a sparring session, and Li Hao appeared utterly defeated, his confidence shattered. At that moment, Li Hao lay prostrate on the ground, seemingly unable to rise. Unable to accept such a failure. Was it merely that? A hint of disappointment flickered in Lu Long's eyes. He had anticipated that. Even if Li Hao's strength was lacking, his intellect, patience, and resilience would be exceptional. After all, he had been recognized by Yuan Shuo and had pursued a year-long investigation for the sake of a friend. Lu Long believed that Li Hao still held potential for growth. Yet, could it be that Li Hao had experienced too much ease in his journey thus far? Could someone like him withstand adversity? He pondered deeply. Just then, Li Hao stood up, rubbing his neck, a shy smile gracing his face. He resembled a youthful lad. In truth, he was still quite young, remaining a student at the ancient academy. He thought to himself, I have always felt unique, possessing a brilliance that sets me apart. I gained admission to the ancient academy, became a disciple of teacher Yuan, successfully joined the inspection division, and solved cases. It seems I can accomplish anything. I excel at everything. As he spoke, he shook his head, a bittersweet smile appearing. Today, I finally understand that, in a fight, I am truly insignificant. I have only practiced the art of combat for 3 years. And during the past year, I've been rather lackadaisical. How could I possibly compare to those seasoned brothers? Brother Chen must have trained for many years. Brother Chen chuckled amiably. 16 years. I began my martial arts training at the age of 12. Li Hao fell silent. Not merely due to the 16 years of training, but because the other was 28. What a jest. Upon first seeing this stout fellow, Li Hao had assumed Brother Chen to be at least in his 40s, yet he was only 28. Speechless, Li Hao contemplated this internally, refraining from voicing his thoughts, instead displaying a hint of resignation. My teacher once said that martial arts depend largely on talent and diligence. Diligence outweighs talent. After 16 years of training, I once claimed to have talent, but given my erratic commitment, fishing for 2 days and slacking for 3, I should have been easily defeated by Brother Chen, who showed me mercy. Brother Chen smiled sheepishly. Don't say that. It was actually not too bad, though I held back. I still exerted about 30% of my strength. I struck you, and you didn't even lose consciousness. You merely fell to the ground, which is quite impressive. Was that a compliment? Li Hao stared at him, pondering whether the seemingly good-natured, stout fellow had any ulterior motives. A shield bearer who used 30% of his strength merely to knock him down. Was that something to be proud of? Certainly, you have only just joined, and it is only natural for you to feel somewhat unprepared. Currently, you can only be regarded as a reserve member. Aside from dealing with that arson case, where you will serve as bait, your primary focus should be on strengthening yourself and assisting us in analyzing and organizing data. He did not expect Li Hao to be of any immediate use. There was no hope for that. After speaking, Lu Long tightened his trench coat, glanced at the others, and promptly said, Lu Yin, please take this fellow under your wing and ensure he understands the situation before proceeding. We cannot afford to lose him inexplicably in the upcoming mission. Rest assured, I will take good care of him. Lu Yin replied with a bright smile. While Li Hao hesitated, contemplating, whatever, it doesn't matter who. At that moment, he felt like a junior member in this demon hunting team. Even the so-called weakest Chen Jian could easily overpower him. What more could be said? As for Dr. Yun Yao, Li Hao chose not to inquire further. She appeared familiar and gentle. Yet the reality might be quite different. Often, those who seem delicate can be the most formidable. Regarding Lu Yan, at least there was a degree of familiarity. Having exchanged a few more words, with a cheerful demeanor, Lu Yan looked at Li Hao and said, Come, little Li Hao, let us have a chat in the office. It feels rather stifling here. After a moment's thought, Li Hao responded, Captain Lu, there's no rush. He then turned to Lu Long, stating, Captain Lu, you may address me as boss. Lu Long wore a haughty expression, as if being called boss was a significant achievement. Li Hao remained silent, under the eaves. One must bow to the wind. Boss, the perpetrator behind Zhang Yuan's murder is likely already aware of our investigation due to our noticeable activity last night. I have studied the case, and it seems that each time it rains, it may serve as the perpetrator's opportunity. It has been nearly a year since the last incident, and according to the timeline, the upcoming rainy days may coincide with their next strike. Lu Long nodded slightly. I am aware. I will make the necessary preparations. What you are implying is that you are probably the next target. Are you afraid? Li Hao remained silent. Do not worry. Lu Long did not elaborate further, merely advising Li Hao, your current objective is to gather knowledge and understand more, which is essential for your survival. As for dealing with the mastermind behind the arson case, we will devise a plan. Li Hao chose to place his trust in them, believing that Lu Long would not act recklessly. With that, Lu Long stepped outside, followed swiftly by Wu Chao and Qin Jian. Yun Yao did not accompany them, instead greeting Li Hao and walking deeper into the basement. Lu Yin observed Yun Yao and noticed Li Hao gazing at her, which sparked a playful grin as she whispered, "Little fellow, feeling pressured chatting with the sister? Do not dwell too much on her. Sisters are wonderful." Team leader Lu misunderstood. Lu Yin chuckled again. Whether there's a misunderstanding or not is inconsequential. It's merely a reminder. Being a doctor is not a role for just anyone. For us, seeking a doctor for ordinary injuries is futile. Moreover, doctors often play a crucial role within the team, undertaking tasks that others cannot accomplish. Li Hao's interest was piqued, and he curiously inquired, "What do you mean?" "The ability to strip away mysterious powers." As Lu Yin spoke, her laughter bore a hint of trepidation. Mystical energy. Li Hao paused momentarily. This enigmatic force seemed invisible to the average person, and while it was conceivable that a superpowered individual could perceive it, the people before him evidently could not. Clearly, the extraction of mystical energy was no simple task. Yet, Yun Yao was capable of achieving it. According to Lu Yin, Yun Yao was indeed a crucial element of their team. Their hunt for superpowered beings was aimed at seizing this mystical energy. Without Yun Yao, the existence of their small group would be rendered meaningless. It was surprising that someone as audacious as Lu Yin would exhibit such caution. At that moment, Li Hao took note. Despite appearing to be ordinary individuals, each member of this team was anything but simple. None who gained entry into the group were to be underestimated. Let us move on. There is nothing more to see. Lu Yin playfully nudged Li Hao with her foot and cheerfully advised, "Keep your distance from that woman. She is more difficult to deal with than our leader. You can joke with the boss, but with her, it's best to minimize conversation." Li Hao obediently nodded. He understood the importance of compliance. A year later, he remained as earnest as ever, yet the entire confidential office spoke highly of him. No one uttered a word against him, and that sufficed. Though he had only spent half an hour below, upon returning upstairs, the once dreaded office now provided a sense of comfort, far superior to the atmosphere below. With a thud, Lu Yin unceremoniously plopped herself into a chair, her legs draped over the desk, gesturing for Li Hao to sit at his leisure. Once he was settled, Lu Yin casually initiated a conversation that was anything but trivial. Li Hao adopted a serious demeanor. Though he appeared courteous, he had no intention of holding back in his quest for knowledge, so he directly inquired, "Captain Lu, how does one become a superpowered individual?" "There are two scenarios," Lu Yin responded succinctly. "First, the innate ones. Some individuals are born with the ability to absorb mystical energy without the need for training or the guidance of energy into their bodies. Naturally, they possess a foundation of mystical energy within them, which flourishes on its own. These individuals are referred to as celestial affinity masters." Celestial affinity masters. Li Hao mentally noted this term. Secondly, one can draw energy into the body. She continued, "This is the conventional method for advancement. Absorbing mystical energy and undergoing a baptism of this energy to unlock one's own mystical potential. Such superpowered individuals represent the mainstream and constitute the path that the majority must undertake. In the entire superpower system, they are known as starlight masters. The mystical energy, akin to brilliant starlight, is drawn in by these individuals, hence their self-designation as those illuminated by the stars. Starlight masters. Li Hao committed this term to memory. So, the entire superpower system is categorized into two primary types based on the method of origin? He asked, seeking clarification. Lu Yin nodded. Strictly speaking, we also fall under the second category, aspiring to advance as starlight masters through the introduction of mystical energy. Thus, we do not belong to a third category. After a moment of contemplation, she added, "However, there are rumors of an additional method of advancement." Intrigued, Li Hao pressed further, "What method is that?" With a radiant smile, Lu Yin responded, "It is said that certain powerful superpowered artifacts can directly alter one's foundation, enabling advancement into the realm of superpowers. In essence, it is through external means that one transforms into a superhuman." A subtle thrill coursed through Li Hao's heart at the thought. Supernatural artifacts. Did the starry sky sword and the stone knife qualify? Lu Long must be aware, perhaps even suspecting that such items are within his grasp. Yet why does he refrain from mentioning them? Is there a hidden agenda, or does he simply not care? In the next moment, Lu Yin continued, of course. The reason this method is seldom discussed is due to its inherent difficulty. First, one requires exceptionally powerful supernatural artifacts, which the average individual could never hope to obtain. Second, it is said that these artifacts come with certain restrictions. Not everyone can simply acquire them and undergo transformation. The specifics elude me, but the boss might be in the know, though you need not concern yourself with it. Li Hao remained silent, nodding in acknowledgement. Shifting the topic, he queried, what about the boss's earlier mention of matching with the supernatural and drawing energy into the body? Each person's constitution varies, with distinct strengths and weaknesses. The supernatural is not a singular entity, but rather exists in myriad forms. For instance, the boss excels in offense. Yet he himself is unaware of the precise nature of his attacks, be it lightning, flames, or frost. Ultimately, he lacks clarity regarding the capabilities he possesses. In such circumstances, if one were to absorb incompatible mystical energy, unlocking one's internal superpower lock would prove exceedingly challenging. The superpower lock? Li Hao inquired. Is that akin to what we typically refer to as a supernatural barrier? I cannot ascertain its existence. The boss mentioned that within the Night Watchers, it is said that every individual possesses a lock that binds the mundane to the supernatural. Only by unlocking this mechanism can one step into the realm of the extraordinary. Li Hao comprehended the concept. Unlocking the superpower lock. This is what these ordinary individuals aspire to achieve. With regard to the superhumans, Li Hao had gleaned sufficient information. And in the next moment, he posed a more pressing question. Lu Yin, if I wish to advance to become a superhuman, is there a way? Drawing energy into the body is feasible, but it is currently quite difficult for you to access mystical energy. Unless you can eliminate the perpetrator of the self-immolation case. Perhaps you might secure a bit of it for yourself, Lu Yin candidly responded. However, it largely depends on how much merit you accrue. It is not a matter of weakness entitling you to more. Our demon hunting squad maintains fairness in this regard. Those who exert greater effort receive more. Li Hao nodded in understanding. So, do you possess a method to enhance my strength? Lu Yin smiled and nodded, indeed. Before advancing to superhuman status, if direct entry into the supernatural realm is unattainable, then bolster your martial prowess. If you find yourself too weak, there are numerous ways to strengthen yourself. Li Hao gazed on with anticipation. Lu Yin pondered for a moment before outlining. First, engage in relentless training. Second, adopt a commendable martial art. Your 5-animal technique is quite impressive. After all, Yuan Lao was once a master of over 100 martial arts, and this need not be overstated. Moreover, the 5-animal technique is remarkably comprehensive, excelling in offense, defense, and preservation. Li Hao nodded in agreement, recognizing the truth in her words, as he had only mastered the monkey style thus far. Lastly, external assistance. Lu Yin chuckled. This external force primarily pertains to the mysterious energy. When this energy enters the body, if it cannot assist in unlocking the superpower lock, it can still enhance our physical constitution, which is fundamental. A robust body and strong qualities, when combined with a formidable technique, will naturally empower you further. Mysterious energy. Li Hao pondered. I possess that. The sword soaking water. Naturally, external forces are not limited to this. Mysterious energy is merely one aspect. In fact, there are numerous external forces that can bolster oneself. Perhaps you could consult your teacher about this. Li Hao was taken aback. What do you mean? Lu Yin smiled playfully. As the head of the Ancient Civilization Exploration Department, I have explored countless ancient ruins. While the Night Watchmen have indeed taken most of the spoils, they would certainly leave some behind to appease your teacher. Ancient ruins are teeming with treasures. With your current weakness, your teacher's gifts would undoubtedly benefit you immensely. Li Hao remained silent. How could he muster the courage to ask his teacher for treasures? Ridiculous. Ha ha ha, do not be shy. It is not only your teacher. Our demon hunting team possesses such valuable items as well. In the next moment, Lu Yin whispered, heed my advice, there is no loss in it. As long as you prove your worth to the boss, demonstrating that you are a worthy investment, he will not be stingy. After eliminating a few superhumans, coupled with our position as the law enforcement agency of Silver City, we do have a little reserve. Li Hao blinked, understanding dawning upon him. After some contemplation, he inquired, Sister Lu, aside from one's personal feelings regarding strength enhancement, is there no definitive marker? For instance, upon reaching the 10th slashing realm, will there be any noticeable changes? Changes? Lu Yin paused briefly before smiling. Indeed, there are, But the true measure of a martial artist's strength lies in practical combat and genuine skill. In the basement, there is a combat training room. Once you enter, you will comprehend. If you can pass through there, once you clear the first level, you will have reached the 10th slashing realm. This signifies your capability to engage a 10-man elite team. A training room? Li Hao noted this with interest. He looked once more at Lu Yin. Aside from these, are there no other benefits or assistance in joining the demon hunting team? Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback by his gaze, seemingly grasping his intent. After a brief pause, she chuckled brightly, "You little rascal. You do not appear to be as innocent as you seem." Li Hao smiled innocently and replied softly, "For the sake of justice. For the sake of justice." Lu Yin could no longer maintain her smile. After a long moment, she shook her head with a sigh. "You certainly know how to apply what you've learned. I cannot provide you with many other resources as you have only just joined, but you may take whatever you wish from the firearms in my office. Take as many as you can carry. All of it is compliant and legal. You may very well need these items to strengthen yourself. Becoming powerful is not an overnight endeavor. I have been practicing martial arts for nearly 20 years, and this is the extent of my capabilities." Li Hao nodded. 20 years. At what age did you begin training in martial arts? The woman before him appeared to be in her 30s, certainly not exceeding 40. However, Li Hao dared not pose the question. These individuals, having dedicated themselves to martial arts for a decade or two, are indeed formidable. Li Hao understands the arduous nature of martial training. It is a path fraught with hardship. Over the past 3 years, he claims to have been lackadaisical. Yet whenever he finds a moment, he diligently practices the art of the ape, having already snapped 7 or 8 rings in his home, enduring countless falls. Subsequently, as Li Hao inquired further into various matters, he was oblivious to the passage of time. It was only when Lu Yin reminded him that dinner was nearing that he reluctantly ceased his questioning, still yearning for more knowledge. The more he learns, the greater his aspirations grow. Should he struggle to swiftly enter the realm of superpowers, making progress in martial arts and enhancing his self-protection capabilities would still be advantageous. The sword-soaking water is indeed a remarkable substance, and he must procure more and consume it diligently. Li Hao savored the refreshing sensation emanating from his chest. Perhaps this is the sole means by which he can swiftly bridge the gap between himself and others. Chapter 16. The men are on this day. Li Hao did nothing but inquire and listen. Lu Long, after a brief encounter in the morning, remained unseen for the rest of the day, likely preoccupied with some arrangements. Meanwhile, the enforcement team did not reassign Li Hao, perhaps wary of alarming the enemy, as the necessary protocols for mobilization had not been executed. Apart from a few members of the demon hunting squad, only Wang Jie from the confidential office was privy to the situation. As the clock struck 6 in the afternoon, marking the end of the workday, Li Hao tidied up his belongings. He still carried the third-generation vortex with him. Although Lu Yin had offered him the liberty to select various weapons, Li Hao refrained from doing so for the time being, as the more powerful the weapon, the more cumbersome it became to carry. He did, however, take several grenades. They were manageable enough to fit in his pocket, provided they did not detonate unexpectedly. Glancing at the sky, he noted the clear weather, suggesting that rain was unlikely this evening. Was Lu Long and the demon hunting squad already watching him? Had the bait plan truly commenced? While Li Hao found Lu Long somewhat trustworthy, he remained cautious, understanding that blind faith could be perilous. He did not know Lu Long well enough to assume an immediate camaraderie. If Lu Long were indeed on the side of justice, he might not intentionally harm him. Nevertheless, should he fall victim to the Red Shadow, it would be a tragedy indeed. Sacrificing oneself to eliminate a supernatural being might not even cause Lu Long to flinch. Even the mentor would have no words to offer in such a situation. Li Hao reasoned that Lu Long's silence regarding the matter of weapons could be influenced by his position as the captain of the enforcement team, which arguably constrained his actions. Lu Long was not among those who embraced wickedness. He belonged to the inspection division, under the watchful gaze of the night watchers. Even if his mentor remained inactive, he had, in a sense, saved Li Hao. Li Hao understood that without the formidable presence of Yuan Shua, Lu Long might have pressed him for the weapons, perhaps even compelling him to surrender them under the guise of evidence. But now, it was clear that the enemy was feigning ignorance, evidently wary of Yuan Shua. Was it simply that he himself was too weak? The sound of creaking interrupted his thoughts as Li Hao mounted his bicycle. He was oblivious to whether the Red Shadow faction was tracking him or if Lu Long and his companions were following. These individuals had skillfully evaded detection, making it difficult for him to discern their presence. The only path forward was to strengthen himself. Li Hao silently vowed that even the ever-enthusiastic Lu Yin could not be fully trusted. In the face of danger, she might not come to his rescue. He hoped to grow stronger before they made their move. As for the sword-soaking water, Li Hao had previously refrained from consuming too much, both due to the slow digestion and the concern of depleting the mysterious energy. However, at this juncture, he realized that should he perish, all that mysterious energy would be rendered useless. Thus, he resolved to soak and drink more. Moreover, he pondered whether it might be possible to damage the jade sword to release even greater reserves of mysterious energy. After all, at this point, he no longer cared whether it was a family heirloom. If the jade sword proved ineffective, he still had a stone knife at home, did he not? The bicycle continued its slow journey forward. Li Hao's eyes darted around, disregarding everything else. Soon, he arrived at Qiming Community, room 302 in Building 6. Before he even crossed the threshold, Black Panther sprang out from the shadows, moving with a swiftness that surpassed its previous speed. Woof! Black Panther wagged its tail, as if to convey that all was safe today. After Li Hao's departure, it seemed no one paid attention to his residence, nor did anyone come to investigate. Li Hao glanced at the panther, which appeared to have grown slightly larger since yesterday, and gently patted its head before entering. Upon stepping inside, Li Hao removed his clothing and switched on the light, though the room remained shrouded in darkness, with the curtains drawn tightly. He settled onto the sofa, contemplating the events of the past 2 days. Everything had unfolded so rapidly, it left him momentarily unable to digest the information, making it difficult to analyze the various clues clearly. The demon hunting squad, the Red Shadow faction, the Night Watchers, and the 8 great families. Perhaps I stand as the sole survivor of the 8 great families. The target of the Red Shadow is me. While the demon hunting squad seeks the superhumans of the Red Shadow faction, the Night Watchers, preoccupied with their own matters, may not arrive. Yet my mentor is preparing to depart, and the opposing side may have reinforcements. The Red Shadow encountered last night, along with the entity behind it. Is it the entirety of the Red Shadow's personnel, or merely one among them? How many superhumans are truly involved? Li Hao was uncertain. However, he surmised that there might be more than one. The figure from last night was likely just a scout, not a representation of the entire Red Shadow faction. Had Lu Long considered this? If the superhumans were not 1, but 2, or even 3 or 4, could the demon hunting squad handle it? Li Hao gently tapped the table. Although the demon hunting squad had provided him with some assistance, it still failed to instill a sense of security. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. At this moment, there was no one to offer him aid. Suddenly, he thought of someone, hesitating briefly before retrieving his communicator. He needed his mentor's assistance, not necessarily in a practical sense, but even just for solace would suffice. In the ancient courtyard of Silver City, Yuan Shua was practicing an exceedingly awkward form of martial arts. To call it martial arts was a misnomer, as it resembled the flapping of a distressed hen. This was not a chicken style, but rather a technique of the flying birds, one of the 5 animal frolics. The 5 animal frolics include the tiger, deer, bear, monkey, and bird, where the monkey technique excels in agility and evasion, while the bird technique is even more adept at fleeing. Nonetheless, each form within the 5 animal frolics possesses its own lethal techniques. Whether it be the monkey or bird technique, both harbor methods of killing. Yet, Li Hao had not delved deeply into these arts, merely practicing the monkey technique as an escape method. Thus, Yuan Shua's movements were slow, seemingly effortless, and his punches resembled the flapping of a hen, lacking any aesthetic appeal. However, he produced a series of explosive sounds in the air throughout the courtyard. A martial artist surpassing the 100 mark. Once a pinnacle figure in the realm of martial arts, he had gradually faded with age and declining physical strength. With the emergence of superhumans and the proliferation of firearms, this generation had slowly withdrawn from the martial world, leaving him, in the eyes of outsiders, merely a scholar, a leading figure in the study of ancient civilizations. Ding ding ding. A sudden chime jolted Yuan Shua from his reverie. He cast a glance at the communicator resting nearby before stepping forward to establish the connection. Have you gone to the enforcement team? Yes. Yuan Shua was not surprised. His devoted disciple would undoubtedly follow through without hesitation. It was as if he anticipated the reason behind Li Hao's call. With a playful smile, Yuan Shua inquired, "Lost your confidence? Did Lu Long intimidate you today? Are you feeling inadequate, questioning your place in the world?" "A bit," Li Hao admitted softly, "Master. With the emergence of superpowers, is there still a future for those who pursue literature?" Having witnessed the formidable might of those individuals, Li Hao pondered whether there was indeed a future for academic pursuits. Would this world belong solely to the superpowered? Could those of them without such abilities continue to live contentedly? Simply studying literature, of course, offers no prospects. Yet, those who rely solely on brute force have even less hope. Yuan Shua asserted with unwavering certainty, I have never heard of pure brute force being able to dominate all. It is human intellect that is the key to unifying the world and becoming its master. A martial artist who studies literature achieves twice the results with half the effort. Do not lament the time you've spent. It was merely the foundation. Even if you enter the realm of superpowers, you will discover that wisdom and knowledge are invaluable treasures that will pave a smoother path for you. The confusion of his student required his guidance to impart knowledge, teach skills, and dispel doubts. Li Hao's initial encounter with superpowers had sparked self-doubt, which Yuan Shua considered entirely normal. Yet, at this moment, unwavering faith was imperative. In times when superpowers were not prevalent, I was among the few who stood at the pinnacle of martial prowess. My acclaim did not stem from my fighting ability, but from my research in ancient civilizations, which earned me widespread recognition. As firearms advanced rapidly, our generation, dedicated solely to martial training, faced grim fates. The more renowned one became, the quicker they fell. Yet here I am, thriving to this day, regarded as a distinguished guest among superpowered individuals, albeit with certain limitations, still navigating life with vigor. Those superpowered beings are formidable now. It does not imply there are no constraints or consequences for them. Yuan Shua shared extensively, while Li Hao listened intently, his spirits gradually lifting. After a time, Yuan Shua laughed heartily. Do not concern yourself too much with the enforcement team. If trouble arises, Lu Long and his ilk may not be able to resolve it. As I mentioned before, you can always seek refuge here with me. Li Hao pondered and then asked, Master, are the Night Watchers aware of the situation in Silver City? I am not sure. They might know. However, even if they are aware, they may not rush to intervene immediately. Lu Long and his companions are merely cannon fodder and scouts. Yuan Shua's candid remarks painted a chilling picture of the true circumstances surrounding the demon hunting team. The Night Watchers are few in number, and each superpowered individual is a precious asset, not to be sacrificed lightly. Given the uncertainty in Silver City, it is prudent to allow Lu Long and his cohorts to test the waters. If they succeed, it would be a cause for celebration. If one cannot achieve victory, the Night Watchman can still make a general assessment, understanding oneself and the adversary, and discerning the strength required to confront the troubles of Silver City. This is precisely why the Night Watchman seldom makes an appearance, maintaining an air of mystery that keeps outsiders in the dark. Organizations like Lu Long's are merely stepping stones. Their demise is inconsequential. Should one manage to eliminate a superhuman, they could ascend in rank and subsequently join the Night Watchman, thereby augmenting their power. This encapsulates the essence of the ominous clouds over Silver City. Yuan Shua had long since discerned these underlying truths. Li Hao exhaled softly. How realistic. The words of his mentor had illuminated some of the fog enveloping his understanding, leading him to realize that the Demon Hunter squad might not be entirely disconnected from the Night Watchman. Perhaps Lu Long himself is a peripheral member of the Night Watchman. This possibility cannot be dismissed. At that moment, Yuan Shua suddenly interjected, Do not overthink this. If you are unwilling to join me, I shall not force you. Now that you have grasped some of the situation, allow me to share a few insights to enhance your self-preservation skills. What? Li Hao had anticipated his mentor was about to bestow a treasure upon him, but that was not the case. In the next instant, Yuan Shua began to communicate with him in a coded language, a unique mode of interaction between him and his students. For someone of Yuan Shua's stature, creating a special means of information transmission is a simple task. The swords of the Li family and the knives of the Zhang family, once mere folklore, have now taken on a more serious connotation. Li Hao was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. If Lu Long could deduce this, how much more so could his own mentor, whom Li Hao considered perhaps the wisest and most astute individual he had ever encountered. To possess such artifacts is both a blessing and a curse. Zhang Yuan's demise may be connected to this. Clearly, you have attracted the attention of superhumans, and they may covet these very items. The folklore surrounding the 8 families has been passed down for countless years. Even I have heard of it. Yet I know not its origins, nor is there any documentation, merely generations of oral tradition. According to my research, it may relate to ancient civilizations. As my student, you are aware of some aspects concerning ancient civilizations. The new treatise on the 5 animals was indeed discovered in the ruins of such civilizations, and I merely made some adaptations in the later stages. Li Hao remained silent, absorbing his mentor's words. Yuan Shua continued. These treasures mentioned in folklore often possess a particular characteristic. Outsiders cannot wield them. The burning of Zhang Yuan may have been an attempt by the adversary to extract his bloodline, soul, or spiritual essence, allowing them to utilize the Zhang family's blade. Yet, it is evident that their strength is advancing, or perhaps their dormant periods are shortening. Li Hao nodded vigorously, even though Yuan Shuo could not see him. At this moment, Li Hao felt an overwhelming admiration for his mentor. Despite knowing little, Yuan Shuo had managed to glean so much from merely reviewing the documents yesterday. Li Hao could not help but respect him, a sentiment undoubtedly rooted in his mentor's vast knowledge and experience. Moreover, it is noteworthy that the individual in question always strikes on rainy days, suggesting that his capabilities may only manifest under such conditions. His motives extend beyond mere homicide. He seeks to extract something from his victim's postmortem. Yuan Shuo paused momentarily before continuing, cautioning not to underestimate the mastermind behind this case. He pointed out that if the first victim were a member of the Zheng family, it would imply that the perpetrator has existed for at least 15 years. Considering that the emergence of superpowers has only been around for about 20 years, if this individual was a superpowered being from the outset, it signifies a profound implication. He is an elder among superhumans, not a novice merely newly endowed with power. Yuan Shuo further elaborated that this might not be the work of a single individual. It is conceivable that the original superhuman has since departed, leaving behind members of his organization or apprentices to oversee matters, as a powerful figure would not remain indefinitely in Silver City. Li Hao inhaled deeply, recognizing that his teacher had considered aspects he had merely contemplated without such depth. Had Lu Long pondered this as well? The dagger of the Zhang family may not be suitable for your use, but the sword of the Li family certainly is. The reason it was previously unusable is likely due to the absence of superpowers. The era of ancient superhuman civilizations must have existed long before. And what we witness now is merely a resurgence, not an abrupt emergence. If you are a scion of the Li family possessing this sword, there may be a way to activate it. Activate? Li Hao finally spoke. The sword of the Li family is a secret, yet not entirely so. Those who have heard the folk songs might speculate, but few have actually laid eyes on it. Has he managed to activate it? Soaking the sword in hot water. Yes. Activation. After being sealed for many years, it cannot be easily wielded. I am aware of many methods of activation, but they may be too arduous for you. The simplest way is to perform a blood sacrifice, provided that the sword genuinely belongs to your lineage and is not acquired through theft. Li Hao smiled wryly. Teacher, it's futile. I've already tried with my blood. Of course, a mere drop of blood will not suffice. Do you think the blood oath is as simple as spilling blood? Isn't it? Li Hao found himself at a loss for words. Yuan Shuo continued. This blood must not be just any blood, especially given your lineage is so diluted over generations. For you, 2 types of blood may potentially unlock the seal. The first is your heart's blood, though I would not recommend it due to the significant harm it may cause. However, in a life-threatening situation, if you find yourself near death, you may stab the sword into your own heart. Just be careful not to fatally wound yourself. Li Hao felt a bit awkward hearing this. It certainly sounded perilous. The second option is to diligently practice the 5 animal technique to strengthen your physique and enhance your bloodline. If you can reach my level, perhaps a single drop of blood could suffice for the unsealing. Li Hao felt a stirring within. Could he break the 100 mark? Yet, he lamented the lack of time. After some contemplation, he asked, Teacher, do superpowered items possess any mysterious energies? Some do, while others do not, depending on the circumstances, Yuan Shuo quickly replied. If yours has any, you could try to absorb a bit and see. It may not yield significant results. Li Hao was taken aback. Not significant results? This is something I hold in high regard. Teacher, didn't you say that by channeling energy into oneself, one could become a superhuman? What a naive thought. It is not so simple. Yuan Shuo pondered for a moment and remarked, Of course, I am not well acquainted with your circumstances, but allow me to share what I know. Some superhuman artifacts possess a hint of mysterious energy, yet such energy is, in truth, rather feeble. If you can absorb it, it may slightly enhance your physical constitution. But its utility is not as substantial as one might imagine. Relying on this to advance to superhuman status is nearly impossible. Li Hao's eyes betrayed a flicker of disappointment. Is there truly no hope? Well, it's hard to say, Yuan Shuo continued. After all, our research on superhuman abilities is scant. And we have not been at this for long. There are no concrete reference cases. At this point, Yuan Shuo added, This is the crux of my statement. You might indeed possess such an artifact. Which is why I shall teach you a unique breathing technique from the new treatise on the 5 animals that has not been recorded in any texts. A breathing technique? Li Hao inquired. Yes, It is more refined than the standard breathing methods, a culmination of my years of study, amalgamating various ancient texts. You simply lack the ability to absorb mysterious energy. Yuan Shua chuckled. Since you have never encountered superhuman abilities, this knowledge would be of little use to you. Even if you had sought me today, I would have sought you out to impart the new 5 animals breathing method, intended for the absorption of mysterious energy. However, in our daily lives, we find it nearly impossible to absorb such energy. You, on the other hand, may have already come into contact with it. This is your opportunity. Teacher, can you absorb it? Li Hao asked. Yuan Shua laughed. Are you asking to share? Forget it. An artifact of superhuman nature may not contain much mysterious energy. For me, it is but a drop in the ocean. Let me put it this way. The more powerful one becomes, the more challenging it is to advance to superhuman status. Our transformation is inherently more arduous than that of ordinary individuals. Lu Long actually has a chance to ascend directly. Yet his martial prowess is considerable, making his advancement exceptionally difficult. If you have no martial foundation at all, the path may be simpler, though it would render you weaker upon becoming a Starlight Master. Li Hao's understanding deepened. So that's how it is. A modicum of mysterious energy is beneficial for you, but of little consequence for me. In fact, it may not even be advantageous if you absorb mysterious energy without the means to become a superhuman. Your martial foundation would only grow stronger, making advancement increasingly challenging over time. That is of little concern. Li Hao remarked with indifference, his curiosity piqued. Teacher, do you mean to say that a stronger martial foundation leads to greater strength upon advancement? Of course. Just look at me. As a martial artist with over 100 mastery points, if I were to ascend and remain at the same level as the weakest Starlight Master, then what would be the point of my advancement? If the weakest Starlight Master truly appeared, who could say who would prevail? Having not divulged much about himself, Yuan Shua's demeanor grew stern. Enough of such pointless inquiries. Do not dwell on my circumstances. You are too weak to even entertain such thoughts. First, heed my teachings. I will impart the 5 animals breathing technique to you. But remember, it is not to be shared with anyone, under any circumstances. The culmination of your teacher's years of dedication is encapsulated in this work. The field of extraordinary abilities has only flourished for 2 decades, and the organizations like the Night Watchers have yet to grasp the true potency of this knowledge. This exemplifies the power of understanding. While they possess little comprehension of the extraordinary, I, though not an extraordinary individual myself, have recognized its existence long before them, indeed, as early as 40 years ago. I encountered it in literature. Yuan Shua, in his self-aggrandizing manner, soon ceased his embellishments and began to expound upon his 5 animals breathing technique. At this moment, Li Hao listened with rapt attention, finding it rather straightforward. Although his teacher boasted of its efficacy, he merely perceived it as a slight advancement over basic breathing methods, without feeling any significant distinction. However, Li Hao remained unaware that Yuan Shua, as one of the earliest to comprehend and delve into the extraordinary abilities alongside ancient civilizations, had synthesized years of research and profound insights, merging them with a wealth of ancient knowledge. The 5 animals breathing technique, though it may sound simplistic, could very well represent the most formidable method for harnessing extraordinary powers within the entire field. As Li Hao listened, he instinctively began to adjust his breathing. Meanwhile, the sword, which could only be activated by boiling water to elicit the mysterious energy, lingered around his neck, suddenly flickering with starlight. In the next moment, a rich wave of mysterious energy surged directly into Li Hao's being. Ordinarily, this energy would dissipate swiftly, yet now, it seemed as though every pore in Li Hao's body was breathing, eagerly absorbing the influx of this mysterious force. Countless pores were engaged in the act of intake, at a pace and volume beyond imagination. Across the communication device, Yuan Shua completed his discourse and noticed an unsettling silence from Li Hao, prompting him to shake his head in exasperation. The youth simply could not contain his eagerness. Was he simultaneously listening and cultivating? After a moment's reflection, Yuan Shua surmised that the young man had likely begun to absorb some mysterious energy. With a chuckle, he ended the call, shaking his head slightly. Still too young. He may appear astute, but he is quite naive. The moment he began cultivating, he fell silent. Clearly, he has absorbed some mysterious energy. This implies that the Li family's sword is either nearby or directly upon him. If it is nearby, it is all too evident that it must be on him. Yuan Shua pondered this and was momentarily taken aback. What a remarkable lad. The Li family sword is no ordinary weapon. I initially believed it to be a grand sword. Yet it seems to be that small jade pendant. Had Li Hao been present, he would have surely felt a shiver run down his spine. Yuan Shuo recalled the jade ornament that Li Hao had worn previously, shaking his head and chuckling softly. Impressive. This sword must possess considerable significance. I have yet to sense anything unusual, and given its small size, if I had not seen it, I could never have guessed it belonged to the Li family. He had passed on the 5 animals breathing technique to this young man, uncertain of how much he would glean from it after so many years of dormancy. The sword may not harbor much mysterious energy. If fortune favored him, he might tap into extraordinary abilities. If misfortune struck, even a modest achievement could still yield substantial results. Based on his own experience, Yuan Shuo concluded that this matter was far from simple. 15 years ago, the emergence of superpowers marked a pivotal moment. Even after a decade and a half, it is likely that the weakest among them has surpassed the century mark, rendering them beyond the capacity of an ordinary individual to confront. Some have even transcended this threshold, reaching the realm of martial prowess known as fighting 1,000. In such instances, conventional weaponry becomes nearly ineffective. The might of these powers is so great that failure to vanquish an adversary may result in one's own demise. As Yuan Shuo contemplated these thoughts, Li Hao was simultaneously absorbing mysterious energy in copious amounts. It was significantly more potent than the infusion gained from boiling water. Li Hao maintained his awareness throughout this process. At that moment, he lay on his back, his heart stirred by the remarkable efficacy of his teacher's 5 animals breathing technique, which indeed facilitated the rapid absorption of this enigmatic energy. His physical constitution was subtly undergoing a transformation. In this instant, Li Hao could vaguely perceive the existence of chains within him, constraining the flow of mysterious energy. Were it not for these chains, the energy might infiltrate critical areas such as the heart and brain. Could this be the so-called superpower lock that Lu Yin had previously mentioned? A barrier separating the mundane from the extraordinary? There was an overwhelming influx of energy. He felt as though his body were on the verge of explosion. This sensation exceeded that of consuming 10 cups of water imbued with mysterious energy. With renewed determination, Li Hao sprang to his feet with a resounding crash. Colliding with his head, his body radiated a dazzling brilliance. Nearby, the Black Panther widened its eyes in astonishment, incessantly extending its tongue in anticipation. Li Hao practiced the 5 animals breathing technique without concealment from this creature, as he had no intention of deceiving a mere dog. At that moment, the mysterious energy emanating from Li Hao ceased to disperse and instead surged towards the Black Panther. The panther, with its limbs elevated, adjusted its breathing rhythm. And with each inhalation and exhalation, it too shimmered with a celestial glow. In that small room, one individual resembled a monkey, leaping continuously, while the dog, akin to a human, lay with its limbs raised, absorbing and exhaling starlight, creating an atmosphere that was undeniably captivating. Chapter 17. A return visit in the room. The energy of starlight flickered, yet it did not overflow. Outside the room, even if there were people present, including those with extraordinary abilities, they would remain oblivious to its presence. The mysterious energy emanating from the starry sky sword radiated within a limited scope, dissipating rapidly beyond a certain range, vanishing into the void. Moreover, at this moment, a Black Panther was also present. The mysterious energy that diffused was entirely absorbed by this creature, leaving no trace behind. Li Hao felt somewhat overwhelmed. At this moment, he sensed an abundance of power coursing through him, an uncontrollable surge compelling him to practice the monkey technique. Each session lasted 3 minutes, yet he was unaware of how many cycles he had completed. He felt as though if he did not release this energy, he might explode. Perhaps he had absorbed too much. Nevertheless, Li Hao did not cease his practice of the 5 animals breathing technique, albeit not in its entirety. He merely maintained the breathing method. The 5 animals breathing technique can actually be divided into 2 segments, one being the complete version, which combines postures and breathing, while the other is a purely respiratory method that, although effective, does not yield the same results as the complete version. A muffled grunt escaped his lips. Suddenly, the energetic Li Hao ceased his jumping, and with hands resembling those of a monkey, he lunged towards the wall. The monkey technique was not solely a method of lightness. Previously, Li Hao seldom employed the lethal aspects of the technique, as there had been no necessity. However, now, with an excessive energy surging within him and an impending crisis approaching, he dismissed such concerns. His hands curved, mimicking a monkey's claws. With a resounding thud, Li Hao inhaled sharply, pain shooting through him. After all, his hands were still flesh and blood. As he clawed at the wall, several small holes appeared. Yet his fingers throbbed painfully, with even his nails slightly torn. Nonetheless, he paid no heed to the pain. In an instant, he turned his gaze towards the wall, his eyes flickering with intensity. The act of clawing at the wall, creating small punctures in its smooth surface, was something he could not have achieved before. The contact area of his fingers was minimal, limiting the force he could exert. Furthermore, the wall was smooth, lacking any grip. This was not a mud wall, but a cement wall coated with paint. Lu Long had previously punched through the kitchen wall with greater force, and while the Zhang family kitchen consisted of red brick walls, it was still impressive. Yet at this moment, Li Hao felt significantly more formidable than before. He was secretly astonished. After merely practicing the 5 animals breathing technique, he felt a remarkable surge in strength. Of course, this was also due to his initial weakness. The weaker one is, the more noticeable the improvement. For those at Lu Long's level, the abundance of mysterious energy would be but a drop in the bucket, yielding little substantial change. Indeed, the methods imparted by his teacher were exceptional. Li Hao examined his fingers, which had been slightly reddened, with some nails appearing purplish. However, as the mysterious energy continued to flow into him, these minor injuries swiftly receded. Li Hao also sensed that his muscles had become more compact. It felt as if the flow of his blood had accelerated. His bones were gradually transforming as well. This sensation, to be precise, was a compression. Indeed, it appeared that the mysterious energy had compressed Li Hao slightly. Originally, Li Hao stood at around 178 centimeters, not particularly tall, yet certainly not short. At this moment, though he had not measured himself, he felt as if he had diminished by a fraction, perhaps merely a centimeter or even less. Nonetheless, Li Hao was convinced he had shrunk, compressed. His muscles were taut, and the spaces within his skeletal structure had diminished. Would this not lead to a substantial decrease in height? Li Hao mused, feeling somewhat peculiar, particularly given Lu Long's towering stature. He had never seen anyone who practiced martial arts shrink in height. Of course, most practitioners began their training from a young age, unlike Li Hao, who had only commenced his training in the ancient academy 3 years prior, and even then, he had not been particularly diligent during the previous 2 years. Lost in thought, Li Hao did not dawdle. In the next instant, he felt a surge of inspiration and suddenly opened his right hand, no longer grasping like a simian claw, but instead spreading his fingers wide as he lunged towards the wall. Bang! A sharp sound echoed, accompanied by the unpleasant noise of nail scraping. As his fingers penetrated the wall, leaving a handprint that, while not deep, marked the surface without disturbing the underlying concrete structure. Yet this time, the entire wall seemed to tremble slightly, though perhaps it was merely an illusion. Nevertheless, Li Hao felt that his destructive power had intensified. Tiger Claw. This was the offensive technique from the newly acquired 5 animals method, specifically the tiger fighting technique. While Li Hao was not overly familiar with the other 4 animal styles, it did not signify his ignorance, for Yuan Shua had taught him. He simply favored the ape style. He believed the tiger fighting technique was more adept at offense. Indeed, as soon as the tiger claw was unleashed, the manner of exerting force differed. It was not merely a change in posture, but also an adjustment in breathing and energy application, allowing Li Hao to perceive that the tiger claw struck with greater force. The ape style's nimble and swift movements were no match for the power of the tiger claw. The tiger fighting technique was undoubtedly the most suitable for assault among the 5 animal styles. As Li Hao experienced these subtle yet profound changes in his body, he felt a stirring within him. His strength had increased. His muscles reacted more swiftly, and his body felt considerably lighter. It was as though he had shed a heavy burden. A clear testament to the effects of the mysterious energy. No wonder the Black Panther's fur gleamed after its first drink of water at that moment. Li Hao had thought it was due to the panther being a canine, which might yield different results. However, upon reflection today, he cursed silently. Surely, the first bowl of water the Black Panther drank contained a greater concentration of mysterious energy. He had consumed the second bowl, which had already been partially drained by the panther, a mere remnant, perhaps. Contemplating the Black Panther, Li Hao suddenly recalled something. Today, the Black Panther had been unusually quiet. Turning his head, he was taken aback. This creature was meditating. What on earth? Li Hao was momentarily stunned. He could comprehend that the Black Panther understood his words. Yet, how astonishing it is that this creature possesses such remarkable learning capabilities. It appears to be practicing the 5 animals breathing technique. As Li Hao ceased his cultivation, the mysterious energy no longer surged forth from the jade sword, and the enigmatic aura within the room gradually dissipated. Moments later, as Li Hao continued to observe, the Black Panther could no longer absorb the mysterious energy. With its eyes wide open, the panther noticed Li Hao's gaze and leapt towards him. Li Hao deftly sidestepped the panther's charge. Unperturbed, the panther tumbled to the ground and playfully licked Li Hao's foot. Get away. Li Hao kicked his leg lightly, bending down to stroke the panther's head, his brow slightly furrowed. Are you aiming to become enlightened? He pondered whether this development was advantageous or detrimental. The Black Panther indeed seemed to be on the verge of attaining a higher state of consciousness. As an ordinary individual and a member of the inspection department, Li Hao's first thought was whether this might lead to unfavorable consequences. However, as he recalled the extraordinary beings and that elusive crimson shadow, he quickly dismissed any other concerns. In this day and age, who truly cares if a dog becomes enlightened or not? What was that crimson shadow? Clearly not human. The Black Panther was at least familiar to him, somewhat like a pet he had nurtured. If it truly attained enlightenment, so be it. His teacher had explicitly stated that the 5 animals' breathing technique should not be disseminated. Li Hao glanced at the Black Panther, feeling a twinge of headache. Thankfully, it was merely imitating. It seemed to have grasped the essence of the breathing method, though it appeared to have not fully comprehended the intricacies of the 5 animal stance. Moreover, humans and dogs are fundamentally different. Even if the panther learned, it might not be able to apply it effectively. Allowing the breathing method to be learned was indeed a lapse in his vigilance. Under normal circumstances, even if it were to practice the breathing method, it would not lose its sense of self, nor would it execute the entire technique in front of others. A slight error would render the entire breathing method ineffective. Yet, with only a dog present, Li Hao paid little heed. The panther was keenly observant, its breathing heavy, seemingly absorbing all that Li Hao demonstrated. The Black Panther, appearing to grasp something, looked up at Li Hao with what seemed to be an expression of endearment in its eyes. Suddenly, Li Hao chuckled, as if scolding himself. Forget it, let us pretend I never said that. Initially intending to jest about his teacher, he reconsidered. After all, his teacher was quite unconventional. If he were to introduce the panther as his student, he would have to say, "This is my student Li Hao, and this is my student the black dog." In that moment, he would surely want to vanish underground. The Black Panther, somewhat perplexed, merely gazed at Li Hao. Upon seeing him smile, the panther also brightened up, wagging its tail with delight. The dog, having an understanding of human emotions, could sense Li Hao's feelings of joy and anger, and it felt a tinge of apprehension. Li Hao's smile indicated that all was well. Not bothering further with the panther, Li Hao took the jade sword from his attire and examined it closely, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Mysterious energy. There seemed to be an abundance of it within the jade sword. Of course, for others, the mysterious energy might not hold significance. They were likely more concerned with the sword itself. According to his teacher, the mysterious energy associated with extraordinary objects is limited. Some may be exceedingly faint. Perhaps after a few more uses, the mysterious energy would be entirely depleted. Lu Long paid little attention to this matter, perhaps because he understood it all too well. He might have felt that these objects possessed little mysterious energy and served no significant purpose, while the family heirloom of supernatural artifacts was something he might not even be able to utilize, hence his indifference. Li Hao, perhaps overly concerned, had once speculated whether Lu Long was secretly plotting something, but it now appeared that this was unlikely. They remained unconcerned. Yet I do care, Li Hao murmured softly, aware that the teacher deemed the mysterious energy too scant to be of any use to him. Lu Long, also a formidable figure among the top 100, shared a similar sentiment of futility. Yet Li Hao, merely a weakling barely capable of slaying 10, realized that even a modicum of mysterious energy would suffice to elevate him considerably. His speed, strength, and physique had all seen a notable enhancement. Now, if I were to test my abilities again, what would my strength be? Slaying 10 is highly improbable. Not so swiftly. Moreover, when comparing himself to Chen Jian, who had previously attacked him, Li Hao believed he could perhaps evade that strike now, but to claim a 50-50 chance against Chen Jian was nearly impossible. Chen Jian stood at the realm of slaying 10. As for whether it was truly slaying 10 or merely slaying 90, that was difficult to ascertain. According to Li Hao's understanding, the gap between slaying 10 and breaking 100 was indeed quite substantial. I fear I have yet to reach slaying 10 and must exert myself further, at the very least for self-preservation. In the impending crisis, safeguarding my life is paramount. The Red Shadow is no trivial adversary. I shall continue my training. This time, Li Hao refrained from employing the breathing technique, as he still possessed some mysterious energy within. At this moment, he felt invigorated, sufficiently energized to continue practicing the 5 animal frolics. I will seize every moment. Since improvement is possible, there is no room for complacency. Simultaneously, in Qiming Community, Building 5, on the 6th floor, Lu Long stood with his arms crossed, gazing toward the opposite Building 6. From the 3rd floor of that building, where the windows were tightly shut and the curtains drawn, there seemed to be someone moving about. That was indeed Li Hao's residence. Beside Lu Long stood Wu Chao, a tall and slender figure, who also observed the scene. After a moment, he gently shook his head. This fellow has drawn the curtains before nightfall. His wariness is evident. He must have long suspected that Zhang Yuan's case was a homicide. With that, he turned to Lu Long and asked, "Boss, shall we just keep watching? Will anyone come?" "I do not know," Lu Long replied calmly. "Let us observe." Wu Chao refrained from further comment, shifting his gaze in other directions, surveying the surroundings, and quietly noted, "Boss, this position allows for the best observation. However, I did take a brief look earlier and found no strangers approaching Building 5. Following someone does not necessarily require their physical presence." Lu Long neither affirmed nor denied this. Yet he did not genuinely believe there was an extraordinary being tailing them at this moment. The greater likelihood was that the other party was merely observing from the shadows, waiting for the right time, perhaps anticipating the arrival of the rain-laden night that Li Hao had mentioned. Li Hao was here and would not flee. If he intended to escape, he would have done so long ago. Hence, whether or not they were being followed became less significant. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Long chose not to pursue this topic further, but instead quietly inquired, "How much mysterious energy does the team possess?" Wu Chao pondered for a moment before speaking. "There are 12 types, with 10 possessing attributes, while the remaining 2 are devoid of any." Lu Long appeared to be deep in thought, and after a brief pause, he replied, "Tomorrow, when Li Hao goes to the inspection department, have him come to see me. The mysterious energy from the 2 attribute-less types can be extracted and let him absorb it and see what happens." Wu Chao was not overly surprised, merely feeling a twinge of envy. "Boss, we don't have much left. Moreover, the attribute-less ones are even more precious. Shouldn't we let him try the ones with attributes instead? The mysterious energy with attributes, infused with special powers like fire and thunder, may not necessarily align with a person's capabilities. Of course, if one encounters a suitable individual or a superhuman specializing in that particular attribute, the attribute-laden energy would be more advantageous. It varies from person to person. However, for Wu Chao and his companions, who had not yet ascended to superhuman status, the attribute-less energy was far more valuable, as it would enhance their own abilities without the risk of rejection, posing a significantly lower danger. Within the team, everyone placed greater importance on the attribute-less mysterious energy. He felt so feeble. Lu Long calmly stated, "We are not night watchers. We do not have powerful beings who can extract attribute energy at will. Once absorbed, if there is any rejection, we would struggle to control it, and he could potentially explode, leading to his demise. Are you prepared to take responsibility as bait?" Wu Chao fell silent. Indeed, Li Hao was too weak. Having just joined the team, it was only reasonable to offer him a bit of advantage to enhance himself. Yet, Wu Chao still harbored a lingering doubt and softly inquired, "Boss, do you intend for him to join us just for this occasion? Or are you genuinely planning to cultivate him continuously?" This was yet another of his uncertainties. Lu Long cast him a sidelong glance and chuckled, "If he survives, he will always be a teammate. As long as he draws breath, he is a comrade. What is meant to be his will be his. What needs protection will be protected, and what requires guidance will be taught. If he dies, what use is there in speaking further?" Wu Chao understood. He had traversed a similar path. Survival of the fittest. To endure within the demon-hunting squad was to be a true companion. Those who perished were beyond salvaging. From the very first day of joining the squad, everyone comprehended the perilous nature of hunting superhumans. Without a compelling story or aspiration, one would likely not join. Oh, how enviable it was to be a newcomer. He sighed, for newcomers need not do much. They merely enter and receive benefits. Naturally, this was the established order. If newcomers were too weak, without any protective measures, the squad would gradually lose fresh blood and grow weaker, ultimately leading to its demise. Yet, in the past, they had only entered with one type of mysterious energy. Moreover, those who initially joined had none at all due to a lack of reserves. Now, the scant reserves they possessed were painstakingly scraped together. Wu Chao contemplated once more, tinged with a sense of anticipation. I wonder if this time we can eliminate the opponent and how much mysterious energy they can provide, whether it is attribute-less or with attributes. Boss, if you absorb a bit more, wouldn't you be able to ascend? Lu Long shook his head, remaining silent. Ascend? Difficult. If one cannot smoothly channel energy into their body to become a starlight master on the first attempt, it would only serve to strengthen their martial prowess, enhancing their physique and power, which would complicate future ascension. As a martial artist just surpassing the 100 mark, he would likely require several attempts. and it would be best to encounter suitable mysterious energy to facilitate that ascent. The enigmatic force, devoid of attributes, while undeniably useful, primarily serves to enhance one's physical constitution. Overindulgence may not yield beneficial results. Rather, it could impede one's advancement. With a soft sigh, Lu Long cast another glance at the window opposite him and remarked, "If you are watching, notify me of any developments." Understood. Lu Long ceased further discourse and turned to leave. As for Li Hao, it seemed unlikely that any immediate danger would arise in the coming days. However, with the impending arrival of the rainy season, uncertainty loomed, and peril could emerge at any moment. Not long after Lu Long departed, darkness enveloped the sky, swiftly ushering in the night. Inside the room, Li Hao continued to practice his ape technique, extending the duration of his training with each session. The perspiration pooling on the floor rendered it slick. Just as Li Hao was about to persist with his exercises, the formerly crouched Black Panther began to emit a low growl. A flicker of concern ignited within Li Hao. Had someone arrived? In the next instant, a jolt of alarm surged through him, momentarily stifling his breath. Regaining his composure, he resumed his practice of the ape technique, albeit with diminished vigor. At this juncture, Li Hao's heart raced with trepidation. A crimson shadow had inexplicably manifested on his window, a blood-red silhouette pressed against the glass. The apparition had arrived. This marked Li Hao's first encounter with the crimson figure within the confines of his own home. Was Lu Long nearby? Had he witnessed this? Could he even perceive it? Damn it! Li Hao felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Was the shadow surveilling him? He could only feign calmness, pretending not to notice. After completing a round of his exercises, Li Hao appeared fatigued and chose to halt his practice. The crimson shadow lingered outside, suspended in the air, seemingly penetrating the curtains and pressing against the glass. Li Hao speculated whether this indicated that the psychic behind the shadow was also in close proximity. Was there a possibility of an attack at this very moment? Such audacity! The events of the previous day, which involved a raid on his home, had emboldened the adversary to manifest tonight, seemingly disregarding Lu Long and his companions entirely. What should he do? The crimson figure remained steadfast, intensifying Li Hao's agitation. In an effort to mask his unease, he retreated to the bathroom to take a shower. As the water cascaded over him, a shiver ran down his spine, and he swiftly suppressed his composure, refraining from glancing around or indulging in fearful thoughts, worried that the shadow might realize he could see it. At that moment, the crimson figure was alarmingly close, encroaching upon him in the confined space of the bathroom. Finding solace in the notion that the figure merely observed him without taking immediate action, Li Hao reasoned that it did not intend to harm him just yet. According to his mentor's assessment, this was not the time to relax. He tried to distract himself, musing about the joys of martial arts and the alluring presence of Lu Yin, pondering whether engaging in combat might prove burdensome. He diverted his gaze and thoughts, attempting to banish the eerie presence from his mind. He feared that persistent contemplation would only serve to terrify him further. The jade sword adorning his chest, now as unresponsive as any ordinary jade ornament, offered no reassurance. Li Hao remained oblivious to whether the crimson figure was scrutinizing him or contemplating its own intentions. At this moment, he paid no heed to the notion of being closely observed, nor did he concern himself with the possibility of being exposed. Who would ponder such matters at this moment? My predicament grows increasingly perilous. As Li Hao's thoughts spiraled, time slipped away until he had finished his bath, at which point the crimson shadow silently vanished. Meanwhile, the Black Panther lay motionless on the ground, enveloped in an eerie stillness. Only after the red specter departed did the panther exhale a breath of relief. Simultaneously, Li Hao released a quiet sigh. The pair, man and beast, exchanged glances in silence. The Black Panther's eyes reflected a hint of confusion. You could see it too? I had assumed you were blind. How remarkable. Seeing it yet behaving as if you had not. Even craftier than this dog. Chapter 18. The Starry Master and the Mysterious Energy in the Room. Li Hao felt a sense of relief akin to surviving a catastrophe. Twice now, over the course of 2 consecutive days, the red shadow had approached him. Did this signify that the other party was on the verge of taking action? It seemed that for the past 2 days, the red shadow had been scrutinizing him, much like one would observe a fattened pig, pondering whether it was ripe for slaughter and how much meat it would yield. Indeed, at this moment, Li Hao was engulfed by a similar sensation. The repeated observations from the red shadow felt akin to admiring a crop, assessing its maturity. Damn it! Li Hao muttered under his breath. What have I become? In the past, he would have resigned himself to fate, yet now he refused to accept it. The jade sword was an extraordinary artifact, and he had learned his mentor's breathing techniques, even delving into the realm of superpowers and absorbing mysterious energy. Why should he submit to fate now? No matter how formidable, the adversary could not be so invulnerable as to act without caution. Clenching his teeth, Li Hao mused that if one were truly powerful enough to be unafraid, there would be no need for such meticulousness. Was he not afraid? Afraid of whom? Certainly. He feared the Night Watcher. Among the Night Watchers, there were surely individuals more formidable than the Red Shadow, which is why the latter dared not create too much commotion. Why frighten oneself unnecessarily? Li Hao reassured himself, glancing at the Black Panther, and could not help but mutter in frustration, what a useless creature. Every time you see it, you cower like a coward. The Black Panther gazed back with innocent eyes. I am but a dog, feeble and small. If you are afraid, then this dog too is afraid. Furthermore, the Black Panther believed it was normal to be fearful at such a young age. The two, a man and his dog, sat languidly in the living room, enveloped in silence for a considerable time. After a while, Li Hao suddenly picked up the communicator and dialed a number. This time, he was not seeking his mentor. After a brief wait, a cold and aloof voice resonated from the communicator. Speak. With no preamble, just that single word. I feel as though someone is watching me. Oh. Lu Long's reaction was flat, devoid of any fluctuation. Li Hao pondered for a moment. Perhaps Lu Long believed he had uncovered the trail of the demon hunting team. However, the Red Shadow was not part of that team. Realizing Lu Long might be misunderstanding the situation, Li Hao fell silent for a moment before continuing. I'm not sure how to articulate this, but I just sensed a chilling presence in the house. I have a stray dog that suddenly barked, then lay motionless on the ground. Upon checking, I found it had urinated. Lu Long paused. Chills, barking, and urination? Suddenly, he grasped something, his tone no longer calm as he spoke again. Are you certain? Li Hao kicked the Black Panther, which appeared somewhat despondent. Urinated? You're the one who urinated. Your entire family urinated. Unfortunately, unable to articulate its thoughts, the Black Panther resigned itself to fate. Li Hao, unashamed of his lie, quickly asserted, absolutely. Understood. Lu Long's voice took on a solemn tone. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, do not move, and refrain from saying anything further. I will come over soon, but I will not reveal myself. Starting tomorrow, I will follow you discreetly. Do not display any signs. Because he still needed Li Hao to be exposed in front of others. Li Hao did not protest, merely responding with an acknowledgement. Then inquired, Boss, should I not concern myself with anything for now? Do not worry about anything. Lu Long's voice bore a hint of sternness. Your sole task is to once more experience that sensation. No other duties are required. Merely draw back the curtains. I fear I might not have the chance to do so, Li Hao muttered. Lu Long seemed to grasp this concern, contemplating for a moment before suggesting, come to the inspection office tomorrow and seek me out directly. All right. Li Hao acquiesced readily, as with his intellect. He could surmise that Lu Long might be able to offer some valuable insights that would be most advantageous. One must seize the opportunity when it arises. In the demon hunting squad, remaining silent could lead to missed opportunities. Lu Long seemed rather stingy, offering nothing on Li Hao's first day, while Lu Yan at least mentioned that firearms could be taken freely. With a sigh, Li Hao ended the communication and sat on the ground, lost in thought once more. He soon glanced at the handprint on the wall, furrowing his brow slightly. Had the Red Shadow taken notice? If so, it mattered little. A mere pseudo-warrior with less than 10 kills would hardly attract the attention of a superhuman. If they genuinely believed that this was Li Hao's hidden strength, it would rather work to his advantage. The mysterious energy within the jade sword still existed, and he also possessed the breathing technique. In the coming days, he might experience growth each day. Considering his current abilities, it might serve to confuse his opponents. Despite the fact that even with improvement, he may pose no real threat to superhumans, Li Hao remained steadfast in his resolve. A peaceful night passed. On July 14th, the sky was clear and bright. The night had come and gone, and the appearance of the Red Shadow still failed to attract anyone's attention. Li Hao had a restful sleep before leaving. He reminded Black Panther once more, leaving some dog food behind, and then rode his bicycle to work. He was unaware whether Lu Long had come by last night. He could not inquire, but he distinctly remembered that he needed to meet Lu Long today to see if he could acquire some benefits, ideally powerful supernatural items. Of course, such hopes were largely fanciful. In the secretarial office, Li Hao continued his duties. Upon entering, he discovered that Chun Na had arrived even earlier than he. Upon seeing Li Hao, she appeared quite exhilarated, waving him over eagerly. Li Hao found it peculiar that she had come in so early. Chen Na was the colleague he was most familiar with since joining the inspection office, their rapport being somewhat closer than with others, particularly as they were the two youngest in the office. Li Hao, Chen Na exclaimed excitedly upon spotting him. I have good news. What is it? New recruits are coming in. Have you forgotten? It's that time of year again when we welcome newcomers. We shall finally be liberated from early morning cleanups and serving tea. Chen Na was evidently thrilled. Both she and Li Hao were newcomers, though she had arrived slightly earlier. Thus Li Hao had borne a heavier workload. However, some tasks still fell to Chen Na, such as organizing documents, as Li Hao sometimes found himself overwhelmed. New recruits? Li Hao was momentarily taken aback, having nearly forgotten about this matter. After all, it was not of great significance. He was on the verge of leaving the confidential office, and at that moment, he was no longer a part of it. He simply had yet to be informed. So this was the reason. A smile broke across Li Hao's face, revealing a hint of joy. What wonderful news. We are to be liberated. I wondered why you arrived so early today. Is it the day the new recruits begin? Chen Na nodded, her face bright with happiness. Indeed. The candidates were selected some time ago. They have been in training recently, and today marks their official start. Ah, splendid. Li Hao smiled in agreement, sharing in Chen Na's elation. It was indeed a cause for celebration. Otherwise, if he left and no new faces arrived, Chen Na would have to shoulder his responsibilities, which would surely vex her. 3 newcomers? No, 2, or perhaps 3. Chen Na was quite well informed, beaming as she spoke. Initially, it was rumored there would only be 2, but it appeared a third had been added, 3 in total. How fortunate they were when he first joined. He was the sole newcomer, and Chen Na was a transfer, leaving him to bear the workload alone, just as Chen Na had done. Now, 3 were arriving simultaneously, which would surely lighten the burden. Li Hao nodded in agreement. He had tasks awaiting him, including a roll call when the department had arrived. And then he needed to attend to matters with the enforcement team. He had no time to spare for such trivialities. Nevertheless, he prided himself on being a good and honest person in the confidential office. Even upon his departure, he could not tarnish his reputation, choosing instead to maintain a cheerful demeanor. As they conversed, others began to arrive gradually. Li Hao resumed his work, as diligent as ever, refusing to slacken his efforts simply because he was leaving. It was not until around 9 o'clock that Wang Jie arrived, accompanied by 3 newcomers. Everyone, quiet down. Wang Jie announced with a smile, clapping his hands. Please set aside your tasks. In truth, aside from Chen Na and Li Hao, the others had long since been engrossed in gossip, having little work to do. Wang Jie seemed oblivious to this, cheerfully proclaiming, Today, the confidential office welcomes 3 new recruits, all of whom are exceptional. Their presence here is a testament to their strength and capabilities. With that, the 3 newcomers made their entrance. Li Hao paused his work to observe them. 2 young men and a woman, all clad in inspection uniforms, exuding a vibrant energy. He paid little attention to the woman, focusing instead on the young man to his left. He appeared very youthful, perhaps even younger than Li Hao, likely around 18 or 19. Certainly, it was difficult to ascertain his exact age. He was strikingly handsome, radiating a sunny disposition. Li Hao was often hailed as the most attractive individual in the confidential office, though this accolade was somewhat inflated given the office's demographic of older employees. Yet, while Li Hao was not unattractive, he paled in comparison to the young man before him, particularly in terms of complexion. The young man possessed fair skin, not in the pallid sense, but rather a creamy hue that made him appear remarkably youthful. At that moment, Aunt Yu, who was always advocating for Li Hao to become her son-in-law, seemed to have her eyes sparkling with delight, perhaps contemplating a shift in her affections towards this newcomer instead. Chen Na cast a few more glances and turned to Li Hao, suddenly giggling softly. Li Hao, did you see? Your greatest rival has arrived. That fellow is named Wang Ming, right? He is even a tad more handsome than you. Li Hao smiled, nodding gently. As long as Sister Na likes him. Humph. I am not fond of little puppies. Yet, Chen Na could not help but steal a few more looks, exclaiming, His eyes are so bright. Indeed, very bright. He appears particularly spirited. The eyes are the windows to one's soul, even if a handsome man possesses lackluster eyes. He may come across as dispirited and ineffectual. However, this Wang Ming had undeniably radiant eyes. Hello everyone. Greetings to the seniors. I am Wang Ming from the Inspection Academy. And I just graduated this year. Wang Ming introduced himself. Soon, Wang Jie approached with Wang Ming, glancing at Li Hao and Chen Na, chuckling, Li Hao, Chen Na. You are also seniors now. Wang Ming, you should first learn from Li Hao, familiarize yourself with the files he has, and you too, Chen Na and Li Hao. The system. The intent behind having Wang Ming learn from the two was not preferential treatment, but rather a necessity, as Li Hao was preparing to depart. Chen Na was unaware, but Wang Jia understood this well. Therefore, he needed to find someone to fill Li Hao's position, and Wang Ming was a perfect fit. Chen Na replied cheerfully, "Great. Should we prepare a new desk then?" "No need." Wang Jia laughed. "Just move a chair over for now. We can make do for a few days." Chen Na, somewhat perplexed, chose not to press further, accepting the temporary arrangement. Li Hao, however, was acutely aware of the situation. He smiled faintly, nodding, though internally he felt a tumult of emotions. "Wang Ming, what is the situation?" Li Hao's interest in Wang Ming was not due to his good looks or bright eyes, but rather an inexplicable hint of starlight he sensed. Although this starlight was not as pronounced as that of Lu Long and others, it felt far more resplendent to Li Hao. Yes, it was scarce, seemingly very limited. Yet, this starlight was exceptionally brilliant, so much so that, even from a distance, Li Hao could perceive its cold luminosity. Starlight Master. This term suddenly flashed in his mind. Entering the realm of the extraordinary, there existed two forms, the inherently gifted celestial masters and the starlight masters who draw energy into their bodies. Regardless of the type, both were extraordinary. In that moment, the notion of a starlight master inexplicably surfaced within Li Hao's consciousness. He maintained his composure, outwardly gentle, yet felt an unexplainable shock within. Why has a starlight master appeared so suddenly? Who sent him? Was it the Red Shadow? The Night Watchers? It should only be from these two factions. So, is he from the Red Shadow or the Night Watchers? Why did he conveniently arrive at the secure office and right beside me? It was merely a routine onboarding of a newcomer. How could the extraordinary enter the secure office? Clearly, something was amiss. The starlight emanating from Wang Ming was invisible to others, yet Li Hao saw it with utmost clarity. Could Lu Long and the others perceive it? He seemed to have forgotten to ask how to discern the extraordinary yesterday. No. At this moment, Li Hao suddenly felt a chilling wave envelop him. The extraordinary had, indeed, manifested beside him. Damn it. Is it the Night Watchers? If it were merely the Night Watchmen, it would be manageable. However, if it pertains to the Red Shadows, that would be truly dreadful. Silver City is utterly unsafe now. This is the very stronghold of the Inspection Division. A voice faintly interrupted Li Hao's contemplation. He looked up to find Wang Ming gazing at him with a bright smile. "Brother Hao, you are my senior and should be a bit older than me. From now on, you may call me Wang Ming, and I shall address you as Brother Hao." Li Hao chuckled, though the laughter felt somewhat feigned. Yet, none perceived it as such, for he had always smiled in this manner. "How polite of you," Li Hao remarked with a hint of envy. "I may have arrived a year earlier, but I am merely a novice, having stumbled upon this path halfway. You, on the other hand, graduated from the Inspection Academy, far more professional than I. By the way, which Inspection Academy did you attend? Was it from Silver City?" "Not at all," Wang Ming replied, his smile radiant as he shook his head. "I hail from White Moon City, a graduate of the White Moon Inspection Academy." Chen Na, standing nearby, expressed her surprise. "The White Moon Inspection Academy?" Wang Ming nodded slightly, but offered no further elaboration, seemingly indifferent to Chen Na's curiosity. Meanwhile, Li Hao felt a flicker of intrigue. White Moon City. Several cities of comparable size to Silver City, each with a population slightly surpassing 1 million, lay in the vicinity. Yet over 300 miles away, there exists a grand city, White Moon City. White Moon City holds a unique significance as the capital of the Silver Moon Province, a name derived from the amalgamation of the two cities, Silver City and White Moon City. Once, Silver City was paramount. However, those were years past. As time progressed, the geographic standing of Silver City waned, leading to a gradual exodus of its populace. Today, Silver City stands as merely an ordinary city among the 32 in the Silver Moon Province. Rumor has it that deliberations are underway regarding a name change, potentially rebranding the Silver Moon Province as the Moonlight Province, with the second largest city within being Radiant City, which now surpasses Silver City in prosperity. Of course, this matter remains unresolved, for Silver City has repeatedly declined such proposals, having once basked in glory. These thoughts flitted through Li Hao's mind as he pondered the authenticity of a graduate from the provincial capital's Inspection Academy gracing this place. Indeed, being distant allows for no avenues of inquiry. Chen Na, astonished and envious, inquired, "Wang Ming, how did you find your way here?" "Ah, I understand." Chen Na nodded. "This is quite commendable, despite Silver City's modesty. The opportunities for advancement are significant. With fewer people, we have a better chance for promotion. In larger cities, the competition is overwhelming. Your choice is indeed wise. I share the same sentiment. Wang Ming's smile grew even more radiant, exuding charm that captivated Qin Na momentarily, before she shifted her gaze to Li Hao. As if to steady her emotions, Li Hao, feeling a touch of helplessness, mused, "What does this imply? You once declared me quite handsome. Women indeed." Yet, this was not the moment for such grievances, and Li Hao gradually found his composure. What is there to fear? When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water flows, we shall dam it. At this juncture, one could instantly perceive the differences in others, which constituted one's own advantage, irrespective of who the other person was. It had already transpired, so why dwell on it? After exchanging a few casual words with Wang Ming, Li Hao decisively stated, "Qin Na, please accompany Wang Ming. I need to step out for a while." "Where are you going?" "To the law enforcement team." "Again?" Li Hao chuckled. "It's for the task at the end of the month. I have been assigned to protect the students and faculty of the Silver City Ancient Institute. And I need to go for the handover and some training to avoid any mishaps." Qin Na, somewhat exasperated, replied, "I asked if you were going or not. You said no, and now you are going. Fine, I will take care of Wang Ming." Li Hao teasingly remarked, "A handsome guy like Wang Ming is left in your care, and you're not thrilled?" Turning to Wang Ming, he smiled. "Wang Ming, learn from Qin Na. It's quite simple, and as a top student, you'll grasp it quickly." Wang Ming, smiling warmly, nodded and added, "Brother Hao, let us have dinner together tonight. It's on me. Since I'm new here, I must treat you both as my mentors." "Great." Qin Na quickly agreed, and although Li Hao initially intended to decline, he reconsidered and smiled. "All right, I'll accept your generosity." With that, he rose to leave. Treating? What a notion. This fellow might very well be here for me. Either someone from the Red Shadow is watching me, or the Night Watchmen have sent someone. As for why the Night Watchmen would be so discreet, it could be that they want to undermine the Red Shadow faction, or perhaps they are aware of the situation in Silver City, but choose to remain silent. They might have deduced that the Red Shadow's target is Li Hao, thus sending someone to get closer. They may not have even coordinated with Silver City. They could have come directly to observe the situation. Who would dare to directly send a superpowered individual from the inspection department of the Red Shadow? After all, the Night Watchmen are likely the highest law enforcement agency in Silver City. Li Hao contemplated his assessment. He was certain of its accuracy. But he was 80% sure Wang Ming was a Night Watchman, a Starry Sky Master. Remarkable, such youth, though age might not truly reflect reality. Li Hao's mind raced. Was this a fortuitous development or a misfortune? If he were indeed a Night Watchman, that would be advantageous. Initially, he worried that Lu Long might not be able to manage, but if this individual were a Night Watchman, it would actually provide more assurance. With such thoughts in mind, Li Hao entered the basement of the law enforcement team. He was late. Lu Long was already there, but Li Hao paid it little heed, casually remarking, "A few newcomers have arrived. One will be shadowing me for the handover." I guided them for a bit, and I must say, the inspectors from Bai West City are quite professional. They adapt effortlessly right from the start. Lu Long nodded, seemingly indifferent. Observing this, Li Hao could only conclude that either Lu Long was genuinely unaware or possessed an exceedingly deep cunning. Li Hao then inquired, "Boss, did you notice anything unusual last night? Was someone following me?" "It's hard to say. It's a possibility. I didn't notice anything when I went." At this moment, Li Hao was deeply concerned not about the Red Shadow but rather other matters. He swiftly inquired, "Boss, can ordinary people detect Star Masters? What distinguishes them from us?" Lu Long was taken aback. Did Lu Yin not mention this? No, Lu Long shook his head, realizing Lu Yin was indeed unreliable. He quickly elaborated, in everyday circumstances, the differences are negligible. Superpowered individuals are still human, as are we. The true distinction arises when they utilize their extraordinary abilities. Lu Long continued. Once a Star Master employs their mysterious powers, there will be an energy fluctuation. Of course, ordinary people may struggle to perceive it, but we martial artists can sense it. As for non-martial artists, he glanced at Li Hao, suddenly struck by a thought. I remember, our team possesses a superpower detector that can sense these energy fluctuations, specifically designed for ordinary individuals. Superpower detector? Indeed. Lu Long nodded. As long as they invoke their powers within 100 meters, the detector will respond. 100 meters. That's rather insufficient. Li Hao frowned. If a superpowered individual approached us within that range and activated their abilities, I would likely be dead by then. There's little we can do. Lu Long shook his head. The rise of superpowers has only been recent, The progress made thus far is commendable. Furthermore, typically, formidable martial artists or superpowered individuals handle superpowers, making detectors unnecessary. They are merely stationed in certain areas as a precaution against superpowered intrusions. Oh, Li Hao, intrigued, asked, so? If a superpowered individual refrains from using their mysterious abilities, we wouldn't be able to distinguish them? Not necessarily. Some superpowered individuals possess detection abilities themselves. Moreover, once a superpowered individual reaches a certain level, they can perceive the energy fluctuations within another's body without requiring the activation of mysterious powers. Of course, that level is still far beyond us. Li Hao lamented. I had hoped that superpowered individuals would radiate an aura, easily recognizable at first glance. What are you thinking? Lu Long chuckled. How could that be? However, if a superpowered individual is weak or inexperienced, their energy fluctuations may be so pronounced that even an ordinary person, if they come close enough, could sense something amiss. Understood. Li Hao nodded, grasping the concept. You cannot see the mysterious energy of the Star Masters. It's unclear whether it's due to your own weakness, your lack of entry into the superpower realm, or if other superpowered individuals are similarly blind to it. I do seem to possess some uniqueness. No wonder those who discovered the red shadow appeared to have vanished. Perhaps there were other elements at play. Boss, could you provide me with a detector? Li Hao asked. Lu Long nodded. I had intended to give you one as a precaution, though its efficacy may be limited. Li Hao paid little heed to its effectiveness. However, possessing the superpower detector might afford him the opportunity to expose Wang Ming. For now, he could not speak up, lest it arouse Lu Long's suspicion. Nonetheless, with the detector in his possession, regardless of whether Wang Ming employed his mysterious powers, Li Hao would find a way to reveal him. At present, Lu Long is primarily focused on self-preservation. The intentions of the Night Watchers remain uncertain. Regardless of whether they are indeed Night Watchers or affiliated with the Crimson Shadows, Li Hao must make Lu Long aware of certain preparations. Naturally, everything must be executed with a subtle touch. As Li Hao contemplated his plans, Lu Long fell silent, leading him quietly toward the depths of the basement. Inside, the space was empty, save for a fleeting glimpse of Dr. Yun Yao, who appeared to be preoccupied with some task at the doorway of a room. Finally, they reached the innermost part of the basement, where Lu Long halted before a door forged from metal. This door led to the storeroom of the demon hunting squad. Lu Long coldly explained that the contents within were acquired at the cost of the brothers' lives. You are a newcomer and will soon serve as bait. Thus, I am making an exception to allow you entry. Moreover, you will gain access to an opportunity that others do not possess. To witness the true essence of mysterious energy, priceless and unparalleled. Lu Long spoke with solemnity, and he was not mistaken. Indeed, those treasures were obtained through sacrifice. Li Hao's interest was instantly piqued. Mysterious energy. This marked his first genuine encounter with such energy, aside from the starry sky sword. Was the mysterious energy here akin to that within the sword? His mentor had mentioned that the mysterious energy on extraordinary artifacts was feeble and scarce. Did this mean he would soon behold an abundance of formidable mysterious energy? In an instant, Li Hao felt a surge of exhilaration, as if he were gazing upon a river of starlight. Of course, he recognized this as mere fantasy, yet he could not suppress his excitement. Lu Long cast a sidelong glance at him, nodding slightly with an almost imperceptible smile. This was the reaction he anticipated. I want you to understand that even if you possess a sword from the Li family and have interacted with mysterious energy, it pales in comparison. The true essence of mysterious energy is far beyond the weak energies found in extraordinary artifacts. Chapter 19. A man is not as good as a dog. The metallic doors of the storage room, situated right beneath the enforcement team's building, were impressively fortified. Lu Long did not rush to enter. It was only when Yun Yao, her hair somewhat disheveled, approached that he decided to unlock the door. Li Hao nodded at Yun Yao, unsure of how to address her, and simply greeted her with a smile, choosing silence instead. This doctor held considerable significance for the entire team. Although Li Hao found her demeanor amiable, he recalled Lu Yan's warnings, which lingered in his mind. It was not that he was inclined to believe Lu Yan, but her apprehension appeared genuine, indicating that this doctor was not to be trifled with. Just as Li Hao anticipated entering, Yun Yao suddenly turned to him and remarked, "Not bad." Li Hao was taken aback. Was she speaking to him? Lu Long also looked at Yun Yao in surprise, wondering what she meant by not bad. Yun Yao was not one to speak often within the team. Yet her words today seemed somewhat cryptic. It's nothing. With that, she deftly shifted the topic. However, Li Hao felt a flutter of unease. Quite impressive. Indeed. He had absorbed a considerable amount of mysterious energy, although he noticed that the energy surrounding his body had dissipated entirely, leaving only a trace within him. It was an inevitable circumstance. He could not possibly absorb and digest it all. Could it be that she had discerned this? It was a thought he could not dismiss. Rumor had it that she specialized in extracting mysterious energy within the team, a feat that typically eluded the eyes of ordinary individuals. How then did Junyo manage to extract it? As he pondered this, Lu Long had already opened the storage room door. The entirely metallic storage facility was devoid of any ventilation. The floor was also metallic, and walking upon it imparted a sense of its substantial weight. It was undeniably thick. The demon hunting team had evidently invested significantly in this, demonstrating their earnest regard for the matter. The storage room was modest in size, meticulously organized. It was partitioned into 3 small chambers, each with its own door. The mysterious energy was contained within the third small room. Lu Long did not disclose what lay behind the first 2 doors, nor did he open them for Li Hao. Instead, he proceeded directly to the entrance of the third room, where it was not Lu Long who unlocked the door, but Yun Yao. Yun Yao produced a key that faintly shimmered with starlight. A tremor of astonishment coursed through Li Hao's heart. This extraordinary item? The key was, indeed, a remarkable artifact. Despite the starlight being faint, its presence suggested it was imbued with mysterious energy, likely confirming its status as an extraordinary object. The demon hunting team truly placed immense value on mysterious energy. With a soft click, the key turned, causing the starlight to ripple slightly. While Lu Long remained oblivious to this phenomenon, Li Hao could distinctly perceive the starlight's movement. As the starlight pulsed, the door finally yielded. Lu Long, with an air of arrogance, proclaimed the storage room for mysterious energy was constructed at great expense by the demon hunting team. Even if a superhuman were to enter, they would find it exceedingly difficult to open without the key. Li Hao nodded in admiration, exclaiming, "Impressive." As for what made it impressive, he could only speculate. If superhumans could breach this place, would the key truly matter? The storage room was merely a precaution against thieves. Beyond that, it served little purpose. The iron gate swung open, revealing a grand glass dome. This intricate glass apparatus occupied a significant portion of the room. At that moment, Li Hao's gaze flickered, and he beheld starlight. Upon seeing the glass dome, he recognized a different kind of starlight energy than he had encountered previously. The starlight he had seen before emanated from the jade sword, showcasing true celestial hues with a flickering quality that exuded a chilling aura. However, the starlight he observed now appeared to harbor additional elements. The glass dome seemed to be divided into several sections. In one area, the starlight appeared to burn with flames. In another, it flickered with thunderbolts, and yet another section was enshrouded in black mist. The final small area resembled the starlight energy Li Hao was accustomed to. Simply pure starlight devoid of any other substances, albeit somewhat scattered. As Li Hao took in the spectacle, Lu Long was equally entranced, his eyes reflecting a sense of obsession. At that moment, it seemed he could see. Just as Li Hao thought this, Lu Long exclaimed, "This is the mysterious energy. Do you see it?" A jolt ran through Li Hao. Did he see it? Had he been discovered? Lu Long knew he could perceive it, which surprised Li Hao, prompting him to glance at Yun Yao. Lu Long had previously stated that ordinary individuals could not see it, not even those with extraordinary abilities. Dying. Li Hao grasped the implication, but was perplexed by how one could dye it to make it visible. After a brief moment of contemplation, he recalled something, the ice crystal dome discovered by his teacher. Indeed, Yun Yao seemed to hold a certain admiration for Yuan Shua, or at least anyone slightly connected to the realm of research would likely know of him, especially regarding extraordinary powers. The ice crystal was unearthed by his teacher in an ancient relic, initially overlooked by many. Later, Professor Yuan Shua unveiled its paramount function, to contain energy dissipation. Yun Yao remarked, had it not been for the discovery of the ice crystal, the advancement of extraordinary abilities might have been delayed for many years. It is precisely because of the ice crystal that the Night Watchers could store some mysterious energy, channel it into their bodies, granting many the opportunity to become extraordinary beings. At this moment, Lu Long nodded in agreement. Indeed, the discovery of the ice crystal has proven immensely beneficial. Over a decade ago, without the ice crystal, the Night Watchers had already been established, yet aside from the favored ones, only a handful could join each year. They relied on passing down mysterious energy and guiding newcomers through transformation, which was fraught with danger and significant costs. It was only with the advent of the ice crystal that the Night Watchers began to flourish. Li Hao felt a swell of indescribable pride. His teacher was remarkable. It turned out that the development of extraordinary abilities was profoundly linked to his teacher. Soon, Li Hao pondered another question and spoke. Then why is my teacher unable to become an extraordinary being? First and foremost, he possessed formidable martial prowess. Lu Long, with a smile that was neither full nor absent, remarked, "Your teacher is not one to be trifled with. Not only does he possess extensive knowledge of superpowers, but he also conceals many secrets, including a number of ancient relics that he has yet to develop or disclose. Everyone speculates that he must hold dominion over several ancient civilization sites. Thus, what business does your teacher have with the superpowered or the Night Watchers?" As Lu Long continued, he added, "Moreover, there's a critical point to consider. With your teacher's formidable abilities, should he truly transcend into a superpowered being and extract benefits from these ancient sites, he could very well emerge as one of the most powerful among the Night Watchers." Li Hao pondered this, softly uttering, "Are they wary?" "Indeed, they are." Lu Long nodded and quickly elaborated. "However, I suspect your teacher is on the brink of becoming a superpowered individual himself." "Why do you say so?" Li Hao inquired. Soon grasping the implication, he solemnly stated, "You mean to suggest that the Night Watchers have grown significantly stronger, and now, even if my teacher were to become a superpowered being, they believe they could manage him, rendering any caution unnecessary?" "Exactly," Lu Long affirmed, his expression reflecting admiration for Li Hao's insight. "The emergence of superpowers came too late, only appearing 2 decades ago. 20 years ago, Yuan Shua was already a top-tier martial artist. Should he become a superpowered entity first, given his prowess and expertise in ancient civilizations, he might very well become the foremost figure in the realm of superpowers. That would be exceedingly alarming. At times, one must remain vigilant. Yuan Shua is not affiliated with the authorities, nor is he entirely nefarious. However, he is certainly not a paragon of virtue. Achieving mastery in martial arts to such an extent inevitably leads to acts of violence. In light of this, whether for the advancement of the Night Watchers or to suppress Yuan Shua, they would not dare allow him to succeed prematurely. However, at this juncture, perhaps it is nearing that time. The Night Watchers have cultivated formidable individuals. They can now contain Yuan Shua. After a delay of 20 years, his ascension to a star master poses little cause for concern." Li Hao reflected for a moment before expressing another doubt. "I am still puzzled. Has my teacher truly resigned himself to serve the Night Watchers?" Lu Long glanced at him, smiling. "You must understand, the Night Watchers represent the authorities. No matter how powerful an individual may be, there are limits. Moreover, the Night Watchers do not merely take, they also offer protection, including that of your teacher." "Protection?" Li Hao asked, intrigued. "Indeed." Lu Long's smile deepened with a hint of significance. "Li Hao, do you really think a martial artist who has surpassed 100 does not have any adversaries? Have they all perished? To put it plainly, Yuan Shua's compliance and his rare departures from the ancient academy are influenced by this very fact. He is under the protection of the Night Watchers when he ventures out. His substantial contributions to the realm of superpowers are one reason, while the other stems from the multitude of enemies he has made over the years. The ancient academy serves as a sanctuary for him. A sanctuary. This revelation surprised Li Hao. It was unexpected, yet somehow reasonable. His teacher might indeed have enemies, which would explain his apparent resignation to serve the Night Watchers. Otherwise, given the teacher's temperament, had the Night Watchman indefinitely delayed his ascension to a superpower, he might have long since severed ties and ceased working for him. Li Hao refrained from further inquiries and instead surveyed his surroundings, asking, "Boss, is the mysterious energy contained here part of our squad's inventory? Is the bulk stored elsewhere?" Lu Long glanced at him, soon revealing, "You fail to comprehend. Do not be deceived by the seemingly modest space occupied by this mysterious energy. In reality, it is quite substantial. There exists a total of 12 cubic units of mysterious energy here. 12 cubic units. The energy dissipates at a constant density, only compressing upon entering the human body or specific objects. 12 cubic units constitute our entire stock. Moreover, ice crystals are hard to come by. The sheer number of ice crystal domes here has incurred a significant expense. This is our squad's sole repository of mysterious energy." "All of it?" Li Hao paused, taking another look and conceding that it was indeed considerable. 12 cubic units seemed approximately accurate. Yet, is this truly the extent of the inventory for the demon-hunting squad? He examined the area more closely, sensing something peculiar. The mysterious energy he absorbed from the Jade Sword appeared quite abundant as well. Could it be that the quality differs? Is the quality here superior? "Boss, how much can I receive? You are a newcomer, and you need to ensure your own safety. This time, I have pushed against the tide of opposition to grant you 2 cubic units of attribute-free mysterious energy. This attribute-free energy lacks any special abilities, making it easier to absorb and safer to handle. However, there is a downside. Attribute-free mysterious energy often enhances physical constitution, thereby increasing martial prowess. Yet it does not easily unlock the superpower lock, making it challenging to enter the realm of superpowers. I have briefly outlined the pros and cons. Additionally, should you choose attribute-specific mysterious energy that does not match your constitution, the risk escalates significantly. We are not superpowered beings. Rescuing you would be difficult. Thus, you may decide whether to opt for attribute-specific energy or the attribute-free variant. Both are 2 cubic units. Noticing Li Hao's lack of enthusiasm, he suddenly laughed. Li Hao, what is your current monthly salary? Li Hao was taken aback, pondering the question, and soon replied, as a level 3 inspector, prior to my confirmation, I earned 1,000 star coins a month. After confirmation, my salary increased to 2,000 star coins. If I managed to enter the enforcement team and advance to level 2 inspector, my monthly earnings would rise to 4,000 star coins. 4,000 star coins is quite substantial. As a single man, Li Hao often purchases groceries. A pound of top-quality rice costs merely 1 star coin. Even his internship salary of 1,000 star coins suffices for a reasonably comfortable life. Dining out for fast food only costs 5 star coins per meal. Consuming 3 meals a day amounts to approximately 450 star coins a month, which is sufficient for living. If he could secure a promotion, earning 4,000 star coins per month would lead him to contemplate marriage, sharing the burden of expenses. At this moment, Lu Long chuckled with an air of peculiarity. So, you currently earn 2,000 star coins a month, correct? Indeed. But do you know the market price for a cubic unit of mysterious energy? Is it possible to buy and sell this? Li Hao was once again taken aback, astonished at the prospect of trading such energy. On the surface, it seems impossible. Yet behind the scenes, there is an abundance. Lu Long scoffed, remarking that many dignitaries and wealthy individuals are merely ordinary people. Superpowered beings not only possess formidable combat abilities but also enjoy prolonged lifespans. Who wouldn't he aspire to become one? However, the official channels are limited. Aside from the Night Watchers who can formally recruit, there are only the Celestial Guardians, leaving no other legitimate avenues and consequently giving rise to black market transactions. Li Hao began to grasp the situation and nodded slightly. That makes sense. If I had wealth but lacked a legitimate means to become a superpowered being, perhaps I too would resort to purchasing it. This is simply human nature. To possess so much wealth yet be unable to ascend to superhuman status is indeed lamentable. Surely, the black market price must be steep. The acquisition of mysterious powers is no easy feat. Otherwise, everyone would be superpowered. Indeed, Lu Long replied with a knowing smile. Can you guess the black market price for a single unit? 100,000. Li Hao pondered, then reconsidered, feeling that might be too low given the rarity. After a moment, he adjusted his estimate. 500,000. This was the highest price he could envision, based on his current salary, which would allow him to save 24,000 a year without any expenses. It would take him over 20 years to afford a single unit, and with living costs factored in, it might take upwards of 30 years to accumulate enough. Quite a bold estimate. Lu Long chuckled. However, you've still underestimated it. The black market price is actually 1 million per unit. Li Hao gasped softly. How exorbitant. 1 million, without a promotion. He might never afford a single unit in his lifetime. Are you not excited? Lu Long observed, grinning. I'm offering you a gift of 2 million. Yet, Li Hao was not as exhilarated as he had anticipated. He chuckled softly, replying, Boss, in my mind, the realm of superpowers transcends the mundane and is detached from monetary concerns. Thus, regardless of the price, it holds no significance for me. A commendable mindset. But you're mistaken. Lu Long genuinely laughed this time. Do you think superpowers free one from earthly ties? That's a jest. Life's necessities require money. The trade of superpowered items demands currency. As long as this society remains populated predominantly by ordinary individuals, money is an inescapable reality for everyone. Let us not even discuss other matters. Without money, where would you live? Would you truly reside in the wilderness? Do you know how much ice crystals cost? Without funds, how would you procure them to preserve your mysterious powers? Without money, even stepping outside would mean walking. Do you suppose superpowered beings can simply fly or teleport? Upon hearing such words, Li Hao was momentarily taken aback. He had genuinely believed that once he became a superpowered being, the mundane concerns of money would no longer apply. However, Lu Long's remarks suddenly illuminated the truth. Superpowered beings are, after all, still human. Being human necessitates survival. So, Li Hao pondered. Will my salary increase if I join the demon hunting squad? Lu Long was momentarily speechless, bemused that this fellow was contemplating such matters at this juncture. He chuckled softly and nodded. Yes, your salary will increase. The moment you join, it will be 10,000 star coins per month. Li Hao felt a subtle stir within. Does this imply that the salary for a level 1 inspector is somewhat elevated? Typically, a level 1 inspector earns around 8 to 9,000. Of course, with bonuses and other incentives, it can surpass 10,000. Lu Long nodded in agreement, but chose not to elaborate further, merely indicating that understanding the value of mysterious energy is essential. Do not underestimate its worth. If you do not join the demon hunting squad, acquiring the two factions may remain forever out of reach. At this revelation, Li Hao couldn't help but smile. The notion of value was indeed appealing. However, at this moment, monetary gain was of little consequence to him. He was eager to absorb the mysterious energy. He was curious to discover whether the mysterious energy here was akin to that within his jade sword, perhaps even more effective. Boss, how do I absorb it? He inquired, looking at Lu Long, who handed him a small booklet. This is the energy absorption method, a standard technique employed by night watchers. Even personnel from various supernatural organizations utilize it. Li Hao's interest piqued. He quickly accepted the booklet and opened it, revealing a remarkably thin volume. His memory was sharp, and after glancing through it, he flipped to the second and third pages, only to find there were merely 3 pages in total, amounting to roughly 1,000 words. This was the energy absorption method employed by numerous organizations, the quintessential technique for supernatural beings to harness mysterious energy. Yet, at this moment, Li Hao felt an odd sensation. Wait a minute. This seems somewhat reminiscent of the breathing technique from the 5 animal exercises. Not the later imparted 5 animal breathing technique, but rather the initial breathing method he practiced during his training in the monkey technique. On the first day, the method he used for drinking water was precisely this, albeit with a rather low efficiency in terms of utilizing mysterious energy. If the 5 animal breathing technique could retain 70% of the mysterious energy, then the initial breathing technique he employed could at best preserve 30%, with the remainder dissipating. In Li Hao's perspective, the energy absorption method seemed to be no more than the standard of that initial breathing technique. While he pondered this, Lu Long gravely asserted, this technique must not be disseminated. Although many organizations have acquired it, they only dare to use it clandestinely. Should the night watchers discover any leaks, they will impose severe penalties. Of course, it poses no issue for the inspection department, but it must not be shared with outsiders. His tone was earnest, and Li Hao could only nod in agreement. I was proficient in a similar method years ago, albeit not entirely the same. It bore a resemblance. Now that I possess the 5 animal breathing technique, I am rather disinclined to learn this. However, as his mentor had instructed, the technique must remain confidential. Li Hao was determined to memorize the energy absorption method without employing the 5 animal breathing technique. Boss, I've mastered it. May I commence? Li Hao quickly inquired. Lu Long nodded and glanced at Yun Yao, who instructed, extend your right hand. She opened a small aperture in the ice crystal dome, ensuring that the mysterious energy did not escape. This device was quite unique, designed to retain the mysterious energy inside without any loss, albeit with significant limitations. Li Hao extended his hand, and Yun Yao instructed, insert your hand inside, then execute the energy absorption technique. The mysterious energy will flow into your body in accordance with your technique. However, remember, if the absorption efficiency within your body is too poor and the energy begins to dissipate, it will vanish swiftly. Li Hao understood this well, yet he pondered aloud. Why not let my entire body enter the ice crystal dome? In that case, even if some energy dissipates, it could be reused. He recalled how the Black Panther had utilized the dissipated mysterious energy from him. Such a precious resource, it should be recycled properly. Yun Yao chuckled, firstly. The cost of such a large ice crystal dome would be exorbitant. Secondly, the mysterious energy that flows out from within your body, if reused, would have even lower efficiency and greater repulsion. The more times mysterious energy is utilized, the greater the repulsion from the subsequent user. The energy we have in our storage is already considered second or even third hand, as it has been taken from others. In short, no matter how much you attempt to recycle, it is better to let it dissipate directly. The repulsion is too great, which not only diminishes its effectiveness but can also cause greater harm. Li Hao comprehended this, recalling the Black Panther, who seemed indifferent to such matters. It appeared to have a rather eclectic appetite, seemingly unbothered by potential harm, as it remained well-fed and glossy. At that moment, his arm had already penetrated the ice crystal dome. To his astonishment, he felt a surge of mysterious energy rapidly infiltrating his palm. This was his first encounter with the mysterious energy emitted from the jade sword. He immediately activated the energy absorption technique. In the next instant, a wave of discomfort washed over him. What the hell? Why does this feel so unpleasant? The mysterious energy from the jade sword had always been a soothing warmth, flowing through him comfortably, despite a slight pressure. However, this time, the absorption was far from pleasant. The mysterious energy felt rebellious, wildly coursing through his arm and surging throughout his body with tremendous force. An unmistakable sense of repulsion lingered. Was this the repulsion that Yun Yao had mentioned, stemming from multiple uses? Li Hao quickly connected the dots, feeling a mix of confusion and curiosity. Thus, the energy from the jade sword was likely first-hand, while what he was experiencing here was undoubtedly second-hand or even third-hand. Hence, the absorption was more challenging and the conflict even greater. Therefore, the energy absorbed by the Black Panther was also second-hand, and what he was currently absorbing might even be inferior to that. Humans were indeed less capable than dogs. Li Hao thought to himself, though he dared not voice it. He concentrated diligently on absorbing the mysterious energy. Inside the ice crystal dome, the energy continued to flow into him, causing his veins to bulge and even resulting in some blood seeping from his skin, a consequence of the overwhelming repulsion that shattered his capillaries. Second-hand goods are of inferior quality. Li Hao cursed silently, suddenly realizing how delightful the mysterious energy from the jade sword truly was. He had always considered the energy to be gentle, but now he understood the discomfort it could bring. No wonder they said that the energy absorption technique could be fatal. He had never grasped that concept until now. The impact was so immense that his constitution could be deemed remarkably resilient. Yet, even so, he had suffered a ruptured blood vessel. An ordinary individual, even when subjected to an unclassified mysterious energy, could easily face fatal consequences. If this were to be repeated thrice or 4 times, would it not lead to my own demise? At that moment, Lu Long's voice echoed in my ears. Indeed, the repulsive force is not significant. Splendid. It seems your constitution is quite commendable, merely resulting in a bit of bloodshed. I anticipated I would need to come to your rescue. Is this truly not considerable? Li Hao, momentarily, felt a surge of sympathy for others. Those individuals experiencing the absorption of mysterious energy for the first time were nearly on the brink of death. He endeavored to dismiss thoughts of the repulsive force and continued his absorption. After a while, Lu Long's voice resonated once more. All right, you may withdraw your arm now. Wrap it up, and over the next few days, engage in more training. The results are quite satisfactory. At least you have retained 30% of the mysterious energy. Not bad. However, Li Hao's expression grew somewhat rigid. Is that it? Is that truly all? The 2 portions of mysterious energy had simply vanished. What the hell? He sensed that the quantity was roughly equivalent to the second-hand soup left by the Black Panther on his first night. Is this all there is? 200,000? In that instant, Li Hao found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by profound disappointment. Goodness, this is far too meager. It pales in comparison to the amount he absorbed the previous night. No, it is significantly less. Yet Lu Long maintained a facade of regret, and upon noticing Li Hao's daze, proclaimed with pride, "Now you have witnessed the potency and rarity of mysterious energy, haven't you? Strive diligently. Do not let me down. If you perform admirably this time and successfully eliminate the opponent, I shall reward you with 2 additional portions afterward." Li Hao forced a stiff smile. So, I toil tirelessly, risking my very life to vanquish the Red Shadow, and your reward for me is but 2 portions? It seems I might as well be living the life of a dog. That wretched Black Panther has consumed so much of my mysterious energy. In that moment, Li Hao fully comprehended why the Red Shadow had fixated on the weapons of the 8 great families. It is I who must now keep a watchful eye. Chapter 20. The Discovery of a New World. In the storeroom, Lu Long spoke promptly. Are you not feeling quite uncomfortable with the accumulation of mysterious energy within you? Li Hao nodded in agreement. Indeed, he felt that this batch of mysterious energy was more challenging to digest, compared to the energy from the jade sword. The energy in the storeroom exhibited a distinct quality. Specifically, it dissipated at a slower rate. It is noteworthy that the mysterious energy extracted from the jade sword would swiftly vanish if not absorbed after a brief period. Naturally, this benefited the Black Panther. Thus, despite Li Hao's substantial absorption last night, he had essentially wasted a considerable portion, which was siphoned off by the Black Panther, who seemed to have a greater capacity for absorption. This time, after absorbing energy from both sources, Li Hao hesitated to employ the 5-animal breathing technique. In reality, he had not absorbed much. Had it been the energy from the Jade Sword, it would have begun to overflow and dissipate from his body by now. Yet here, he could sense that a significant amount still lingered within him, unabsorbed. How peculiar. At this moment, Li Hao pondered the differences between these two types of mysterious energy. Was the second type more amenable to storage? It baffled him. As he contemplated, Lu Long suddenly bellowed, "If you have not absorbed it yet, what are you doing standing there? Go practice martial arts instead of waiting for this precious energy to dissipate." Li Hao remained silent and promptly dashed outside. Lu Long's fierce shout was somewhat intimidating. It was best not to provoke him. In the fitness area, the equipment was far more abundant than that at home. Although Li Hao felt that both sources of mysterious energy were rather meager and difficult to digest, he swiftly commenced his training in the 5-animal technique to avoid wastage. He considered that a slight waste was inconsequential, yet the thought of how many times he could still absorb the energy from the Jade Sword quickly dispelled that notion. According to his teacher, the mysterious energy associated with supernormal items was finite and would soon be fully absorbed. Thus, it was essential to cherish it. He resumed practicing the monkey technique, leaping into the air, jumping, executing monkey punches, and swinging on the rings, utilizing momentum to propel himself in various directions. Gradually, Li Hao's expression became rather peculiar. The mysterious energy he had just absorbed seemed to awaken at that moment. With a low shout, Li Hao felt the veins on his forehead bulging, suddenly overwhelmed by excruciating pain, experiencing a sensation akin to convulsions. He feared he was in peril, believing that the mysterious energy was wreaking havoc on his body. Just as he sought help, he heard Lu Long's voice urging him from the side, "Do not stop. Continue. It is now that the mysterious energy is truly at work." The primary function of the mysterious energy was destruction. Through destruction, one could be reborn. It relentlessly forged his flesh, blood, and bones, subjecting him to trials that led to a rebirth from death. Li Hao was in immense agony, but something felt amiss. A thought flashed through his mind. This was not right, absolutely not right. Rebirth through destruction? No, it was not so. The mysterious energy he absorbed from the Jade Sword did not entail destruction. If absorbed in excess, it would merely dissipate without harming his body, instead nurturing it. Yes, in Li Hao's perception, there was a profound difference. It was undeniably distinct. The mysterious energy within the Jade Sword is gentle and pure. Yet the energy he has just absorbed is exceedingly violent. The leader exclaimed in pain, "Is there a problem?" Lu Long bellowed, "What nonsense! This is how mysterious energy is. Train diligently. Both types of mysterious energy are invaluable. If you dare waste it, I will make you regret it. We have paid a tremendous price to acquire this energy. Li Hao, if you do not achieve significant improvement, you shall perish in the next mission." Li Hao howled in agony. It truly hurts. He was not afraid of the pain. He merely wished to convey to Lu Long that something seemed amiss. Why was it like this? Boom. Li Hao, in unbearable torment, ceased using the ape technique and instead unleashed the tiger combat technique. The tiger combat technique is more ferocious. It allows him to vent his anguish more effectively. Bang! The sandbag was sent flying by a single punch, and the next punch came instantaneously, shattering the sandbag completely. Li Hao erupted in a frenzy, his veins bulging throughout his body. Meanwhile, Yun Yao observed with a nod, softly remarking, "The foundation is quite solid. Truly, the unique secret technique of Elder Yuan is remarkable." Although Li Hao has not reached the 10th realm, his physical constitution is extraordinarily robust. For an ordinary person, absorbing two types of mysterious energy would certainly result in ruptured blood vessels or bleeding from the 7 orifices, with internal organs being compressed. Yet, aside from his swollen veins, Li Hao seemed to be largely unaffected. This physique undoubtedly rivals that of a 10th realm martial artist, perhaps even indistinguishably so. Lu Long also nodded slightly, murmuring, "This fellow has quite a good physique. Is it truly that impressive? I've seen it before. It's merely for self-cultivation, but does it yield such results in foundational training? Perhaps it is a secret version." Yun Yao chuckled, noting that it was difficult to say. She glanced back at Li Hao, her expression somewhat peculiar, as if she had something to say but withheld it. Li Hao vaguely sensed that he had absorbed some mysterious energy, not at this moment, but previously. However, despite having absorbed the energy, he did not appear to have made substantial gains. Crucially, there were no signs of ruptured blood vessels that typically follow the absorption of such energy. Even the slightest rupture of capillaries would reveal some indication. To her, it seemed Li Hao might have absorbed it, but perhaps only a minuscule amount. Was it the mysterious energy from an extraordinary item, and of a very limited quantity? That possibility certainly existed. At that moment, Li Hao's roar reverberated through the arena. Roar. Like a fierce tiger descending the mountain, his claws raked fiercely, and with a crack, he broke a wooden stake in half. Li Hao himself was taken aback. How was this possible? He had absorbed two different types of mysterious energy. The jade sword contained more gentle and pure energy, perhaps the original form of mysterious energy. Yet the enhancement it provided was far less than what he felt now. The mysterious energy from the demon hunting team is immensely destructive, surging wildly within Li Hao, amplifying his lethality, ferocity, and prowess. Despite having consumed a comparable amount of mysterious energy the previous night, he felt little improvement. Today, having absorbed it for the third time, he found the enhancement far more intense than the prior night's significant intake. Lu Long's eyes lit up with excitement. Excellent. Li Hao, continue. It appears that you have effectively absorbed the mysterious energy. With the dual sources of this enigmatic force, you should be able to elevate yourself to the level of decapitating 10. Li Hao, unable to ponder deeply, recognized that he had no time for such thoughts. The mysterious energy within him had yet to be fully absorbed and was surging wildly. He must continue to release it. With a fierce roar, akin to a tiger's cry echoing through the mountains, he unleashed a technique from the tiger combat art. Previously, this vocal attack had little effect, serving merely to amplify his presence. However, today, as Li Hao roared, he truly evoked the illusion of a fierce tiger descending the mountain, shaking the very air around him and causing pain in the ears of those nearby. In the next moment, he suddenly clenched his fists and pounded the ground with great force. This was the bear combat art. Among the 5 animal techniques, the bear combat art harnessed the power of his arms to its fullest. At this juncture, Li Hao was no longer confined to the techniques of the ape. He began to employ all 5 forms of the animal arts. Although he excelled in the ape technique, the others were somewhat unfamiliar to him. Yet he was indifferent to this now. He was consumed by the urge to unleash his energy. With a series of thunderous sounds, he focused all his strength into his hands. The bear combat art emphasized the power of the arms, while the tiger combat art required balance among all 4 limbs. And the ape technique was concerned mainly with leg strength. Lu Long watched intently, astonished once more, murmuring, "This physique is truly remarkable. This fellow has absorbed dual sources of mysterious energy. He may indeed swiftly ascend to the level of decapitating 10. It was somewhat incredible, yet not impossible. Li Hao's foundation was exceptionally strong. Even now, he had not exhibited signs of bleeding from the 7 orifices, a rare occurrence indicating that his physical constitution was top-notch. Lu Long was puzzled. Was the 5 animal technique truly that effective? Even Yuan Shua's physical foundation seemed only average. If the 5 animal technique had such extraordinary results, why was Yuan Shua's condition deteriorating? Lu Long pondered aloud. Could it be that he later revised the 5 animal technique? Perhaps Li Hao learned from a different version? Yun Yao shook her head, uncertain. It was evident that Li Hao's physical condition was superb. What a pity. Lu Long suddenly sighed, shaking his head. If Yuan Shua had practiced this version of the 5 animal technique when he was younger, establishing a solid foundation and avoiding the accumulation of hidden injuries, he might have directly entered the realm of combatants at the 1000 level. Were he to achieve supernormal status within the combatant tier, Yuan Shua would be a formidable figure in that domain. Their astonishment grew as they observed. When Lu Yan arrived and saw Li Hao still furiously throwing punches and leaping with the agility of a monkey, she was taken aback. How long has he been at this? Half an hour. Upon hearing this, Lu Yan was incredulous. Still standing? His absorption efficiency is astonishing. I remember some individuals who, after absorbing just a little, collapsed immediately, utterly incapacitated. Their absorption rates were alarmingly low. Some would suffer ruptured blood vessels after absorbing a mere fraction of mysterious energy, rendering them unable to continue, let alone digest it. Li Hao, on the other hand, had been at it for half an hour. Tirelessly striking while absorbing an immense amount of mysterious energy, his conversion rate was extraordinary. Lu Long, taken aback, contemplated for a moment before speaking. This solitary practice won't suffice. You should go up and spar with him. Me? Lu Yan was rendered speechless as she glanced at Lu Long, then at the beaming Yun Yao, inwardly cursing the injustice of it all. Alas, she felt the weight of her own misfortune. Li Hao continued his training, and in the next moment, laughter rang in his ears. Sister will practice with you. Li Hao was undaunted, brimming with excitement. Bring it on, he thought, feeling that this exhaustive training was becoming too much. Surprisingly, the mysterious energy within him had not yet been fully expended. Only a significant portion had dissipated, leaving a small reserve. It was the perfect opportunity to test his skills. Watch out, Teen Lu. Li Hao felt a surge of newfound strength and, without hesitation, turned to strike. Unfazed by the risk of collateral damage, he knew that the members of the Demon Hunter squad were formidable. Strike first, he proclaimed, channeling the fierce spirit of the Black Tiger as he lunged forward with his hands shaped like claws, veins prominent, aiming directly at Lu Yan. Little Li Hao, where do you think you're reaching? Lu Yan replied with a radiant smile, her figure swaying as she effortlessly evaded him. With a confident posture, she warned him. There are spectators, mind your aim. Li Hao dismissed her caution, recalling his instructor's advice to focus solely on his training and not be distracted by extraneous thoughts. Flying monkey, he shouted, pushing off the ground and leaping into the air. Lu Yan chuckled. Have you forgotten the lesson about staying grounded? This fool was airborne again, a grave mistake. Just as she was about to pull him down, Li Hao, leveraging his momentum, flailed his arms like a cat's paws, propelling himself higher until he grasped the light fixture on the ceiling. The fixture, fragile, yielded easily to his gentle grip. With a powerful leap, he soared over Lu Yan. Impressive, Yin Yao exclaimed, her surprise evident. Lu Long nodded in agreement, murmuring, a secondary leap, using the air to gain height. Quite rare, however, indoors. He has the ceiling as support. Out in the wild, such an advantage would be absent. Yun Yao smiled softly. In the wilderness, he may not attempt such a feat. Regardless, Li Hao remembered his previous lesson and, instead of being caught mid-air by Lu Yan, he leapt past her, reaching for her from behind. Such adaptability was indeed remarkable for a novice. In the arena, as he reached out to grab her, Lu Yan suddenly exclaimed. And Li Hao found himself confronted by a long leg. With an agile backward kick, she seemed to possess eyes at the back of her head. Her leg's flexibility was astonishing. While a typical person would lose balance attempting such a kick, Lu Yan, in that moment, executed it effortlessly, her legs soaring to meet Li Hao's face. Unforeseen, this counterattack took Li Hao by surprise. He had anticipated Lu Yan retreating, turning, or bending, but never a sudden backward kick. Bang! He could not evade it in time and was struck squarely on the nose. Bang! Blood gushed forth immediately, and tears welled in his eyes as pain coursed through him, an overwhelming mix of hurt and humiliation. The echoes of scorn reverberated in his heart, and Li Hao, filled with indignation, felt utterly frustrated. At that moment, he squatted down without covering his nose, having suffered a significant setback, which left him unwilling to concede defeat. Lu Yan perhaps believed that a kick to Li Hao would cause him to relent. However, little did she expect that at this moment, Li Hao, nursing his grievances, was determined to seize any opportunity to retaliate. Just as Lu Yan retracted her leg, blood gushed from Li Hao's nose, tears streamed down his face, and his vision blurred. Yet he still unleashed a fierce kick, albeit not very high. It fortuitously struck Lu Yan's rear. As she was in the process of retracting her leg, she unexpectedly failed to evade his blow. Caught off guard, she staggered forward several steps before managing to regain her balance. Turning to face Li Hao, a murderous glint ignited in her eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Long and Yun Yao stood by, equally astonished, both rendered speechless, the atmosphere in the basement chillingly silent. Li Hao had retaliated even after being struck on the nose. Moreover, he had managed to land a kick on Lu Yan's rear, sending her tumbling a considerable distance. An outcome Lu Long had certainly not anticipated. Li Hao. Lu Yan's voice rose in pitch, tinged with fury. In the next instant, Li Hao, clutching his nose, squatted down, wailing in pain. It hurts. Sister Yin, you've broken my nasal bone. His outburst extinguished much of his earlier anger. Lu Yan, both furious and helpless, mused, broken? I did not intend to injure him. It was simply a reflexive response when he unexpectedly leaped behind me. Did I truly break it? My strength was not insignificant. I did not do it on purpose, she began to explain, but the memory of Li Hao's counterattack rekindled her irritation. At that moment, Yun Yao swiftly approached, gently pushing Li Hao's arm aside to examine his nose. Soon, she smiled and reassured him, it's not broken. You'll be fine after a little rest. Li Hao gazed at Yun Yao through tearful eyes, suspicion creeping into his mind. Did she do this deliberately? I know it's not broken. Was I feigning pity after kicking Lu Yan? Why is she checking on me now? Upon hearing his thoughts, Lu Yan furrowed her brows, about to unleash her wrath. But Lu Long interjected with authority. Enough, Li Hao, well done. He then turned to Lu Yen, his tone grave. You allowed yourself to be struck by a counterattack from someone who is not a martial artist. Lu Yen hesitated, her frustration palpable. Lu Long continued solemnly. Lu Yen, our line of work is perilous. You must be aware of that. You have grown complacent. Silence enveloped Lu Yen. Complacent? It felt unjust. She had merely held back. Knowing Li Hao was not an adversary and quite weak, she feared inflicting serious harm. Yet, she had indeed faltered, allowing Li Hao to land a kick on her. Had this occurred during a mission, it could have cost her life. Ultimately, Lu Yen chose not to voice her thoughts, her emotions a mix of annoyance and resignation as she turned to leave. Li Hao, with tears glistening in his eyes, cast a glance at her, refraining from uttering a word. A large footprint marked Lu Yen's backside. Lu Long remained silent, choosing to ignore the incident entirely. Yin Yao cast a glance, smiled softly, and patted Li Hao, whispering with a hint of amusement, "It is rare for her to suffer a loss in silence. You have certainly surprised me." Li Hao felt a bit embarrassed, for it was not his intention. After all, in martial arts, unexpected events are to be expected. I have suffered even more, haven't I? Moments later, Li Hao attended to his nose. Lu Long regarded him with an enigmatic expression, and as they stood face to face, Li Hao felt a twinge of guilt. After a brief silence, Lu Long spoke. Your physical foundation is quite remarkable. Your absorption efficiency is exceedingly high. The 5-animal technique you practice, is it a revised version by Yuan Shua? I am unsure, Li Hao replied, shaking his head. What my teacher initially taught me was this. I do not know which version it is. Are you aware? Your foundation is not inferior to that of an average practitioner at the 10th level, Lu Long remarked, causing Li Hao to display a look of surprise and confusion. Deep within, he recognized that his physique had not always been this robust. It had improved due to the mysterious energy absorbed from the jade sword, particularly after last night, when he felt as though he had been physically compressed. At this moment, Li Hao was engulfed in myriad uncertainties. The mysterious energy from the jade sword felt markedly gentle, lacking any substantial enhancement effects. Yet, it undeniably possessed capabilities absent in the mysterious energy absorbed today, such as a significant boost to physical quality. After absorbing energies from both sources today, Li Hao observed that almost no mysterious energy was absorbed by his body, lacking the nurturing quality. Instead, it was purely destructive. Yes, destructive. It incessantly damaged his muscle tissues, followed by a relentless process of renewal, resulting in excruciating pain. Of course, this also endowed him with a formidable power, imbued with tremendous aggression. The two types of mysterious energy exuded entirely different sensations. At this juncture, Li Hao began to grasp the essence of the situation. The mysterious energy from the jade sword seemed primarily nurturing, laying a solid foundation for him, while that from the Demon Hunter squad was geared towards enhancing offensive capabilities. It appeared these were not of the same category. No wonder I absorbed a plethora, and Black Panther did too, yet neither of us became significantly stronger. However, it is true that our physiques improved. Black Panther's fur is practically glistening. Had it been today's mysterious energy, Black Panther would have surely exploded from such an overload. Li Hao was nearly in the same predicament. Nurturing, Li Hao's understanding deepened. This type of mysterious energy, while perhaps not significantly enhancing combat prowess, felt far more precious than what he had absorbed today. It was a secret he could not divulge, not even under duress. Thus, attributing it to the 5-animal technique was something he did not mind. The teacher should not have any issues with it. Li Hao quickly added, perhaps my teacher is simply extraordinary. Are you implying that my foundation is comparable to that of a 10th practitioner? Lu Long pondered for a moment before replying. From a purely physical standpoint, the gap is minimal. The remaining factors are strength, speed, and experiential differences. If you train diligently and participate in practical combat a few more times, you may very well become a true martial artist at the 10th level. As he spoke, he added, certainly, the outcome of all this is ultimately bestowed by the mysterious energy. Now you can comprehend the invaluable nature of this energy, can't you? Li Hao nodded fervently, understanding the significance of the mysterious energy possessed by the demon hunting squad. However, a moment of hesitation crossed his mind as he recalled something. Boss, I've noticed that the mysterious energy can damage bodily tissues. While it heals, could it leave behind any hidden injuries? Lu Long cast him an appreciative glance and nodded slightly. Indeed, the process of destruction and rebirth is not so straightforward. It endows you with greater power but also awakens your potential, placing your body in a state of exhaustion. Therefore, it is imperative to swiftly enter the realm of superpowers. Once you become a star master, you can gradually nurture your body. However, this is an essential step to becoming a superpowered individual. Li Hao nodded, yet his mind was filled with unusual thoughts. He sensed a difference. The residual energy from the Jade Sword starlight still lingered within him. When the mysterious energy damaged his body, he felt a gentle wave of mysterious energy aiding in his recovery. Exhaustion? He felt no such thing. In fact, at that moment, Li Hao felt nearly restored, without any significant fatigue or discomfort. Boss, is there a limit to absorbing this mysterious energy? Of course, Lu Long explained. Each absorption entails destruction. The potency of the mysterious energy is formidable, causing harm to your bodily tissues. As a newcomer, your limit is once a month. Any more would be detrimental. At my level, I can absorb it more frequently, every 3 to 5 days, but that requires the availability of mysterious energy for us to absorb. Is that so? Li Hao remained silent, sensing that he could likely absorb more without issue. The mysterious energy within the Jade Sword was extraordinary. He realized this once again. It was indeed remarkable. Lucky for the Black Panther, he thought, as it seemed to endure so much without adverse effects. The mysterious energy from the Jade Sword surely possessed restorative and healing properties. At that moment, Li Hao felt it might be time to differentiate this energy. It should be referred to as star energy. It was unlike any other mysterious energy. With this thought, curiosity sparked within him. Boss, you and my teacher, after long periods of absorbing vast amounts of mysterious energy without advancing, must have accumulated many hidden injuries, right? Normal, Lu Long said nonchalantly. Upon advancement, the injuries naturally heal. If one does not advance, hidden injuries may flare up, and one could perish. A martial artist surpassing 100 already harbors numerous hidden injuries. Have you ever heard of a martial artist without any afflictions? Is it true that the realm of superpowers cannot heal hidden injuries? If they could, wouldn't it be easier to advance? It's not that simple. Lu Long shook his head, leaving aside whether anyone within the superpowered realm can heal wounds, even if they can. Such abilities are precious. Why would they assist you in healing? Can you afford the price? Do not overthink it. You should focus on how to enter the realm of superpowers and become a star master, rather than dwelling on healing. He assumed Li Hao was afraid, but Li Hao was contemplating something else. His teacher, now advanced in years, bore numerous hidden injuries and had likely absorbed a considerable amount of mysterious energy, exacerbating his condition. Previously, he had only noticed his teacher as frequent coughing, attributing it merely to old age. However, upon reflection, it seemed plausible that the absorption of mysterious energy had severely impacted his health, particularly since the teacher's 5-animal breathing technique facilitated the absorption of such energy. The greater the intake, the more profound the resultant injuries, which hindered any advancement to superhuman status. What if his teacher were to drink a cup of starlight water? Could it alleviate his hidden injuries and enable him to ascend to superhuman capabilities? As for Yuan Shuo, Li Hao had no intention of concealing anything, for his teacher had treated him with great kindness, readily imparting secret teachings without reservation. Moreover, if the teacher could indeed elevate himself to superhuman status, it would undoubtedly provide Li Hao with additional support and confidence to confront the Red Shadow. 1 cup might not suffice. Perhaps 2 cups, or even a direct infusion from the Jade Sword could be considered. Li Hao fell into deep contemplation. As for the potential exposure of the Jade Sword, he held little concern. If it were to be revealed, so be it. Given his teacher's acumen, he might have already deduced its existence. Speaking of the Jade Sword, he also possessed a stone knife. Even if his teacher desired it, the Jade Sword was a family heirloom. Would it be acceptable to offer the stone knife instead? Zhang Yuan was already deceased, and if he could avenge his death, Li Hao believed that little Yuan would not mind parting with the stone knife. Thus, he resolved to train diligently. At that moment, Lu Long, sitting opposite him, patted Li Hao on the back, encouragingly stating, "You have a solid foundation. Strive to fully assimilate the mysterious energy in the coming days and truly step into the 10th slaying realm. That way, your chances of survival will increase significantly." Time was of the essence. Li Hao nodded vigorously, his eyes sparkling with an unusual anticipation and desire. He longed to grow stronger and craved just a little more of that mysterious energy, preferably the kind from the storeroom. Even secondhand would suffice. This potent, mysterious energy seemed to synergize beautifully with the starlight energy of the Jade Sword, offering him even greater benefits. If he could acquire more, perhaps he could also provide some for Black Panther. After all, this creature had consumed ample starlight energy and surely could not perish from it. Perhaps he could cultivate a canine companion capable of the 10th slaying realm? Li Hao swallowed hard. The idea of Black Panther being hidden away as a trump card held immense potential. Unfortunately, he had already absorbed both sources. In that moment, Li Hao realized the true value of mysterious energy. Its high cost was justified, and he no longer harbored disdain for it. His yearning for more of this enigmatic energy was overwhelming. Chapter 21. The Frenzy of Yuan Shuo in the Basement. Li Hao felt an immense enhancement from this absorption. However, he remained uncertain whether he had truly reached the 10th severance stage. Lu Long and the others had spoken in such vague terms that it left Li Hao questioning his own progress. To this day, he was still in the dark about the defining characteristics of the 10th severance. Was it merely a matter of greater physical strength? At that moment, noticing Lu Long was more talkative than before, possibly due to Li Hao's commendable performance, the once haughty captain appeared less arrogant. Seizing the opportunity, Li Hao inquired, "Boss, aside from practical combat, is there no other way to ascertain if one has reached the 10th severance?" Indeed, Lu Long nodded. Previously, Lu Yin probably deemed it unnecessary to enlighten you, considering you were merely cannon fodder, perhaps destined to meet your demise before reaching the 10th severance. Aside from the necessity of focusing on practical combat, there was no need for you to concern yourself with these matters. Goodness. Li Hao suddenly felt no regret for that kick he had delivered. It was well placed. Lu Yin, with her cheerful facade, seemed to have already resigned herself to an early demise. Indeed, women often project one thing while harboring another within. What distinguishes the 10th severance? Lu Long pondered for a moment before responding. Let me first establish a premise. Without distinguishing realms through practical combat, one cannot grasp the essence of these stages. Remember this. Li Hao nodded, comprehending this notion. If one were to assess based on practical combat, the implication was clear. Such understanding necessitated personal experience. Whether breaking 100 or battling 1,000, one would naturally grasp the essence by venturing into the military camp. Li Hao chuckled awkwardly. Don't jest. I have no desire to die. Moreover, if it truly came to a battle against 1,000, the opponents wouldn't engage in hand-to-hand combat. With artillery and a barrage of gunfire, one would surely perish, wouldn't they? There are less perilous ways to seek death. Lu Long continued. If we disregard practical combat and focus solely on the realm, there are evident characteristics. Upon reaching the 10th severance, one becomes a true martial master. The so-called martial master possesses an internal energy that arises from within. This aligns with what is traditionally known as internal martial arts. Before the emergence of superpowers, martial masters transcended the ordinary human realm, with the most significant trait being the surging internal energy. Li Hao's eyes brightened. Internal martial arts? Precisely, Lu Long affirmed. It is essentially a form of power where internal strength converges and transforms into energy. To put it more plainly, upon reaching the level of a martial master, one's vitality flourishes, blood surges, and sinews resonate. With that, Lu Long suddenly shook his arm. At that moment, it seemed as though his bones were resonating. Crack, crack. The sound resembled a whip slicing through the air, causing an explosive reaction. Lu Long chuckled. Did you see that? This is the essence of a martial master and the most apparent characteristic of the 10th severance. When fists and feet strike, the sinews resonate, and the internal strength permeates. The ultimate manifestation is just this. Li Hao's gaze sparkled with excitement. The 10th severance. This represented the weakest of martial masters, the foundational level. Yet even a single punch could cause the bones to resonate. Remarkable. He realized he was far from this stage, indicating that he had not yet attained the 10th severance. Even disregarding practical combat, he had not reached this level in terms of pure realm. And what about breaking 100? Li Hao pressed on, increasingly intrigued. Lu Long furrowed his brow slightly and remarked, You should not entertain thoughts of breaking the 100. The martial artists have already declined. With your current prowess, there lies little opportunity for you to directly enter the realm of superpowers. If you were to breach the 100, it would be nearly imperceptible. He sighed softly and continued calmly, Do not pursue the idea of breaking the 100. Many martial artists have ascended from the 10th realm to become star masters. Yet I have scarcely heard of anyone breaking the 100. Perhaps there were some in previous years, but now it seems there are none left. Li Hao, remember, it is best to refrain from absorbing attribute-less mysterious energy. While such energy is a treasure for martial artists, it can also be a curse. Absorbing too much can lead to an overwhelming physique, making transformation increasingly arduous. If you ever reach the 100, your chances of becoming a superpower will be exceedingly slim. He spoke with a hint of self-deprecation, reflecting on how once powerful martial artists who breached the 100 had become burdens. Being somewhat weaker may actually facilitate ascension to superpowers. However, reaching 100 only increases the difficulty, as the demand for mysterious energy is immense. Even with sufficient energy, ascension is not guaranteed. Both he and Yuan Shua were, 2 decades ago, paragons of martial prowess. Yet now, one teaches and researches, while the other serves on the front lines as an enforcer. Though their titles may seem lofty, in reality, they hold little weight, barely surpassing that of a young novice entering the realm of superpowers. Lu Long appeared somewhat lost in thought, prompting Li Hao to tactfully refrain from further inquiries. From Lu Long's words, as well as the insights imparted by his teacher, Li Hao began to grasp a vital truth. The stronger a martial artist's capabilities, the slimmer their chances of advancing to superpowers. Moreover, attribute less mysterious energy primarily enhances martial strength. To ascend to superpowers, one should seek to absorb attribute-specific mysterious energy. If one encounters a highly compatible attribute energy, they might transition directly into a superpower, provided, of course, that they remain alive. The mortality rate is not negligible. In the Night Watcher organization, the survival rate stands at around 90, while in demon hunting squads, it plummets to merely 10. Thus, Lu Long refrained from allowing Li Hao to absorb attribute energy, focusing instead on enhancing his physical condition. Do not aim too high, Li Hao quietly reminded himself. Reaching the 10th realm would be an admirable feat. The surge of internal energy and the harmonious resonance of sinews and bones signify the essence of the 10th realm. As for practical combat experience, he thought, it is merely a matter of ensuring a solid foundation. Combat is, in truth, straightforward. Engaging in more battles and killing more foes is key. If others can fight 100 times over a decade, surely I can match that in a year without issue. Boss, I shall conclude my training for today. Later, I wish to visit the Ancient Academy in Silver City. To the Ancient Academy? To see the teacher? Lu Long pondered for a moment before replying, it's up to you. But one thing, you must leave by nightfall. Li Hao looked puzzled, noticing his confusion. Lu Long offered an explanation. We need more clues and movements regarding the shadowy figures. If you remain at the Ancient Academy in Silver City, our adversaries may not reveal themselves again. With Yuan Shua preparing for an expedition soon, it is likely that some night watchers will arrive ahead of time. Of course, if you are afraid of danger, you may choose to stay there and wait indefinitely. Li Hao shook his head resolutely. I desire vengeance more. He hesitated for a moment before asking, Boss, if the situation proves unsolvable, should we notify the night watchers? Lu Long wore a mask of indifference, stating, remember this, if the demon hunting squad cannot resolve the situation, the ordinary night watchmen are merely courting death. Do not overestimate the night watchmen. As a martial artist who has surpassed the 100 mark, there are few among them capable of defeating me, and most are occupied with significant tasks. Stationed in the major cities, do you think the night watchman's arrival in Silver City can resolve troubles beyond my grasp? Such confidence, such pride. It is the pride of a martial artist who has transcended the 100 mark. Even in an era dominated by superpowers, Lu Long maintains his own dignity. Li Hao chose to remain silent this time, trusting that Lu Long was not oblivious to the dangers at hand. His persistence in this course of action likely stemmed not merely from the desire to eliminate an adversary with mysterious abilities, but rather from his own admission that he could not handle the situation, and neither could the weaker night watchman. The higher echelons of the night watchmen would not necessarily station themselves in Silver City due to events that had yet to unfold. With this understanding, Li Hao felt a sense of relief. Moreover, he had discovered Wang Ming. This infiltrator needed to be exposed before the impending rain arrived, as a superpowered individual lurking could provoke unforeseen complications. Upon leaving the basement, Li Hao exited the law enforcement building. Just as he was about to depart from the inspection division, he noticed a familiar face ahead, Wang Ming, beaming with sunlight. Brother Hao, want to grab a meal together? I just arrived and have no idea if the inspection division canteen has anything good. At this moment, it was already noon. Encountering him here was not particularly surprising. Yet Li Hao was aware that this individual had undoubtedly orchestrated their meeting. Li Hao smiled, radiating innocence and kindness. I'm sorry, Xiao Ming, but I need to head to the Silver City Academy. Is there a case? The term Xiao Ming caused Wang Ming to raise an eyebrow momentarily, quickly smoothing his expression into one of feigned interest, as if eager to be involved. No, Li Hao replied, shaking his head. I'm going to visit my teacher. "Brother Hao, are you a student of the Silver City Academy?" "I used to be," Li Hao replied with a smile, then expressed his regret. "I must be on my way, Xiaoming. You can eat by yourself, or let sister not take you. We'll have dinner together tonight." "All right." Wang Ming did not press further. Li Hao then stepped outside, retrieving his bicycle and pedaling towards the Silver City Academy. Wang Ming watched his disappearing figure, a faint glimmer of something unusual flickering in his eyes. Lu Long is indeed willing to invest heavily. The demon hunting squad in Silver City must have limited reserves of mysterious energy, yet they have even absorbed Li Hao. Could it be that they truly intend to recruit him? Such a waste. He mused silently, aware that the next self-immolation incident could occur swiftly. Li Hao's absorption of mysterious energy at this moment was of little significance. Even if it could hasten his advancement to the 10th realm, its utility would be limited. Why squander such precious energy? Casting a glance toward the law enforcement building not far away, Wang Ming noted that Lu Long held some renown even in White Moon City. What a pity. The stronger one becomes in martial arts, the more challenging it becomes to transcend that critical threshold, to break free from the shackles of superpowers. Martial prowess fortifies the bonds of superpowers. He recalled the reminders from some elders. Ordinary individuals ascending to superhuman status often begin quite weak. Advancing beyond the 100 mark as a martial artist is a daunting challenge, akin to scaling the heavens. In the realm of superpowers, the optimal scenario is to achieve superhuman status after reaching the 10th realm of slashing, which is the most favorable outcome. Breaking the superhuman lock is not excessively difficult, and the initial requirements are high. Thus, many superhuman organizations prioritize the advancement of martial artists who have reached the 10th realm. Conversely, those who have just crossed the 100 mark seem to be overlooked. Thoughts of Lu Long crossed Wang Ming's mind, instilling a slight sense of trepidation, leading him to avert his gaze and look once more towards the direction where Li Hao had vanished. Li Hao, the esteemed disciple of Yuan Shua, stirred a sense of nostalgia within him. Yuan Shua, far more renowned than Lu Long, had surpassed the 100 mark 2 decades prior, signifying that even before the emergence of superpowers, he was among the pinnacle of martial prowess. On the other hand, Lu Long had relied somewhat on the arcane powers to achieve his status, setting him apart from those who ascended purely through mundane capabilities. Moreover, Yuan Shua was a distinguished figure known throughout the Silver Moon Province, celebrated for his expertise in ancient civilization studies, the 5-animal technique and the breath technique. It is said, may conceal even more potent versions of the breathing methods. Regrettably, Yuan Shua's eccentric temperament renders him inaccessible to the ordinary person. It is a mystery how Li Hao managed to become his pupil. Yuan Shua had taken on many students over the years, yet in recent times, he had only one, Li Hao. His previous students had either graduated or, tragically, passed away. Now in his 70s, Yuan Shua had not taken on a student for years, making the acceptance of Li Hao quite puzzling. Wang Ming's curiosity about Li Hao was of little concern to the latter. The ancient Academy of Silver City was a familiar locale, serene and tranquil, embodying the Academy's essence. Its most notable department was the Ancient Civilization Exploration Department, presided over by Yuan Shua. It was due to his efforts that the Academy garnered renown. Graduates from the Academy were sought after by many factions throughout the province. Yuan Shua's expertise was vast, and even without accepting new disciples, his former students in the Exploration Department had gained significant fame, actively engaging in the discovery of ancient civilization relics across various cities. The exploration of ancient civilizations was a pursuit shared by humanity as a whole. According to remnants of ancient texts, prior to the existing civilization, there existed an extraordinarily glorious ancient civilization, which ultimately fragmented and vanished from the annals of history, leaving scant records behind. Today, the exploration of ancient civilizations has facilitated remarkable advancements in numerous fields. Communication, transportation, firearms, and even superpowers have all been linked to the excavation of ancient civilizations. It is said that many critical technologies were directly derived from ancient relics, propelling humanity, which had only recently transitioned from an agrarian society, swiftly into an era of industrial civilization. Of course, the plethora of discoveries has led to certain technologies being sidelined, resulting in an imbalance in development. While firearms have evolved robustly, the information sector has lagged significantly. It is now exceedingly difficult to communicate with individuals from other cities beyond Silver City. According to Yuan Shua, during the era of ancient civilizations, one could effortlessly connect across vast distances of thousands of miles. The communication systems permeated the entire continent. At present, communication devices are primarily utilized within the same city, reflecting an imbalance in societal development. Li Hao pedaled onward, unimpeded by anyone. Though not a student of the ancient institute, his garb as an inspector granted him unrestrained passage. Moments later, after traversing a shaded path, several secluded courtyards came into view. This was the residence of some esteemed professors from the ancient institute, rarely frequented by visitors. As Li Hao approached on his bicycle, a figure abruptly emerged from the thicket, obstructing his path, and coldly declared, "This is a restricted area. No idle persons allowed." "I seek Teacher Yuan," Li Hao replied, lifting his gaze to regard the individual. He smiled, inquiring, "New here?" "I am a student of the teachers, Li Hao, a third-level inspector of the inspection department. I have visited before when Brother Zhang was on duty. Are you with the inspection department or the security team of the ancient institute?" "Teacher Yuan is not receiving guests at the moment," came the response. Li Hao raised an eyebrow. "Is that what the teacher said?" After a brief pause, he added with a smile, "In that case, I shall make a call. I do not wish to inconvenience you." However, he glanced at the man and continued with a grin. "I believe this is a decision made by your security team or another organization. The teacher is not one for seclusion. Do not presume to speak on his behalf. Even if you belong to some so-called superpower organization." The man's expression shifted, a cold glint appearing in his eyes as he regarded Li Hao. "I was merely stating an opinion." Previously, Li Hao had harbored a deep-seated trepidation towards the Night Watchers, but now he felt indifferent. What was the matter? Having joined the Demon Hunter squad, the Night Watchers would surely take notice. The man before him emanated a faint aura of mysterious energy, though it was not particularly strong. Indeed, it was weaker than that of Lu Long and, strictly speaking, even less potent than Lu Yan's. Yet, Li Hao surmised that this individual might be a Night Watcher assigned to protect the teacher. Perhaps the true superpowered individuals were absent or lurking in the shadows. In any case, this fellow was not a genuine superpower. Most likely, he was a martial artist who had absorbed mysterious energy, akin to Lu Long and his peers. After a moment's contemplation, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow and said in a low voice, "Please wait, I will notify someone." Li Hao refrained from further comments. There was no need to provoke the Night Watchers. The refusal to admit visitors clearly was not the teacher's directive, which was the source of his dissatisfaction. Did the Night Watchers truly impose restrictions even on guests? The man disappeared for a brief interval. Shortly thereafter, he reappeared and spoke in a solemn tone, "You may enter." "Thank you," Li Hao replied cheerfully, quickly resuming his ride deeper into the courtyard. The man observed his retreating figure with a slight frown, adjusting the black earbud at his ear, murmuring, "Without an inspection, could there be complications?" "Let him in. It is fine," came the response. "Understood." The man ceased further discussion, though he found it somewhat surprising that this young man was allowed entry when others had been turned away. Yuan Shua was soon to partake in the next exploration of ancient civilization ruins, an endeavor of considerable importance. To prevent the leakage of sensitive information and to ensure Yuan Shua's safety, he had indeed ceased to entertain visitors of late. At the Yuan family courtyard, Li Hao parked his bicycle at the entrance and knocked on the door. "Come in yourself," boomed the resonant voice of an elderly man from within. In the courtyard paved with green bricks, Yuan Shua was practicing his punches. Unlike the ferocity of the tiger fist, his movements were languid, reminiscent of a turtle basking in the sun, exuding a sense of lethargy. As Li Hao pushed open the door with a creak, it swung wide. Upon seeing his teacher, a smile graced Li Hao's face, one that was distinct from his usual demeanor. "Teacher, I'll find a place to sit." Yuan Shua continued his practice without acknowledging Li Hao. At over 70, Yuan Shua remained robust, his stature modest at around 1.70 meters, yet adequate for an elder. In his youth, he must have been even taller. His hair had begun to show streaks of gray, and he wore a simple pair of cloth shoes. Li Hao was accustomed to this and settled into a chair beside him, observing his teacher's slow movements. Each punch seemed to progress at a snail's pace, inducing drowsiness in onlookers, yet Yuan Shua was undeterred, having practiced this turtle fist for many years. Li Hao had seen this before and speculated that his teacher was preparing to add a new technique to the five-animal fist, the turtle technique. Although Yuan Shua did not look directly at Li Hao, he seemed to sense the young man's gaze and even discern some of his thoughts. In the next moment, just as Li Hao reached for his teacup, the previously sluggish Yuan Shua vanished from his spot. Suddenly, a fist appeared before Li Hao. It was exceedingly slow, yet felt like a harbinger of danger. Sweat instantly beaded on Li Hao's forehead. At that moment, he felt as though he were being targeted by a red shadow, engulfed in a sense of dread and imminent peril. With a roar, Yuan Shuo unleashed a fierce tiger roar in the mountains. The sound wave struck like a physical blow. A resounding smack landed on Li Hao's head, and Yuan Shuo withdrew his fist before Li Hao even registered the action. What on earth? Yuan Shuo grumbled, clearly displeased. Your tiger roar sounded more like a meow. What a waste of time learning the tiger fist. You've mastered the cat technique instead. Li Hao felt a touch of embarrassment, wiping the sweat from his brow. He stood and replied, Teacher, you were too fast just now, and I felt completely immobilized. That's merely a reflection of your weakness. Yuan Shuo retorted with a frown. Third-rate martial artists rely on brute strength, second-rate ones on aura, while first-rate ones harness spirit. You're not even third-rate. Li Hao rubbed his head, unfazed. He had never considered himself a third-rate martial artist. The so-called third-rate, in Yuan Shuo's eyes, at least referred to martial artists. He didn't even qualify as such. He was merely a novice. Yuan Shuo's scolding was habitual. He was simply accustomed to it. Once he finished, he nodded in approval. Not bad. Better than before. At least you managed to produce a sound. You've shown some progress, though it may not align with my expectations. He shook his head. The martial arts have declined. Focusing on physical fitness is sufficient. You should prioritize exploring ancient civilizations as your main pursuit. At least you won't have to worry about food and drink in the future. I had hoped you could excel as an ordinary person in archaeology. You have potential. After my retirement, I could arrange for you to be an assistant or something similar. Decades later, you could succeed me. What a pity. Li Hao smiled awkwardly. Choosing not to elaborate further, he poured a cup of tea for his teacher and glanced at Yuan Shuo, finding it curious. Lu Long and Lu Yan, among others, all seemed to possess a glimmer of starlight, albeit not entirely pure. Yet, the kind of starlight master that Wang Ming embodies possesses a purity of starlight that is rare. However, the teacher lacks this quality. Otherwise, he would have discovered it long ago. Has the teacher never absorbed any mysterious energy? What is he looking at? Yuan Shuo sat down, nonchalantly kicked Li Hao aside, and took his teacup, sipping from it unperturbed. Li Hao pondered for a moment, and then remarked, Teacher, why are you so different from Captain Lu? Being near Captain Lu gives me an eerie, cold sensation. Isn't it merely the leakage of mysterious energy? Yuan Shuo, displaying an air of indifference, casually replied, He is trash, a waste. He has absorbed too much mysterious energy that is too chaotic, failing to fully digest it, which naturally results in some leakage, creating that cold sensation for you. I am not like that rubbish. Li Hao was left utterly speechless. He recognized the teacher's arrogance. However, this was the first time he encountered such audacity from the teacher, who, after all, was a formidable martial artist and the leader of the enforcement team. Was such an insult truly appropriate? Yet, deep down, he felt a flicker of astonishment. Did the teacher imply that he had completely digested the mysterious energy? Yuan Shuo continued. Stop staring. You want to discern anything. Focus on what I taught you previously, practice diligently, and even if you're lacking, you will fare better than Lu Long. Do you understand? Li Hao understood. The 5 animals breathing technique. This suggested that the breathing technique was indeed formidable, capable of fully absorbing mysterious energy. Though Li Hao had yet to experience its full effects, he now vaguely sensed that this secret art might truly be exceptionally powerful. Nonetheless, his purpose for coming this time was not solely for this, but rather for the starlight energy of the Jade Sword. He yearned for his teacher to become a superpowered being, as that would provide him with greater confidence to confront impending crises. Chapter 22, The Duel of the Thousand Martial Masters. In the small courtyard, Li Hao's face was filled with anticipation. Teacher, are you injured? With a chuckle, Yuan Shuo replied, Injured? Huh. Before becoming a supernatural being, I swept through the world. Afterward, I became a distinguished guest of the Night Watchers. While the Night Watchers may not encompass all supernatural beings, they are undoubtedly the largest organization in the supernatural realm. Tell me, who could possibly harm me? He could not restrain himself and continued. Teacher, Captain Lu implied that every martial master who surpasses 100 has hidden injuries. You were a top-tier martial master in your prime. Could it be that your numerous hidden injuries have prevented you from advancing to become a supernatural being? That is his opinion. He is a fool. Yuan Shuo retorted. Why are you so stubborn? Li Hao felt exasperated. Though his teacher was kind, his obstinacy in denying his hidden injuries was quite frustrating. Thus, Li Hao decided to be more direct. Teacher, The reason you have yet to advance to a supernatural being and become a Starlight Master must have some rationale, correct? I am simply too powerful. Yuan Shuo believed his student had grown dismissive of him. What do you mean? Are you attempting to probe my wounds? Huh, absolutely not. He also thought that discussing this with Li Hao was futile. What difference would it make if the boy knew? Li Hao was genuinely anxious. His teacher's stubbornness was overwhelming. He pressed on. Teacher, if your hidden injuries were to heal, would you have the opportunity to advance to a Starlight Master? You seek me out for this? Yuan Shuo replied, somewhat exasperated. Are you bored? He reluctantly stated, do not overthink it. There are many reasons for my inability to advance, both external and internal. Could you elaborate, teacher? Yuan Shuo frowned and gazed at him for a moment. After a brief pause, he slowly responded, I possess the 5 animals breathing technique. The Night Watchers have also provided me with some mysterious energies, which I have attempted to absorb. However, due to my once overwhelming strength, I required an excessive amount of mysterious energy. That is one reason. Li Hao nodded, understanding the lack of mysterious energy. I have grown older, and my bodily functions have declined. That is another reason. Li Hao nodded again, recognizing that his teacher's physical constitution was no longer robust enough to withstand the pressures of breaking through as a martial master. In my youth, I provoked some formidable enemies. Some of these individuals have now become supernatural beings and even leaders of various supernatural organizations, exerting pressure on the Night Watchers. This is an external reason. Number 3. As for the 4th, Yuan Shuo suddenly laughed, glancing at Li Hao with a languid expression. I simply do not wish to advance. Li Hao was taken aback. What does that mean? The first 3 reasons are understandable, but what of the 4th? You do not wish to advance. Does that imply that the first 3 are mere pretexts, and that you are indeed capable of advancing? Seeing his student's bewilderment, Yuan Shuo found amusement in teasing him. Noting Li Hao's furrowed brow, he ceased the jest, smiled, and with a hint of regret remarked, the first 3 are indeed true, and so is the 4th. A few years ago, I still harbored hopes of advancing to the realm of the extraordinary, yet at that time, I was reluctant to accept defeat. It was acceptable not to attain the extraordinary, but to merely become a mere practitioner. Even the Night Watchers would find it challenging to offer me protection. Now, I am a martial artist, not a luminary, and my adversaries dare not recklessly confront me. They do not regard me as a formidable foe. Li Hao began to grasp this notion. The inability to ascend to the extraordinary also carries its own set of apprehensions. However, is this not akin to drinking poison to quench one's thirst? Clearly, Yuan Shuo is not the type to shy away from challenges. He chuckled again, saying, in those earlier years, I was indeed ambitious. I aspired to advance in martial arts. I aimed to step into the realm of the dueling giants, and then ascend to the extraordinary, to enter the domain of the luminaries as a dueling giant martial artist. Even if I had not progressed to the extraordinary for over a decade, once I crossed that threshold, I would fear no adversary. At that moment, Yuan Shuo appeared somewhat audacious. Li Hao perceived him as even more arrogant than Lu Long. He intended to leap into the extraordinary as a dueling giant, striving to become a top-tier luminary, erasing the gap of over a decade of stagnation and catch up to his old friends. Yet, it was evident that he had failed. Li Hao furrowed his brow. Master, are you suggesting that you did not advance in those years because you felt that even if you did, you would not be able to contend with your enemies, and thus chose to wait until your martial prowess reached the dueling giants before pursuing them directly? Indeed, Yuan Shuo acknowledged. But what went wrong? Li Hao was unaware of the full extent of the dueling giant strength. Yet he knew that his master had crossed the threshold of 100 years ago, and that the ambition he had a few years back indicated he still had hopes for success. Why had he given up now? Yes, he had relinquished that hope. If he had not, Li Hao felt certain his master would not be expressing such sentiments about past ambitions. Yuan Shuo chuckled softly. Well, there was a bit of a problem, which ultimately led me to resign myself to my fate. I had hoped the Night Watchers could devise a solution for me, yet my efforts were in vain. I had no choice but to accept my circumstances. Perhaps it is for the best, he added cheerfully, if it weren't for this, I wouldn't have the inclination to take on students. In the past, he was preoccupied with the pursuit of becoming a dueling giant. Thus, he had not taken on any students for many years. However, since the hope of achieving that goal had faded, he found little desire to strive for the extraordinary. His attempts to seek assistance from the Night Watchers for some remedies or enhancements had been persistently ignored, leading him to completely relinquish his hopes. Now, he could only content himself with a peaceful old age, quietly residing in the ancient courtyard of Silver City. Of course, It was precisely due to this newfound leisure that he had the time to take on students. Outsiders were puzzled as to why he had resumed teaching. The answer was simple. He was simply too idle. With his martial prowess unable to advance and the extraordinary realm beyond his reach, mentoring students proved to be quite fulfilling. He chose Li Hao because he was not lacking in intelligence and could at least absorb some of his knowledge. If not Li Hao, then who? Zhang Yuan. He was rather dim-witted. Master, do you still have the opportunity to advance to the dueling giants and then become extraordinary? Yuan Shuo sighed softly. I know what you are thinking. I am aware of the dangers you face. However, with my current diminished strength, I fear I may not even match Lu Long. It is quite a lamentable situation. Once a dominant figure in his realm, Yuan Shuo, the master of the 5 animals, now resigns himself to fate, uttering words that pale in comparison to those of Lu Long. If you are afraid, as the old saying goes, come and take refuge here. The adversary dares not approach easily, for I still hold value to the Night Watchers, and archaeology relies on my expertise. Li Hao, in a state of agitation typical of youth, scratched his head in frustration. Teacher, He found himself at a loss for words. Suddenly, he rose and walked into the room, exclaiming, Teacher, I have obtained something remarkable. You should try it and see if it proves beneficial. Remarkable? Yuan Shuo nearly chuckled. You little rascal, how amusing. What is this remarkable thing? How extraordinary could it be? Throughout my life, I have encountered countless treasures, too many to even recall. His own predicament was far from simple. It was a matter of having struck at the very root of his being. Just over 3 years ago, during an expedition to explore ancient civilizational ruins, misfortune befell them. While he was slow to flee, many Night Watchers perished, and this soon-to-be Grandmaster's hopes for advancement were dashed. Otherwise, he might have secretly ascended to the realm of the superpowered by now, perhaps even engaging in idle chatter with a few old friends. Li Hao entered the room. Yet Yuan Shuo paid him little mind. However, at his advanced age of over 70, sustaining such grave injuries had extinguished his hopes of progressing as a martial artist. Perhaps there still lay an opportunity to ascend to superpower. A glimmer of hope for redemption lingered in his thoughts. In truth, while he appeared to have given up, he had not truly relinquished his ambitions. He still aspired to ascend to superpower. However, the frailty of his body made such aspirations far more challenging than in previous years. Observing Li Hao practicing the tortoise style, Yuan Shuo mused that indeed, the tortoise embodies longevity, and nurturing one's health is paramount. This was a wellness regimen he had painstakingly reconstructed from various ancient texts, not to enhance combat prowess, but to restore his vitality. For he yearned to make one final push towards superpower or even challenge the pinnacle of martial arts. In any case, he was determined to strive for that ascent. Even if it meant risking his life, he must make that attempt, for otherwise, he would remain unsatisfied. There was no need to disclose this externally, presently. The Night Watchers believed he had surrendered, and they were reluctant to offer any precious artifacts to assist in his recovery. If I manage to succeed, let us see then. 20 years prior, he had reigned supreme, while now, many masters in the realm of superpowers had risen, once his juniors. Today, they had all ascended above him, and he felt an undeniable urge to show them the true colors of his prowess. It was an unresolved grievance. After years of hiding in Silver City, living in a state of humility under the protection of the Night Watchers, he felt a profound sense of frustration. Yuan Shuo found himself momentarily lost in thought. As for Li Hao, he could engage in whatever antics he pleased. After all, he was familiar with this place. Leaning back in his chair, Yuan Shuo pondered various matters. Before long, Li Hao emerged, carrying a cup of water. Yuan Shuo chuckled. There is water here. Why venture back and to fetch more? Teacher, do take a sip. Li Hao urged. Yuan Shuo paused, momentarily taken aback. He glanced at Li Hao and then at the cup of water, hesitating slightly. Have you poisoned it? Are you attempting to eliminate me to inherit my legacy? I have written a will, and all my assets belong to the Night Watchers. If you take it, you best watch your own life. Li Hao was at a loss for words, yet indifferent. Teachers, at times, simply delight in speaking nonsense. Teacher, do give it a try. Yuan Shuo glanced at the cup, stroked his not-so-long beard, and suddenly enlightened, chuckling. Mystical energy? Can it even be absorbed in water? Yet it truly is of no use. Moreover, my current state makes it quite uncomfortable to absorb mystical energy. He had pieced together a fragment of understanding. Oh well, given the filial intentions of the student, I shall drink it. In truth, his injuries had yet to heal, and his body was quite frail. A surge of mystical energy could pose some trouble. Nonetheless, even in his weakened state, Yuan Shua was still a formidable martial artist. How much mystical energy could be in a mere cup of water? Not even 0.1 unit. Even if it were entirely composed of mystical energy, it amounted to nothing significant. Why not drink it? It might help this young lad let go of his hopes. Infusing sword water? He had indeed guessed the peculiar origin of this substance, casting a sidelong glance at Li Hao. The sword water was hardly different from Li Hao's bathwater. Ah, what a good teacher I am, drinking even his bathwater to spare his feelings. Such extraordinary items infused with mystical energy were not foreign to Yuan Shua. They were utterly useless. With countless thoughts racing through his mind, Yuan Shua took the cup and drank it down in one gulp, before the liquid even reached his stomach. He exclaimed, "Excellent. Quite effective. Li Hao, your filial piety shines through." Li Hao's face turned pale. "Teacher, you haven't even swallowed it yet. Is it really necessary?" Yuan Shua laughed heartily, exaggeratedly praising the drink. As the water settled in his stomach and he contemplated jesting further, he suddenly froze. A wave of mystical energy surging within him. There was no force. It was gentle, a warm current, incredibly soothing. He had never experienced such a gentle form of mystical energy. All the mystical energy he had encountered before, regardless of its type, had been overwhelmingly forceful, with immense impact. He was momentarily stunned. Li Hao reminded him, "Teacher, the breathing technique." Yes, the breathing technique. To prevent the mystical energy from overwhelming him. Yuan Shua had refrained from employing the technique, fearing it might be too forceful and lead to an embarrassing bout of bloodshed. Yet in that moment, he swiftly activated the 5-animal breathing technique, bracing himself for the possibility of being overwhelmed to the point of spitting blood. However, Yuan Shua's mouth gaped open, and his eyes widened in astonishment. What was happening? The mystical energy was rapidly absorbed, yet it remained as gentle as before, like a warm spring, soothingly coursing through his heart. Absorbing mystical energy had always been synonymous with pain, but he was experiencing comfort, a warmth that penetrated to his very bones. Ah! Yuan Shua could not help but emit a soft moan. Li Hao's lips twitched slightly. The teacher's reaction was rather embarrassing, akin to an old cat in heat. In the next moment, Yuan Shua suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with shock and horror. This was not mystical energy. He stared intently at Li Hao, firmly fixated. This was undoubtedly not mystical energy. Yuan Shua had seen countless forms of mystical energy, yet nothing like this. Even medical-grade mystical energy, when entering the body, was painful. However, medical mystical energy, after the pain, would forcibly heal some injuries. But this was entirely different. Yuan Shua remained silent, quietly absorbing the experience. He was far superior to Li Hao, possessing a wealth of knowledge. He felt and analyzed the situation, a profound healing nurturing both body and spirit. The astonishment in Yuan Shua's eyes was palpable. He could even sense the gradual healing of his heart, which had long been marred by scars. Yet, it was insufficient. His strength was overwhelming. This cup of water was far too little, barely enough to heal the wound on his heart, which measured approximately 5 centimeters at present. Less than half a centimeter had mended. Even tenfold warmth was inadequate. Moreover, as time progressed, healing became increasingly challenging. Nevertheless, this was truly precious. What was this? Yuan Shua, with his formidable prowess and mastery of the 5 animals breathing technique, absorbed the warmth entirely without any leakage. There was simply not enough to spill. Furthermore, starlight energy was inherently easier to absorb than mysterious energy. It was gone. In that moment, Yuan Shua initially felt a tinge of dissatisfaction and longing, but suddenly realized something. Letting out a soft sigh, a sense of indescribable regret washed over him, yet he still managed to smile. "It's acceptable, but you should keep this for yourself. Your sword is extraordinary. Just be mindful with this mysterious energy. It should be scarce, so use it sparingly." "Teacher, does it have an effect?" Li Hao inquired with eager anticipation, disregarding his teacher's words. "Mediocre." Yuan Shua chuckled. "It's just that." He understood that the mysterious energy stored in extraordinary items was generally limited. He was aging. Even after full absorption, it might not yield significant results. Better to leave it for this young man. To take it for himself would be somewhat wasteful. In that moment, a multitude of thoughts flooded Yuan Shua's mind, and for a brief instant, he felt a surge of impulsiveness reminiscent of his younger days. Perhaps he would have acted on it, but now he thought better of it. He was older, softened in heart, and knowing the scarcity of such energy extinguished his impulsive thoughts. Yuan Shua, Do not tarnish your benevolent image in the eyes of your students. Mediocre? Li Hao expressed his disappointment, unable to articulate his feelings. Does it have no effect? Surely not. Of course, perhaps it's because the teacher is too powerful, and this cup of water is too little? With this thought, Li Hao, unwilling to accept defeat, urged, Teacher, let's try a few more times. Enough. Yuan Shuo interrupted him. Li Hao remained unsatisfied. Teacher, it must be that you drank too little. You are too powerful, which is why it had no effect. This cup of water was merely a test. A bit more should yield some results. My dog at home drank a cup the day before yesterday, and its coat has become much shinier. Li Hao exclaimed impatiently. Teacher, if drinking doesn't work, just absorb it directly and see. I absorbed about 10 times the amount of water last night, and it still had some effect. Yuan Shuo silently observed Li Hao. A dog drank so much? Li Hao absorbed 10 times the amount last night? What was he even saying? At that moment, Yuan Shuo felt somewhat perplexed. Considering the small jade sword of Li Hao, how much mysterious energy could it possibly contain? He could guess even with his eyes closed. But what exactly was Li Hao trying to convey? Was the Li family's sword truly extraordinary? At this moment, Yuan Shuo could no longer maintain his lofty image. He coughed, his voice subdued and low. Little Hao, are you saying that you possess a considerable amount of this energy? I don't know. Li Hao shook his head. However, I absorbed some last night, and the mysterious energy that flowed out showed no signs of diminishing. I believe there is still quite a bit left. Perhaps the teacher absorbed all of it, which might have had some effect. No signs of reduction? Yuan Shuo stroked his beard and glanced at Li Hao. Did you simply soak in it? Indeed. Yuan Shuo plucked a hair from his beard and blew it away. His gaze shifted as he regarded Li Hao with a hint of change. Is that true? How is that possible? Would you allow me to absorb some and see for myself? Yuan Shuo, unable to suppress his growing curiosity, initially intended to reserve some for Li Hao, but upon recalling how this creature squandered resources indiscriminately, he thought, why not absorb a little more and see? Seeing the teacher's consent, Li Hao felt a sense of relief and hurriedly produced the jade sword, offering it to his mentor. Yuan Shuo took the jade sword. His brow slightly furrowed. He sensed no extraordinary aura. Was it self-protective or in a dormant state? Or perhaps it needed Li Hao to activate it? The weapon from the lyrical melody seemed unusual, distinct from the extraordinary items he had encountered before. Could it be absorbed? Yuan Shuo pondered and gently activated his breathing technique. In the next moment, a warm current surged forth. Ah! Yuan Shuo gasped, suddenly feeling a profound comfort that penetrated to his very bones, surpassing even the pleasures of his youth. So much, such rich and mysterious energy. It truly can be absorbed. In this moment, Yuan Shuo felt as if he were drifting through the cosmos, his entire being floating in bliss. He was somewhat intoxicated. The powerful mysterious energy surged forth, flowing into his body. At this moment, his heart began to fervently absorb this mysterious energy. Not only his heart, but also the fractured veins deep within his blood vessels rapidly absorbed it, and even the scars on his bones were drawing in this energy. Every part of him was consuming this mysterious force. His body seemed to yearn desperately for it, for he had once been a super martial artist on the verge of becoming a grandmaster. This also indicated that he bore many hidden injuries. Floating in ecstasy, at this moment, Yuan Shuo forgot his intention to reserve some for Li Hao. He was overwhelmed by his thirst for this mysterious energy. This was an elixir of immortality. Just a little more, I shall absorb a bit more. These thoughts flickered in his mind. After a moment, Yuan Shuo, with the mindset of a transcendent grandmaster, suddenly awoke with clarity. To regain composure in such a state, his mindset was nothing short of extraordinary. With one hand gripping the jade sword and the other clenched in a fist, he steadied the shock within him. He looked at Li Hao, his expression completely transformed, and abruptly spoke in a cold voice. The trouble you are in might be beyond imagination. Li Hao, bewildered, replied, Aren't you absorbing the mysterious energy? Suddenly saying this, does the teacher intend to rob me? He expressed, I possess another blade. The jade sword is a cherished heirloom. Perhaps, would you consider exchanging it for a weapon? This artifact surpasses all extraordinary items I have encountered. Those who covet it likely understand its immense value. If they do, the trouble you face will be beyond your imagination. The opposing party undoubtedly desires it, and the crux lies in the fact that this sword may still be sealed. Indeed, it remains unsealed. Even with Yuan Shuo's vast knowledge, he found himself somewhat shaken. This sword, almost certainly, has yet to be unsealed. The mysterious energy he has absorbed may merely be a fraction of the sword's hidden potential. for the true treasure resides within the blade itself. At that moment, Yuan Shuo could scarcely contain himself. One can only imagine the multitude of gazes it would attract once it is unsealed. The 8 great families of Silver City, Yuan Shuo murmured. In his view, even if legends speak of such families, what significance does it hold? The world is vast, and Silver City is but a diminutive speck. How formidable could the 8 great families truly be? Yet, in that instant, he found himself questioning. Could there be a connection to ancient civilizations? An unsealed sword. At this moment, he sensed his heart's injury had remarkably healed by 30%, truly astonishing. Does this imply that with 3 or 5 more absorptions, his heart's affliction might fully recover? And with a couple more, could his hidden injuries vanish entirely? Perhaps, with a few additional absorptions, he could restore his body to the prime of youth and challenge the realm of Doqian? Surely not. I have given up. How could I still aspire to Doqian? If I were to achieve Doqian, could I then aim for the extraordinary powers, granting me more hope than in previous years? He swallowed hard, unable to suppress his thoughts. His heart began to race. He turned to Li Hao and suddenly asked, "Have you informed anyone else?" Li Hao, feeling a pang of anxiety, wondered why the tones sounded so ominous. Is the teacher contemplating robbery? Calm down. I haven't told anyone else. Only I know. Oh, and a dog. That as well. Yuan Shuo nodded, but a moment later, he felt something was amiss. I also know. The way Li Hao mentioned the dog seemed almost like an insult. Do not disclose this to anyone else. Yuan Shuo cautioned, adding, and you, fool, should refrain from mentioning it to me as well. Li Hao stammered. How could I do that? Teacher, the new book of the 5 animals and 5 animals breathing technique are such precious resources. You shared them, and besides, you have cared for me over the years. Even if I don't tell my father, I must inform you. Huh? Yuan Shuo scoffed. Your father is in the ground. Does that imply you wish me to join him? I did not mean that. All right, I understand your intentions. Yuan Shuo concluded, glancing at the jade sword in his hand before tossing it to Li Hao. After a moment of silence, he spoke. I believe this mysterious energy is still limited and should not be squandered. Caring for a dog, feeding it, do you truly consider it a human endeavor? Teacher, how do you feel? I am fine, I suppose. Then absorb more. No need. Li Hao was indeed a clever individual. He had just witnessed the teacher's astonishment and, in a low voice, remarked, Teacher, I am in great danger this time. While the mysterious energy is indeed remarkable, I fear I may not live to utilize it. If you can truly advance to the level of a Doqian or become a Starlight Master, at the very least, I would still have my life. I shall hide here for a year. Yuan Shuo's gaze sparkled with brilliance. If, after a year, you manage to absorb more of this mysterious energy and establish a solid foundation, I guarantee you will exceed the 100 mark. At the very least, you would advance to a Starlight Master as a martial artist who has broken the 100 threshold. Thus, a year from now, even among the Night Watchers, you would not be deemed weak. Teacher, are you certain that hiding here is of any use? If the adversary does not acquire this item, what if news spreads, attracting the attention of others or even the covetous gaze of the Night Watchers? At that moment, Li Hao's expression turned fierce. Teacher, you have stated how precious it is. If, with your years of archaeological experience, you deem it a treasure, what of others? The best course of action now is to eliminate any potential threats. Li Hao brandished his hands, attempting to bolster his own resolve. Many may know of the 8 families of Silver City, yet they remain oblivious to the specifics. However, the one who killed Zhang Yuan may very well be aware of the details. After all, to others, Silver City is merely a small place. Extraordinary items are of little consequence and would hardly attract the attention of significant figures. I do not possess such capability. If only you could advance and eliminate that person, it would serve as a form of protection for me. Are you suggesting that you lack the confidence to advance or to eliminate that individual? Yuan Shuo stared blankly at this student, momentarily lost in thought before exclaiming, when did you become so ruthless? Such talk of killing to silence witnesses just rolls off your tongue? I have never taught you that. What I imparted to you was the cultivation of character and the importance of diligent study. I never instructed you on the art of murder. Li Hao chuckled, resembling a cunning little fox. Teacher, having spent a year at the inspection bureau, what cases have I not encountered? What files have I not perused? After seeing so much, one grows accustomed to it. In that instant, Yuan Shuo felt that the inspection bureau had led the youth astray. Li Hao had changed for the worse. A deep sense of sorrow washed over him. The person he sought to nurture was, in fact, becoming a villain. Teacher, please absorb as much as you can. You are so formidable, yet you have only absorbed this little. It feels like even less than what I took last night. Yuan Shua appeared somewhat hesitant, while Li Hao wore an expression of frustration, lamenting, "Teacher, if it benefits outsiders, it is better to benefit you. Just tell me, will absorbing it enable you to advance? If not, perhaps I should seek Captain Liu. If he advances, he might prove quite formidable as well." "Enough of your nonsense," Yuan Shua scolded fiercely. "What capabilities does Lu Long possess that he could compare with me? Forget Lu Long, even his father, who was once renowned as one of the Silver Moon's 3 guns. Lu Hao would bow down and respectfully call me Master Shu upon seeing me." Li Hao remained silent, curiosity piqued. Is Lu Long's father also a martial artist? He was hailed as one of the Silver Moon's 3 guns, but the name Silver Gun does not sound particularly appealing. Lustful gun. It feels reminiscent of a flower thief. Regardless, at that moment, his gaze sharpened to a terrifying degree. If I can truly heal my wounds and recover from my hidden injuries, even if I do not attain superpowers, I shall dare to contend with the world as a warrior of the 1,000 struggles. In just 20 short years. I refuse to believe that the modest Silver City lacks a place for a warrior of the 1,000 struggles. At this moment, Yuan Shua has completely unleashed himself. Opportunity and hope lie tantalizingly close at hand. With that declaration, he no longer hesitates, and the 5 beasts breathing technique reaches its pinnacle. A profound and mysterious energy radiates outward. Begone! At that instant, a fierce roar reverberates as Yuan Shua coldly proclaims, "I shall impart the 5 beasts' secret technique to my disciple. Who dares approach? Let me show you if an elder of the broken 100 warriors can indeed take a life." With his furious shout, the surroundings fall into an immediate silence. Those who had been protecting him and monitoring his movements vanish without a trace. No one dares to spy on a master of the broken 100 imparting secret techniques, unless a formidable figure among the night watchers arrives. Otherwise, the weaker night watchers would find themselves at Yuan Shua's mercy. Moreover, it has not yet reached the point of confrontation. In this moment, the world is still. Though the mighty tiger may age, its ferocity remains. Li Hao, though unable to see the hidden figures, feels his heart swell with emotion. This is his teacher, a former pinnacle of martial prowess. Even in the era dominated by superpowers, he retains the ability to instill fear in all directions. Li Hao silently muses, filled with anticipation. Who is stronger, the warrior of the 1,000 struggles or the Red Shadow? His teacher must succeed in his advancement. That would be the greatest trump card, the most formidable support. Chapter 23. Master and apprentice ascend together in the small courtyard. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation. The once formidable figure of the sick tiger retained a glimmer of its former might. As Yuan Shua's fury surged, the onlookers dispersed, leaving him alone in his focused meditation. As a master martial artist, Yuan Shua had reached a decisive moment, and there was no room for hesitation. With a mind sharpened by years of experience, he contemplated carefully before committing. When the time for resolution arrived, this seasoned warrior displayed an astonishing decisiveness. The starlight surged wildly into his being, and the rhythm of his heartbeat echoed faintly, audible even to Li Hao, who felt a swell of excitement and an indescribable apprehension. What haunted him? The fear of insufficient starlight. If his mentor were to absorb too little, the endeavor would be futile. He worried that the starlight contained within the jade sword might be limited and considered whether the stone knife could serve as a substitute. In Li Hao's eyes, sacrificing 2 unused weapons for Yuan Shua's recovery, or even advancement, was a worthwhile exchange. Otherwise, the ultimate victors would either be the Red Shadow faction or the Night Watchers, a dismal outcome for him, as it was unlikely he would reap any benefits. Meanwhile, as Yuan Shua drew upon the starlight, the ancient academy in Silver City stood eerily quiet, devoid of life for hundreds of meters around. On the rooftop of the academy's teaching building, 2 shadowy figures emerged, a man and a woman, their features somewhat obscured. "What is your take, Hu Hao?" the woman inquired, her gaze cast into the distance yet deliberately avoiding direct scrutiny of Yuan Shua. A faint surge of vital energy emanated from that direction, cautioning her against a reckless gaze. "How should I interpret this? Is it merely the imparting of secret arts? A display of power?" The man chuckled lightly. "You are aware of the circumstances. It seems a mysterious, superpowered individual has set their sights on his student. Yuan Shua, after all, has dominated for an era. Now that superpowers are on the rise, he has remained hidden for many years, and even his closed-door disciple has attracted attention. The commotion today may serve as a declaration to the world. perhaps intended to intimidate his adversaries. Is that feasible? The woman sighed softly. His era has passed. 20 years ago, it was the age of the martial artist. Now, that era is no more. 2 decades prior, Yuan Shuo reigned supreme, having surpassed 100 martial artists, and was on the cusp of transcending to a level of unparalleled existence. Who would not regard such a figure with awe? Even a few years ago, Yuan Shuo still commanded considerable respect. However, a year prior, a student from the academy was murdered, signaling the complete erosion of Yuan Shuo's prestige. News of his injuries had likely spread, and whispers of his weakened state, with both his vitality and heart compromised, may have leaked as well. Otherwise, a peak martial artist, one who had shattered the 100 mark, would typically deter any superpowered individual from provoking him. The fact that an adversary dared to strike at the academy a year ago indicated their lack of fear towards Yuan Shuo. The woman seemed to possess an unseeing eye upon her forehead, and at that moment, she again turned her gaze towards the horizon, feeling a flicker of intrigue. Yuan Shuo was no longer the man he once was. She harbored a keen interest in the 5 animal secret techniques and wished to unveil the truths concealed beyond the veil of vital energy. Was Yuan Shuo passing down secret arts, or was he engaged in something else entirely? In the next moment, a faint shimmer of starlight flickered upon her forehead. Beside her, the man spoke in a low tone, "Do not act recklessly. We are here to protect him, not to provoke." Yet the woman could not suppress her curiosity, and the third eye upon her forehead began to open. The man furrowed his brow slightly, cautioning, "Be wary of being harmed by the blood energy." The woman chuckled softly, remaining silent. Blood energy harm? From hundreds of meters away? Are martial masters truly formidable? The woman, still young and relatively new to her powers, had encountered several martial masters capable of slaying at the 10th realm, who were easily defeated. As for those surpassing the 100 mark, she had met one. But that individual had gone to the Night Watch headquarters, maintaining a notably low profile, displaying humility, and treating the Night Watchers with utmost respect, even deference. The era of martial masters has concluded. The legends of yore, the masters surpassing 100, are now but a distant memory. Moreover, Yuan Shuo was injured. It was merely a glance. She was not performing any action. Ignoring the warning, she chose to open her eyes, saying with a smile, "Hu Hao. We have both the duty and responsibility to observe the situation closely, to prevent any harm to Professor Yuan. I am merely fulfilling my obligation. Who knows if that Li Hao is plotting against Professor Yuan?" She sought an excuse, unafraid of accountability. Hu Hao frowned, but refrained from further comment. As Yuan Shuo's hopes for advancement dwindled, the Night Watch headquarters had indeed begun to show him less respect than before, especially since Yuan Shuo had aged and the Night Watchers were collaborating with top experts from other ancient civilizations. Yuan Shuo's standing was, in fact, steadily declining. "Be cautious. Top martial masters are still quite fearsome." "I know." The woman interrupted, her third eye now fully open. In that moment, she perceived what lay beyond the haze of blood energy. She saw Yuan Shuo. At that instant, she beheld a pair of eyes filled with murderous intent, fury, and a madness born from contempt. Those were eyes that could see through the hearts of men and the essence of the world. "Boldness. You dare pry into my secret techniques. You seek death." At that moment, Yuan Shuo soared like a bird, rising to new heights. What had once appeared clumsy, akin to a fledgling bird flapping its wings, was now revealed in its true form before Li Hao. Ascending into the air, arms outstretched, Yuan Shuo detected the intrusion. He was enraged. Years of pent-up fury surged forth. He transformed into a bird, arms spread wide, leaping into the air with astonishing speed. In an instant, Yuan Shuo covered 100 meters. Touching down lightly, he leapt once more. He could not achieve flight, yet his remarkable jumping ability propelled him 100 meters again in the blink of an eye. In mere moments, he traversed 200 to 300 meters. All of this transpired before Li Hao could react, leaving the two superhumans utterly unprepared. Swift, incredibly swift. Yuan Shuo, having mastered the 5-animal technique, was nearly omnipotent. In the next instant, he leapt again, nearly level with the building, ascending at least 30 meters high. On the building, both the man and the woman's expressions shifted dramatically. Hu Hao exclaimed urgently, "Old Yuan." A roar akin to that of a tiger drowned out all else. Boom. A ringing in the ears. Hu Hao's 7 orifices bled. His ears seemed to have lost their hearing. In that moment, a surge of mysterious energy erupted from within him, leaving him no time to explain. Meanwhile, the woman opened her third eye, as if she had exhausted a considerable amount of her mystical energy. Young and inexperienced, she felt a sharp pain in her third eye, unable to react or even close her eyes before three eyes beheld a fist. Peering into my secret technique, how audacious! Kill. The murderous intent, the aura of death, and the essence of blood filled the woman's three eyes, which were now awash in crimson. Boom. In the next instant, a deafening sound reverberated as Yuan Shuo unleashed a punch, his bones cracking like thunder, shattering the void. Ah! A piercing scream erupted as blood flowed from the woman's three eyes, an outpouring of mysterious energy spilling forth. A small punishment for a great offense. Considering it is your first transgression, I shall spare your life. Bang! Another resounding crash, accompanied by the explosive sound of air, as Yuan Shuo lashed out with a kick, sending the woman flying through the air, the sound of breaking bones echoing around them. Yuan Laosher, it's a misunderstanding. At that moment, Hu Hao leaped into the air, wielding a light sword, his brow drenched in sweat, yet he dared not strike, only shouting loudly as he caught the woman mid-flight, retreating several steps in the air before finally stabilizing. In his arms, the woman had already lost consciousness, blood continuously gushing from her mouth. Yuan Shuo's gaze was cold and indifferent as he landed, crushing the ground beneath him and leaving a deep ravine. Misunderstanding? Then let it be a misunderstanding. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to have your superior come find me. But I dare you. Hu Hao, also landing with the woman, wore an expression of shock and quickly exhaled. Yuan Laosher, it truly is a misunderstanding. This is Li Meng's first field assignment. She was unaware of the proper decorum. Our purpose here is to protect you, and upon seeing you cloistered in the courtyard, Li Meng was merely concerned for your safety, which prompted her to unveil her true eye. Then let it be a misunderstanding. Yuan Shuo replied coolly, whether it is a misunderstanding or a deliberate act of peeping, the rules of my martial arts still stand. The 5 animals secret technique, a forbidden sight for those not of my sect. With that, Yuan Shuo suddenly clutched his heart, cast a sidelong glance at Hu Hao, and slowly turned to leave, stepping towards his courtyard with a hint of melancholy in his voice. I no longer dare to kill. 20 years ago, or even 3 years ago, had this girl dared to spy on my transmission of martial arts, I would have slain her without hesitation. But alas, I have grown old and diminished. A profound sadness lingered, a sense of helplessness unspoken. At that moment, the woman regained consciousness, and upon hearing his words, coughed up another mouthful of blood, yet dared not utter a sound. Yuan Shuo walked with a slight stagger, a once great master now seemingly aged. I've exhausted my last breath on you, originally hoping to confront a long-standing rival. What a pity. Yuan Shuo's voice of disappointment echoed once more. Hu Hao's expression shifted. Was Yuan Shuo nearing his end? The injuries from years past had been severe. Today, he had indeed erupted with ferocity, but with both essence and blood depleted. If the injuries were to resurface, what if he were to perish? Sweat trickled down Hu Hao's forehead. He waited until Yuan Shuo had vanished before turning to the woman, his voice low and grave. We are in deep trouble. He almost killed me. The woman, filled with indignation, replied. Hu Hao gritted his teeth and coldly remarked, we are in serious trouble. It is not merely that you nearly lost your life. Rather, you compelled him to expend his final ounce of vitality. If Yuan Shuo cannot endure until the conclusion of this mission, and if this ancient relic remains unexplored without his involvement, you will not only escape unscathed, but will also be dispatched to the most perilous area to undertake the most dangerous tasks. The woman's complexion shifted dramatically. She had narrowly avoided death at the hands of another, both astonished by Yuan Shuo's formidable strength and harboring resentment towards the old man for his ruthlessness. Yet at this moment, upon hearing such words, her expression changed. Could it be that Yuan Shuo was on the brink of death? A wave of dread washed over her as she considered the implications. She momentarily disregarded her own severe injuries and any thoughts of revenge. Consumed only by anxiety, will he truly die? His injuries are grave, and old wounds have resurfaced. The woman's face fluctuated with emotion as she suddenly gritted her teeth and declared, it is my fault. I will immediately petition my superiors to use all my savings, including my future salary, to procure a healing elixir for him. Yuan Shuo must not perish. His death would spell disaster, especially with an imminent expedition into the relic. As the foremost expert in ancient civilizations, his significance far outweighed any matters concerning Silver City. Hu Hao and she had come not to resolve the self-immolation case, but to ensure it did not involve Yuan Shuo. It was precisely for this reason that Yuan Shua had invited Li Hao to his side multiple times. He was still under the protection of the Night Watchers. At this moment, despite her own grievous injuries, the woman was resolved to offer her entire fortune to acquire a treasure for Yuan Shua's healing. One cannot help but feel the weight of her frustration. Yet, who could blame her for disregarding advice? She had underestimated this top-tier martial artist. Hu Hao sighed, quickly informed the higher-ups. Otherwise, I fear it may be too late. I hope we can resolve this dilemma. Just as he was leaving, he clutched his chest, and I worry he may have sustained a heart injury. With Yuan Shua's pride, he would never bleed before us juniors unless absolutely necessary. He is a man of immense pride, both arrogant and brash. Yet now, as Hu Hao gazed upon the retreating figure, he felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. A master of his caliber, the pinnacle of martial artistry, today, with but a moment's exertion, he revealed such fatigue that it could lead to his demise. It was a heartbreaking sight. For a peak martial artist, such a fate is unbearably cruel. Li Ming, whose injuries were no trifling matter, upon hearing these words and watching Yuan Shua fade into the distance, felt the remnants of her prior hatred dissipate, replaced by a sense of regret. I had not anticipated such a consequence. He is far too resolute. I hardly perceived anything before he charged in. Let it be. Hu Hao shook his head. To delve into martial arts is to tread upon unique and secretive paths. Such matters are incomprehensible in any context. Li Ming may not have intended to probe into martial secrets, yet deep down, she genuinely underestimated Yuan Shua. Viewing him as an invincible relic of the past who had not engaged in combat for years, leading her to overconfidence and ultimately this calamity. Enough of this. Let us retreat and distance ourselves. Otherwise, one is on the brink of death. Why toil for you? This matter could lead to complications, and the higher-ups would likely be exceedingly furious. Who could have anticipated such an outcome? In the courtyard, teacher, Li Hao expressed deep concern. In the next moment, Yuan Shua exhaled, a sudden smile gracing his face. What is the matter? It's nothing. You nearly scared me to death. Li Hao was utterly bewildered. What is going on? Why are you staring? Use your brain. As a mentor, Yuan Shua didn't mind offering a bit of guidance, reflecting on his previous impulsive outburst. In that initial moment, my temper flared up, compounded by the fact that I was undergoing a transformation. I simply couldn't contain my fury and acted too rashly. After all, they are the Night Watchmen, the foremost superpower organization. We rely on their protection. Yuan Shua chuckled. If I had beaten them to a pulp, wouldn't that breed enmity? That would be quite unfortunate, especially considering it was a young girl. If I had caused her death, they would accuse us of bullying the weak. He paused, adding with a knowing glance, let us keep a low profile. Perhaps a fortunate turn of events will come our way. I'm nearly at death's door. Will no one offer some treasures to ensure my survival? They will still need me moving forward. Li Hao inhaled sharply. Had the teacher considered all this in an instant? Moreover, I coughed up blood, conveniently expelling the residual blood within me that had accumulated due to my injuries. This was fortuitous, as it allowed them to verify that my condition had deteriorated to a critical state. There was no longer a need for them to be wary of me. Li Hao took another breath. Was there this layer of meaning as well? Teacher, you are truly cunning and astute. Naturally, that was not the crux of the matter. Li Hao whispered, Teacher, how is your injury? It's nearly healed. Yuan Shua beamed, his smile radiant. Let us remain discreet. My injury is close to recovery. The timing is just right. He looked toward Li Hao. Those two individuals are nearby. It would be improper for me to chase them too far. Now that they have retreated at least 1,000 meters away, this moment is perfect for my recovery. A multifaceted strategy. The proximity of those two earlier was concerning. Being superpowers, they might have sensed something. But now, due to Yuan Shua's fury and their injuries, their retreat to a distance of 1,000 meters presented an opportunity for him, alleviating the fear of detection. Would he be able to recover and break through? Li Hao felt a twinge of anxiety. Yet, he remained in awe of his teacher, that had been incredibly impressive and powerful. In an instant, he had traversed several hundred meters. It was the first time he realized that the bird flight technique could genuinely allow one to fly, albeit for a mere 100 meters, requiring assistance afterward. But 100 meters, the act of flight, Yuan Shua had just soared. With a single punch, he had compelled two superpowers to spit blood. One was gravely injured, while the other dared not utter a sound. In that moment, Li Hao was consumed by a singular thought. If the teacher had not yet broken through, once healed and achieving that breakthrough, would any superpower be able to withstand him? Yuan Shua was indifferent to Li Hao's thoughts. That previous strike had proven beneficial, aiding in the expulsion of the stagnant blood within him and alleviating some lingering internal injuries through that single punch. As for reaping some rewards, that was not the priority. He had no need for them once his injuries healed, but he had no qualms about providing for Li Hao. At that moment, he drew upon the mysterious energy once more. He did not aspire to ascend to the realm of the superhuman. Rather, he sought to transcend his martial prowess. Do Qian. He was but a step away from becoming a Do Qian martial master, and at this moment, he felt a warm surge within him, purging the remnants of his depleted blood and invigorating his body with fresh, powerful vitality, akin to a roaring river. His muscles tightened, not merely becoming bulkier, but rather imbued with a newfound elasticity. A smile graced Yuan Shua's face, as even his white hair began to shift towards black. Do Qian, a solitary warrior capable of contending with 1,000 adversaries. In that instant, Yuan Shua suddenly declared, breaking 100 is akin to becoming superhuman, surpassing the limits of the human body, and Do Qian, which was historically regarded as a terrestrial immortal, has always left an indelible mark in the annals of martial arts. The commanders who seize the heads of leaders amidst a myriad of soldiers are often these Do Qian masters. To contend with 1,000 men, one must exercise caution. Do not be foolish enough to confront them head-on. If the situation turns dire, retreat swiftly. Your opponents will find it challenging to ensnare you. Do Qian signifies the ability to fight 1,000, yet it does not imply that exceeding 1,000 guarantees your demise. Unless one acts imprudently or becomes encircled, escape is indeed feasible without clashing directly with the army. Of course, this pertains to the era of cold weapons. In contemporary times, a careless Do Qian expert could very well fall prey to an ordinary individual if ambushed. Li Hao, do you know what the most distinct characteristic of a Do Qian martial master is? I do not know. Li Hao shook his head, admitting he was unaware even of breaking 100. All he knew was that slaying 10 could resonate throughout the bones, unleashing inner strength. Divine. Divine? Li Hao was taken aback. What do you mean by divine? The pinnacle of martial masters, their essence, vitality, and spirit honed to perfection, possess an incredibly formidable physique. Divinity also embodies a certain force. When I stand here, I am the mountain. When I stand here, I am the river. Amidst tempestuous storms, the mountains and rivers remain unscathed. This is the essence of Do Qian. As he spoke, Li Hao's vision blurred. In the next moment, Yuan Shua appeared before him as if he were a mountain, a river. The mountain stood still, while the river flowed ceaselessly. A striking contradiction, yet undeniably real. Boom. The sound of rushing blood echoed, reminiscent of a mighty river. At this moment, Yuan Shua's vitality surged, his body as immovable as a mountain, that his blood raced wildly. The bones resonating like thunder. Powerful. The aura erupted, confined within the small courtyard, and Li Hao felt as if he were but a fragile boat adrift in the vast ocean, on the verge of capsizing. His body began to sway, struggling to maintain balance. Meanwhile, Yuan Shua's presence grew ever more formidable, accompanied by a hint of mirth. His voice resonating from the heavens like a deity, experienced the might and divinity of a Do Qian martial master. In the future, should you encounter such individuals, you will be prepared, unafraid. Once you have witnessed it, you shall gain experience. Yet, a Do Qian martial master is not someone one encounters lightly. At this moment, Li Hao was buffeted by the winds, swaying with the tempest. Practice the ape technique. Yuan Shua commanded. Under my influence, you may very well ascend alongside me, unleashing your inner strength, causing your bones to resonate, and step into the true realm of slaying 10. Li Hao had practiced the 5-animal technique for only a brief period, merely 3 years. Moreover, all this time, he had merely regarded it as a fitness technique. After 3 years of progress, he had built a solid foundation, yet he had never ventured into the realm of the decisive 10. However, at this moment, with Yuan Shua's overwhelming aura and the guidance of the same profound techniques, Li Hao quickly began to practice the primal ape technique. Like a monkey, he swayed and floated within the courtyard, mirroring the fluidity of drunken boxing, engaging in a spar with Yuan Shua beside him. Indeed, Yuan Shua was also throwing punches at this moment. The primal ape technique. Both master and disciple were lost in the rhythm of their movements, throwing punches, leaping, and springing forth. Gradually, Li Hao felt a surge of energy erupting from deep within him, distinct from the mystical energies he had encountered before. This force seemed to emanate from his very being, rather than being an external power. This energy radiated from within, gradually flowing into his legs. A powerful force filled his limbs. In the next moment, Li Hao unleashed a kick, the sound of impact echoing resoundingly. His bones resonated in unison. Under the guidance of a master stepping into the realm of the thousand combatants, Li Hao, at that instant, using the advantage of the same source technique, directly transcended into the decisive 10. This was indeed an opportunity that countless individuals could only dream of. Li Hao had granted Yuan Shuo a chance, and in turn, Yuan Shuo had bestowed upon Li Hao an invaluable opportunity. Otherwise, even if Li Hao were to continue absorbing mystical energies, he might not have crossed into the decisive 10 for months, perhaps even a year or more. It was a matter of luck. Yet at this moment, guided by the Force, he had directly entered the decisive 10. Furthermore, the tremendous advantage of entering under the tutelage of 1,000 combat master meant that when facing opponents, no matter how formidable they were, as long as they were not overwhelmingly stronger than 1,000 combatant, Li Hao would not succumb to fear. Fear often epitomizes the chasm between different levels of strength. When the weak confront the strong, they often falter before the battle has even begun, swayed by the aura of their opponents. Yet Li Hao had ascended alongside 1,000 combat master. With a fierce shout, Li Hao roared, and Yuan Shuo echoed with a low growl. The courtyard was engulfed by a tempest. Li Hao kicked once more, producing a thunderous crack like a whip. Beside him, Yuan Shuo, in contrast, appeared more grounded, gently retracting his fists and legs, making little noise. However, when Li Hao turned to look, he was momentarily struck dumb. Yuan Shuo's hair, once white, had instantaneously turned black. Not only that, but patches of aged skin began to shed from his body, fluttering in the wind, even drifting before Li Hao's eyes and nearly to his lips. Ugh! Li Hao spat it out in disgust, staring at his teacher in astonishment. His teacher, in his 70s, seemed to have reverted to the appearance of a middle-aged man in his 40s at that moment. Was it truly possible to reverse aging? Yuan Shuo stood still for a moment, as if digesting the transformation, before quickly turning to Li Hao, a smile illuminating his face. In a moment of bewilderment for Li Hao, Yuan Shuo suddenly appeared before him, seizing him without resistance. A sound echoed as Li Hao was caught off guard. It felt as though his teacher had taken liberties with him. Yuan Shuo held him tightly and planted a hearty kiss on his cheek, his face beaming with joy. Good boy. Yuan Shuo laughed heartily, a laugh that bordered on madness. The 1,000 combat. As I step into the realm of super abilities, how many in this world can rival me? 20 years. What does that truly signify? Even if I grant you a century, you shall remain unworthy of even a glance. My dear disciple, from this moment forth, we shall traverse the heavens and the earth, unmatched by any foe. Such trifling superpowers can be shattered with but a flick of my finger. How audacious! Utterly audacious! In this moment, Li Hao felt a surge of exhilaration. With such prowess, what have I to fear? Good heavens, what is the significance of the red shadow? My mentor has vanquished 1,000. Chapter 24, Superpower Classification. Master and apprentice's scheme in this moment, both master and disciple were consumed by an exhilarating fervor. No longer burdened by concerns or fears, their teacher had entered the realm of the 1,000 fighters, perhaps the foremost martial artist in the current age. What was there to fear from mere red shadows? As for Li Hao's entry into the 10th slaying realm, he did not dwell upon it too deeply. The 10th slaying was merely an intermediate state. Within the demon hunting squad, everyone was at the 10th slaying level, yet they were still struggling against formidable foes. At this moment, Li Hao did not fully grasp the significance of achieving the 10th slaying after merely 3 years of martial training. Yuan Shuo, however, understood but did not place much importance on it. The 10th slaying was indeed weak. Moreover, as his student, even if martial arts were not Li Hao's primary focus, with a powerful 1,000 fighter like him guiding the way, entering the 10th slaying was almost a foregone conclusion. Furthermore, Li Hao was already 20 years old. Achieving the 10th slaying at 20 was not particularly astounding. Yuan Shuo recalled an old friend whose disciple had entered the 10th slaying at the tender age of 12, which was truly remarkable. Of course, that disciple had been training in martial arts since childhood, having undergone rigorous refinement with precious herbs from the age of 3. A detail Yuan Shuo found unworthy of mention. Additionally, Li Hao was not without external assistance. Besides the star energy, the absorption of mysterious powers was also a significant factor. Master. At this moment, Li Hao disregarded all else, his excitement bubbling forth. Isn't 1,000 fighter in the realm of superpowers also an invincible entity? Indeed. Yuan Shuo replied with a broad smile, and after a moment of contemplation, he slowly added, Once I enter the realm of superpowers, I will be invincible. What if you haven't entered yet? Li Hao felt a twinge of unease and probed further. Yuan Shuo stroked his chin, suddenly realizing that his beard was gone, which felt rather unfamiliar. After another moment of reflection, he vaguely responded, then 1,000 fighter is still a top-tier existence. How many top-tier existences? Li Hao remained skeptical, sensing the ambiguity in his teacher's words. Yuan Shuo cleared his throat, his joy palpable. On a day of such celebration, you are asking too many questions. Unable to contain his curiosity, Li Hao blurted out, Master, you aren't just boasting, are you? Huh? Yuan Shuo chuckled, seemingly displeased. He pointed towards the sky, his bravado returning. Let me put it this way. In the entire Silver Moon province, given my capabilities, there are no more than 3 or 5 individuals who could best me. Silver Moon province, with its 32 cities, you rank among the top 5? Li Hao was taken aback. How vast was the Silver Moon province? How many people inhabited it? Silver City, a relatively small city, was already lagging behind. The provincial capital, White Moon City, boasted a population of 30 million. In contrast, Silver City had merely a few 100,000. Compared to White Moon City, it was insignificant. Other cities were similar in size to Silver City. And although the second largest city in the province, Radiant City, didn't match White Moon City, it still had a population exceeding 10 million. The entire Silver Moon province had a population nearing 100 million. With so many individuals, including numerous superpowered beings, could the Master truly rank among the top 5? Master, if 1,000 fighter is so formidable. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Yuan Shuo's next words, nearly catching him off guard. Only a handful of individuals can surpass me, though I refer exclusively to those of a higher rank. In the realm of superpowers, there are perhaps dozens who are on par with my level. Yuan Shuo appeared somewhat embarrassed. Of course, if he were to transcend into the realm of superpowers, those who are currently superior to him might not necessarily be his match. Initially, Li Hao felt a twinge of disappointment, but upon reflection, he acknowledged the remarkable nature of this reality. It seems that in the vast Silver Moon province, there aren't many formidable figures of equivalent strength. After all, his teacher has yet to enter the superpower domain, and such prowess is indeed astonishing. Teacher, is it easy to ascend to the level of Doqian in the realm of superpowers? Easy? Yuan Shuo chuckled. It's not particularly simple, but certainly less challenging than for martial masters. To put it plainly, the realm of superpowers is hierarchical. Within this domain, those comparable to Doqian are referred to as Riyao. Superpowered individuals at the Riyao level are equivalent to those at the Doqian level among martial masters. In the Silver Moon province, there are quite a few at the Riyao level, with nearly every major city having one in command. However, when discussing ease, it is a relative term. With a sigh, he slightly shook his head. As for Doqian level martial masters, I may very well be the last of my kind in the past 2 decades. They existed 20 years ago, but as of now, I have not heard of any. Perhaps there are still some, but they could either be in seclusion or lying low, awaiting the right moment to transition into superpowers. Or they may have already made that leap. Whether they remain in the Silver Moon province is uncertain. I have not ventured beyond its borders in many years and am not well acquainted with the outside world. At this moment, Li Hao took note of the term Riyao. The superpowered beings of this caliber are akin to those at the Doqian level, once regarded as terrestrial immortals. Doqian level masters are not invincible in the realm of superpowers, where there are indeed dozens in the Silver Moon province. What level is that Red Shadow? Li Hao, concerned for his teacher's safety, inquired, Teacher, if you have reached Doqian, can you confront the superpowered individual who killed Xiao Yuan? Furthermore, if the opposing party is organized, wouldn't many superpowered individuals be unable to contend with them? Let us step inside and discuss. Yuan Shuo glanced outside and lowered his voice. The situation has grown rather intense. Let us keep a low profile. Understanding the gravity of the moment, Li Hao accompanied him towards the main house of the small courtyard. The spacious reception room, imbued with an antique charm, was somewhat ostentatious, which Li Hao chose to overlook. The superpowered individual who killed Zhang Yuan, in my estimation, is not weak, yet not overwhelmingly strong either. Yuan Shuo analyzed, if they were truly formidable, Zhang Yuan would never have had the chance to leave his dormitory. He would have been silently consumed in flames. The fact that he emerged suggests that his assailant or their particular superpower has limitations. Naturally, one should not hastily conclude that the adversary is weak. Having orchestrated a scheme for over a decade, they must possess considerable strength. The critical question now is whether they operate as an organization or as an individual. Li Hao pondered for a moment before stating, "It should be an organization." "Why do you think that?" Yuan Shuo regarded him with a hint of inquiry. Li Hao explained, "I sense the presence of the opposing party outside Zhang Yuan's residence. This indicates surveillance. I have also discovered that someone once followed me from outside the inspection office, even driving a car. They might be an ordinary person, merely surveilling me. The mastermind likely does not possess such audacity to tail me consistently. After all, I am quite insignificant. Therefore, there must be more than one individual involved, though I cannot ascertain the exact number or the number of superhumans." At this juncture, he turned to Yuan Shuo and inquired, "Teacher, how can one determine the strength of a superhuman?" "It is difficult to ascertain," Yuan Shuo replied directly. "Just like martial artists, it is quite similar. If one does not reveal their characteristics, it is indeed challenging to gauge their true capabilities. Strength can only be accurately assessed in action. As for so-called superhuman detectors, they are nonsense." Yuan Shuo regarded them with disdain. "That contraption requires some effort to operate and has limited utility. For instance, a solar master can entirely compress their mysterious energy, minimizing its leakage. What you might detect could merely be the fluctuations of the weakest superhuman energy. How then would you evaluate their strength?" Indeed, Li Hao thought of his own eyes, which were unlike others. He could perceive mysterious energy. Could one assess strength through this mysterious energy? With this thought, Li Hao hastily pressed on, "Teacher, do the levels of superhumans differ in the density of mysterious energy within them?" "Of course, that is self-evident." Yuan Shuo nodded. "The stronger the mysterious energy, the more concentrated it becomes, thus indicating greater power. However, this does not account for practical combat situations. For example, a superhuman adept at healing may possess formidable mysterious energy, yet may not surpass someone weaker than themselves. It depends on individual capability." "Understood. Are there distinctions among different levels of mysterious energy?" Li Hao inquired with curiosity. "I saw an ice crystal dome in the demon hunting squad that could manifest mysterious energy. Does its appearance signify that the state of mysterious energy varies, indicating different levels and strengths?" "Certainly." This was within Yuan Shuo's area of expertise. He had discovered the ice crystal and contributed methods for coloring mysterious energy. He nodded and continued, "In the realm of superhumans, I shall not speak of those stronger than myself." Drawing a parallel with martial artists, when one first enters the superhuman domain, if mysterious energy is manifested, it resembles starlight, which is the origin of the title Starlight Master. In truth, Starlight Masters do not encompass the entirety of superhumans. They merely represent the first level. It is just that people have grown accustomed to referring to superhumans as Starlight Masters. "Starlight Master, first level," Li Hao exclaimed eagerly. "So, does this mean that a Starlight Master is merely at the 10th decimation? That feels rather weak. I have already reached 10th decimation. Roughly speaking, of course, given that everyone operates in different realms, it becomes challenging to distinguish who is stronger in actual combat. At the second level of superhumans, the mysterious energy shines more brightly, akin to the light of a full moon, and this level is referred to as the Moonshadow Master." Li Hao listened earnestly, fully engaged. This was the first time someone had elucidated the domain of superhumans to him. Previously, the demon hunting squad seldom mentioned such matters, as none had ventured into superhuman realms. Although Yuan Shuo had not either, he possessed extensive knowledge about superhumans, as it was his profession. Starlight, moonshade, and sun radiance can be roughly equated to the realms of slashing 10, breaking 100, and contending 1,000, but it would be an oversimplification to assert that categorically. Although Yuan Shuo was reluctant to admit it, he conceded. Within the same tier, a martial artist, unless they have reached the level of contending 1,000, generally cannot contend against an equivalent tier superpowered individual. Why is that? Li Hao, taken aback, inquired why, as they were supposedly of the same level. Yuan Shuo smiled wryly, stating, "To put it succinctly, a martial artist can only engage in physical attacks. In contrast, a superpowered individual operates beyond the physical realm. Take, for instance, those two individuals outside. The male among them possesses the ability to fly, having likely just recently entered the moonshade tier. Although I have attained contending 1,000, if he prepares himself adequately, he could soar into the skies and remain aloft indefinitely. What recourse do I have? My teacher can also fly." Yuan Shuo sighed in exasperation. "I do not fly in the conventional sense. I merely utilize leverage to ascend and cannot linger indefinitely." As long as his mysterious energy does not deplete, he can remain airborne, and that distinction is crucial. He then puffed up with pride, adding, "Of course, if I truly wished to eliminate him, it would merely require a single punch. His ability to fly would be of little consequence at the contending 1,000 level." Martial artists possess unique capabilities. Thus, only upon reaching this tier can they rival the sun radiance of their adversaries. Prior to that, they will invariably be at a disadvantage. Li Hao found himself uncertain of the veracity of these claims, yet he had no choice but to believe. He recalled the two individuals outside and could not help but exclaim, "So, those two outside might indeed surpass Captain Liu in prowess?" The capabilities of superpowered individuals are indeed formidable. From a distance, those two appeared exceedingly youthful. Meanwhile, Lu Long had devoted decades to martial arts training. Yet he seemingly fell short compared to these two youngsters. Not necessarily. Yuan Shuo shook his head. Lu Long, in his 40s, has immersed himself in martial arts for 2 to 3 decades. His experience and encounters far exceed theirs. Should these two truly engage Lu Long, their chances of survival would be significantly diminished. It is no wonder Lu Long mentioned that if he were unable to resolve the situation, even with Night Watchers present in Silver City, it may prove futile. What of Hong Ying's strength? Does this imply that Hong Ying lacks a discernible rank? Is it merely the individuals behind Hong Ying who possess such ranks? Yet, I have not encountered any entities lurking in the shadows. He recalled an individual he had previously encountered, Wang Ming. He had observed Wang Ming's mysterious energy, which was notably more radiant than Lu Long's. Could it be that Wang Ming also resides within the Moonshade tier? As for Sun Radiance, that seems unlikely. According to my teacher, there are few superpowered individuals at the Sun Radiance level. A city may have only one, excluding smaller cities like Silver City. Moreover, Sun Radiance is comparable to contending 1,000. My teacher's formidable strength was something Li Hao had subtly begun to perceive. Wang Ming evidently falls short by a considerable margin. That Wang Ming may merely be a Moonshade practitioner, akin to those two outside. 3 Moonshade-level Night Watchers have arrived in Silver City. 2 are there to protect the teacher while 1 remains covertly stationed, suggesting that the Night Watchers are indeed taking this matter seriously. Contemplating this, Li Hao hastily remarked, "Teacher, a superpowered individual, possibly a Moonshade practitioner, has just arrived at the inspection station." Yuan Shuo paused momentarily, refraining from inquiring how Li Hao had acquired such knowledge. He assessed the situation, chuckling. How intriguing. It seems the one who eliminated Zhang Yuan is not an ordinary foe. The Night Watchman should be aware. Perhaps even have some inkling of the other's identity, which is why he proceeds with caution. "Teacher, I'm not entirely certain if the other party could be the mastermind behind Zhang Yuan's murder." "Not likely." Yuan Shuo shook his head decisively. "Do you truly believe that the inspection department is so easy to infiltrate? Even if one possesses extraordinary abilities, the inspection department can still trace their origins. This implies that if someone has entered the inspection department, regardless of what others say, you can be sure that your chief inspector is well aware of it, 100% certain. Unless your chief inspector has turned accomplice, that individual is undoubtedly a Night Watchman." Li Hao exhaled softly, relieved that it was the Red Shadow organization. The teacher and student continued their discussion. Yuan Shuo then spoke with a semblance of seriousness. "Let us not dwell on other matters. Ensure you take good care of that sword." He had just returned the jade sword to Li Hao. The fact that he could absorb so much energy, even after having entered the realm of Doqian, and still extract that level of energy was somewhat astonishing. It was an overwhelming amount. Indeed, Li Hao nodded, appreciating the jade sword's rarity. He had sensed its value even while absorbing the mysterious energy from the demon hunting squad. Yuan Shuo contemplated for a moment before adding, "Moreover, although I have reached Doqian, advancing to the realm of extraordinary powers will likely pose significant challenges, primarily due to the lack of mysterious energy. Not the kind you possess. That is not for enhancing combat prowess. This energy serves to strengthen the foundation, making it 100 times more precious. With my Doqian strength, to enter the realm of extraordinary powers, I would need several hundred to thousands of units of mysterious energy, which may prove difficult." Li Hao quickly calculated. The black market price was 1 million for a unit. If the teacher required 1,000 units to advance, how much would that cost? 1 billion? Li Hao swallowed hard, thinking, that is terrifying. Surely, the teacher doesn't have that much money, even though I think he is quite wealthy. Of course, for Yuan Shuo, if it were possible to purchase it, it would be simple, but such a large-scale transaction could not escape the notice of the Night Watchman, nor could other major organizations remain oblivious. This was not a feasible course of action. He glanced at Li Hao and pondered for a moment. I should refrain from making my presence too known for now, especially since I still have some adversaries. Although they are not in the Silver Moon province, their power is formidable. We must remain somewhat discreet. Li Hao smiled wryly, recalling how just moments ago they had discussed being unrestrained. The teacher's words contained a mix of truth and exaggeration. Yuan Shuo continued, of course, if I were to advance, then I would truly be unstoppable, and you would have no issues moving freely. Let us lay low for a few days. There is no need to rush. Yuan Shuo chuckled. As for the current danger, I will observe. If the opponent is too weak, I shall eliminate them directly. If they are strong, he laughed, let the night watchman take the blame. Li Hao displayed a glimmer of intrigue. Yuan Shuo whispered, if the masterminds are feeble, I can easily dispatch them. There's no need for further discussion. It's simply a matter of one word. Kill. However, if the adversary exceeds the realm of Riyao, then we are in trouble. Even if I can withstand some of it, you, my dear boy, will be in serious trouble. Therefore, if such a powerful opponent exists, they are certainly not in Silver City at this moment. Under the Sunlit Realm, even if one were to encounter the true essence of it, the solution would still be to eliminate them, attributing the act to the Night Watchers. Among the Night Watchers, there are indeed formidable individuals. Among those I mentioned who surpass my prowess, at least half are from their ranks. Li Hao nodded in agreement. The teacher is discerning in his approach. Exercising caution is certainly wise. Moreover, although he and Yuan Shuo did not articulate it, both harbored an unspoken understanding. A mastermind who has orchestrated schemes for many years. And considering the formidable nature of the starlight energy within the Jade Sword, if the adversary were to acquire additional treasures, would they not become exponentially more powerful? Yuan Shuo has the potential to transcend to the realm of combatants. So why could the opponent not seize an opportunity to ascend to an even greater echelon? The two refrained from voicing their concerns, fearing it might undermine their confidence. Yuan Shuo deduced that if there truly existed someone stronger than himself, they would undoubtedly not reside in Silver City, nor even in the Silver Moon province, which would simplify matters considerably. Reflecting on this, he added, furthermore, this jade pendant of yours is merely a jade pendant. Once you depart from my presence, I shall prepare a sword for you, an extraordinary artifact. Yuan Shuo chuckled darkly. Your sword remains unseen and unknown. What manner of sword does the Li family possess? Is it not up to you to define it? As an ordinary person bearing an extraordinary item, would that not be akin to wielding the Li family's sword? Naturally, it ought to be of superior quality, not a mere trinket. Contemplating further, Yuan Shuo felt a pang of regret. The Night Watchers have been monitoring me for years, making it arduous to amass a plethora of treasures. Nevertheless, a few years back, I did manage to procure a commendable sword, an absolute treasure. He continued, his eyes glinting with intrigue. Indeed, it is remarkably suitable. That sword is also sealed. Its surface reveals no mystical properties, yet it harbors brilliance within. I suspect it is a treasure of bloodline inheritance, unearthed from a grand relic. Li Hao could not help but interject, teacher, your sword may very well be more precious than mine. Would that not be a loss? He understood Yuan Shuo's implication, an exchange of Li for Tao. However, if his own sword were not as valuable, would that not be a misfortune? Impossible. Yuan Shuo shook his head. Li Hao's sword is undoubtedly of great worth. No further elaboration needed. He quickly added, when you leave shortly, remember to take it with you. This item, though unspoken, you know how to wield. Should the adversary prove too formidable for me, do not hesitate to cast the sword in hopes of preserving your life. If the enemy falls to either myself or the Night Watchers, you would do well to relinquish the sword to them. Else, the burden of blame may unjustly fall upon you. The master and disciple swiftly finalized their strategy. Should they encounter the weak, they would eliminate them. If confronted by the strong, they would also dispatch them, all while ensuring the Night Watchers bore the blame. Of course, this hinges on the Night Watchers desiring the sword. If they do not, the burden may still rest upon Li Hao's shoulders. Would the Night Watchers indeed desire it? Given Yuan Shuo's assertions, it is highly probable they would. As for feelings of guilt, Yuan Shuo felt none, and neither did Li Hao. If the Night Watchers took the sword, they would deserve the blame, and it could not be held against themselves. After nearly an hour of discussion, Yuan Shuo finally produced the sword. Not only that, but he also took the liberty of dyeing his hair a striking white. It appeared this elder was not inclined to reveal his true identity in the near future. The sword bestowed by Yuan Shua was not particularly large, only slightly bigger than a jade pendant. It was unmistakably a sword, comparable in size to a dagger, convenient enough to fit into a pocket, making it quite suitable. Li Hao glanced at it, faintly perceiving a profound and potent energy contained within. He felt a twinge of reluctance to accept it. Perhaps this was the only treasure of such caliber that his mentor possessed, yet out of a desire to alleviate complications, he had chosen to gift it to him. Yuan Shua, having arranged a few matters, advised, "Do not worry excessively. I shall not be by your side at all times, but I will arrive swiftly should the need arise. Your sole responsibility is to avoid being eliminated instantaneously." Li Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Yuan Shua pondered momentarily before adding, "It is also imperative to enhance your own abilities. You have entered the 10th slashing realm, but that does not imply you are formidable. The strength within the 10th realm varies significantly. Even those in the 99th slashing rank fall under this category. While some may exaggerate, the disparity remains evident." Realizing that Li Hao might find it challenging to improve in a short span, he noted that time was of the essence. Suddenly, Li Hao's eyes lit up. Venomous. He had not heard anything. He was indifferent. All he desired was survival. Yuan Shua remained indoors, striking a posture that appeared both dignified and formidable. A martial artist must engage their opponent in close quarters, particularly for one of your caliber, a third-rate martial artist. The title sounded rather respectable, almost akin to a physician's professional skill. Yuan Shua waved his hands in what seemed a chaotic manner. Although he possessed only 2 hands, in an instant, a third hand emerged. Indeed, a third hand. At the moment this hand appeared, it darted toward Li Hao's groin. Caught off guard. Within the art of the monkey technique, there exists a move called monkey steals the peach, but it lacks such deception. Once executed, the opponent would recognize the intent aimed at the lower regions. Li Hao turned pale with fright. Engaged in combat, the sudden appearance of an extra hand was utterly indefensible. "Master, how could a third hand manifest?" Li Hao questioned, perplexed. The technique appeared straightforward, yet where did this additional hand originate? He scrutinized carefully, noting that Yuan Shua still had only 2 hands. This was the crux of the matter. It was, in fact, simple. A person has only 2 hands. The third was naturally an illusion. Yuan Shua began to elucidate to Li Hao. Among the 3 hands, one was false. However, to deceive effectively, it must be concealed within the real hands, which constituted the challenge. The master and disciple delved into their studies for a while, and Li Hao gradually grasped the essence, thus concluding their lesson. Before long, Li Hao departed from the small courtyard. Outside, the person who had previously obstructed his path had vanished. It was likely the same man. The woman had been severely injured by his mentor's kick and would likely take some time to recover. Li Hao maintained his composure, feigning ignorance, and swiftly rode away. It was only after Li Hao's departure that Hu Hao made his presence known. He glanced at Li Hao, then back at the courtyard. Puzzled about what Yuan Shua had taught him, the master and disciple had spent several hours together. He also wondered about Yuan Lao's condition, sighing lightly in resignation, hoping he wouldn't perish. Otherwise, both he and Li Meng would face dire consequences. Chapter 25. Contentment emerging from the ancient courtyard. It was already past 4 in the afternoon on July 14th. The forecast predicted that on the 18th, Silver City would be graced by a prolonged period of rain. Just 3 days remained. As Li Hao pedaled his bicycle, he murmured to himself. Since it would rain on the 18th, that day could not be counted. Time was rather limited. As for the accuracy of the forecast, the weather predictions in Silver City had proven to be quite reliable. The ritual of clocking out was still necessary. Moreover, Wang Ming had mentioned a dinner invitation for that evening. As a single man and the amiable person from the secretariat, Li Hao could hardly refuse. To do so would contradict his persona. In the secretariat, curiosity flickered in his eyes momentarily. However, Li Hao, who had been observing him, could perceive the subtleties. If he were indifferent, it would be one thing, but his attentiveness allowed him to discern the nuances. It was clear that Wang Ming was not a cunning individual. He was likely quite young, perhaps akin to Li Meng, both of whom were relatively new night watchers tasked with their duties. Li Hao speculated that Wang Ming might have learned about the incident where the instructor injured Li Meng. Otherwise, he would not have exhibited such curiosity upon Li Hao's previous departure. Perhaps this fellow was indeed curious about the secret techniques imparted by the instructor. After all, Yuan Shua's excuse was the transmission of arcane knowledge. Wang Ming was exceedingly polite, readily setting aside his pride, addressing Li Hao as Hao Ge. Li Hao smiled and nodded. Responding, Yes, I've finished my tasks. Xiaoming. Li Hao suppressed a laugh. By calling Wang Ming this name, Chen Na might have overheard and began using it as well. Wang Ming's eyes revealed a hint of helplessness, yet he did not express it outright, acquiescing to Chen Na's address, promptly affirming, I've already secured a venue for dinner. Once we finish work, we shall go. I just hope it aligns with your tastes. I eat anything. It's all fine, Li Hao replied, ever agreeable. Chen Na was easygoing, and Li Hao, of course, was even more so, although he still inquired, just the three of us? Wang Ming quickly clarified, tonight, I invite both of you for dinner. You've both labored throughout the day. I'll treat the other colleagues tomorrow. After a flurry of activity, the end of the workday arrived at 5:30. Outside the gates of the inspection office, Wang Ming gazed at Li Hao's bicycle, momentarily distracted, and could not help but ask, How go? Are you really riding your bike? He had come without a bicycle and had not had the time to purchase one. Li Hao, ever courteous, offered to take him along. But in the blink of an eye, he noticed Li Hao arriving on his modest bicycle, although he had seen Li Hao leave on it at noon. He was taken aback to discover that this fellow truly owned but a single bike. It's not far. Li Hao smiled. Just ahead. It takes 10 minutes to ride there. Or would you prefer to take a car? Sister Na has one. We could all go together. That won't do. Wang Ming could not help but feel exasperated. This fellow was truly stubborn. How could someone so young behave like a pedantic scholar, riding a bicycle to go out and reading the news at work? After all, he was a student of the Silver City Ancient Academy. He ought to have a bit more ambition. Although Chen Na felt quite dissatisfied with the bicycle, she chose to drive alone as a woman, while after some contemplation, Wang Ming ultimately decided to accompany Li Hao, as he was more inclined to learn about him. On the bicycle, Wang Ming's long legs felt awkwardly constrained, leading to a rather uncomfortable experience. At that moment, he found himself supporting Li Hao's waist, which was a rather novel encounter for him. After a brief while, he couldn't help but inquire, How go? What do you have in your pocket? It feels rather hard. If it weren't for the fact that it was resting against Li Hao's waist, his thoughts might have wandered elsewhere. It was indeed solid. Being a man, he couldn't help but think he was perhaps overthinking the situation. Oh, he nearly forgot. Wang Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. An old artifact? A family heirloom? He seemed genuinely intrigued and casually asked, What old artifact do you carry so carelessly? Aren't you afraid of damaging it? How go? You really are quite careless. Not at all. Li Hao chuckled in response. It's not porcelain. It's a small metal sword. Even if it falls, it won't break. I've dropped it countless times since childhood. A small sword? At that moment, Wang Ming noted how Li Hao's back was turned towards him, his eyes shining with an alarming brightness. It truly was a stroke of luck. The sword belonging to the Li family was right there on Li Hao, tucked away in his pocket, and he could easily reach for it. He found it somewhat unbelievable, yet soon deemed it perfectly reasonable. Given the unrest in the community, it was only sensible to carry valuable items. However, he had not anticipated encountering the Li family sword so soon. Within the ranks of the Night Watchers, there existed a file concerning this sword, albeit quite vague, as the organization had been established only recently, providing merely a rough summary based on available information. The 8 great families of Silver City likely had ancient lineages, perhaps spanning hundreds or even thousands of years, and tracing their specifics was currently unfeasible. However, according to the Night Watchers' assessment, the weapons mentioned in the local folklore tied to the 8 families were deemed to be at least of the sun radiance level. The realm of superpowers, which had started relatively late, was now categorizing these extraordinary items according to their supernatural levels. The sun radiance level was comparable to the might of a skilled martial artist. For superhumans, weapons of the sun radiance level were indeed rare treasures. Wang Ming felt a surge of excitement and couldn't refrain from asking, How go? May I take a look at that small sword? I have a keen interest in such artifacts. Forget it, Li Hao replied with a simple smile. You can take it, but there's really nothing special to see. Just don't break it. Even if it may not be of great value, it is the most cherished item I have after my parents passed away. Rest assured, I won't. With Li Hao's consent, Wang Ming was overjoyed. It was indeed a stroke of luck, although he could not take it away just yet. As the Night Watchers needed to gather more information and intelligence about the individuals behind the scenes, having the chance to glimpse it was already a delight. No longer hesitating, he directly retrieved the small sword from Li Hao's pocket. The instant he held the silver small sword, a look of astonishment washed over Wang Ming's face. It was indeed an extraordinary item. Although the mysterious energy is exceedingly rare, often imperceptible even through clothing, the moment it graced his hand, He could distinctly perceive an extraordinary presence. The mystical energy within him surged to life. Such a treasure. A glimmer of avarice flickered in Wang Ming's eyes. Any extraordinary individual who encountered this would likely feel the same. The advancement of superpowers has been remarkably brief. At present, it remains unattainable for each person to possess a superpowered artifact. In fact, even within the Night Watcher system, there exists a segment of Sunlight Realm experts who have yet to acquire their own superpowered weapon. He, however, is merely a moonshade, compared to those venerable predecessors. Securing such treasures is far more challenging. Quickly, Wang Ming subdued his greedy heart. This object was not easily obtained. As he toyed with the small sword, he faintly sensed a hint of murderous intent. This sword was undoubtedly extraordinary, seemingly more enigmatic than many of the extraordinary items he had previously encountered. It appeared to be sealed. He had an inkling that the sword was indeed in a state of enchantment. It was no wonder that the weapons of the 8 great families had gone unnoticed until now. Perhaps, in the years of the rise of superpowers, these weapons had gradually re-emerged, unlocking their seals and revealing their unique nature, eventually drawing attention and uncovering their secrets. This could explain why the other party had not directly seized the small sword. Likely, there were certain steps required to unseal it. Wang Ming made his judgment. He was not foolish. He quickly deduced several crucial elements. Observing Li Hao's silhouette, he felt a twinge of pity. This individual might indeed be a descendant of ancient superpowered warriors. What a pity! As time has passed, the treasures left by ancestors have transformed into lethal poison. Among the 8 great families, the Night Watchers have investigated, and now perhaps only Li Hao remains as the true heir. Provided that Li Hao is indeed the scion of the Li family, the sword's legacy. Previously uncertain, Wang Ming was now fully convinced. He was holding the Li family's sword. How good! This sword is truly exquisite. Wang Ming exclaimed, revealing a keen interest. How good? Is it for sale? Not for sale. Li Hao declined outright. Do not entertain thoughts of my sword. It is a family heirloom. If I dare to sell it, my father would rise from the grave to punish me. Furthermore, I have assessed it myself. It is merely iron and hardly worth much. That cannot be said so lightly. Everyone has their own preferences and insights. If you truly wish to sell, I happen to be quite interested. I cannot promise much, but I could manage around 100 to 200,000. Such an exorbitant price? Li Hao was taken aback. 100 to 200,000? Wang Ming noted that his pace had slowed, reflecting on how perspectives of the world differed vastly. 100 to 200,000? If this were indeed a sunlight-level extraordinary item, those powerful individuals would not bat an eye at such a sum. Even multiplying it by 100 would pose no issue. What are a mere million star coins in the grand scheme? In the entire Silver Moon province, with a population nearing 100 million, how many sunlight experts exist? Each one would covet such treasures, and a trifling sum of star coins would barely warrant a glance. Naturally, he would refrain from quoting an excessively high figure. Otherwise, Li Hao would not merely be intrigued, but suspicious. Indeed, discussions regarding sums of 100,000 or 200,000 are entirely feasible. If Brother Hao were to sell this sword, he might very well be able to exchange it for a new apartment. Li Hao nodded fervently, quickly calculating the possibilities, and inhaled deeply, saying, "Do not jest. The real estate prices in the urban area of Silver City, particularly near our inspection division, hover around 3,000. If we could indeed sell for 200,000, we could acquire a 2-bedroom, new home." At this moment, the sword could not be taken away just yet. It still required Li Hao to serve as the catalyst. In due course, if Li Hao found himself unoccupied, and the sword remained in his possession, discussions regarding a transaction could indeed be entertained. As for forcibly seizing the Night Watchers, such measures were unnecessary under normal circumstances. At this juncture, Wang Ming felt as though he had accomplished a significant portion of his task. He had ascertained Li Hao's identity, confirmed the existence of the Li family sword, and even witnessed it firsthand, playing with it in his hands. Moreover, he had established that it was indeed an extraordinary item. Thus, it was an undeniable fact that Li Hao was the next target. As the conversation unfolded, they arrived at the restaurant. Wang Ming disembarked and proceeded to the private room to place an order while awaiting Chen Na, whereas Li Hao sought a location to park his bicycle. By the roadside, Li Hao secured his bicycle, retrieved his communicator, and dialed a number. "Speak," came Lu Long's ever-arrogant voice. Li Hao felt a twinge of anxiety. Lowering his voice and speaking with a hint of trepidation, "Boss, are our communications being monitored?" "Not at all," Lu Long replied succinctly, though he sensed something was amiss. "Where are you?" "At the Yuha restaurant." "What has transpired?" Li Hao, increasingly anxious, lowered his voice to a whisper. "Boss, it seems I have caught the attention of a superhuman. Not in the usual sense. I mean, they are right beside me. A newcomer named Wang Ming has joined our secure office. Just now, I rode with him to dinner, and I have this old artifact I always carry. He insisted on examining it. I thought, being an ordinary person, it would be harmless. However, when he made contact with the artifact, I sensed a mysterious energy surging from him. An old artifact, Lu Long instantly comprehended, the Li family sword. Wang Ming's interaction with the extraordinary item had indeed triggered a mysterious energy, which Li Hao had perceived. A superhuman. Lu Long's brow furrowed, but he quickly regained his composure. "Stay calm. Do not fear. If they were truly intent on harming you, it would have happened by now," he added. "Do not exhibit any unusual behavior. I trust you can maintain your composure." "Boss, I am concerned, do not worry." Lu Long reassured Li Hao, swiftly assessing the situation. It was indeed plausible that a superhuman from the Night Watchers had infiltrated the inspection division. A sense of dissatisfaction and anger brewed within him. The Night Watchers had sent someone without informing him. He understood their intentions all too well. They wished to observe quietly, treating him as a mere stepping stone. Though he had anticipated such maneuvers, it was disconcerting to realize that the Night Watchers had planted personnel without his knowledge. Moreover, it seemed the director of the inspection division harbored some discontent towards him as well. Otherwise, the Night Watchers would not have been able to conceal their actions from the director. He contemplated for a moment, deducing that it was most likely a night watchman, though he could not completely dismiss the possibility of an enemy, albeit a slim one. Lu Long was still deep in thought when he heard Li Hao, his voice tinged with anxiety, exclaim, "Boss, I am somewhat apprehensive. However, this fellow mentioned that I could sell my sword for a price. What do you think? Should I simply sell it? Wouldn't that enhance my safety?" Li Hao continued in a hushed tone, "I just considered that the other party might indeed be a night watchman. If that is the case, selling my sword could provoke a duel between the night watchman and him, allowing us to sit back and watch the spectacle. And I might even profit from the sale." Upon hearing this, Lu Long's ire ignited, and he growled in a low voice, "Absolutely not. Do you lack money? Selling nonsense. Are you in need then? I wish to inquire whether I could exchange it for some mysterious energy. I ponder that perhaps by absorbing more mysterious energy, I could become more powerful and increase my chances of survival." "Exchange what?" Lu Long thundered, filled with frustration. "No exchanges. Remember, you are a member of the demon hunting team, not a night watchman. Furthermore, we have yet to ascertain the identity of the other party. Even if you sell your sword, you might still meet your demise. But not selling also leads to death. Perhaps I should just trade for a bit of mysterious energy to bolster myself first." Silence. Lu Long felt a wave of agitation. This fellow was far too obstinate. After a moment's consideration, he sighed and spoke again. "The team still has some mysterious energy in stock. It's not that I am unwilling to give it to you. I fear that too much absorption may cause permanent harm or even lead to your demise. What remains are merely attribute-based mysterious energies. If you believe you can handle it before the impending rain, I can grant you 2 portions of attribute-based mysterious energy. Selling the sword is unwise. Even if you acquire more mysterious energy from the sale, you would be unable to absorb it." A glimmer of delight flickered in Li Hao's eyes. This was as expected. He knew Lu Long would not allow him to sell the sword. Otherwise, the night watchman would intervene directly, and his fate would be sealed. Risk a company's opportunity. Lu Long aspired to ascend to superhuman status. Although slaying a superhuman was perilous, the opponent seemed indifferent to such dangers, desiring instead to reap greater rewards. "I understand," Li Hao calculated, 2 portions would suffice. "As for whether there might be issues with absorbing attribute-based mysterious energy, I suppose I shall find out through experience." "Very well then. Thank you, boss. I shall not sell it. I too am concerned for your safety. If the night watchman intervenes directly, it may indeed be safer." "That is fine. As long as you comprehend." Lu Long felt a measure of relief and cautioned, "Do not expose yourself. Should the other party truly be a night watchman, our chances of success in this endeavor would be significantly enhanced, and our safety would be more assured. Taking risks is a necessity for us warriors pursuing the extraordinary realm." "Understood." After a brief exchange, Li Hao ended the communication, his countenance now calm and composed, devoid of the earlier tension. He performed admirably, Although Lu Long was indeed assisting him, Li Hao recognized the need to learn more about mysterious energy and to acquire greater quantities. Given Lu Long's stingy demeanor, the prospect of receiving only a few portions of mysterious energy as a reward for successfully eliminating the shadowy figure was far from satisfactory in Li Hao's eyes. Storing away information serves a purpose. It signifies that others may not be suitable, and thus, it is preferable to absorb knowledge for oneself. Exposing Wang Ming, regardless of his identity, significantly enhances safety. Additionally, the acquisition of two mysterious energies is quite advantageous. Furthermore, diverting everyone's attention to that sword diminishes the likelihood of my jade pendant being exposed. Li Hao reflected on his performance and found himself somewhat satisfied. Though he acknowledged that he still fell short compared to his teacher, the teacher could incapacitate an opponent to the point where the adversary would feel compelled to assist in their healing, fearing for their life. In comparison, Li Hao recognized the need to learn from his teacher, viewing them as a true role model. The two mysterious energies may not even warrant his teacher's concern. The road ahead is long and fraught with responsibility. Wang Ming, true to his affluent nature, ordered over a dozen dishes for a meal meant for just 3 people, some of which Li Hao had never even heard of. In contrast to Wang Ming, Li Hao felt distinctly impoverished. During the meal, Chen Na suddenly leaned in with an air of secrecy, saying, "Xiao Ming, you hail from Baiwest City, a major metropolis. Be honest. Do you have any special purpose for coming to Yinqing this time?" Wang Ming was taken aback. Had he been exposed? Surely not. Observing his expression, Chen Na appeared to understand. And seeing Li Hao's bewildered face, she sighed. "Li Hao, you, of all people, should understand the significance of this. I've heard that Yinqing may be selecting a group of people to send to Baiwest City." Li Hao, perplexed, inquired, "For what purpose? Training? Promotion?" "Neither." Chen Na glanced at Wang Ming, shaking her head in exasperation. "You wouldn't know, but Xiao Ming certainly does. Every year at the end, some young individuals from Yinqing's inspection department mysteriously disappear, heading to Baiwei City for a selection process. If successful, they might become legendary figures." In that moment, Wang Ming secretly breathed a sigh of relief, understanding the situation. It was merely a selection of night watchmen. He had genuinely feared that he had been exposed. Li Hao also grasped the concept. The night watchmen in Yinqing select certain individuals to participate in an energy absorption process, with a mere 1% success rate. Lu Long had mentioned this before. Clearly, Chen Na had misunderstood. She assumed that Wang Ming had come to Yinqing to compete for a quota due to the intense competition in Baiwest City. Li Hao maintained his facade of ignorance. Asking Sister Na, "What are you talking about? Legendary figures? You're truly oblivious." "It's a shame, Li Hao. You could actually consult your teacher about this. Xiao Ming is aware of the situation, right?" Wang Ming nodded, smiling. "I know a little." "I knew it," Chen Na declared triumphantly. "You urbanites are so cunning. Xiao Ming, have you really encountered those legendary figures in Baiwest City?" Wang Ming found himself at a loss for words. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to share a little, for he had tacitly accepted that he was there to compete for a quota, and feigning ignorance would not be believable. He had indeed seen them, though he had not engaged in any substantial conversations. Li Hao appeared to have gained some understanding, while Wang Ming realized that this fellow must have learned certain information from Lu Long. After contemplating, he knew he could not divulge too much, nor could he fabricate the truth. This was, in fact, an organization that transcended ordinary humans and was also part of the Inspection Bureau. However, its numbers were few. Each year, a select group of individuals would be chosen from the grassroots level to join the organization. Curiosity piqued, Li Hao promptly remarked, "From what you say, I seem to have an inkling of what you're referring to. My teacher mentioned something along those lines before. Today, I actually encountered such a person at my teacher's place. I fear that if I reveal it, no one would believe me. But it is true. There was a man who could fly, and I was utterly astonished. Xiao Ming, individuals of such caliber must be top-tier figures in Baiwest City, right?" He keenly observed Wang Ming. As for the matters concerning Yuan Shuo, Wang Ming likely knew, and there was no need for concealment. He simply wished to discern Wang Ming's attitude towards Hu Hao. Was it one of respect, disdain, or something else? This would allow him to gauge Wang Ming's status and strength. This was Li Hao's little cleverness. As far as he knew, Hu Hao was a supernatural being of the moonshade level. According to his teacher, Hu Hao was not particularly powerful. He merely possessed a unique ability and was considered a newcomer within the moonshade tier. In a confrontation with Lu Long, he might very well be defeated. But what about Wang Ming? Since the Night Watcher had sent him to investigate discreetly, was he, perhaps, even stronger than Lu Long? Wang Ming had indeed overlooked this point. Upon hearing Li Hao's words, he chuckled. A big shot? To us, they are all big shots. Being able to fly is impressive. But since you mentioned you saw him at your teacher's, I doubt he is all that formidable. Otherwise, your teacher would surely have introduced him to you. Did your teacher make an introduction? Not at all, Li Hao admitted. Then that settles it. Wang Ming laughed. Li Hao nodded in agreement. Realizing that Hu Hao's status was beneath that of Wang Ming, this fellow's rank was likely higher, and perhaps his strength even greater. While he may not be at the pinnacle of power, he could be quite formidable within the Moonshade tier. At this moment, Wang Ming remained unaware that, in just a few casual remarks, he had nearly revealed his entire background to Li Hao. After a satisfying meal, both parties felt content. Wang Ming shared numerous anecdotes about Baiwei City, while Li Hao and Chen Na discussed several critical matters that required attention in the secret chamber. Chen Na had little to contribute, but Li Hao felt he had gained considerable insights. The most significant takeaway was Wang Ming's casual mention of possibly being unable to attend work on the following day, as a family elder was coming to Silver City to visit him. Upon hearing this, Li Hao's attention was instantly captured. An elder? Was it a genuine elder? Or a powerful figure among the Night Watchers? Were the Night Watchers dispatching a stronger presence to Silver City? Or was it a covert operation? It was fortunate that Wang Ming, being rather naive, was unaware of the implications. Otherwise, if Li Hao had been anything but a righteous messenger, this fool would have already been silenced for leaking sensitive information. As they parted ways, Li Hao patted Wang Ming on the shoulder, expressing a few words of concern. In truth, he found that the supernatural being before him did not seem particularly daunting. It seems that one's intellect is rather lacking. Quite foolish indeed. Yet still perceives oneself as astute. It appears that those with extraordinary abilities often share this trait. While their physical prowess may be formidable, their mental faculties leave much to be desired, seemingly overshadowed by the pressure brought forth by Lu Long. As Li Hao departed on his bicycle, his trepidation towards the extraordinary individuals had notably diminished compared to before. Homeward bound, seizing the opportunity while unobserved, he intended to retrieve the stone knife, uncertain whether he could extract some bubbling energy from it. The starlight energy emanating from the jade sword is remarkable, but what of the stone knife? Does it possess the same starlight energy, or something entirely different? At this moment, Li Hao felt a spark of anticipation. In front of the restaurant, Wang Ming observed Li Hao's departure with a peculiar expression. Just moments ago, Li Hao had exuded an air of an older brother, giving Wang Ming a fleeting illusion of his own naivety, as if he truly were an inexperienced newcomer. It seems the students from the Silver City Ancient Academy are not necessarily more astute than others. Wang Ming shook his head, pondering. Li Hao, do you realize that the peril you face is far greater than you can imagine? Perhaps a being of the daylight tier seeks to take your life. Fortunately, a more powerful entity is soon to arrive, lurking in the shadows. Even if they too belong to the daylight tier, they could launch a surprise attack and resolve the situation. Wang Ming felt quite pleased. Once that individual arrives, he would report on the small sword he had witnessed today, thus achieving merit. In this moment, both Li Hao and Wang Ming felt a sense of satisfaction, having shared a meal that deepened their bond. Chapter 26, Stone Knife. Demon Hunter Chiming Community, Building 6. Beneath the staircase of the first floor of Building 6 lies a simple doghouse, far from pristine, with a faintly pungent odor. This is the abode of Black Panther. As for Li Hao's residence, it remains solely his. During the day, when he is occupied with work, he does not grant entry to Black Panther. Furthermore, the creature may not even relish the confinement of indoors. Who possesses the time to walk a dog? Black Panther is quite capable of taking himself for a stroll. However, in the past couple of days, Li Hao has permitted Black Panther to remain at home, hoping to catch a glimpse of the elusive red shadow. The rudimentary doghouse is constructed from tattered clothing and hay, the origin of which is uncertain. Li Hao has contributed by stuffing in an unused sofa cushion, providing Black Panther with a makeshift bed. Typically, no one attends to Black Panther, let alone cleans his dwelling. After securing his bicycle, Li Hao cast a glance at the doghouse, offering it little more than a fleeting look before ascending the stairs, clutching some leftover food. He has been preoccupied lately, neglecting to prepare meals, and the expired dog food should have been consumed. Today, Black Panther will have to endure hunger. Fortunately, he has just packed some remnants of his meal. The dishes ordered from the affluent Wang Ming are delectable, and Black Panther might enjoy a delightful treat. As he ascended, he noticed the door of the neighbor on the second floor ajar. Currently, only one family occupies the second floor. Previously, there were 2 households, but one has vacated. Oh, it's Aunt Zhang, just returning from work. Li Hao nodded, about to continue his ascent when the neighbor, with a hint of hesitation, spoke up. Xiao Hao, it's not that I want to meddle, but you really shouldn't keep that stray dog. Your parents are gone, leaving you this apartment filled with memories. You're not home during the day, and locking the dog inside has caused quite a commotion upstairs. I suspect that dog has torn the place apart. A commotion? Li Hao was momentarily taken aback. Black Panther has been quite well behaved. Tear the house apart? Surely not. Besides, Black Panther has developed a sense of understanding. Li Hao had specifically instructed him not to make a mess indoors. The neighbor shook her head, appearing somewhat helpless, and added, Also, Xiao Hao, have you been feeling a bit off lately? Li Hao was at a loss for words. How could he even begin to explain? Auntie, I'm fine. If you have something to say, please do. The neighbor's curiosity piqued, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. If you were dating someone, to bring her around to meet. Just don't associate with those dubious women. It's not proper to be out at night without anyone seeing you. The elderly woman's face was etched with concern, and at that moment, she likely envisioned an elaborate tale unfolding. Ah, youth, when blood runs hot and passions stir, it is only natural to have such thoughts, especially when one is unencumbered by romantic attachments. Li Hao opened his mouth, hesitating before sheepishly replying. Auntie, you've misunderstood. I'm just working on my fitness. I'll be more mindful next time. I forgot our old building has poor sound insulation. I understand. The elderly woman's expression was laden with meaning, a knowing smile gracing her face. Don't worry, I won't spread any rumors. Li Hao felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. There was no way to clarify. Even if he tried, she wouldn't believe him. With that, Li Hao opted for silence and continued his ascent. In the next instant, he nearly stumbled down the stairs. Little Hao, if you're truly seeking companionship, that's one thing, but please do not harbor any intentions towards the dog. Li Hao nearly stumbled, utterly defeated despite being a master of the 10th realm. She could not help but ponder. You see, when the Black Panther was outside, your home was remarkably tranquil. But now that it resides with you, your household has become quite the hubbub at night. Are you not aware of this? Li Hao, somewhat disheveled, hastily retreated upstairs, his voice echoing down. I will promptly take the Black Panther downstairs, Aunt Zhang. This is a genuine misunderstanding. I can tolerate being wrongfully accused of seeking a woman, but being falsely accused of looking for a dog is unacceptable. Ah, that is good to hear. Aunt Zhang, concerned only with the matter at hand, insisted on removing the dog, hoping that this young man would not stray onto the wrong path. Open the door. Enter. Close the door. Li Hao exhaled, and at that moment, he noticed the Black Panther gazing intently at him, leaving him speechless. Did you hear that? The old lady's prowess is formidable. Even he was intimidated. Woof, woof. The Black Panther seemed somewhat displeased, pondering whether the doghouse was worthy of its splendid coat. Just look at how sleek and shiny it is. If it were to descend into that smelly doghouse, would it not tarnish my fine fur? Go down. Li Hao raised his brow, making a gesture as if to smash a stone, and the Black Panther instantly comprehended. A stone. Precious stone, understood. It was time to go down and find the stone. The dog would accompany him. Without further prompting from Li Hao, the Black Panther swiftly opened the door. This creature had learned to open doors independently. As the door swung open, both man and dog hurried downstairs. The door to the second floor had already been shut, and the old lady, upon hearing Li Hao descend with the dog, nodded slightly at the entrance, relieved that the young man had finally found his way back. Downstairs, it was still relatively early, and there were others meandering about the community. Li Hao was unfazed. He desired the presence of more people, as the red shadow seldom appeared amidst a crowd. Black Panther, let us find something to eat. Where is the dog bowl? Li Hao rummaged through the doghouse, and, beneath his long sleeves, discreetly pocketed a stone. He casually tossed the leftover food to the Black Panther, whispering, Keep an eye out. If anyone approaches, it's fine. But if that thing shows up, remember to bark. Woof. The Black Panther nodded, its eyes reflecting a hint of fear. It too was wary of that entity. Nevertheless, barking a few times was manageable. Li Hao said nothing further and ascended the stairs, with the stone in hand. He had refrained from drawing attention to it over the past few days. Others were uncertain whether he had taken the stone, including Lu Long, who might have noticed a discrepancy in the kitchen but could not be sure it was Li Hao who had taken it. Carrying the stone, Li Hao returned upstairs and secured the door. This stone, having lingered in the doghouse for a while and in the kitchen for many years, had begun to irk him, and he had scrubbed it several times. On the sofa, Li Hao examined the stone, contemplating whether to soak it in water or simply absorb its essence directly. Utilizing the 5 animals breathing technique for absorption should suffice, right? If a jade sword can be absorbed, surely a stone knife can too? As for the teacher's mention of bloodline weapons, it is merely a requirement for unsealing. What Li Hao needs is not the stone knife for unsealing. He merely needs to absorb the starlight energy emanating from it. The absorption of such energy should not necessitate any bloodline, otherwise. Neither the Black Panther nor the teacher would be able to extract the starlight energy from the jade sword. This is Li Hao's assessment, though he is not entirely certain. Moreover, at this moment, he hesitates and contemplates whether the energy from the stone knife might resemble that of the jade sword, or perhaps align with the mysterious energy Lu Long had bestowed upon him. The jade sword is indeed unique, as Yuan Shua has clearly articulated, and is exceedingly precious. One would only know through experimentation. Fantasizing is futile. Li Hao is primarily concerned that the red shadow does not make an appearance during the absorption, for that would spell trouble. Xiao Yuan, I shall borrow your knife for now. I promise to avenge you when the time comes. I hope you do not mind. Li Hao chuckled softly. A year has passed. When your Memorial Day arrives, I shall slay the red shadow in your honor. The 5 animals breathing technique swiftly activated, regulating his breath as he directed his 5 hearts towards the heavens. The stone knife was placed against his chest. Whether it possesses starlight energy would soon be revealed. In the next moment, a unique energy surged forth from the stone knife. The 5 animals breathing technique must be acknowledged as the pinnacle method for channeling energy into one's body within the realm of superpowers. As for the energy channeling method provided by Lu Long, it seemed ineffective for both the jade sword and the stone knife. Thankfully, the teacher had imparted this technique. Otherwise, Li Hao would have been relegated to the previous method of soaking it in water, gradually diluting and absorbing it. Ordinary superpowered individuals, lacking the 5 animals breathing technique, would likely find it challenging to absorb the unique energies embedded within these weapons, unless they fortuitously discovered the method of soaking them in water, which might yield some results. The starlight flickered. The energy's form resembled that of the starlight energy within the jade sword. Li Hao opened his eyes, witnessing this energy. Just as the thought crossed his mind, he suddenly expelled a mouthful of blood. A powerful and fiercely aggressive energy surged violently within him. Li Hao's complexion changed instantly. This was not starlight energy. It was mysterious energy. No, it was even more aggressive than mysterious energy. At this moment, Li Hao experienced excruciating pain, akin to being sliced by a blade. The energy within the stone knife was overwhelmingly aggressive. It felt as though it had transformed into numerous great blades, rampaging through his body. In this moment, Li Hao comprehended the situation Lu Long had described. Many individuals would rupture blood vessels when absorbing mysterious energy due to its overwhelming impact. However, the ferocity Li Hao felt now surpassed that of the mysterious energy by at least 3-fold. A gasp escaped his lips as the veins on his forehead bulged, and he could feel blood vessels fracturing. He hastily altered his posture, instantly relinquishing the absorption of the breathing technique. In the blink of an eye, a torrent of blade energy surged into his body, relentlessly battering him. Pain. Excruciating pain. Li Hao had indeed pondered whether the energies were alike, and had considered if it might be mysterious energy. However, the absorption earlier in the day had posed little challenge for him, especially since he had already transcended into the 10th cutting realm, rendering him stronger than before. Thus, Li Hao believed he could endure. At this moment, Li Hao realized his grave error. A low growl escaped his lips as a torrent of energy continued to assail him. The ferocity of the attack caused his skin to fracture. He discovered that he was utterly incapable of controlling this energy, let alone absorbing it. It felt as though his demise was imminent. In a desperate moment, he recalled something and hastily reached for the jade sword that lay nearby, seizing it in his grasp while swiftly activating the 5 animals breathing technique. He pondered whether the starlight energy could mend and neutralize this overwhelming force. Otherwise, he feared he would not survive this ordeal. It was far too potent. With a sudden burst, another blood vessel ruptured, and blood gushed forth. This was an entirely different experience from the day prior. He realized his impulsiveness and, though startled by the rupture, did not succumb to panic. Instead, he felt a mix of astonishment and self-reproach. The past 2 days had unfolded smoothly, despite the intermittent appearances of the red shadow. However, with his teacher advancing in rank, he had grown complacent and relaxed, directly attempting to absorb the energy of the stone blade. Despite knowing that energies from different weapons might not align, he reassured himself that he could withstand it. In truth, he could not. He was merely an ordinary person who had just advanced to the 10th level of the slashing realm, primarily due to his teacher's guidance. Relying solely on himself to absorb the Jade Sword's energy, he feared that even 3 years hence, he might not achieve further advancement. Li Hao, have you forgotten that you are just an ordinary person? You must exercise caution, utmost caution. Have you forgotten the terror of the Red Shadow? Have you forgotten that the realm of superpowers is more formidable than you can imagine? He chastised himself. In this moment, he endeavored to absorb the Jade Sword's energy, hoping to heal his wounds and suppress the Stone Blade's energy. He realized he had indeed been reckless. With a low exclamation, Li Hao gritted his teeth and unleashed the full extent of his breathing technique. A gentle surge of Jade Sword energy swiftly entered his body. This warm current flowed throughout him, and within, the turbulent blade energy seemed to quiet down as if the younger brother had seen his elder brother, suddenly ceasing its assault on Li Hao's physical form. In the next instant, the Jade Sword energy began to mend his blood vessels. The ruptured vessels gradually healed, and his internal organs, which had been severely impacted by the blade energy, swiftly returned to their rightful positions, and his injuries began to mend. Li Hao exhaled in relief. He had nearly brought himself to ruin. His overconfidence had led to this precarious situation. Moments later, Li Hao resumed practicing the 5 animals technique, this time focusing on the bear style rather than the ape style. The bear style emphasizes the enhancement of physical strength and constitution rather than agility and swiftness. The bear style prioritizes stability over aggression. Though it may appear clumsy, a single strike could bring even a tiger to its knees. As he executed the bear style, Li Hao moved at a deliberate pace, yet every step and every strike seemed to draw upon all his strength. The vast energies of the blade and sword began to merge throughout his entire being, especially in his limbs. In that moment, Li Hao vaguely perceived the existence of chains within him, not merely one lock, but a multitude of chains constraining him. Superpower locks. If he could unlock these superpower chains, he would step into the realm of superpowers. Previously, I felt it while absorbing the Jade Sword's energy. This time, I sensed it once more. These chains have bound me, preventing the mysterious energy from penetrating certain core areas. Neither my brain nor my heart is allowed to receive this influx of power. This signifies that Li Hao is temporarily unable to ascend to superpower status. The locks remain unyielding, leaving him with no choice but to fortify his physical form. Boom. Li Hao lightly stomped his foot, believing his action to be insignificant, yet the very next moment, the floor reverberated with a thunderous sound. His strength had amplified, and significantly so, to the point where Li Hao found it challenging to contain, teetering on the brink of losing control. Today, his progress had been remarkably swift. Initially, he absorbed the mysterious energy for an enhancement, followed by Yuan Shua's elevation, which forcibly propelled him further, and now he had integrated the energies of blade and sword, leading to yet another surge in power. In the span of a single day, his strength had likely multiplied several times over compared to yesterday. How could he not lose control? Downstairs, the shrill voice of the old woman pierced the air. Xiao Hao, what are you doing again? The dog has already been taken out. Why are you back? Li Hao remained speechless. It had nothing to do with the dog. Aunt, the refrigerator has toppled. I'll fix it right away, he shouted back, restoring a semblance of calm downstairs. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he discovered his hands smeared with blood. A vein had burst, and he was bleeding profusely. Li Hao disregarded the injury, slightly tempering his force. He had always found residing here quite pleasant. It was an old house that held sentimental value. Yet, at this moment, as he practiced martial arts, his mind began to wander. If I survive this encounter, I must earn some money to secure a larger residence, preferably a standalone house. Otherwise, my martial training will be severely hindered, at least at the teacher's place. There was a private courtyard, allowing for unrestricted practice. Of course, these considerations were secondary. Should I perish at the hands of the Crimson Shadow, all would be for naught. Buzz. Crack. With each punch and palm strike, Li Hao ceased to stomp his feet. Although the noise remained, it was considerably subdued compared to before. His bones trembled, each strike resonating with a muffled thud. The sinews and bones harmonized. Naturally, this was manageable. Otherwise, a martial artist's constant noise could easily draw attention and expose their techniques. However, at this moment, Li Hao found himself somewhat unable to control his newfound strength. The sudden surge of power left him feeling like a child wielding an oversized hammer. Stumbling slightly, after half an hour, he finally calmed down. Merely absorbing a small amount had taken him half an hour to digest. It felt even more potent than the two mysterious energies from the morning. Li Hao glanced at the stone blade and jade sword beside him, his gaze shifting slightly. It seemed these two possessed offensive, mysterious energies. Although different from what he absorbed earlier, they appeared to possess higher quality. At this juncture, he refrained from further absorption. Even if he were to absorb recklessly, there would still be a conversion process. A few days were insufficient for any significant transformation. Making progress before reaching the 10th realm would be commendable. Moreover, with such an increase, he feared it might attract unwanted attention. Time was needed to gradually assimilate this power. I am unable, Master. Did he not mention his desire to advance in the realm of extraordinary abilities, which necessitates a considerable amount of mysterious energy? He referred to that aggressive form of mystical power, such as the energy of the stone blade. Li Hao fell into a deep contemplation. The jade sword, Master is already aware of it. As for the stone blade, though he did not explicitly state it, Master may have surmised its significance. With a sigh, Li Hao resolved to inform his teacher of his concerns regarding the formidable strength lurking behind the red shadow, which exceeded imagination. After all, the opponent might have seized weapons from several other factions, and should they uncover the secrets within, it is possible that they wield more than just this type of mysterious energy. If they can harness it, they could potentially surpass even the sunlight realm. If Master were to ascend, he might transcend the sunlight realm, joining the ranks of those few exceptional individuals he had spoken of. Li Hao inhaled deeply once more. Ordinarily, he would gradually absorb the energy himself, for humans are inherently selfish. The gradual path to self-strengthening is, in itself, a form of enjoyment. Yet now, time is of the essence. He hoped the energy within could facilitate his teacher's successful advancement, for only then would he have a chance at a promising future. With this thought, a smile graced Li Hao's face. In that fleeting moment, he triumphed over the greed within him. Every individual harbors desires. No one is born a sage. To see oneself clearly, to pierce through the fog and not be ensnared by immediate gains, that is true success. Master had once said that he too possessed desires. Li Hao had even sensed it before when Master absorbed the jade sword's energy. There had been a flicker of greed. Yet Master had conquered himself. And Li Hao felt compelled to align himself with his teacher. When Master grows stronger, so too does he, at least for the time being, securing his own safety. With this in mind, Li Hao ceased his absorption of the blade's energy. The Black Panther, nourished by the starlight energy, was robust and undeniably comfortable. Let it enjoy itself. Moreover, with this, the Black Panther might develop formidable offensive capabilities, which could serve as one of his own advantages. With this thought, Li Hao smiled, a pure smile. Hey, pup, have you not been eyeing my jade sword daily? I shall indulge you now. Let us see if you still desire the jade sword next time. After washing away the blood, Li Hao descended the stairs. The Black Panther obediently followed, resigned to its fate. Upon entering the room, Li Hao wore a warm smile, softly saying, Black Panther, I shall allow you to absorb a different kind of energy. It may be somewhat painful, but once absorbed, you will truly embody the Black Panther, at least strong enough to rival a leopard. The Black Panther's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Would you like to absorb it? Li Hao pondered and then cautioned. It might be quite painful. I just absorbed a bit, and it was indeed intense. The Black Panther's eyes reflected indifference. If you can endure it, so can I. Pain? What is pain? I do not comprehend. I am currently robust, just downstairs. I swatted a large dog that howled in distress, full of confidence. Are you certain you wish to absorb it? The Black Panther was beginning to grow impatient, feeling that Li Hao was speaking too much tonight. Very well. Li Hao said no more. I have warned you in advance. Now, go ahead and enjoy yourself. In the next moment, Li Hao was prepared. He slightly employed the 5 animals breathing technique, absorbing a modicum of energy, which felt scant, equivalent to perhaps a couple of units of mysterious energy. Such energy could be monetized. He was indeed benevolent towards his dog. Enduring excruciating pain, he absorbed a fragment of the jade sword's energy to neutralize the discomfort. Then, he released approximately half of the blade's energy outward. Meanwhile, the Black Panther lay on its back, for this creature also practiced the 5 animals breathing technique. Instantly, a surge of energy flooded into the Black Panther's body. A howl erupted, reverberating through the surroundings, akin to a wolf's cry. Downstairs, the elderly lady sighed, glancing up at the floor above and then at the old gentleman across the way, murmuring softly, that young man is beyond saving, once again toying with that dog. If his parents were alive, they would be utterly infuriated. It's lamentable, a sense of disappointment mingled with a wish that he could have done better. How he has fallen. He was once a commendable student, but now, having dropped out, he has evidently gone astray. Is it the influence of the inspection department that leads to such degeneration? Truly frightening. I hope my grandson never joins the inspection department. Li Hao, however, was oblivious to the elderly lady's musings. He firmly grasped the dog's muzzle, reprimanding softly. What are you howling about? You attracted that thing. Be cautious, or it may consume you. I've warned you countless times. It hurts, yet you insisted on absorbing it. The Black Panther's eyes welled with tears, overwhelmed by the agony. Li Hao is truly inhuman, more canine than a dog. Had I known it would be this painful, I would never have consented to absorb it. Digest it properly. Do you understand the value of this? It is priceless. Once absorbed, you shall become formidable. The next time you encounter that being, you can defeat it with a single bite. Li Hao advised, before commencing his own martial practice. The ape technique. He too absorbed some energy. It would be a waste otherwise. The Black Panther, in immense distress and sadness, found itself powerless, yet as Li Hao began to leap, the panther clumsily flailed its limbs, its tail thrashing, beginning to practice its own version of the dog punch. The ape technique was ill-suited for it. The Black Panther wished to follow along, but found it incapable of leaping with such agility, resorting instead to its instinctive moves, colloquially known as the dog paddle. Thus, man and dog commenced the process of digesting this blade energy. The room fell silent once more. Outside the room, across the way, Lu Long silently fixated on the tightly drawn curtains. At this moment, he was not alone. Several members of the demon hunting squad were present. Lu Yen, with a radiant smile, jested, "Boss, shall we simply go over and sleep with Li Hao?" Lu Long shot her a cold glance, causing Lu Yen to fall silent, her smile fading gradually. Lu Long spoke coolly, "This time, we may face defeat. However, should we triumph, the rewards will be substantial. Among us, it is likely that someone may perish. If we survive, those who live will have a genuine chance of stepping into the realm of superpowers." The group fell into a contemplative silence. Lu Long exhaled gently. "I faintly sense a subtle wave of mysterious energy surrounding us. It is not particularly strong, merely faint. Yet, the knowledge that they might be here and their persistence signifies their determination to succeed. They are currently awaiting the opportune moment. The masterminds behind the self-immolation incident must already be aware of their existence, perhaps even cognizant of the fact that they are being closely monitored. Yet, they continue to shadow Li Hao, maintaining a close distance. Lu Long realizes that this time, they have encountered formidable opposition. Beside him, the frail Wu Chao, with a cold smile, remarks, "Boss, 5 times, it's a gamble of life and death. After 5 rounds, only the few of us remain alive. I have no desire to perish. I aspire to ascend to the realm of superpowers. However, if death is the fate that awaits, so be it. Boss, just instruct us on how to proceed." The others remain silent. Lu Long takes a deep breath and speaks in a grave tone. "Once the rainy days arrive, we shall send Li Hao to the outskirts, where a large warehouse awaits. The final showdown shall take place there. If the adversary considers themselves to be superpowered, fearless and unrestrained, let them understand that the demon hunters are not to be trifled with." After he speaks, he gazes at the others, suddenly clenching his fist. His voice deep and solemn. "We shall act in the name of justice, purging evil and safeguarding the path." An exceedingly earnest vow. In the next moment, even Yun Yao joins in, raising her fist as well, and they all chant fervently, "Acting in the name of justice, purging evil and safeguarding the path." At that moment, a sacred radiance seems to illuminate the faces of the 5 demon hunters, purging evil and safeguarding the path. Chapter 27. The end of July and the beginning of August. La. It has been 12 exhilarating days since the release of my book, and I am filled with both excitement and trepidation. The word count has astonishingly surpassed 160,000, nearing 170,000. Oh my goodness. It seems the initial promotion period has been somewhat squandered. The recommendations have not kept pace with my updates, and the editors are struggling to arrange promotions. While others bask in a 2-month promotional window, I might only have a month, otherwise. The late launch, coupled with an excess of free content, could lead to a devastating drop in initial subscriptions. After inquiring, it appears the book is set to launch around August 20th, leaving approximately 20 days. By then, I anticipate a total word count of over 400,000, which is still acceptable, as my previous works have similarly launched with comparable lengths. In just 12 days, I have achieved significant milestones, ranking in the top 10 of the monthly ticket leaderboard and garnering both gold and silver alliances. I must express my heartfelt gratitude to all my supporters. During this new book phase, I hope everyone will continue to provide their encouragement. As the launch date approaches on the 20th, I aim to secure a top position. The first 4 days of the month feature double votes, and without votes now, it will be challenging to compete by the end of the month. I humbly ask for your continued support. In summary, it is all about perseverance. There is little more to say. From the inception of high martial arts to the present, it has been over 3 years. Whether I am the one striving or being challenged by others, this time I shall see if I am the one to prevail or if I shall be outdone. Ha ha ha. As for the concept of crossing the boundary, I do not fully grasp it, but the management has indicated that a low crossing level results in fewer recommendations, which is certainly undesirable. I must seize every opportunity to secure each recommendation slot, and I kindly ask for your assistance in this regard. That will be all for now. I sincerely thank you all for your support. Lastly, my gratitude extends to the esteemed patrons who have generously contributed. Many of you are familiar faces, though I see some new names that I do not recognize. However, I trust we shall become acquainted in due time. For the sake of a smooth reading experience during this new book period, I have refrained from adding a thank you list, and I apologize for that. Typically, significant contributions warrant acknowledgement, but it is not that I have become aloof. Rather, I have devoted my time to writing rather than compiling lists. Is that reason not sufficient? Chapter 28. Proactive testing. In the opposite building, the demon hunting squad uttered their vows, sacred yet somewhat absurd. Unbeknownst to Li Hao, were he to learn of it, he would likely find it amusing. To him, the righteous emissaries were merely a group of idealists, deluding themselves into believing they were the guardians of Silver City. When Li Hao shouted that slogan, his intention was merely to claim a moral high ground. Inside the room, Li Hao had just finished his training, while Black Panther had completed his canine drills. Both man and dog were utterly exhausted. Li Hao sat on the floor, gasping for breath, while Black Panther lay sprawled out, as if devoid of the strength to lift his head. The dog felt cheated. After resting for a while, Li Hao, despite the soreness coursing through his body, rose to tidy up the room. The stench was unbearable, mingled with a hint of blood. The combination of sweat, blood, and the dog's odor rendered the small space exceedingly foul. Li Hao swiftly organized the area, remaining vigilant for any sudden appearance of the red shadow, lest he reveal something unintended. After a flurry of activity, the odor diminished significantly. Moments later, Li Hao sat on the sofa, momentarily lost in thought as he gazed at the 3 treasures before him: 2 swords and a stone knife, each a remarkable item of the extraordinary. For an ordinary person to possess 3 such remarkable artifacts, and of such caliber, it was a wonder he had not perished. Possessing treasures can be a curse, he mused, recalling his teacher, Lu Long. His teacher was a good man, at least kind to him, a fact he was well aware of. Moreover, Lu Long was not without merit. If this man harbored no intentions of seizing his swords and knives, he might indeed possess a semblance of justice. Lu Long was aware of Li Hao's treasures. While he might not know their full extent of power, he understood that they existed, and perhaps even suspected that the sword was in Li Hao's possession. Apart from Yuan Shua and Li Hao himself, the Red Shadows faction might not be privy to this information. Lu Long was the 3rd person to suspect that the sword was likely with Li Hao. Yet Lu Long had not mentioned these matters, as his singular focus remained on eliminating the extraordinary beings to strip away their mysterious powers. It was worth noting that even the least remarkable extraordinary items were considered treasures by Lu Long, though he might not be able to wield them. Possessing such artifacts could facilitate exchanges for mysterious energy with others, which would likely pose no challenge. At that moment, Li Hao's thoughts began to crystallize. His teacher might not be able to appear easily. Becoming an extraordinary being would surely bring about his own troubles and ambitions. If Lu Long resolved the Red Shadow's dilemma, what path would lie ahead? A myriad of thoughts flickered in his mind. If the opportunity arose, perhaps he should assist Lu Long in advancing to extraordinary status. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Li Hao donned his inspection uniform. Black Panther lifted his head, confusion evident in his eyes. What is the purpose of dressing up at this late hour? We're going out for a bit. Woof. Black Panther's eyes were filled with skepticism. What was the plan? A visit to the ancient courtyard of Silver City awaits you, and as always, I need you to keep watch. The Black Panther growled softly, seemingly reluctant. Li Hao chuckled. What are you afraid of? Fear not. It would be splendid if it reappeared. The more frequently it manifests, the more my trepidation will wane. and my understanding of it will deepen. At this moment, he even hoped that the red shadow would show itself. Each encounter would diminish its air of mystery, transforming it from an insurmountable entity into something more manageable. Although Li Hao could only rely on his mentors to resolve the impending troubles, he sensed that one cannot indefinitely depend on outsiders to remedy all predicaments. The red shadow, too, might not be easily dealt with in one fell swoop. This was his instinct. The Black Panther resigned itself to the situation, albeit reluctantly, knowing it had to accompany Li Hao, and thus complied. Moments later, the man and his canine companion set forth into the night, heading towards the ancient courtyard. Across the building, Wu Chao, who had been observing, suddenly changed his expression. Boss. Inside, the others turned their gazes towards him. Li Hao is left. Lu Long, somewhat taken aback, pondered why Li Hao would venture out at such a late hour. Did he not realize the danger he was in? What on earth? Follow him. Lu Long swiftly commanded, and the demon hunting team promptly began to track him. Though it was not a rainy night, venturing out alone at such an hour posed considerable risk for Li Hao. Those with extraordinary abilities often preferred nocturnal escapades. The daytime rarely saw the presence of such individuals, as they sought to avoid excessive interaction with the ordinary populace. The line between the extraordinary and the mundane had long been drawn. Moreover, with the night watchers lurking in the shadows, disturbing the ordinary world would certainly provoke their wrath. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of Qiming community, beneath a towering tree, a ghostly visage suddenly emerged from the shadows. The masked phantom. Beside the masked figure, a red shadow materialized. With its eerie blue eyes, the masked phantom gazed into the distance, filled with perplexity. Li Hao has ventured out at night. He must not leave Silver City before the arrival of the rainy season. This directive echoed in the phantom's mind, a command from above. The phantom's mission was not to kill or confront Li Hao. It was to ensure he remained within Silver City. His whereabouts must be confined to this realm. A trap? Such thoughts crossed the phantom's mind. It was aware that the so-called demon hunting team had been shadowing Li Hao, yet it was indifferent. The demon hunting squad? The realms of the extraordinary and the mundane were now worlds apart. Lu Long, a notable figure within the squad, was a martial artist of considerable repute. However, martial arts had long since declined. The once formidable Yuan Shuo was now merely a laborer, serving the night watchers in exchange for their protection. The era of martial prowess had faded into obscurity. Let us observe closely. The phantom vanished into the darkness, while the red shadow lingered, gliding effortlessly through the air, resolutely pursuing Li Hao in plain sight. The ghostly figure seemed unperturbed by the possibility of the red shadow being discovered. Even in the face of a martial artist surpassing the 100 mark, the ghost was not overly concerned. For these mundane beings could not fathom that the extraordinary had truly transcended the realm of the ordinary. Under the cover of night, Li Hao walked towards the ancient courtyard, accompanied by a dog. The distance was not great, merely a few kilometers, a half-hour stroll. At this moment, he possessed 3 treasures. When the time called for boldness, Li Hao was indeed audacious. He was certain that the red shadow would not kill him now. Thus, he hoped for an encounter, as it would allow him to gain further insight into the red shadow, and also ascertain whether the demon hunting team could perceive it. He knew that someone from the team was tailing him. Could these martial artists perceive the red shadow? Li Hao was uncertain. It seemed the red shadow bore no trace of mysterious energy, and Lu Long had mentioned that martial artists detected the extraordinary through subtle fluctuations of mysterious energy. If there was none, could Lu Long see it? If he could not, that would pose the greatest danger. If Lu Long could not see it, what of the teacher? If the teacher also could not perceive it, matters would become dire. Li Hao, however, could see it, yet he feared that even if he could, it would be of no use. The teacher and the others might not even be able to confront the red shadow, which would indeed be the gravest peril. Please, show yourself, Li Hao thought, yearning for another encounter with the red shadow. He had even prepared some audacious measures this time, perhaps to test the waters. Emboldened by the belief that the red shadow would not kill him just yet, his courage was swelling. 5 minutes passed, and no one followed. 10 minutes went by, still no one. It was not until 15 minutes had elapsed that the Black Panther beside him suddenly became restless, tugging at Li Hao's pant leg. Li Hao's heart raced. They had arrived. The audacity was real. The red shadow had indeed appeared, signifying something ominous. This indicated that the forces behind the scenes were either certain that Lu Long and his companions could not see, or that they were confident it would not matter even if they did, rendering Lu Long and his ilk inconsequential. It was worth noting that, in the teacher's opinion, Lu Long could deal with certain formidable individuals who had just ascended to the lunar shadow level of extraordinary power. Li Hao maintained a stoic expression as he continued onward. Yet, in the eyes of the Black Panther, a terrifying scene unfolded before them. Suddenly, a crimson figure materialized right before Li Hao. Blood red. It stood directly in his path. However, Li Hao appeared oblivious, walking straight through it, causing the shadow to sway slightly. At that moment, Li Hao suddenly drew a small sword from his bosom. A diminutive blade. A faint shimmer of mysterious energy rippled across the sword's surface. Li Hao furrowed his brow, scanning his surroundings with a wary expression. In the darkness, none of the present individuals sensed that anything unusual had transpired. Not even Lu Long was aware, though he felt a vague sense of unease. Only when Li Hao brandished the small sword, its faint mysterious energy flickering, did Lu Long perceive something amiss. Had Li Hao discovered something? Or had the sword sensed an anomaly? Was that sword a relic of the Li family? From a distance, it was hard to discern, but it was undoubtedly an extraordinary artifact. The shadow of the ghostly visage emerged within the darkness, its eerie blue eyes fixed upon Li Hao, carrying a hint of surprise. An extraordinary artifact. Is this the coveted treasure desired by those above? The sword has manifested. Has he discovered it? The ghostly face, caught between astonishment and confusion, realized that Li Hao was oblivious to the Crimson Spectre, a fact he was well aware of. He had failed to perceive it previously, and this time was no different. Otherwise, he would not have traversed the red shadow before sensing the anomaly. The catalyst for Li Hao's reaction must surely be that sword. Indeed, a treasure. Yet, what would such a revelation yield? The ghostly visage pondered, remaining unperturbed. Even if you have uncovered the truth, what then? The crimson shadow looms before you. What can you do? The number of those capable of seeing the red shadow has dwindled, and he has already dispatched numerous foes. As for those still alive, they likely hide within the confines of the Night Watcher's headquarters. Perhaps even the Silver Moon province would not reveal their presence. By the roadside, Li Hao grasped the sword, a slight frown creasing his brow as he surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, he coldly declared, "Do not hide. I have discovered your presence." Silence enveloped the air. Without warning, Li Hao brandished his short sword, slashing in all directions with a fierce intensity, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, "If you seek to take my life, you shall pay the price. Do not presume that hiding will render you undetectable. I have long known where you are." Cowardice cloaked in bravado. "My master is a master of the 100 breaks, the pinnacle of martial prowess, soon to engage in the battles of the 1,000. Should you provoke me, you incur the wrath of a martial artist of such caliber. Some matters can be settled through negotiation. It need not culminate in a life-or-death confrontation." Li Hao's words reverberated through the darkness while he continued to wield his sword, passing through the crimson shadow multiple times. With each swing, his heart grew colder. Why? What is this red shadow? He inadvertently struck several times, yet effortlessly penetrated the shadow without inflicting any harm. How can this be? Even the extraordinary cannot be immortal. What exactly is this entity? In the next moment, Li Hao exhaled, sheathing his sword, and called out, "Boss, come forth. No one is following me. Are you there?" After a brief interlude, Lu Long, clad in a trench coat, strode forth from the shadows, his brow slightly furrowed. He directed his gaze towards Li Hao, his eyes icy with intensity, not due to Li Hao, but rather because he sensed an unsettling presence nearby, an undeniable disturbance in the atmosphere surrounding Li Hao. Straining to discern the source, he found no tangible evidence. There must be something lurking. He contemplated, advancing with purpose. Moments later, he stood before Li Hao, who had just witnessed the rapid disappearance of the red shadow. A flicker of intrigue stirred within Li Hao. Was he reluctant to confront Lu Long directly? Was it apprehension or a perceived lack of necessity? Lu Long, seemingly attuned to the situation, abruptly gazed in a specific direction, his eyes filled with a deadly intensity. After a prolonged silence, until the crimson shadow vanished completely, Lu Long spoke in a tone that was chilling and somber, fascinating, yet regrettable. "Regrettable?" Li Hao inquired, puzzled. Lu Long, with a furrowed brow and a detached demeanor, replied, "Regrettable that I am not a contender of the 1,000. It appears to be a form of spiritual energy. At the 100 breaks, it wields strength. At the 1,000, it possesses the divine. No wonder he is so audacious. With my might, I cannot perceive his representative. Perhaps only by breaking through 1,000 can I lock onto his divine intent." Upon finishing this thought, he let out a cold snort, quite arrogant. Yet, such arrogance is backed by reason and strength. He sensed it, yet could not pinpoint it. Encountering such an existence poses a tremendous challenge for Lu Long, making it exceedingly difficult to contend with, and he might even stumble. On the other hand, Li Hao's gaze subtly shifted. Power, divinity. This was mentioned by the teacher as well. The 1,000 battles possess divine intent. Can the divine perceive the crimson shadow? Or is it that they cannot see it but can nonetheless determine its position? This journey has proven worthwhile. The crimson shadow dismissed Lu Long, believing that Lu Long was oblivious and thus did not pay much heed. However, Li Hao gleaned a significant piece of information, energy at the spiritual level. Perhaps the divine intent of 1,000 battles can indeed be locked onto. At this moment, Lu Long turned to Li Hao and, after a moment of silence, spoke. You deliberately came out to draw out the hidden figure for me to observe? Indeed. Li Hao nodded. Yet, in truth, this was not his primary objective. He merely wished to test whether Lu Long could see and if he had any means to engage the crimson shadow. It now appeared that martial prowess was insufficient, and even supernatural abilities might not suffice. Nevertheless, Li Hao was aware of one thing. Blades could. Indeed. The jade pendant and stone dagger he had just held faintly emanated energy, which Li Hao had suppressed. He restrained his impulse to draw them forth and refrained from utilizing those. Lu Long said nothing and glanced at the short sword in Li Hao's hand, his gaze flickering as he pondered. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, though you have taken some risks this time, it has allowed me to gain a deeper understanding of the dangers involved. After some contemplation, he added, if it pertains to the spiritual level, this may truly lead to some complications. It could even be a being of the 1,000 battles tier. The 1,000 battles, however, are not necessarily unbeatable. The crux lies in their invisibility. With that, he vanished from sight. Plans may need to be altered. For Li Hao, this journey proved advantageous, granting him greater insight into the adversary. He had already prepared himself for combat with formidable beings of the 1,000 battles and sunlit tier. Although he had only broken through 100, one must not forget that this is his territory. He had even laid numerous landmines in the warehouse. However, the invisible entities of the 1,000 battles tier present a dilemma. He requires a more comprehensive preparation and strategy to resolve this predicament. Under the moonlight, Li Hao tightened his garments. Lu Long did not express a desire to concede, indicating that he was still contemplating solutions. This is a positive sign. Lu Long has not flinched in fear. The spiritual level of the 1,000 battles. Having noted these things, Li Hao continued onward. This time, the crimson shadow did not reappear. Soon, he arrived at the ancient courtyard. Instead of entering through the main gate, Li Hao, now agile, directly leaped over a section of the wall, scaling it and entering the inner courtyard. The security of the ancient courtyard was adequate, though primarily aimed at ordinary individuals. Li Hao, being a master of the 10th tier, faced little difficulty in evading typical security measures. Outside the small courtyard, Hu Hao, who was secretly guarding, furrowed his brow slightly and gazed in a particular direction. Beside him, Li Meng, who had sustained considerable injuries, now appeared pale, waiting there as well. Suddenly, she turned her head to look at Li Hao, her expression a mixture of confusion and irritation, murmuring, "Why is he here again? His visits are becoming rather frequent." "Forget it," Hu Hao interjected. Having already suffered a setback at noon, he advised against further discussion. He has arrived, so let it be. As they conversed, Li Hao stepped directly into the small courtyard, this time without any obstruction. Yuan family. The courtyard was tranquil, for Yuan Shuo was not present, and at this late hour, he would not be out basking in the moonlight. The door to the main house opened of its own accord, as if stirred by an unseen force. In the living room, Yuan Shuo had likely just finished his cultivation. Recently advanced to the Do Qian level, he was still in the process of stabilizing his realm. His hair had turned a mottled white, and the wrinkles on his face re-emerged, showing little difference from before. He did not resemble the middle-aged man Li Hao had previously encountered. "Teacher," Yuan Shuo nodded, glancing at him, then suddenly furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice. "Have you attracted unwanted attention?" "Indeed." Yuan Shuo continued to frown, his expression growing somber. "There are traces of divine intent. It seems you have been marked by someone." "What?" Li Hao was perplexed. Yuan Shuo explained, "Do Qian's awakening. If it were earlier, I might not have noticed. But now I can sense that some traces of divine intent have been left on you, and they are recent, perhaps just moments ago. Have you encountered the assailant?" Li Hao nodded. "I did." Captain Lu followed, but he did not discover anything. He mentioned it could pertain to the mental realm. "Indeed, troublesome." Yuan Shuo sighed. "Though I suspected it beforehand, confirmation brings its own headaches." Li Hao pondered for a moment before adding, "Moreover, the opponent is elusive. Captain Lu could not track or lock onto them." Teacher, do not worry. Yuan Shuo shook his head. At our level, we do not focus solely on the immediate. What we perceive may not be the entirety of reality. As long as the divine intent lingers, even invisibility cannot deceive me, unless they are vastly superior. Li Hao nodded, reassured by his teacher's words, which were undoubtedly not mere bravado. His purpose for coming here was not solely this. He retrieved a stone knife and placed it upon the table. Yuan Shuo regarded him, seemingly understanding what it was. Li Hao spoke softly. Within it lies a unique mystical energy, one that possesses a far greater offensive capability than ordinary mystical forces. Unlike the gentle nature of starlight energy, its impact is profoundly intense. Are swords and knives not utilized differently? Yuan Shuo contemplated the sword of the Li family. The knife of the Zhang family, one nurtures the body gently, while the other excels in sharpness and aggression. Among the 8 prominent families, there are also the Zhao family's fists, the Lu family's legs, the Wang family with their massive tortoise, the Hong family's hammer, the Zhou family's gun, and the Zheng family's young master who lags behind. If taken literally, the fists and legs of the Zhao and Lu families might suggest they lack weapons, yet appearances can be deceiving. Fists and legs do not necessarily imply an absence of arms. That tortoise may symbolize a defensive shield or something akin to it. Yuan Shuo was not in a hurry to discuss the matter of the blade. Instead, he engaged in a thorough analysis. If the weapons of the other 6 families were to be taken away, it would mean that the adversary had absorbed their energies. The gun and hammer were adept at offense, while the tortoiseshell excelled in defense, and the strikes of fists and feet were sharp and incisive. A slight heaviness settled upon him as he pondered. This could prove quite challenging, primarily due to the uncertainty of how much energy the opponent had absorbed. Was it the entirety? A fraction, or did the other weapons lack the intrinsic energy found within swords and blades? The adversaries were hesitant to seize directly, perhaps even resorting to capturing him for sustenance, likely out of fear of the night watchers, indicating that the situation might not exceed expectations by much. Feeling somewhat troubled, he swiftly added, I'll accept the blade for now, but I cannot guarantee a breakthrough. My uncertainty lies in the time and whether the energy will suffice. However, rest assured, even if it surpasses the limits of daylight, it is not insurmountable. Li Hao nodded. As long as the teacher is willing, that is sufficient. If difficulties arise, we shall flee. If we cannot prevail, we will escape. Surely, you can lead me to safety? At worst, we can retreat to the headquarters of the Night Watchers. They would not let us perish, would they? Yuan Shuo chuckled, finding a semblance of his own charisma reflected in Li Hao's words. Nevertheless, it was not an easy matter to discuss or to escape. The distance was considerable. Silver City was indeed too small, and the journey to White Moon City was excessively far. As for fleeing now, Li Hao felt reluctant, and Yuan Shuo was equally unwilling. Moreover, retreating at this moment would only incite the opponent to act prematurely, which would be unfavorable. A few more days might grant Yuan Shuo the hope of advancement. The master and disciple exchanged no further pleasantries, and, without hesitation, Yuan Shuo accepted the stone blade. At such a juncture, niceties were unnecessary. Li Hao, too, did not linger and swiftly departed the small courtyard. Once Li Hao had left, Yuan Shuo attempted to absorb the energy. Before departing, Li Hao had warned him that it would be quite painful. However, when Yuan Shuo genuinely began to absorb a fragment of the blade's energy, his mouth twitched in agony. Indeed, it was excruciating. The energy was overwhelmingly fierce. In the next moment, a glimmer of excitement lit up Yuan Shuo's eyes. What a remarkable treasure! The heirloom weapons of the 8 families were, without a doubt, top-tier artifacts. This sealed stone blade was brimming with such formidable offensive energy. The more he learned about the 8 families of Silver City, the more enigmatic they became. As he contemplated this, his mind drifted to the upcoming exploration of the ancient civilization ruins at the end of the month. Was there a connection between those ruins and the 8 families? Initially, these two seemed utterly unrelated, one situated in Silver City and the other nearly outside the Silver Moon province, one being a small locale and the other an ancient site. Yet in this moment, he suddenly felt a potential link. He recalled that at the entrance of the ruins, there was an imprint of a tortoise. Had he overlooked a possible connection to the Wang family among the 8 families? At that moment, Yuan Shuo fell into deep contemplation. The ruins were the largest he had discovered over the years, remarkably well preserved and equally perilous. It was there, 3 years ago, that he had sustained his injuries. That incident had claimed numerous lives, prompting the Night Watchers to abandon their explorations and seal the site. Recently, however, it was set to be reopened. and it was rumored that not only the Night Watchers, but several superpower organizations would collaborate in the exploration, clearly indicating their concern over potential casualties. Despite the necessity of sharing the spoils, it must be accepted, strength lies in numbers, and should the losses be substantial, it is preferable to bear them collectively. If the perpetrator of the self-immolation incident at the 8 Great Families site possesses knowledge of certain matters related to the 8 Great Families, or even suspects or outright knows their connection to the site, will they then choose to participate? If that is the case, and should the opposing party be an organized entity, might there be a concentration of greater power on that side? In such a scenario, the Silver City might find itself somewhat more secure. Let us set that aside for now. Yuan Shua took a deep breath. The pressing concern is to first resolve the troubles stemming from Li Hao. Chapter 29. A test of skill after sending off the stone blade. Li Hao felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. He had done all that he could. This was the extent of his efforts. As for the Night Watchers, it would be up to Lu Long to make the necessary arrangements. Li Hao had informed Lu Long of Wang Ming's presence, but the specifics were beyond his knowledge. Lu Long, undoubtedly, possessed a deeper understanding of how to navigate the situation. The invisibility of the Red Shadow was now known to both his teacher and Lu Long. Was there anything left unsaid? There was no need to reveal every secret. The fact that he could see things unnoticed might still hold some value. Speaking of it might not necessarily prove beneficial to anyone. The coming days would be devoted to his personal growth. There was no time for self-strengthening. Otherwise, Li Hao would prefer to train in silence and ultimately confront the Red Shadow himself. Yet, time was not on his side. Having reached this point, what lay ahead was straightforward: to fortify himself. Since entering the 10th Blade Realm, he had yet to engage any formidable opponents or partake in a meaningful battle. According to his teacher, a martial artist in his state was merely a fade, possessing little real skill, just someone who could run faster and hit harder. Another peaceful night passed. July 15th. In the basement of the Inspection Division, the headquarters of the demon hunting team, Li Hao arrived early. Uninterested in beating around the bush with Wang Ming, so he headed straight here. At dawn, he began practicing the 5 animal frolics, free from the concern of disturbing the elderly women downstairs. His training included techniques of punching, grappling, bear hugs, and tiger leaps. This time, he attempted to employ all 5 animals: the tiger, bear, deer, monkey, and bird. As he practiced, his postures appeared somewhat awkward. At times, he would drop to the ground like a wild beast, leaping and bounding with vigor. Among the 5 animal frolics, the bird technique was notably the most challenging. The art of flying required a sense of lightness and the ability to soar, relying heavily on leverage, an aspect that proved unfriendly to a novice like Li Hao. After several failed attempts, he abandoned the bird technique in favor of focusing on the monkey style, which he was more adept at. While he was engrossed in his practice, someone entered. The imposing figure of Chun Jian appeared, looking somewhat groggy and endearingly simple-minded. Upon seeing Li Hao, he paused in surprise. "Li Hao, you're here so early?" Despite having had a poor night's sleep, he was the first to arrive, yet he hadn't anticipated that Li Hao would beat him to it. With the boss there to safeguard Li Hao, he felt at ease about his protective duties. "Brother Jian," Li Hao panted lightly, smiling. Suddenly, he asked, "Are you interested in practicing with me again?" Chun Jian was taken aback. He had assumed that after the last encounter, Li Hao might be hesitant to spar with him again. To his surprise, Li Hao brought it up. Chun Jian chuckled, "You want to practice with me? I'm actually not good at attacking. My strength lies in defense. How about this? I'll just focus on defending and 1T attack, serving as your sparring partner." Li Hao's face lit up with joy. Having Chun Jian as a defensive sparring partner was undoubtedly a delight for a newcomer like him. After all, living beings are inherently different from mere targets. Moreover, Chun Jian was an exceptionally formidable martial artist specializing in defense. Training with him would undoubtedly yield better results than training alone. "Brother Jian, I absorbed some mysterious energy yesterday." Chun Jian wore a foolish grin, though internally he felt a sense of helplessness. "I am aware. You absorbed it from 2 sources yesterday. Of course I know. The key point is that you understand that the effects of this mysterious energy cannot be fully absorbed and digested in a single day. It requires a prolonged process of assimilation. Furthermore, while Li Hao had some foundational skills, they were rather mediocre, only slightly better than the average person's, and would crumble effortlessly in the face of a true martial artist. As a defensive specialist, Chun Jian had no concern about being harmed by Li Hao. Li Hao paused his training, his expression brimming with delight. "Then I shall not be coy. Brother Jian, please instruct me. Feel free to strike. Although I want to retaliate,
I will evade. This is the fundamental instinct of a defensive fighter. Understood. Li Hao beamed with excitement. This was indeed preferable. Otherwise, it would be akin to hammering iron. The two exchanged no further words. Li Hao launched himself forward, initiating the tiger claw technique. His hands, like claws, aimed directly at Qin Jian's arms, seeking to grasp them. Although Qin Jian was portly, his movements were remarkably agile. He made a slight shift and evaded the attack by mere inches. Li Hao grasped at nothing but air, which let out a soft whine as he swiped. Qin Jian, who had just evaded, was momentarily taken aback. Had Li Hao's claw technique improved so significantly? In that fleeting instant, Li Hao wasted no time. Having failed to capture his target, he directly lunged to the ground, his limbs pressed against the earth. With a powerful thrust of his legs, akin to a stag springing forth, he moved with an effortless grace. However, when faced with adversity, the stag's explosive strength was immensely formidable. Qin Jian moved again, intending to evade, yet he was not as swift as Li Hao's powerful thrust. Resigned, he decided not to dodge. As a defensive fighter, if evasion was not an option, then he would brace himself. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. Li Hao, airborne, propelled himself with his legs, concentrating all his strength into his arms. At that moment, he descended like a fierce tiger, fist clenched, and struck down. Bang! Qin Jian staggered back a step, and Li Hao was also jolted by the tremendous recoil, yet in that instant of retreat, he astonishingly swung through the air like a monkey, executing an incredible maneuver. This time, with his hands poised like claws, he swooped downward. Qin Jian found it hard to believe that he had been pushed back by Li Hao, and he felt a twinge of pain in his arms. This shock left him momentarily dazed. Just 2 days prior, he had effortlessly sent Li Hao flying with a single slap. How could Li Hao possibly repel him? Yet, such astonishment was ill-timed. Clang! A sound reminiscent of metal scraping rang out, as Li Hao's fingers dug into Qin Jian's arms, leaving 10 distinct gashes of blood in their wake. Naturally, Li Hao also felt the repercussions, as his fingernails were slightly torn. Suck! Qin Jian was genuinely astonished at this moment, yet engaged in battle, he could not afford to inquire further. He declared his intention to focus solely on defense. Resolute in his determination, as he observed Li Hao advancing once more, he braced himself, using his arms to repel Li Hao's approach. Crossing his arms, he shielded himself from Li Hao's punch. Yet, in the next instant, Qin Jian began to doubt his own auditory perception. Crack! A succession of bone-cracking sounds echoed. And before he knew it, Li Hao's leg whipped through the air like a long whip, striking with ferocity. Qin Jian could no longer contain his astonishment. What on earth? He exclaimed in disbelief. A mere 2 days ago, Li Hao was just a novice, and now he had attained the 10th realm. Was this some sort of jest? Although Qin Jian was also at the 10th realm, he was caught completely off guard by a strike from a fellow practitioner at the same level, and it was sure to be painful. At this moment, Li Hao unleashed his full potential. Without hesitation, Qin Jian clenched his right fist and aimed a punch at Li Hao's foot. He dismissed any notion of merely defending himself. He wouldn't allow himself to be struck down by Li Hao. Although the consequences might not be dire, it would undoubtedly be excruciating. Boom! Another resounding impact echoed as Li Hao's boot, crafted specifically for the inspection division, met Qin Jian's fist. Both were formidable forces. Crack! Another light sound was heard, and Li Hao felt an ache as if his foot had been fractured. However, at that moment, Li Hao appeared unfazed, leveraging the momentum to propel himself like a monkey, using Qin Jian's fist as a pivot to rotate his body. To an onlooker, it seemed as though Qin Jian had seized Li Hao's foot, swinging him around in circles. Qin Jian felt as if his fist was ensnared by Li Hao's foot, glued together in an unexpected entanglement. Using his fist as a fulcrum, Li Hao spun around, gaining height, and unleashed a flurry of powerful kicks. The air crackled with explosive sounds. The two engaged in a fierce exchange within the fitness area. Li Hao executed another powerful kick, but Qin Jian evaded it just in time, resulting in a resounding crash as Li Hao's kick shattered a hole in the wall. Meanwhile, at the entrance, spectators were left in disbelief. Lu Yan stood wide-eyed, glancing at Lu Long, who appeared equally dazed, his gaze vacant. After a prolonged silence, he murmured, "The effects of the mysterious energy are truly remarkable." Beyond that, he had no further words. They had all witnessed Li Hao's previous state just days prior. The day before, after absorbing the mysterious energy, he had improved sufficiently to land a kick on Lu Yan. Yet today, if Lu Long had not confirmed the timing was accurate, he would have suspected that years had passed since he had last seen Li Hao. Remarkable! In just one night, Li Hao had reached the 10th realm. Though still somewhat inexperienced and lacking in skill, His opponent was perfectly suited for Li Hao to showcase his abilities, being a defensive fighter rather than an attacker, which allowed Li Hao's strength to shine. Lu Yin rolled her eyes in exasperation. Oh, come on. We have not been devoid of mystical energy absorption. Such remarkable effects are not easily attained. If one could absorb energies from two sources, they might ascend to become a master of the 10th realm, rendering the so-called starlight realm obsolete among the night watchers. Once a master reaches the 10th realm, they often elevate to the moonshade level. Thus, the night watchers indeed hope that some foundational masters will join their ranks, drawing energy into their bodies to become moonshade masters. However, transcending the 100 is exceedingly challenging. For instance, if Lu Long could effortlessly advance, the night watchers would treasure him. The 10th realm is the group the night watchers most desire to assimilate. Regrettably, it is often the case that masters, upon reaching the 10th realm, are not young anymore, and with the progression of superpowers, many find the rigors of martial training unbearable, yearning instead to become superpowered beings immediately. The number of individuals capable of remaining focused on martial training is rather limited. At this juncture, Yin Yao, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke softly. Can you sense the mystical energy within him? Typically, for novices like Li Hao, upon absorbing mystical energy, there is a continuous process of external leakage. Even Lu Long possesses mystical energy on his exterior, as does the Demon Hunter squad. This is also why Li Hao can perceive the starlight. However, he cannot perceive Yuan Shua. Upon the utterance of Yun Yao's words, Lu Long's expression shifted slightly. In the next moment, a realization struck him, and he let out a cold laugh. Yuan Shua's disciple is anything but ordinary. That old man, with masters nearly extinct, still hides away, unwilling to extend a hand to his fellow martial artists. In that instant, he thought of Yuan Shua, who, after absorbing mystical energy, seems to render it entirely undetectable, as if he has absorbed it all himself. The night watchers are aware of this, and there is widespread suspicion that Yuan Shua possesses an extraordinarily powerful method of energy absorption. Unfortunately, Yuan Shua remains tight-lipped, and none can compel him to divulge his secrets. Previously, they believed it might be due to Yuan Shua's overwhelming strength. Yet today, it became evident that Li Hao, too, exhibited no detectable mystical energy externally. What does this signify? Lu Long instantly comprehended. The previous afternoon and evening, this young man had visited Yuan Shua twice, and it was uncertain whether he had just learned or had long been acquainted with the knowledge, engaging Yuan Shua in discussion. He had even heard that Yuan Shua imparted other secret techniques to him, disregarding the respect owed to the night watchers, and had seriously injured one of them. Lu Long, well informed, had received news of yesterday's events. Lu Yin murmured, "Boss, are you suggesting that Li Hao has mastered Yuan Lao's secret techniques? The absorption of such formidable techniques? This must be the aspiration of everyone." Lu Long nodded thoughtfully, contemplating this line of thought. He felt a twinge of envy and a hint of animosity toward Yuan Shua. In truth, he and Yuan Shua were old acquaintances. His father had maintained a decent relationship with Yuan Shua in the past, and as a child, he had even visited Yuan Shua, hoping to become his disciple, only to be rebuffed. Yuan Shua had stated that he preferred to teach intelligent individuals, even if their ideas were numerous and they were somewhat disobedient, rather than teach fools. It was as if he had almost declared Lu Long a fool. Thus, a feud was born between Lu Long and Yuan Shua in his childhood. Now, in the realm of martial arts, the masters are nearly extinct. Lu Long harbored the noble aspiration of elevating the martial arts community in I Ching, seeking to provide some semblance of security for the city in light of the unwillingness of the night watchmen to guard such a small place. Yet, the venerable Yuan Shua, despite a lifetime of amassed wealth, proved unwilling to part with even a single feather from his treasure, not to mention the potent secret techniques. The old man refrained from contributing even a single volume of martial arts manuals. At times, Lu Long found it perplexing to comprehend Yuan Shua's motives. Why such obstinacy? Those resources, of little use to Yuan Shua at this stage, could indeed foster the growth and prosperity of the martial arts community. Would it not be beneficial? Incheng was too small, and the number of formidable individuals too scant. The emergence of new talents would undoubtedly bring honor to him as well. Having served as an instructor at the ancient academy in Incheng for many years, Yuan Shua had never imparted martial arts knowledge, focusing solely on academic instruction. This was a point of criticism among many, as over the years, his students were few, with some having never even studied martial arts. Conversely, Li Hao had learned the 5 animal exercises, becoming one of the rare students to acquire Yuan Shua's martial prowess. Had Li Hao not joined the demon hunting squad, he might have regarded it merely as a mundane physical training method, ultimately achieving little of significance. The demon hunters, at this moment, fell into silence, their gazes fixed on the ongoing duel. Li Hao relentlessly pressed the attack, while Chun Jian primarily focused on defense, countering intermittently. The two engaged in a vibrant exchange. "Be cautious, Brother Jian." At that instant, Li Hao bellowed, drawing Chun Jian's attention. In the next moment, a thunderous roar reverberated through the basement. A tiger's roar. Li Hao, having only encountered tigers in captivity, had never truly experienced the wild majesty of a feral tiger nor heard its earth-shaking roar. Thus, his roar, while impressive, paled in comparison to Yuan Shua's, who had genuinely battled wild tigers. The difference between them was akin to that of a caged tiger and a true beast, lacking the ferocity and intimidation of the latter. Nevertheless, Li Hao's sudden tiger-like roar still managed to stir Chun Jian, causing a tremor in his eardrums. Seizing the moment of distraction, Li Hao lunged forward like a black bear, wrapping his arms around Chun Jian, who was significantly larger and heavier, resembling a bear himself. Yet, at that moment, Li Hao lifted him effortlessly as if he were a willow branch. "Go!" Li Hao shouted with fervor, channeling all his strength to hoist Chun Jian into the air, shaking him off with a forceful heave. A resounding crash echoed as Chun Jian collided with the wall, leaving a distinct imprint as chunks of cement cascaded down. Though slightly disheveled, Chun Jian sustained no harm. Rather, he stood in stunned disbelief, staring incredulously at Li Hao. Panting heavily, Li Hao was astonished, gazing at Chun Jian in disbelief. Goodness! After all that, Chun Jian has only a few scratches on his arms and appears virtually unscathed. Is he even human? I, on the other hand, managed to snap a steel pipe, yet he remains untouched. Even if we fought until dawn, it seems I would tire before I could defeat him. Brother Jian is truly formidable. Chun Jian, blushing with embarrassment, felt that Li Hao's jesting at his expense was rather ungracious. At that moment, outside the door, the sound of applause resonated. Lu Yin, with a smile as radiant as a blooming flower, her eyes sparkling with joy, gazed at the perspiring Li Hao. In the blink of an eye, as Li Hao stood momentarily dazed, Lu Yin swiftly drew close, wrapping her arms around his neck, and with a teasing tone exclaimed, "Little Hao, you are truly impressive." Li Hao, maintaining his composure, shifted slightly, but found himself unable to escape her embrace. A faint fragrance wafted from her, and he rubbed his nose, feeling a bit bashful. "Sister Lu, please let go of me." "Ah, are you shy?" Lu Yin laughed exuberantly, tightening her hold instead of releasing him. "Little Hao, your absorption of mysterious energy is astonishingly swift. Could you teach your sister?" Li Hao, feeling awkward, replied, "Sister Lu, I will consult my teacher and see if it's permissible. If so, will there be any repercussions?" In an instant, Lu Yan's expression faltered, as she pushed Li Hao away with a look of discontent. "You have no pity for flowers and jade. You little rascal, you certainly know how to speak." She dared not offend that individual. If she were truly to face the consequences, whom would she turn to for redress? Hadn't she seen how the night patrolman had nearly been beaten to death by Yuan Shua when he sought to learn about the teachings? Such an old man should not be provoked. As for Li Hao, having demonstrated the prowess of the 10th realm, he had no intention of concealing it. The 5 animals breathing technique was likely too conspicuous to hide, for it was evident that he had already assimilated it. Yuan Shua had mentioned that it was of little concern. He too had experienced the same, and the night patrolman was aware of it. However, the key point was that knowing the method was acceptable, but not knowing how to practice it was the crux. At that moment, Lu Long stepped forward, his demeanor unexpectedly gentle as he offered praise. "Well done. You have exceeded my expectations. I thought it would take you at least a month to draw in mysterious energy and reach the 10th realm, yet you accomplished it in just one day." Li Hao humbly responded, "It is not my strength, but my teacher's prowess. Yesterday, when I sought my teacher, it was he who truly possesses great strength." With a hint of nostalgia, he continued, "Yesterday, my teacher, angered by someone spying on his training, unleashed power that ought not to have been summoned. In that moment, he appeared almost divine. He claimed to be nearing his former peak, and it was then that he guided me in comprehending the 5 animal secret technique, using his spiritual intent to lead me into the 10th realm." As he spoke, a shadow of sorrow crossed Li Hao's face. "Yet, while guiding me into the 10th realm, my teacher spat blood without cease, and I am genuinely worried." Upon hearing this, Lu Long let out a deep sigh. Past grievances dissipated in an instant. replaced by a touch of self-mockery and melancholy. The first martial arts master of the Silver Moon province may be on the brink of an end. I heard about yesterday's incident. Yuan Shua was gravely injured years ago, and upon being spied upon again, he unleashed the strength of a peak 100 martial masters in a fit of rage, vanquishing 2 Moon Shadow warriors with a single strike. Such a pity. In that moment, he was likely approaching the realm of the 1,000 fighters, the divine state I have always yearned for. Unexpectedly, you have had the privilege of witnessing it firsthand. At that moment, he could not be surprised that Li Hao had crossed into the 10th realm. A master martial artist, having once surpassed the 100 threshold, in a final surge of power, once again grasped the essence of divine intention. Such a being could have ascended to the realm of the 1,000 combatants. Yet, Yuan Shua has aged, and his injuries are too grave. Ultimately, he has only managed to cultivate a disciple capable of severing 10 realms. Upon reflection, it seems profoundly regrettable. Even if this were to be known, even the formidable figures among the Night Watch would lament its futility. Li Hao's entry into the realm of severing 10 is merely a trivial achievement. If Yuan Shua could have reached the realm of the 1,000 combatants, that would indeed be remarkable. The other demon hunters, upon hearing these words, cast peculiar glances at Li Hao. Divine intention. They felt a mixture of shock, sentiment, envy, and even sympathy. Yes, sympathy. How tragic. Such a grandmaster will likely never replicate his past feats, having once felled 2 Moon Shadows with a single strike. Li Hao let out a sigh, offering a wry smile. Thus, I came today to test my strength, to see if I can live up to my teacher's nurturing. Otherwise, my heart would be restless. Yet, when it comes to actual combat, that is another matter. Perhaps someone even weaker than Li Hao could defeat him. Li Hao felt a sense of disappointment. Jian Gu wasn't even injured, and I exerted myself fully. You still wish to hurt him? Lu Long laughed. If he could be so easily harmed by you, what would we do as demon hunters? Chun Jian can withstand a strike from a master who has surpassed the 100 threshold without sustaining severe injuries. He merely did not activate his iron armor technique during your exchange. Surely, you do not believe his defenses are so feeble? Li Hao felt increasingly helpless. Realizing he had not truly given it his all, he had thought himself somewhat formidable. Lu Long calculated briefly before stating, from the looks of you, it seems you have digested the 2 portions of mysterious energy absorbed from yesterday's advancement to sever 10 realms. Originally, I had promised to provide you with 2 additional portions in a few days, but it appears today is the day. Boss. The others turned to Lu Long, surprised at the prospect of receiving 2 more portions. This mysterious energy is not solely Lu Long's to dispense. While they acknowledge Li Hao's prowess, they have risked their lives to acquire such resources. Is it not somewhat unjust? Lu Long responded with a grin. If we survive this, and Li Hao also lives, he shall receive a smaller share. If he perishes, we shall claim his portion. If we all die, it will be of no use to keep it. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, contemplating the logic of Lu Long's words. After a moment, Lu Long turned to Li Hao and sighed. Li Hao, you may not fully grasp this, but I must convey that mysterious energy is truly precious. To slay a Starlight Master typically yields about 5 to 10 portions of mysterious energy. To defeat a Moon Shadow provides approximately 20 to 40 portions. As for those even more formidable, I cannot say, as I have never encountered them. Our demon hunting team has slain 5 supernatural beings of the demonic path and gathered a total of 120 portions of mysterious energy, most of which have been absorbed by a few of us, while a portion was consumed by others who are now deceased. The remaining 12 portions were acquired at the cost of dozens of lives, the entirety of our mysterious energy. He pondered for a moment and, with a self-deprecating smile, remarked, let me calculate. 22 brothers have perished. If we equate lives to mystical energy, each life corresponds to about 5 or 6 units of this enigmatic power, all belonging to the elite of the inspection division. If we absorb 2 more units, it would nearly equate to the cost of another life. At that moment, Li Hao was suddenly struck by the gravity of those mystical energies. 22 lives lost and a yield of 120 units of mystical energy. The cost was exorbitant. Was it truly worth it? Li Hao abruptly posed the question. Lu Long laughed, a wild, unrestrained laughter. Absolutely, because we are the embodiment of justice. The righteous guardians of Silver City. Li Hao mulled over this statement. Previously, he found it rather ludicrous. Yet at this moment, laughter eluded him. It seemed that perhaps it was not so laughable after all. Was it justice? Perhaps it was. Chapter 30. The eccentric attribute of mysterious energy, Li Hao possessed only a superficial understanding of Lu Long, or indeed, of the entire demon hunting team. Having spent a year in the inspection division, his interactions with these law enforcement squads had been scant. However, recent encounters had profoundly altered his perceptions. When Lu Long first proclaimed the guardianship of justice, Li Hao scoffed inwardly, thinking it a mere pretense of hypocrisy, cloaked in the guise of righteousness. They engaged in acts of murder and plunder. Could this truly be deemed justice? Yet, the fools in the demon hunting team seemed to take it at face value. Naturally, Li Hao could not betray his thoughts. Perhaps this FAAD was not entirely unwelcome. On Lu Long's second declaration of safeguarding justice, Li Hao found himself grappling with self-doubt. Was Lu Long's so-called guardianship genuine, or merely a FAAD for the pursuit of greater power, coincidentally eliminating some of the chaos wrought by superhumans in Silver City? Could this truly be classified as justice? He harbored further uncertainties regarding the motives of his teammates. What were they truly seeking in their pursuit of superhumans? Power, perhaps? Yet, superhumans appeared fraught with peril. Ordinary individuals might not fare worse than those endowed with superhuman abilities. Had it not been for the attention of the Red Shadow, Li Hao might never have been drawn to the realm of superpowers. His former mentor had once mentioned the existence of superhuman organizations, such as the Night Watchers, a name Li Hao recognized but knew little about. At that time, he had considered them to inhabit a separate world from his own. Now, he found himself inexorably drawn into this domain. Contemplating these matters, Li Hao remained silent. He preferred to maintain an air of reticence. At times, verbosity served ulterior motives, merely a means to achieve one's ends. Since a year prior, he had donned a mask of insincerity, wearing a disingenuous smile. Following Lu Long, he made his way once more towards the storeroom. This time, not only Yun Yao joined him, but several others trailed along as well. Lu Yin, unabashedly familiar, embraced Li Hao with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Little Hao Hao, it's remarkable. You've only been here a few days, and this is your second absorption of mysterious energy. When I first joined, it took 3 whole months between my first and second times." Li Hao shrugged slightly, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by her exuberance. This older sister figure was rather forward, nearly clinging to him. "What is this? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Would you like me to give you a massage tonight?" she teased, leaving Li Hao at a loss for words. She was indeed a handful. Ahead, Lu Long remained unfazed, not bothering to acknowledge Lu Yin's antics. Each of the 5 surviving members of the team bore their own stories and thoughts. Since the demon hunting team's inception, 22 had perished, leaving them with heavy hearts and unspoken burdens. Sometimes, Lu Long seemed aware, yet he chose not to voice his thoughts. With each passing day, the uncertainty of tomorrow loomed. With a creak, the storeroom door swung open once more. 3 chambers lay within, with mysterious energy contained in the 3rd room. On Li Hao's previous visit, he had been unaware of the contents of the first 2 chambers. This time, with Lu Yin accompanying him, she cheerfully elucidated, "There are 3 rooms here. The 3rd contains the mysterious energy. Do you know what the first 2 hold? Perhaps conventional firearms? That thing hardly deserves to be stored away." Lu Yin remarked with a cheerful demeanor. "In the 1st room, we have an assortment of superpowered artifacts, such as weapons of the super ability users, their tomes, and personal diaries. In summary, aside from the few we have eliminated, we have gathered various items from other locations. While they may appear rather eclectic, some could be of considerable value, though discerning their worth proves challenging." Li Hao nodded in comprehension. "And what about the 2nd room?" "The 2nd room?" Lu Yan's eyes sparkled with mirth. Yet upon Li Hao's sidelong glance, he sensed an unusual quality to her smile. "Ah, the 2nd room is quite intriguing. It is a place most individuals cannot access. Deemed the most significant area of our squad, even more so than the secret chamber of the mysterious energy. However, dear brother, I advise you to refrain from entering. Are there treasures within? What treasures could there be if we are forbidden even to gaze upon them?" Li Hao questioned, a hint of confusion evident in his tone. At that moment, Lu Long turned to glance at Lu Yin with an air of indifference and remarked coldly, "Have you had your fun?" Lu Yin chuckled, releasing her hold on Li Hao's neck, and teased, "Boss, do not be so fierce. Is it merely jealousy that you have not had my company?" Unfazed, Lu Long remained stoic, casting a fleeting glance at the 2nd chamber before falling silent and proceeding toward the 3rd room. Li Hao, too, cast a curious glance at the 2nd chamber, now genuinely intrigued. Lu Long's earlier silence hinted at a simmering annoyance upon hearing Lu Yin speak of the 2nd chamber. What could possibly lie within? Yet, there was no time for such musings. The door to the third chamber had already been opened by Yun Yao, the quiet doctor. She seldom spoke, but each time she was looked upon, she would smile and nod, presenting a stark contrast to the formidable impression Lu Yin emitted, appearing rather amiable. Within the crystalline enclosure, an array of vibrant, mysterious energies unveiled themselves before the group. 10 distinct energies remained, each housed within different crystal domes. Yun Yao commenced her explanation. The remaining 10 energies possess unique attributes and originate from 3 distinct super ability users. She gestured towards the left, where the fiery red energy resided. Elucidating, this is of the fire attribute. The super ability user in question is quite formidable, a peak starlight master. To equate it to martial prowess, he stands at the pinnacle of the 10th severance realm. After a moment's contemplation, she added, do not underestimate a peak starlight master. At that time, Lu Gu had already surpassed the 100th tier, thus, technically, he was slightly stronger. Nevertheless, we suffered several casualties before ultimately vanquishing him. His fiery might was immense. Once touched by it, the flames would rapidly engulf the body. The fallen were reduced to ashes. Beside them, the portly Qin Jian suddenly lifted his shirt, revealing a large scar upon his chest, rather than the expected body hair. With a sheepish grin, he warned, Li Hao, you must be wary of these beings. This scar is the mark left by that individual. A mere ember grazed me, and I nearly perished in the flames. Li Hao understood the strength of his companion's defenses. Yet, this was merely physical resilience. When confronted with the assault of mysterious energy, even a small spark had nearly claimed the life of this shielded warrior. How terrifying! Li Hao's expression turned serious as he nodded slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly remarked, in 1727, a devastating fire broke out in the southern outskirts of Silver City, claiming the lives of 128 individuals. Subsequent investigations revealed that a short circuit had ignited the factory. Yet eyewitnesses claimed to have seen a spark descend from the sky, directly incinerating the building. Lu Long snorted disdainfully. People like that do not deserve to become superpowered. Heaven truly has lost its sight. Which member of the Demon Hunter team is not superior to this wretch? What nonsense about the heavenly blessed master? If there is any blessing from the heavens, it must be blind. He harbored a deep resentment and contempt for those who had attained superpowers. What heavenly blessed master? It is all utter rubbish. Li Hao remained silent. Indeed, it was the very individual who was murdered. He had reviewed the case files due to their connection to the fire and had noted that some survivors insisted it was arson. Yet the case was ultimately closed with a verdict of short circuit. He initially thought it was an unresolved case, but it was not. The culprit had already been slain. Yin Yao continued to point at the second ice crystal dome. Inside is thunder energy. The original owner was a newly ascended superpowered individual, possessing formidable thunderous abilities. Many perished during that incident, ultimately leading to a joint effort by Brother Lu and Lu Yin to eliminate him. Lu Yin smiled radiantly, glancing at Li Hao with a raised eyebrow, brimming with pride. I delivered the finishing blow. Li Hao gave a thumbs up, impressive. The moonshade level surpasses 100. And not just any 100. While Lu Long was the principal force, Lu Yan's ability to deliver the final strike speaks volumes about her prowess. This time, Li Hao recalled some unresolved cases from the confidential office. They seemed to be related to thunder and lightning, possibly linked to this individual, yet he chose to remain silent. The superpowered individuals that Lu Long and his team had slain were likely deserving of their fates. The third ice crystal dome contained earth energy. Lu Long spoke again. This individual may be the most challenging foe we have encountered. He said gravely, in terms of strength, he has merely entered the moonshade level. However, his ability to burrow underground makes him exceedingly troublesome. The most significant losses we suffered were due to his ambush from below, resulting in the deaths of 12 comrades. Li Hao's expression grew solemn. He glanced at Lu Long, who shook his head. I cannot claim his death. He was far too arrogant, dismissing us entirely, making him a formidable opponent. He could appear anywhere, and ultimately, we buried over 1,000 kilograms of explosives underground to eliminate him. Unfortunately, the mysterious energy we could extract afterward was minimal, rather regretful. Blown to bits. Over 1,000 kilograms. Suddenly, Li Hao realized he had almost forgotten the existence of firearms. This underground burrowing superpowered individual of the moonshade level was a challenge Lu Long, as a martial artist without such unique abilities, could only confront head-on. The outcome was that they could not land a blow on him, and ultimately, he was blown to pieces. Truly, the moonshade level is not immune to death. With proper handling, ordinary individuals can also prevail. Lu Long continued, The three types of mysterious energy, fire, thunder, and earth, the first two significantly enhance offensive capabilities, while the latter primarily serves a supportive role. Certainly, the prerequisite is that you can inherit this attribute, align with your essence, and become a superpowered being. Otherwise, no matter the attribute, it is akin to ordinary mysterious energy, merely granting you a slight enhancement in offensive capability. Upon saying this, he clenched his fist and delivered a punch, faint glimmers of fire emanating from his knuckles. Lu Long, aware that Li Hao lacked understanding, elucidated further. I have absorbed fire energy, thus possessing a modicum of fiery offensive capability. However, I remain uncertain whether I genuinely align with fire energy. Sometimes, without advancement, it becomes challenging to discern which type of ability one truly matches. Li Hao nodded, contemplating the flame ability. Was this akin to a fiery punch? It seemed Lu Long had acquired some exceptional powers. What of the others? Perhaps they all did, especially Chen Jian. Li Hao harbored suspicions that he might possess some earth defense capabilities, exhibiting formidable resilience. He pondered. Their squad had eliminated 5 superpowered beings. Fire, thunder, and earth energy. This implied 2 more types had been absorbed. What could those remaining abilities be, and which among them had claimed them? As for the attribute-less energy, Yin Yao had also provided some clarification, indicating it was extracted from attribute energies and did not exist independently as a mysterious force. Li Hao, which one do you choose? Lu Long gazed at him, seriousness etched upon his face. Having experienced the impact of mysterious energy, let me put it this way. Attribute mysterious energy nearly doubles the impact. The enhancement effect is quite similar to that of ordinary attribute-less mysterious energy. Thus, if you absorb attribute mysterious energy that does not align with your essence, rendering you unable to advance to superpowered status, you may find it a disadvantage, as you would gain no additional benefits while facing greater perils. However, should you succeed, you might either advance or obtain a measure of attribute capability, which is certainly advantageous. Li Hao, observing the 3 types of attribute energy before him, hesitated slightly. Which to choose? Boss, I have 2 options. I can select one. Very well, Li Hao comprehended. He scrutinized the 3 types once more. Fire and thunder were both appealing. If he could acquire even a fraction of their attribute capabilities, his offensive strength would undoubtedly increase. Yet, earth energy also held its merits. The very essence of earth energy suggested an enhancement in defense, solid and unwavering as a mountain. I shall choose the earth attribute, Li Hao declared, having made his decision. Lu Long nodded, a smile breaking across his face. A commendable choice, offering a higher degree of safety. Moreover, only 2 options remain for the earth attribute. Among the 3 types of attribute energy, the earth attribute was the rarest, likely related to the manner of their demise. Perhaps they had been obliterated, leaving naught but scattered remnants, with any mysterious energy that lingered being a fortunate occurrence. Conversely, the fire and thunder attributes were more abundant. Go ahead and absorb it. Lu Long then recalled something and added casually. Also, utilize the method Yuan Shua taught you. There's no need to employ the energy ingress method I instructed you. Li Hao felt somewhat awkward. Lu Long seemed to sense his thoughts, casually stating, All right, everyone may leave now. Rest assured, no one is spying on you. With that, he turned and exited. Others chuckled softly and gradually departed. Lu Yen, smiling cheerfully, said, Little Hao Hao, make sure to digest thoroughly. If you manage to absorb it all, I still have 2 portions left for distribution. Come by tonight to chat with your sister, and I shall gift them to you. Li Hao forced a laugh, somewhat taken aback. Was there still a share belonging to Lu Yen? Why had she not absorbed it? Was it incompatible? Yet, properties without attributes could still be absorbed. So why had they not done so earlier? Yun Yao, the last to leave, seemed to sense Li Hao's confusion and calmly explained in a soft voice. The remaining mysterious energy either cannot be matched or cannot be absorbed further. If one attempts to absorb more without the capability to advance to superpower, it could lead to breaking the 100 barrier. Beyond that, attaining superpowers becomes exceedingly difficult. Li Hao suddenly comprehended, his heart jolting slightly. This implied that Lu Yin was likely at the pinnacle of the decapitation stage, a realization he had not anticipated. Apart from Lu Long, the rest of the team was at the decapitation stage, and as the vice-captain, Lu Yin being at the pinnacle seemed plausible. But what of Yin Yao? Li Hao's curiosity was reignited. However, Yin Yao had already departed, closing the door behind her, leaving Li Hao alone in the chamber. The 10 portions of mysterious energy lingered. Yet these individuals were unafraid of him consuming it all. Naturally, he had no intention of doing so. to Li Hao. The earth attribute mysterious energy appeared as a yellow-hued essence, distinct from ordinary starlight energy. His understanding of superpowers was limited, yet he possessed a unique ability to perceive genuine mysterious energy rather than the dyed version that Yun Yao presented. The dye merely showcased it. It did not signify that the core could be imbued. Li Hao observed closely and discovered that while the three types of energy were largely similar, there existed notable differences at the core of each. The fiery, thunderous, and earthy energies, each colored, continuously emanated from their cores, resulting in a slight amalgamation of the three mysterious energies. If one could separate this, it would yield pure attribute-less mysterious energy. The benefit of attribute-less mysterious energy lies in its high safety and lower pain threshold. However, its drawback is that it can only enhance physical attributes and cannot advance one to superpowers. After pondering, Li Hao extended his hand to absorb it, employing the 5 animals breathing technique for faster and more effective absorption. This, of course, presented a dilemma as it would also absorb energy from the jade sword. The energy from the jade sword could only be extracted through this method. Ordinary breathing techniques would be ineffective, making this both advantageous and disadvantageous. Those unfamiliar with this breathing method might find the energy useless even if they possessed it. 2 streams of mysterious energy surged into Li Hao's body simultaneously. In the next moment, as he endured the pain, he sensed a notable distinction. The starlight energy was segregating the earth energy. Li Hao was taken aback. He could feel and observe it. The starlight energy was dissecting the earth energy. The earth energy consisted primarily of mysterious energy, with a portion being attribute energy. At this moment, 2 distinct energies surged into Li Hao's body, yet they were distinctly segregated. Before long, a pure yellowish-brown energy, resembling a small orb, was isolated. Rather than coursing through the veins and muscles, this earthy energy surged directly towards a particular region. In the next instant, Li Hao pressed his hand firmly against the upper left side of his abdomen, where a crucial organ resided, the spleen. The spleen, associated with the earth element, is located in the left abdominal cavity, beneath the stomach. It serves a vital role as the body's reservoir of blood, storing it during times of tranquility and supplying it when needed. Should the spleen sustain an injury, it often indicates a dire prognosis. A rupture of this blood reservoir can lead to catastrophic blood loss, frequently culminating in death. The spleen is inherently delicate, more so than the stomach or heart, and is susceptible to damage. A severe blow to the spleen is more likely to result in hemorrhage than similar injuries to the heart or stomach. Thus, even skilled martial artists face imminent defeat or even mortal peril if their spleen is compromised. At this juncture, the yellowish energy surged directly into the spleen, causing Li Hao's complexion to pale. He was acutely aware of the spleen's frailty and the formidable power of the mysterious energy, which possessed a more intense impact than ordinary mystical forces. If this energy were to wreak havoc within the spleen, resulting in its destruction, survival would be virtually impossible. Cursing under his breath, Li Hao swiftly summoned a substantial amount of starlight energy to the vicinity of his spleen to counteract the threat. How could this happen? Under normal circumstances, mystical energies do not intrude upon the internal organs due to their vulnerability. They primarily circulate through the blood vessels, muscles, and skin. Yet this time, the situation was profoundly different. As he activated his breathing technique to channel energy, the starlight energy approached the spleen but did not unleash an attack. Instead, it flowed past, leaving Li Hao in a state of alarm. In that critical moment, the yellow energy permeated the spleen, and Li Hao felt an urgent need to call for help. If the spleen were to rupture, he would require immediate aid. Hoping that Dr. Yin Yao would prove effective and reliable enough to save him in the event of severe blood loss. Just as the plea for help was about to escape his lips, Li Hao was taken aback. Astonishingly, there was no pain. The yellow energy melded into the spleen without inflicting any discomfort. Instead, it merely caused a sensation of fullness, akin to overeating. In the next moment, he experienced an overwhelming surge as the blood stored within the spleen erupted forth. This was the body's blood reservoir, yet the blood did not flow out due to rupture. It surged forth as if released from excessive fullness. Accompanied by an invigorating sensation, it felt as though the blood, usually flowing steadily during exertion, was now racing uncontrollably, igniting a fervor throughout Li Hao's entire being. At this moment, had he checked his blood pressure, it would likely have soared to explosive levels. A sensation akin to a babbling brook enveloped him as the blood coursed through his veins, producing a rhythmic sound of rushing flow. This remarkable transformation left Li Hao both astonished and awestruck. It appeared as though the spleen was undergoing a profound metamorphosis. The earthy yellow energy was altering his spleen, enhancing it. Earth attribute energy? Spleen? Enhancement? Li Hao murmured to himself, while the formless mystical energy surging through his veins seemed of little consequence. It appeared he had stumbled upon something extraordinary. However, the next moment, Li Hao realized the repercussions of disregarding the mystical energy's assault, and he screamed for help. Save me. The door swung open swiftly, and 5 individuals rushed in, their expressions shifting to shock upon witnessing the scene. At that moment, Li Hao resembled a figure drenched in blood. Oozing from every pore, blood streaming from his 7 orifices. Lu Long stared in astonishment. The first time was uneventful, but how could this happen now? The blood loss is alarming. It seemed as though Li Hao's entire bloodstream was pouring out. At this rate, would he perish from his own blood loss? Yun Yao hurried forward, emanating a gentle energy from her hands. As soon as she made contact with Li Hao, her brow furrowed slightly, sensing something unusual. She glanced at him and, with a solemn tone, inquired, "Do you feel weak?" "Not at all. I feel quite exhilarated," Li Hao replied. Yun Yao frowned, continuing her examination. After a moment, her expression turned peculiar as she remarked, "Your blood production rate is astonishing. It feels akin to a blood transfusion. The previous blood was infused with insufficient energy, but now, your spleen and stomach are rapidly generating blood, and the new blood seems to be imbued with far greater energy." This was the aspect that left her in disbelief. Li Hao felt as though he was undergoing a blood transformation. Lu Long's expression shifted, hesitatingly stating, "Are you certain you haven't miscalculated? Blood transformation? While it is true that both martial artists and extraordinary beings can replace weak blood with stronger blood, it typically occurs only during a significant battle. How can a mere 10th level warrior undergo such a transformation? What kind of powerful hematopoietic mechanism do you possess? Check again carefully. We cannot afford to let him bleed to death." Li Hao was losing an alarming amount of blood. Yun Yao, sensing her initial assessment might have been incorrect, proceeded to examine him once more. At that moment, however, Li Hao's blood loss began to gradually diminish. After her thorough examination, she furrowed her brow and declared, "It is neither internal bleeding nor vessel rupture. It is simply a normal expulsion of blood. After the expulsion, he may feel slightly weakened. But this is due to the immense energy expenditure in blood production, not because of excessive blood loss. This is akin to a blood transformation." She was certain that her assessment was accurate. But what was happening with Li Hao? Li Hao, equally perplexed, could only grimace, his face smeared with blood as he lamented. "I don't understand either. I absorbed the earth energy, and suddenly I started bleeding. It terrified me. Boss, does this attribute energy always cause bleeding?" Lu Long observed that he was still able to speak with vigor, indicating he was likely not in grave danger. At this moment, he calmed slightly, yet remained hesitant and puzzled. "No, you are the only one experiencing this. Others are bleeding for different reasons. You are quite peculiar. Blood transformation involves the powerful new blood replacing the previous weak blood, allowing for greater energy capacity and enhanced explosive power. Having surpassed the 100 mark, I have indeed experienced a faint yet palpable sensation, a noticeable enhancement in the vigor of my blood, though nothing as dramatic as what you've described. It feels as though Li Hao's entire bloodstream has undergone a complete transformation. Such a phenomenon could only be attained through a formidable confrontation, a thorough revitalization of one's blood. Yet, concerning Li Hao, what on earth is this? Is it attributable to his attributes? It's perplexing. He remains somewhat oblivious, as the enigmatic nature of this power is truly mystifying. At this moment, Lu Long finds himself at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Lu Yin's expression is exceedingly intricate. With an air of melancholy, she inquires, "Boss, does this not imply that this fellow has become even more formidable after his blood transformation?" "It is likely so." Lu Long nods, casting another uneasy glance at Li Hao. "Damn it, why is this happening? He slays 10 in a single day and undergoes a blood transformation the next. Will he not be satisfied until he surpasses the 100 mark tomorrow? Or perhaps he will strive for 1,000 the day after." In this moment, within the confines of the storeroom, aside from Li Hao, the gazes of the other 5 individuals glimmer with an envious light, including Yun Yao, who appears as if she could hardly contain her desire to dissect Li Hao. What is transpiring? This is their first encounter with such a phenomenon. Meanwhile, Li Hao, drenched in blood, trembles slightly. A blood transformation? Is it only achievable through a confrontation at 1,000? I truly do not understand. Perhaps my spleen has been altered, rendering it more robust, enhancing my hematopoietic mechanism, expanding my blood reservoir, and brimming with energy, yet I remain clueless as to the reason. Can attributes possess such an effect? No one has ever informed me of this. In this moment, Li Hao feels diminutive and helpless. Stop staring. If you gaze any longer, I fear that before the red shadow can claim my life, you all will have devoured me whole. In a fleeting thought, a daring notion arises in Li Hao's mind, prompting him to audaciously ponder, "Boss, could you spare the remaining 8 for me?" Of course, this thought merely flitted through his mind, as he feared he might be beaten to a pulp by these individuals. Chapter 31. The calm before the storm. The remaining 8 factions weighed heavily on Li Hao's mind. He dared to dream, but was hesitant to desire. In truth, he was fervently wishing for strength. Yet Lu Long had remarked that a single life could be exchanged for the mysterious energies of 5 or 6 factions. Li Hao had already absorbed 4. Upon joining the Demon Hunter team, Lu Long had not deceived him from the very beginning. He had stated that Li Hao was to serve as bait. The fact that a bait could be granted 4 factions of mysterious energy was a testament to Lu Long's sincerity. This man knew when to scheme and when to be forthright. After all, there was little need to offer a mere bait any mysterious energy, as doing so would likely be a waste of time, especially if Li Hao were an ordinary individual. Absorbing 4 factions would hardly suffice for him to conquer the 10th realm. Time was indeed of the essence. Li Hao refrained from voicing his thoughts, instead quietly contemplating the distinct nature of this absorption of mysterious energy. Attribute energy and starlight energy were not merely neutral. Rather, they extracted specific attribute energies. This was different from the attribute-less mysterious energy. The attribute-less starlight energy neutralized the destructive force it carried, while attribute energy drew out a unique energy that, although losing its offensive capabilities, conferred special nurturing effects. While there were similarities to starlight energy, they were not entirely the same. Starlight energy nourished the entire body, whereas attribute energy nurtured the internal organs, suggesting a correlation between the 5 elements and the 5 organs, with different attributes nurturing different organs. At that moment, Li Hao sensed the uniqueness of starlight energy, whether it was due to his own peculiarities or the distinct nature of the starlight energy within the Jade Sword. His absorption experience was indeed different from others. As Li Hao pondered these thoughts, Lu Long suddenly inquired, "How does it feel?" "I feel somewhat weak." Li Hao replied with a wry smile. Whether through blood replacement or expulsion, the process had involved considerable blood loss. Even though he sensed his body rapidly generating new blood, he undeniably felt a degree of frailty. Out with the old, in with the new. It's a good sign. Lu Long nodded in approval, then mused. "I may understand why Yuan Shua chose to take you as a disciple." At that moment, Lu Long contemplated whether Yuan Shua was aware of something. Did the Li family possess certain distinctions? Were they descendants of ancient superhumans? Did their bloodline harbor the unique qualities of ancient superhuman warriors? A multitude of questions arose in his mind. Yet, he was convinced that Li Hao was a genuine prodigy, continually providing him with novel sensations. His rapid progress was not something every individual absorbing mysterious energy could achieve. Even among the Night Watchers, few could match Li Hao, save for those favored by destiny. Were those favored by destiny similar to Li Hao? Some research within the Night Watchers suggested that those favored by destiny, with the rise of superpowers, were inherently endowed with extraordinary abilities, indicating that their ancestors might have once been superhuman warriors. The potential of superpowers was indeed unfolding. Li Hao, however, appeared somewhat different. Upon this thought, he suddenly inquired, "Li Hao, can you sense your superpower lock?" Li Hao pondered for a moment and nodded. "When absorbing mysterious energy, I can faintly perceive the existence of the superpower lock." Lu Long inhaled sharply, momentarily reconsidering his previous thoughts. The reason for this reaction was that Li Hao had only absorbed energy twice, yet was already aware of the superpower lock. The contradiction arose from the notion that Li Hao possessed a superpower lock, which distinguished him from those favored by the heavens. Did this imply that Li Hao's ancestors were not superpowered individuals? However, the sword of the Li family was undeniably an extraordinary artifact. Could it be that time had led to a regression? Not every descendant of ancient superpowered beings was favored by the heavens. Li Hao was among the less gifted, with his superpower lock remaining unopened. Perhaps this was the only explanation. With this in mind, he spoke. "To sense the superpower lock so swiftly indicates that you possess exceptional talent. Yet, remember, you are merely talented, not favored by the heavens. For those favored by the heavens, their superpower locks are inherently unlocked." Lu Long self-deprecatingly remarked, "Though I believe these individuals are not truly favored by the heavens, the reality remains that they possess considerable advantages." They are born superpowered beings, and as time progresses, even without cultivation, they grow ever stronger. It is truly enviable. Those favored by the heavens do not possess superpower locks? Li Hao mused. This indeed simplified cultivation. There would be no need to unlock a superpower lock, directly becoming a Starlight Master. In contrast, Lu Long and his peers had expended countless efforts to unlock theirs. As for Li Hao, he understood that he might not be a true genius. He had sensed the superpower lock, which seemed to have completely sealed him off, akin to chains binding him. Important areas of his body were entirely confined. At present, he could feel that his heart and several parts of his brain were ensnared by chains, and he was unaware if other superpower locks existed within him. Thus, in that moment, even Li Hao revealed a gaze tinged with envy. A naturally gifted Starlight Master. How enviable indeed. Although being a naturally gifted Starlight Master seemingly only allowed one to achieve the 10th realm, they were superpowered beings with limitless potential. While martial masters had a cap that currently only reached the 1000th realm, an incomparable disparity. All right, leader, why speak of this now? Is it not demoralizing for little Hao? Li Hao chuckled awkwardly. There was truly no good way to deal with this individual. One does not strike a smiling face, especially when one cannot win in a confrontation. At this juncture, Yin Yao, who had remained silent until now, suddenly remarked, Li Hao, while it seems you have made progress once again, I must remind you that your physical prowess is steadily increasing. If this continues, and you fail to become a Starlight Master after several attempts, you may find yourself following in the footsteps of Brother Lu and your teacher. Upon hearing these words, the crowd fell silent. Lu Long, who had just been basking in joy, now furrowed his brow, glancing at Li Hao, and solemnly stated, Let us not forget this matter. Li Hao, you should strive to advance to superpowered status as soon as possible. The martial master path is nearing its end. Though reluctant, he had to concede that the martial master path had indeed reached its limits. It had been years since a 1000-realm martial master had emerged. Within the Silver Moon province, the number of martial artists who have surpassed the 100 mark is scant. Moreover, breaking the 100 merely equates to the realm of Moonshade. How many possess the extraordinary abilities of Moonshade? There exists no precise figure, yet it is at least tenfold, if not 100-fold, more than that of a martial artist. Even he himself is risking everything for extraordinary power, rather than striving to compete with 1,000 martial artists, for the path ahead is truly shrouded in obscurity. After decades of martial practice, he ultimately finds himself pursuing extraordinary power, reluctantly relinquishing his quest for martial mastery. This is a profound regret for Lu Long. To attain the status of 1,000 martial artists, how many years would it require? If all goes smoothly, perhaps 10 or 20 years, or even a lifetime. Yet, once he achieves extraordinary power, he could instantaneously ascend to the realm of Radiant Sun, rivaling 1,000 martial artists. With a light sigh, he suddenly contemplates that Li Hao's rejuvenation may not be entirely beneficial. His physique has grown even stronger. The stronger the physique, the more difficult it becomes to attain extraordinary powers. This is a universal truth. However, Li Hao remains indifferent, as he holds no particular affection for extraordinary abilities, but rather a deep admiration for martial artists. His mentor is a martial artist, and the current captain, Lu Long, is also a martial artist. Although he must act as bait, he still reaps considerable benefits and can protect himself. Martial artists are truly remarkable. The entire squad consists of martial artists. What an admirable group they are. As for the notion that martial artists are at their end, and that 1,000 martial artists represent the pinnacle, Li Hao, having only recently begun his journey into martial arts, has already achieved the 10th slash, and he is still far from 1,000. He does not perceive any deficiencies in martial artists, naturally dismissing any negative connotations. He cannot fathom Lu Long's despair. However, having witnessed genuine 1,000 martial artists, he finds them to be incredibly formidable. Captain, what is wrong with being a martial artist? He questions. Are extraordinary abilities truly superior? Even the extraordinary beings of Moonshade were effortlessly dispatched by my mentor with a single strike, not daring to utter a word. Lu Long chuckles, recognizing the youthful naivety. Li Hao continues, moreover, my impression of extraordinary beings is rather unfavorable. They have killed their friends, even their own parents. Many cases I am aware of are likely perpetrated by extraordinary individuals. Once these people attain extraordinary power, they often lack the moral qualities and psychological stability to match their strength, leading to potential aberration. Martial artists, on the other hand, tread a gradual path. The martial artists in our squad have trained for decades, with the least among them having practiced for 8 to 10 years, while Li Hao himself has trained for 3 years. In contrast, those celestial gifted beings may become extraordinary at a tender age, possessing the strength of the 10th slash. With such youthful prowess, capable of effortlessly slaying numerous soldiers, how can these extraordinary beings remain humble? Extraordinary powers have only developed over the past 20 years, meaning that the earliest extraordinary beings have only ventured into this realm for 2 decades. In these 20 years, the next generation of extraordinary beings has been cultivated. Yet I feel many lack fundamental principles of humanity. Martial artists cultivate their students through comprehensive assessment, evaluating whether they are suitable to inherit their legacy. Yet, in the realm of extraordinary beings, it seems that only talent is considered, solely focusing on the ability to harness energy into their bodies, seemingly disregarding other critical factors. The selection system for extraordinary beings, as Li Hao learned from Wang Ming, is entirely based on talent. As for anything else, it appears to be of no consequence. Even if one is a criminal, there exists a superpower organization willing to pay a price for your transformation, provided you can become a superhuman. Past transgressions shall be forgiven. Lu Long chuckled, yet chose not to respond. Lu Yan, however, wore an exceptionally radiant smile, one that sent a chill down the spine, causing Li Hao to feel an unsettling sensation. Little Hao is indeed correct. Lu Yan's laughter took on a somewhat sinister edge. 20 years ago, even martial artists who committed crimes would be apprehended and dealt with accordingly. Execution where warranted. What of martial artists? What of their formidable strength? If you are a villain, then let it be so. Punishment awaits. Yet today, certain superpower organizations have begun to recruit these very criminals in droves. They have discerned that the psyche of a criminal may possess certain advantages, less fear of death, a greater willingness to harness energy within. This has resulted in a multitude of criminal superhumans within some organizations. Moreover, if you have taken a life, it matters not. As long as you ascend to become a superhuman and refrain from joining the Night Watchers, there will be superpower organizations that will shield you, providing shelter from the storm. The more Lu Yin spoke, the more fervent her tone became, her teeth clenched in cold laughter. They harbor filth and shield wrongdoers, yet they can roam freely. Even the Night Watchers cannot touch them. Though the Night Watchers are not malevolent, they are burdened by too many constraints, their strength insufficient to dominate. They must adopt a policy of compromise. To gain the support of certain organizations, they turn a blind eye to many transgressions, as long as they are not too egregious. Yet this has emboldened some individuals even further. This was the first time Li Hao had encountered such discourse, the first glimpse into the reality of superpower organizations. He felt a mix of surprise and a strange sense of inevitability. When power transcends the mundane realm, conventional weaponry loses its deterrent effect, and official bodies like the Night Watchers find themselves incapable of suppressing the ensuing chaos. It seems almost natural that such disorder would arise. Lu Yin sneered, thus, to break free from the constraints of the ordinary, one must inevitably become a superhuman. Li Hao, remember this. Once you become a superhuman, even if you are guilty, it matters little. For minor offenses, the Night Watchers will not pursue you, and for more serious crimes, simply join another organization, and I assure you, you will live comfortably. Li Hao shook his head and replied with a smile, Sister Lu, you speak as though I were akin to them. I am different. I have received higher education, and having been with the inspection division for a year, I embody justice and order in every respect. Those who have fallen are merely agents of malevolence. How could you conflate me with them? Lu Yin scoffed. The more one studies, the easier it is to fall into depravity. This was a statement that could not be debated. Moreover, the prospect of becoming a superhuman was still uncertain for Li Hao, leaving him no ground for argument. The group of 6 emerged from the secret vault. As Li Hao's strength continued to grow, he felt a newfound sense of confidence and assurance. As they walked, he took the initiative to inquire, Boss, do we have a plan to deal with the arsonist? In the past, he would not have dared to ask such a question, nor would Lu Long have divulged anything. Yet at this moment, after some contemplation, Lu Long replied, the plan is straightforward. Draw the snake from its hole. Entice the enemy into our trap. To effectively engage the adversary, we must rely on certain formidable weaponry, utilizing hidden explosives and machine gun fire to initiate our offensive. We shall eliminate the weaker foes outright, while even the stronger ones will sustain injuries, marking the opportune moment for us to strike decisively. Li Hao furrowed his brow, expressing his concerns. It is improbable that the enemy remains unaware. I harbor suspicions that they may have infiltrated our ranks. How could they possibly overlook the potency of our weaponry? Additionally, they have been tracking me, which means our leader's identity has been compromised. They must have surmised the existence of the demon hunting squad and may even know of the several superpowered individuals we have dispatched. He pondered whether Lu Long had grown complacent. Although his trump card is his mentor, he was apprehensive about Lu Long's team suffering grave losses, especially given their limited numbers. Lu Long chuckled softly and nodded. I understand your concerns. There are additional contingencies in place, but it is best you remain unaware of the details. What you need to know is that your task is straightforward as the rain descends. We must lure them to our predetermined location, then we shall await their entrapment. Li Hao hesitated momentarily. Lu Long remarked with a smile, Are you feeling apprehensive? A little, I must admit. However, what alternative do we possess? I would prefer to confront them with overwhelming force, yet we lack the requisite strength. We could plan for a covert assassination, but tracking their movements has proven elusive. Thus, we must adopt a more direct approach. Should they seek to harm you, they will inevitably fall into our trap. He gestured for the others to depart, stating, You may leave. I have matters to discuss with Li Hao. Once they were out of earshot, Lu Long sighed. You witnessed Lu Yan's condition. She was married to a man slain by a superpowered individual who subsequently joined a supernatural organization. The Night Watchers are powerless against them, forced to turn a blind eye, which explains her recent agitation. Li Hao felt a stir of sympathy. Lu Long continued, I share this to illustrate that her erratic behavior stems from immense pressure. During missions, she exhibits a fierce tenacity, and despite her gender, she can be more relentless than I am. Her desire to join the demon hunting squad is driven by a singular ambition, to become a superpowered being capable of exacting vengeance on that individual. Though she has yet to succeed, he briefly recounted Lu Yan's story, primarily to emphasize her volatile nature, as she has been persistently pursuing Li Hao. Lu Long wished to prevent Lu Yan from leaving a negative impression on him. Her insistence is not necessarily a romantic pursuit. Rather, she is simply enthusiastic towards newcomers, harboring hope that they might attain superpowers. To speak candidly, if a newcomer were to gain such abilities, she would indeed be willing to engage with them, solely for the purpose of vengeance. Nevertheless, I always caution newcomers to be wary of her. They should understand that she bears a heavy burden of enmity, akin to a thorny rose, not easily embraced. Li Hao frowned. Are the Night Watchers truly powerless? After all, they are inspectors of the inspection office. If a commissioner's family is slain and the Night Watchers fail to retaliate, what worth does such an organization hold, even if it is official? He had not anticipated that. Out of fear of the superpower organization, the Night Watchman was powerless to avenge even the murder of the inspector's family. Could this truly serve as a deterrent to others? Given Li Hao's temperament, even if he refrained from seeking vengeance openly, he would certainly devise a method to set an example in secret. Otherwise, how could he instill fear in others? All that remained for Lu Yan was sympathy. Lu Long's words were clear. If anyone could exact revenge for Lu Yan, this thorny rose would likely be willing to do anything, at any cost. It is, in fact, a profoundly tragic situation. She is the inspector, while Li Hao is merely a third-tier inspector with several ranks separating them. Yet the inspector's grievances remain unresolved. Lu Long sighed again. Having done so many times today, he felt somewhat helpless and shook his head, stating, The realm of superpowers is far more intricate than you might imagine. To put it plainly, the Night Watchman is not weak, but in terms of overall strength, they may not be the most formidable among superpowers. There could be several organizations that surpass, or are at least equal to the Night Watchman. Moreover, the Night Watchmen must exercise caution, as they are an official organization and cannot engage in reckless life and death struggles. After all, they bear the responsibility of guarding the major cities. In simple terms, the Night Watchman is constrained by numerous factors. To offend a major superpower organization for the sake of one inspector could provoke the ire of other organizations, which, from a higher perspective, is an unwise trade-off. This is understandable from the viewpoint of the upper echelons. Yet it is incomprehensible from the perspectives of Li Hao and those directly involved. So, is there no way to avenge Sister Lu? There is no recourse unless we become powerful superhumans ourselves, allowing us to seek revenge in our own names, rather than under the auspices of the Night Watchman. Lu Long spoke calmly. As captain, I naturally have a plan for this. The prerequisite, however, is that I must become a superhuman. Otherwise, it is utterly impractical. The individual who murdered Lu Yan's husband is now at the pinnacle of the Moonshade level, with potential to ascend to the Radiant level, a status that commands respect across any organization. Without becoming a superhuman, It is impossible to confront such a person. Li Hao silently nodded. Though myriad thoughts swirled in his mind, he refrained from voicing them. He then considered a few others and inquired, "Boss, what about the others?" "Them?" Lu Long chuckled. "Everyone has their own story. There is no need to expose old wounds. Regarding Lu Yan, I noticed her high hopes for you. You absorbed the mysterious energy too quickly, and I sensed she was genuinely intrigued. I felt compelled to caution you, lest you, being young, stumble due to the allure of a woman, ultimately facing an unfavorable fate." Li Hao shook his head. "Boss, you are overthinking it. I am not that kind of person." Lu Long chose not to pursue the matter further. "Ah, young one, you may claim you are not that type. However, when Lu Yan truly ensnares you, will you assist her or not?" At that moment, even as captain, I would find myself in a predicament. Just as Li Hao was about to mention Wang Ming, Lu Long slightly shook his head and murmured, "No need to concern yourself with him. I have already clarified this person's identity. Of course, you may pretend to be unaware. He is indeed affiliated with the Night Watchman. And I have my own arrangements." Li Hao nodded in acknowledgement. Regarding Lu Long's arrangements, I find myself at ease. Although he may appear somewhat reckless, his mind is quite astute. Otherwise, he would not have privately discussed Lu Yin with me at this juncture. After a brief exchange, Li Hao had no further matters to attend to and parted ways with Lu Long. He did not rush to leave. Instead, he sought to take a refreshing shower and change into clean attire. Fortunately, the basement was spacious and well-equipped, complete with a bathroom. As for a change of clothes, the wardrobe was stocked with a plethora of new inspection uniforms. Clearly, Lu Long and his associates were rather indolent, often discarding their worn and tattered uniforms for new ones, as Li Hao had observed several discarded old garments in the trash. Indeed, the leader of the inspection division possessed a modicum of authority, allowing for such liberties in attire. After a rejuvenating shower and donning fresh clothing, Li Hao felt invigorated. The enhancement of his spleen was gradually manifesting its benefits. His blood coursed with increased vigor, and with a casual punch, he produced a resounding whip-like sound, the resonance of his bones and muscles distinctly palpable. Throughout the day, Li Hao remained in the basement, continuing to absorb the mysterious energy while also engaging in friendly sparring with Wu Chao and Qin Jian. These two proved to be more manageable opponents than Lu Yin or Yun Yao. Lu Long was preoccupied, having seemingly vanished, leaving Li Hao to practice with the two. One was adept in defense, while the other excelled in agility, both serving as commendable sparring partners. By day's end, Li Hao felt he had gained considerable insight. Wu Chao and Qin Jian could only conclude that Li Hao was an exceptional talent, his progress visibly remarkable. The once awkward five-animal technique was now executed with impressive finesse. Though he still lacked in practical combat experience and the requisite killing intent, Li Hao had begun to embody the essence of the 10th realm. Historically, attaining the 10th realm necessitated actual combat. It was often witnessed on the battlefield. However, in Li Hao's era, the emergence of superpowers and firearms had rendered such trials increasingly rare for martial artists. On the evening of the 15th, Li Hao returned home, greeted by a refreshing night breeze. After a sweltering summer, the arrival of a cool night signified a shift in weather, hinting that the rainy season was not far off. Simultaneously, outside Silver City, numerous blood shadows danced in the darkness. Not just one, but many, each accompanied by a figure donning a ghostly mask. The stormy night was drawing near. In the shadows, one masked figure spoke with a tone both melancholic and expectant, expressing a sense of anticipation tinged with regret. The Li family's sword was due for harvest. Some chuckled, while others savored the moment. The Silver City Demon Hunting Squad had likely become involved, along with Yuan Shua. How amusing. The Demon Hunting Squad? Is that the foolish Lu Long? I am familiar with him. He has offended the Night Watchers, a formidable martial artist. Initially, the Night Watchers had hoped he would ascend to superhuman status, becoming the next prodigy of the Radiant Dawn. Yet, he not only failed but also boasted that martial artists were not necessarily inferior to superhumans, believing Lu Long could maintain order in Silver City and render himself a laughingstock. It is utterly absurd. I have heard that in recent years, there has been a clandestine hunt for those endowed with extraordinary abilities, resulting in the demise of several idle individuals over the course of months. Otherwise, they would have been eliminated long ago. Ladies and gentlemen, though Silver City may be small, we must not underestimate it. Its diminutive size does not imply the absence of peril. Even a handful of formidable warriors, those who surpass the 100 mark, warrant our utmost attention. Warriors exceeding the 100 mark. A ghostly figure chuckled derisively. We should rather remain vigilant against firearms. Should such warriors appear, each would meet their demise. This gathering marks the final convergence of the 8 clans, and it is our last foray into Silver City. Friends, once we conclude this mission, we may never return to this place again. Understood. Rest assured, even if preparations abound in Silver City and the Night Watchmen have made an appearance, what does it matter? We are aware of their presence, yet they remain oblivious to ours. Let us act swiftly and decisively, eliminating the members of the Leaf family with utmost speed and seizing their sword. Thus, the plan for the convergence of the 8 clans will be entirely fulfilled. What of the Zhang family's dagger? No matter, once we possess the Leaf family's sword, the significance of the Zhang family's dagger will diminish greatly. Alternative options may yet be found. The Zhang family's dagger has yet to materialize. It may indeed have been lost. Understood. And with that, the ghostly figures vanished from sight. Just as Li Hao had surmised, the Crimson Shadows were neither singular nor solitary. Chapter 32. The Enthusiastic Little Inspector. July 16th. The weather was stifling, with a heaviness in the air that made it difficult to breathe, a clear harbinger of the impending storm. In the morning, Li Hao rode his bicycle, one hand casually resting on the handlebars while the other held a bun, leisurely making his way toward the inspection office. The night prior had been unusually peaceful. There were no sightings of red shadows, the demon hunting team had not sought him out, his teacher had not contacted him, nor had Wang Ming disturbed him. Even the Black Panther had been unusually well-behaved, remaining silent throughout the night. Indeed, it had been a rare and splendid night. Beside him, vehicles sped by. One in particular caught his attention, the silver 7219. The license plate was familiar. As Li Hao munched on his bun, he cast a nonchalant glance, his youthful face adorned with vitality and a smile. He recalled that just a few days prior, this very vehicle had followed him after he reported the self-immolation case. After several days without a glimpse, he was surprised to see it again. Was their urgency escalating? Were they so fearful of his escape that they felt the need to monitor him even during daylight hours? Li Hao mused on the idea of making a sudden dash. It would certainly be amusing. However, he quickly recognized the potential peril of such an action, as it might disrupt Lu Long's plans and deprive his teacher of crucial time. Time. In that moment, Li Hao wished for a delay. Even though his teacher had entered the fray, absorbing the energy of the blade required time, for its impact was formidable. Even his teacher would likely struggle to absorb too much at once. Thus, to grow stronger, time was essential. Observing the flowers bloom and wither, he felt a sense of affection. Pedaling along and humming a little tune, Li Hao seemed to be in remarkably good spirits. Inside the car, a man and a woman sped past, the windows down, both hearing Li Hao singing. It was quite off-key. As they distanced themselves from him, the woman in the passenger seat suddenly laughed. People can be so pitiable at times. She was referring to Li Hao, who was blissfully unaware of the grim fate that could befall him, perhaps a tragic one at that. Still singing his little tune, it was indeed a sad sight. The middle-aged man behind the wheel smiled faintly. Such was the sorrow of ordinary people. The vehicle gradually came to a halt, seemingly for maintenance. The man exited the car, followed by the woman, as they waited by the roadside for Li Hao. Orders had been issued to keep a relentless watch on him for the next few days, ensuring he did not slip from view. Naturally, once Li Hao entered the inspection office, they would remain outside, for arrangements awaited him within. Moments later, as Li Hao cycled past, still humming his tune, it abruptly stopped. He halted, gazing at the parked vehicle with a warm smile, exuding sincerity. "Hello there. Do you need assistance?" he called out cheerfully. "If you encounter difficulties, seek the inspection. I am Li Hao, a level 3 inspector from the inspection office. It appears your vehicle may have broken down. May I offer my help?" The two exchanged surprised glances, taken aback by his enthusiasm. They couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and disbelief at such a naive child. "Do you have any idea who we are?" The man cast a glance at Li Hao, smiled gently, and softly remarked, "Thank you, but it's unnecessary. We can manage the repairs ourselves." "Are you certain?" Li Hao halted his bicycle, leaned it against the side, and approached the two, lowering his head to inspect the vehicle. "What seems to be the issue?" "I have some experience with repairs. The inspection team is always eager to assist. Of course, if I can fix your vehicle. It would be delightful if you could present me with a banner from the inspection team. Just a jest, of course. No need to feel obliged." Li Hao's expression was one of bashful eagerness, as if he desired the banner but felt too shy to ask outright. "I merely wish for a banner." The woman chuckled, amused by the boyish demeanor of the seemingly inexperienced young man before her. "A banner?" She laughed. "You, an inspector, can repair cars?" Li Hao beamed, pride bubbling within him. "Indeed. If you two can afford a vehicle, I trust you wouldn't mind commissioning a banner. Ahem, as a new member of the inspection team, I believe it is vital for newcomers to have opportunities to showcase their skills, especially since I may soon be promoted to a level 2 inspector. I could use a touch of honor, don't you think? The two were genuinely taken aback and speechless. This fellow was not only eager to assist them with their vehicle, but also audaciously expressed a desire for a banner, motivated by the prospect of a promotion. They were aware of the rumors surrounding Li Hao's potential transfer to the law enforcement team, which indeed could pave the way for his advancement. Yet, at this moment, did he not realize the precariousness of his situation? Would a promotion hold any value if he were to lose his life? The man smiled, his demeanor warm. Then I would appreciate your assistance, Inspector Li. If you manage to get the car running, a banner is certainly in order. He felt a curious sensation. Being pursued yet having the opportunity to initiate contact and provide assistance might facilitate the completion of his mission. How intriguing. From what he understood, Li Hao was rather solitary, without friends or family, a rather reclusive individual. The upper echelons had limited insight into him. If he were to foster a deeper connection with this young man, could it yield more valuable information for his superiors? Moreover, given Li Hao's enthusiastic offer of help, it would be rather odd to persist in refusing him. Li Hao, now emboldened, approached the vehicle, opened the hood, peered inside, and examined the engine. After a thorough inspection, he circled the car, puzzled. Is it not starting? Perhaps the engine is overheated? The man chuckled. I shall give it another try. It just stalled, and I couldn't get it to start again. Very well, I suspect there is no significant issue. It's still a new car. After a brief exchange, the man climbed into the vehicle and attempted to start the engine once more. This time, it roared to life successfully. The car had never truly been at fault. They had merely stopped to ensure they could follow Li Hao more closely. The woman, now beaming with delight, quickly expressed her gratitude. Inspector, thank you so much. Please. I feel as though I haven't contributed much. A banner would be a bit of a loss. However, your safety is what matters most. Addressing the concerns of the public is indeed the duty of the inspection team. Li Hao's sincere smile radiated warmth. The two individuals appeared to be captivated by his smile. The man alighted from the vehicle, adopting a serious demeanor as he remarked, that cannot be said. Inspector Li is always eager to assist and willingly lends a hand. My wife and I have only recently arrived in Silver City, and to have met Inspector Li is indeed a stroke of fortune. Therefore, let us go and have a banner custom made, which we shall present to the inspector shortly. Please, don't. Li Hao hurriedly gestured. It's truly unnecessary. As he spoke, a hint of embarrassment washed over him, and he quietly added, if it's not feasible, I can cover the cost of the banner. I have few friends, otherwise I would have. Well, you know, the inspector is merely human, and any additional banner would be an honor. If you two do not mind, I am more than willing to fund it. The couple was genuinely amused. How charming. Truly, such innocence. All for a mere banner. How delightful yet irresistible. The man chuckled. Rest assured, let us not concern ourselves with finances regarding the banner. What could it possibly cost? That would be an affront to me. In that case, I shall accept without hesitation. Li Hao appeared overjoyed, his smile radiating warmth. He glanced at the time and exclaimed, I must take my leave. I'm going to be late. If you two arrive, please head directly to the confidential office to find me. Should I be absent, you may visit the enforcement team to seek me out. I will soon be transferred to the enforcement team, and I will spend more time on duty outside. It would be wonderful to make a friend. I am grateful to you both. With that, Li Hao promptly hopped onto his bicycle, beaming with joy, and waved goodbye as he pedaled away. The man nodded slightly, having been touched by Li Hao's infectious smile. Young people truly are different, so proactive and willing to help. Not everyone in the inspection team possesses such qualities. The woman remarked, Are we really going to deliver the banner? Of course. The man replied with a sly smile. Why not? Our identities pose no issue, and it would be beneficial to gain some insight. It is a rare opportunity to visit the inspection team openly. With this chance, we can frequently appear near the inspection team, and who would find it inappropriate? We could easily claim we are there to find Li Hao and invite him to dinner to express our gratitude for his assistance. Who would even notice us? The woman pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. That is indeed a clever excuse. It's quite fortuitous. As I was previously concerned about following Li Hao closely, would we be discovered or arouse suspicion? Now, our safety seems considerably enhanced. Meanwhile, at the inspection team, Li Hao arrived, his face adorned with a beaming smile. La la la, today is a splendid day. He sang cheerfully, his spirits high as he anticipated the catch of the day. Instead of heading to the confidential office, he made his way directly to the enforcement team. In Lu Yin's office, she heard footsteps outside, followed by the gradually fading sound of singing. Surprised, she thought, why is this fellow so cheerful today? Knock, knock, knock. The door swung open. Li Hao, all smiles, exclaimed, Sister Lu, you're here so early. Yes. Lu Yin reclined in her chair, her long legs casually draped over the table, exuding an air of arrogance. With a hint of curiosity, she inquired, You seem to be in a remarkably good mood today? Indeed, he replied, puzzled. Lu Yin was perplexed. Where could she find a place or an opportunity for him to cultivate his courage? Time was slipping away. Li Hao seemed to sense her thoughts and cheerfully remarked, No need to trouble boss and Sister Lu. I have already found my targets. 2 martial artists or perhaps 1 martial artist and an ordinary person. With a grin, Li Hao continued, I just wanted to inform you, sister, so that you could provide me with a venue and lend me some support. I must admit, I'm a bit apprehensive on my own. I'm a good student and have never been in a fight. The sight of blood might just leave me paralyzed with fear. Lu Yin was somewhat taken aback, casting a glance at Li Hao. Today, he was indeed acting strangely. You found your own targets? Li Hao, are you planning to go astray? Did he truly take to heart what he said yesterday about being superpowered and above the law? Her expression turned slightly frosty. Her previous remarks had been laced with sarcasm. Did this boy really not comprehend? Seeking out someone as a target and the notion of bloodshed. Surely, such words could not be uttered by a good person. Lu Yin never considered herself virtuous. Yet she understood one thing. Do not impose upon others what you do not wish for yourself. She had endured the pain of being bullied and having no recourse for justice. And Li Hao appeared to be on the path to becoming one of those individuals. In an instant, her fondness for him plummeted into the negatives, even bordering on disdain. Li Hao, with an innocent countenance and a radiant smile, declared, Sister, the 2 villains tailing me are likely mere pawns manipulated by the mastermind behind the self-immolation case. They come to spy? It's almost certain. If there is any doubt, we can interrogate them. After all, besides our small team, no good people are following me. Li Hao beamed. I've just entered the realm of slaying tin. Hitting wooden targets day after day is rather dull and lacks practical application. I thought, why not let them come here so I can practice a bit? Capturing them? Lu Yin raised an eyebrow. Is it really suitable to catch them now and alarm the others? Li Hao chuckled. I want to capture anyone. They're coming willingly. And, sister, do you really think this is about alarming the others? They probably already know we're in cahoots. This is quite public, albeit unspoken. So if we truly capture someone or worse, it wouldn't matter to them. Li Hao thought it through clearly. The Red Shadow had long been aware of Lu Long and his associates' existence. What was there to hide? Nothing at all. Besides Yuan Shua. He believed Lu Long's secrets were already exposed. At this moment, was there any issue with capturing 2 minor characters? The opposition wouldn't care at all. However, he wanted to indulge himself first and, in passing, hone his skills. Lu Yin, however, was not concerned with his later comments, but was rather surprised. Come by themselves? Do you think others are fools? Just following you is one thing, but to come willingly? Do you take them for simpletons? Li Hao laughed. Really? Those 2 are quite enthusiastic. They agreed to come here as my targets and even promised to present me with a banner. This little rascal was becoming increasingly unpredictable. Lu Yin was left speechless. Did he think of her as a fool? Or did he regard others as such? Why not let yourself be the target and present a banner to you? If someone were to offer their head to you, wouldn't that be even better? Just leave. Lu Yin felt a surge of impatience. The little fellow had been perfectly normal just a couple of days ago, and now it seemed he had lost his mind. Was it too much pressure? Honestly, if you don't leave, I shall send you a grenade. Li Hao, feeling somewhat helpless, exclaimed, Really? Why don't you believe me? Just then, the phone in the office rang. Lu Yin answered. It was a call from the front desk. The moment she picked up, the inspector on the other end reported, Captain Lu. 2 individuals have arrived outside, claiming to bring a banner for Li Hao. The confidential office informed me they're from our enforcement team. I inquired and learned that Li Hao is with you. Would it be convenient for him to come down for a moment? Lu Yin, slightly dazed, stared at Li Hao, puzzled. What was going on? She hung up the phone and frowned at him. Are you certain the ones coming to present the banner are the ones trailing you? Absolutely certain. Li Hao nodded eagerly, a smile spreading across his face. They arrived quite promptly, just a moment later than I did. The efficiency of this banner is truly impressive. Li Hao was genuinely delighted. Sister, I'll head down for a bit. Where do you think would be suitable to interrogate them? I can bring them over. Lu Yin was momentarily taken aback. Goodness. They were practically delivering themselves to him. allowing him to choose the location and extend his neck to be struck. In that instant, she wondered if those tailing Li Hao were perhaps lacking in sanity. Otherwise, how could they so willingly present themselves as targets? With a hint of peculiarity, Lu Yin rose. I'll accompany you. No. Li Hao shook his head. Sister, just find a place. Then take them to the basement. Lu Yin was at a loss for words. And continued. Are you truly sure you don't need me to accompany you? There's no need for such trouble. They can come in on their own. Li Hao chuckled. Sister, please provide me some support. I am genuinely a bit afraid. This is my first time doing something like this. You know I was a good student before. And even when I became an inspector, I worked in a clerical role at the confidential office. I'm truly apprehensive about the sight of blood. I fear I might vomit or my legs might give way. Though somewhat exaggerated, it bore a ring of truth. The first encounter with blood was not the usual sight, but rather the act of harming or killing. In such circumstances, trembling legs, a guilty conscience, fear, and terror were perfectly natural unless one was inherently malevolent with a propensity for violence. Li Hao indeed wished to seize an opportunity to hone his skills before facing the Red Shadow. He was afraid that when confronted with a real battle, he would succumb to fear, his legs would weaken, and he would tremble uncontrollably. This was the human condition. He did not believe himself to possess an extraordinarily brave heart, able to remain impassive in the face of death. When Xiao Yuan died, he felt fear and terror. In that moment, he was rendered immobile, his legs weakened, and he lacked the strength to even scream. Thus, passing by those two individuals, a thought suddenly struck him. Perhaps it was time to cultivate a bit of courage. Lu Yan's impression of Li Hao underwent a remarkable transformation. In her mind, Li Hao was merely a shy young lad, somewhat gifted yet utterly inexperienced and inept. She had always thought that when faced with the true battlefield, he would prove to be a liability and his survival would be far from guaranteed. However, in this moment, her perceptions were upended. Li Hao had chosen a target for practice, declaring his intention to bolster his courage. Was this truly the Li Hao she had come to know? She had conducted a thorough investigation into his background. He was an earnest individual in the confidential office, consistently punctual, diligent, and exceedingly accommodating. Yet now, he was uttering something entirely unexpected. Was it possible that this fellow had been infiltrated by a superpowered individual? Li Jia, I'll head down first. Could you wait for me in the basement? Lu Yin contemplated saying something, but ultimately relented, nodding. Be careful. Rest assured, this is the inspection division. Li Hao chuckled as he entered the inspection division. Two inconspicuous figures. What audacity did they possess to engage in anything noteworthy? If they had such courage, they would not have been mere shadows trailing his footsteps. Downstairs, a man and a woman genuinely arrived bearing a ceremonial banner. It was their first time entering the law enforcement building, and they took in their surroundings, appearing anything but out of place. This venue was indeed inaccessible to the average individual. On this occasion, they had the privilege of entering through Li Hao's influence. The receptionist paid them no mind. After all, they had come to present a banner to Li Hao. The law enforcement division was unfamiliar to them. They had heard that personnel might be transferred from the confidential office, leaving everyone mildly puzzled about what good deed Li Hao had performed to earn such an honor. Greetings, esteemed brother and sister. At that moment, Li Hao descended the stairs, his face alight with excitement. You truly came. It was but a trivial matter. I thought you were jesting. Inspector Li. The man rose with a grin, acknowledging him. Why would we jest? Inspector Li is ever helpful, rescuing others in times of peril. This morning, my wife and I nearly had a car accident, and it was thanks to Inspector Li's timely assistance that we were spared. He raised the banner in tribute. Such accolades were to be shared by all, particularly for a young man who surely relished such recognition. Ah, you flatter me. Li Hao replied with a sweet smile. Please, let us not linger on pleasantries. It makes me feel bashful. I have yet to be officially transferred. Come with me for a cup of tea. I shall graciously accept the banner and not stand on ceremony. The two exchanged glances, their faces brightening with smiles. How gracious, how warm-hearted. Since we are here, it would be a pleasure to experience this. Nodding in agreement, they followed Li Hao as he led them to the end of the corridor on the first floor, chatting along the way. As a newcomer, I'm surrounded by many veterans. If they notice us, it might raise some eyebrows. You understand. We'll head to the basement. It's quite empty there. We can enjoy a cup of tea. I truly owe you both a debt of gratitude for your assistance. Li Hao guided them down the stairs, his smile unwavering throughout. Oh, I forgot to ask, what is your name, esteemed brother? Please, I am Zhou He, and my wife's surname is Yuan. Brother Zhou, sister Yuan. Li Hao possessed an exceptionally sweet tongue, effortlessly bridging the gap between them. Before long, he guided the two to the basement level, where the headquarters of the demon hunting squad awaited them. Contrary to expectations, the basement was not shrouded in darkness, but rather illuminated with ample light. It was evident that Zhou Gu and Yuan Jie were seasoned business magnates, and Li Hao, with his unwavering smile, exuded a sincere simplicity. The woman beside him echoed Li Hao's enthusiasm, remarking on the rarity of such a warm reception from an inspector. Unfortunately, in the next moment, Li Hao pushed open the door, and the two followed him into the basement, a space designated for the squad's leisure and activities. With a cordial invitation, Li Hao welcomed them inside, then proceeded to close the door behind them. This door was no ordinary barrier. It boasted superior soundproofing and protection, capable of withstanding even an explosion. Once secured, it required a password and fingerprint for exit. Otherwise, they would remain trapped. As Li Hao shut the door, Zhou Gu felt an inkling of unease. Li Hao, with a playful grin, remarked that it was best to close it to prevent others from entering and mistakenly thinking he was slacking off. Zhou Gu chose to remain silent. However, in the following moment, his expression shifted as he surveyed the room's furnishings, his gaze altering. This was not a reception area nor a mere lounge. It resembled a vast gathering ground, filled with exercise equipment, firearms, and munitions, more akin to an arsenal. Where was this place? At that moment, Zhou Gu felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Was this a venue accessible to an outsider like himself? The woman beside him also paled, having spotted the firearms, including a small cannon. Was this truly a place for ordinary individuals? Both felt an overwhelming sense of unease and apprehension. They had merely come to establish rapport with Li Hao, yet found themselves in such a location. Meanwhile, Li Hao had completely shut the heavy door. Reveling in the ease of their compliance, devoid of any resistance, a most comfortable scenario indeed. Seizing upon Zhou Ji's moment of distraction, Li Hao clapped him on the shoulder from behind, exclaiming, "Brother Zhou, this place is deserted and tranquil." In the next instant, he bent his knee and thrust it forward. A sharp crack echoed as Zhou Gu contorted his body, narrowly avoiding a critical hit, yet still felt Li Hao's knee strike his lower back. A searing pain radiating throughout his body. Oh no. In that instant, Zhou Ji's mind raced with the realization that he had been duped. He had willingly walked into a trap. Beside him, the woman's complexion shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, she drew a dagger from deep within her leg and lunged at Li Hao. In the depths of the basement, several individuals observed silently. Lu Long was among them, his expression a mixture of complexity and intrigue. What a clever tactic, closing the door to catch a prey. It was almost unbelievable. Was Li Hao truly timid? No, he appeared audacious beyond measure. Was this the kind of behavior a normal person would dare to undertake? If this young man survived this encounter, he would undoubtedly become a formidable figure in the future. The frail yet perceptive Wu Chao sighed softly, reflecting on the unfolding drama. The stout Chen Jian, with a somewhat restrained grin, displayed a mischievous side. Both Yun Yao and Lu Yin, however, remained silent today, merely observing intently. After a considerable pause, Lu Long softly remarked, "Indeed, it is a match of equals. One is at the 10th severance, while the other, though not yet at that level, is a seasoned practitioner. It seems that their side is truly formidable, especially since both of the observers possess the 10th severance capability." The 10th severance may sound unimpressive, yet Lu Long understood that in the entire Silver City, with its population of 1 million, the number of martial artists and starlight masters at this level likely did not exceed 100. A rarity indeed. And now, here stood one, merely an observer. Could Li Hao, in his inaugural combat experience, contend with these two? Even if he managed to outsmart them, it was evident that they were not novices, but rather seasoned veterans. In this moment, the 5 members of the demon hunting team were all engaged in watching the unfolding scene. Within the arena, Li Hao seized the initiative and, without hesitation, launched a fierce assault. With a tiger's leap, his hands transformed into claws, showing no mercy. This was not merely a sparring match. Li Hao perceived this encounter as his rite of passage into adulthood, a celebration of his ascent to the 10th severance. If the Red Shadow sought to slay me, I would not lie down and await my demise. I shall first eliminate the two of you. Even if you are mere pawns, I will ensure you taste defeat. With a swift motion, his hands plunged into Zhou He's arms, tearing away a significant chunk of flesh, blood spurting forth. Li Hao grinned fiercely, his spleen bursting with adrenaline, a thrill surging within him, yet fear was notably absent. "Am I afraid of you? Before the Red Shadow, you dare to strike hard, Li Yi?" He roared defiantly. The roar of the tiger echoed through the woods, transforming the basement into a battlefield, marking Li Hao's debut in the arena of combat. Chapter 33. A triumphant first battle. A thunderous roar echoed, striking terror into the soul. Zhou He felt his eardrums reverberate, as if they were on the verge of rupture. Caught off guard, he found himself at a disadvantage. In that fleeting moment, Li Hao soared into the air, leaping with grace. In combat, one must be wary of aerial maneuvers. This was the first lesson imparted to Li Hao by Qin Jian. However, the adept in the art of the ape technique, Li Hao was ever fond of soaring above. It was precisely due to the lesson learned on that first day that Li Hao, now adept, utilized the force of his legs to propel himself upward to the ceiling in an instant. The next moment, he kicked downwards with a spinning motion. Boom! A resounding crash followed, sending Zhou He hurtling through the air. Li Hao had no time to pursue him, as a piercing sound sliced through the air beside him. A dagger hurtled towards his temple with alarming speed. In a swift reflex, Li Hao grasped the wrist of the woman named Yuan, his fingers unleashing a sharp force that penetrated her wrist, eliciting a cry of anguish. In an instant, Li Hao seized the fallen dagger, without uttering a word, and thrust it towards the woman's wrist. With a resounding clang, the metal pierced through flesh and bone, not silently, but with a thunderous impact. The human skeletal structure is formidable, and this dagger was no ordinary weapon. It pierced directly through the bone. Ah! The woman's agonized scream pierced the air. Li Hao seemed momentarily deafened, his left hand gripping her neck as he forcefully slammed her against the wall. Crash! Another thunderous sound erupted. Her bones likely fractured in multiple places. Li Hao, withdrawing the dagger, plunged it once more into her palm, pinning her hand against the wall. Li Hao, behind him. Zhou He, having been sent flying, landed and coughed up blood. Witnessing the woman nailed to the wall by Li Hao, he let out a chilling howl. Such brutality! This was utterly at odds with the information he had gathered. Kind-hearted, simple, pure, sentimental, and shy, these were the descriptors he had collected regarding Li Hao. Derived from various sources, casual remarks from classmates, neighborhood gossip, and evaluations from colleagues at the inspection bureau. Yet, no one had ever mentioned that Li Hao was a ruthless individual. TSK. At this moment, Lu Yin was equally taken aback. A dog that bites does not bark. Li Hao's ruthless actions made even her, an experienced assassin, feel a twinge of disbelief. Although the woman was slightly older, she was still a woman. Yet Li Hao had not only broken her wrist, but had also pinned her palm to the wall to prevent any chance of escape. Was this truly a novice's first foray into combat? His ferocity surpassed that of many seasoned veterans. The members of the demon hunting team were fully committed when facing a superpowered adversary. However, if confronted with a woman who had yet to ascend even to the 10th realm, neither Qin Jian nor Wu Chao would likely resort to such brutality. Meanwhile, Lu Long and the others remained silent, continuing to observe the unfolding spectacle. Was this truly Li Hao's first taste of combat? At this moment, even Lu Long and the others harbored doubts. Could it really be that this young man was experiencing bloodshed for the first time? The situation had escalated to a dire extent. The combat was ruthless and merciless. A true martial artist rarely relies on weapons, yet when they do, it is often their own. However, Li Hao was different. He seized his opponent's dagger without hesitation and thrust it forward decisively. A dagger, after all, proves far sharper than mere fists and feet. With a single strike, the woman's hand was rendered useless, her wrist shattered. Even if she survived, that hand was irrevocably destroyed. The woman was not at the pinnacle of the 10th realm, and in the face of Li Hao's unreasonable strength, she was utterly overpowered. The spectators' thoughts were irrelevant at this moment. Li Hao was consumed by a singular mantra, once engaged. One must disregard all else, right or wrong. Only one should remain standing. This was a lesson imparted by Yuan Shua during his teachings of the 5-animal technique. A martial artist should refrain from action unless certain of a lethal outcome. There is no need for words. The objective is to strike first, incapacitate all adversaries, and only then engage in discourse regarding right and wrong. To spare an enemy is to invite peril upon oneself. Thus, Li Hao felt no qualms as he drove the dagger into the wall, pinning the woman in place. In the blink of an eye, he ascended like a monkey, using both hands and feet, rapidly reaching the ground before charging towards Zhou He. Zhou He was also at the 10th realm, and arguably slightly stronger than Li Hao. However, at this moment, his arm was mangled from Li Hao's grasp, and a sneak attack had likely injured his lower back severely, diminishing his strength considerably. As Li Hao approached with alarming speed, Zhou He was gripped by terror. He realized escape was impossible, Even if he triumphed over Li Hao, there was no way out. In a panic, he shouted, "Wait, I have vital information to share." But without a moment's hesitation, Li Hao unleashed a fierce black tiger pouncing heart attack, his claws extending outward. Zhou He, flustered and disoriented, could only raise his arms defensively. Just as he extended his limbs, Li Hao struck like a ferocious tiger, his claws tearing downwards with tremendous force. With a sickening sound, flesh was rent asunder. Zhou He was drenched in cold sweat, gripped by agony. He attempted to retaliate, but his movements were hesitant and restrained. Meanwhile, Li Hao relentlessly pursued him, a whirlwind of fury. "I will ensure your demise. I possess critical information," Zhou He cried out desperately. Another thunderous roar erupted, echoing through the surroundings. Blood streamed from Zhou He's orifices as he faltered, his momentum lost. Li Hao could only think how foolish he was. His master had taught him that a martial artist must cultivate a singular breath. This breath must be harnessed in one cohesive surge, integrating both inner and outer strength. Zhou He, even in the midst of combat, continued to speak. He was no true master, merely a practitioner of the 10th realm, and his lack of finesse in both inner and outer techniques made him vulnerable to interruption. This wisdom exemplifies the advantage of having a superior teacher. The experience passed down from 1,000 martial masters has been rendered obsolete, as Zhou He, at best, has had a mere 100 instructors, perhaps even less, for his teacher might only have reached the 10th realm. The martial arts have indeed declined. Seizing the moment, Li Hao abruptly extended his arms, enveloping Zhou He in a crushing embrace. The sound of bones compressing and shattering echoed in an instant. Li Hao anticipated an attack to his legs and, with a powerful stomp, shattered the leather of Zhou He's right shoe, exposing blood and flesh as the bone pierced through. Zhou He screamed in agony. In the depths of the basement, 5 individuals were breathing, each inhalation palpable. Chen Jian glanced at Lu Long and then at Lu Yan, feeling a slight tension, whispering, "He was feigning ignorance during our sparring, wasn't he? Is this his first real combat?" The current situation left little room for a comeback. Indeed, Li Hao's 5-animal technique, whether the ape style or others, was lethal with every move. Heart extraction, tearing grips, and crushing embraces. What Li Hao displayed was a variant of the 5-animal technique unlike any other, each strike imbued with ferocity. In everyday practice, he appeared restrained. But now it was evident that Yuan Shua had indeed altered the 5-animal technique, infusing it with an overwhelming killing intent. Over the years, as Yuan Shua revised the 5-animal manual, many assumed he had cultivated tranquility, yet what they witnessed now was a relentless assault. Lu Long, a martial artist with over 100 victories, recognized the deadly precision of each move, targeting the enemy's vital points: heart, throat, eyes, groin, spleen, kidneys. These were the areas Li Hao focused on. Gouging eyes, seizing throats, and attacking the groin, Li Hao spared no consideration. Lu Long's apprehension grew with each passing moment. A martial artist's essence is not solely about aggression. Strength and health are equally pursued, especially in an era where modern weaponry has transformed many lethal techniques. Lu Yan, on the verge of breaking the 100 mark herself, furrowed her brow in thought. The 5-animal technique embodies the instinctual hunting methods of 5 fierce beasts, where the battle for survival is a matter of life and death. If one cannot seize their prey, they risk starvation, a brutality that, while it may sound trivial, is an extraordinarily vicious martial art, often diluted in practice. However, being a newcomer, Li Hao occasionally missed opportunities. Had it been Lu Long, he might have severed Zhou He's throat in previous exchanges. Yet, Li Hao's lineage is rooted in a top-tier martial master, a lineage Zhou He cannot hope to rival. Just as they deliberated, Li Hao thrust forward. At that moment, he could not fathom how many ribs had fractured. With a resounding thud, Zhou He crashed to the ground. Blood pouring from his mouth, his breathing labored, likely due to severe internal injuries, his eyes losing their luster. Yet, Li Hao did not relent. He cast a swift glance around and promptly retreated, turning on his heel to flee. In the midst of the confrontation, a sudden leap into the air was executed with remarkable grace, culminating in a breathtaking spin before delivering a fierce kick with the right leg. The woman, who had only just freed her nearly incapacitated right hand from the wall, was caught off guard and struck directly on the neck by Li Hao's whip-like leg, resulting in a resounding crack of bone. The subsequent moment was marked by the sound of her body crashing to the floor, blood instantly staining the ground. In less than 3 minutes since the onset of the clash, it was abruptly concluded as both combatants lay on the ground, blood pooling around them. Li Hao, panting heavily, knelt half-heartedly, maintaining a vigilant gaze on the 2 fallen figures. As he noticed their incapacity to rise, a wave of realization washed over him. The sight of the bloodied floor and the figures emerging from the shadows suddenly rendered him pale, as if he were only now comprehending the gravity of the situation. Fear gripped him. These two were formidable and ruthless. The woman had nearly plunged a knife into his temple. Lu Long observed him in silence. Lu Yen, with a somewhat peculiar expression, managed a stiff smile and asked, "Xiao Hao, are you serious? Are you pretending?" Li Hao, utterly bewildered, replied earnestly, "Of course I'm serious." It was terrifying. The reality of combat is exceedingly perilous. One misstep or moment of carelessness could lead to one's demise. The others were equally perplexed by Li Hao's demeanor. It seemed he truly was sincere. Yet, the scene before them told a different tale. Two individuals lay bloodied and broken, Zhou He with numerous fractured ribs and crushed feet. His kidneys shattered, and Li Hao had forcibly exposed the bones of both arms. The woman was equally wretched, possibly with a broken neck, her hands rendered useless, and a multitude of bones fractured. Yet here was Li Hao claiming to be terrified. Was he even human? Lu Long remained silent, not concerning himself with whether Li Hao was feigning his fear. Instead solemnly inquired, "Is this your first experience in actual combat?" "Yes." Li Hao nodded vigorously, gasping as he continued, "Combat is frightful. I was merely a martial arts enthusiast before. Although I practiced the 5 animal frolics, it was solely for physical fitness. I never anticipated that real combat would be this treacherous. A martial arts enthusiast's first foray into real combat." Lu Long's expression shifted when you struck. There was no hesitation or doubt. Li Hao's decisiveness in that moment seemed uncharacteristic of a novice. It bore the hallmarks of a seasoned martial artist, one who had experienced life and death, making choices without hesitation. First to incapacitate the opponent. Hesitation? Li Hao pondered briefly before shaking his head. He truly had none. He explained, "I recognized them as foes, so I felt no sympathy. Moreover, my teacher always advised that when engaging in combat, one must prioritize subduing the opponent, regardless of everything else. The more formidable the adversary, the more ruthless one must be. Otherwise, the misfortune will surely befall oneself." Very well. Lu Long had not anticipated that Li Hao would indeed heed his advice. Yuan Shua's remarks stem from the formidable opponents he has faced, all of whom are deadly adversaries. As for Li Hao, it may indeed be a stroke of good fortune. The seemingly weak individual he once dismissed as inconsequential has yielded unexpectedly favorable results in his inaugural combat experience. A warrior at the pinnacle of the 10th Severance realm, alongside another nearing the same level, found themselves utterly caught off guard by Li Hao, culminating in a swift 3-minute bout that left both severely injured and on the brink of death, while Li Hao suffered merely a bruised fist. Indeed, the force of his strike was such that he inadvertently struck a bony protrusion from Zhou He, resulting in a gash on his knuckles that now trickled blood. Aside from this, there appeared to be no further injuries. This remarkable achievement was wrought by a novice merely stepping into the 10th Severance realm. Lu Long mused that he had never witnessed a martial artist accomplish such a feat, even during his own initiation into the realm. He had not achieved anything close to this. In his first real combat, he had faced a 10th Severance opponent and had nearly been defeated himself. "Brother, you are formidable," Chun Jian exclaimed, offering a thumbs up in genuine admiration. The seemingly frail and refined young man, often teased by Lu Yen to the point of shyness, had just, in their presence, transformed 2 martial artists into mere ragdolls during his first encounter. Wu Chao, the slender figure, appeared visibly shaken, remarking, "Fortunately, you were not as ruthless with us during our sparring." This lad, particularly adept at grappling, had exhibited a terrifying prowess. Qin Jian's robust defense had withstood the onslaught. But Wu Chao, had he been subjected to Li Hao's grip, would have surely lost a considerable amount of flesh. Li Hao, feeling a bit bashful and embarrassed, hurriedly explained, "They're the villains, and we are the bearers of justice. My actions against the wicked are merely upholding righteousness. How could I harm my own justice?" Lu Long and the others momentarily paused, exchanging glances at his earnest declaration. Lu Yin, unable to contain her amusement, doubled over in laughter, clutching her chest. Yet, before them lay an unexpected sight, prompting Li Hao to gently remind, "Sister Lu, your buttons are undone." An abrupt silence enveloped the group. Lu Yin sprang to her feet, her expression a mix of shock and incredulity as she pointed an accusatory finger at Li Hao, exclaiming, "Are you even a man? How could you remind me of my undone buttons at such a moment?" Li Hao wore an innocent expression. "What is wrong with that? Is it not permissible?" The others exchanged amused glances, unable to suppress their laughter in this lighthearted scenario. Even Yun Yao found it amusing, commenting, "Deputy Lu, it seems your attire is not universally appreciated. Huh, do you have any room to talk?" Yun Yao fell silent, sensing Lu Yin's glare, which seemed to harbor a desire to retaliate. Meanwhile, Li Hao paid them no mind. He glanced at the two still coughing up blood and could not help but suggest, "Shall we capture them and inquire for information? Sister Yun Yao, as a doctor, could you attend to them? We must ensure they do not perish, or else our questions will remain unanswered." "You are truly heartless," Lu Yin scoffed, chiding him. "This fellow, even at this moment, still fixates on that." "Impressive." Li Hao chuckled awkwardly, rising to his feet, exhaling deeply, and once again expressed his sentiments. "The reality of combat is truly unparalleled. It's exhilarating. The primary challenge lies in the psychological tension. I was incredibly anxious just now. I was terrified, particularly about the two of them potentially flanking my leader." "In such a scenario, how do you typically respond?" Lu Long regarded him in silence. Of course, hadn't he just navigated that situation? One simply focuses all efforts on incapacitating one adversary before addressing the other. What more is there to consider? This inquiry from Li Hao came off as somewhat presumptuous. Yet, Li Hao asked earnestly, continuing, "Boss, there's another aspect my instructor never taught me. The claw technique, while effective, isn't particularly damaging. Blood on my hands impairs my performance. When engaged in combat, the slickness of blood can be quite distracting. What should one do in such circumstances?" Li Hao approached his mentor with a sincere curiosity. "At that moment, I had no time to clean my hands. Thankfully, I wasn't wielding a weapon, for blood on a weapon would only exacerbate the issue of grip." "How do you usually handle this, boss?" The room fell into silence. This was indeed a peculiar question, so unique that Lu Long momentarily lost his train of thought. Li Hao was not repulsed by the brutality of the claw technique due to the suffering inflicted upon his adversaries. Rather, he was displeased that it sullied his hands, making them slippery and unsteady for weapon handling. Was this a legitimate concern in practical combat? Perhaps. Yet no one had ever posed such a question with the audacity and sincerity that Li Hao did. He genuinely sought to resolve this dilemma. Yun Yao, unable to restrain herself, inquired, "Li Hao, do you not feel even a hint of guilt? It's not about having done something wrong, typically. During one's first real encounter, especially in such circumstances, even seasoned martial artists feel some trepidation or remorse. Don't you experience that? Could it be that Li Hao harbored some psychological issues? Or was he inherently cold-blooded?" Li Hao pondered briefly before replying, "I feel no remorse. As I recognized from the outset, they were villains intent on my demise. As for the kind of trepidation you mentioned, there's a slight sensation of that. However, that seems unrelated to my inquiries, doesn't it?" Li Hao felt a bit disheartened. He sensed a hint of nervousness. But why were they all looking at him so peculiarly? These individuals were seasoned veterans. Did they really need to scrutinize him so? Lu Long and the others remained silent. Not perceiving anything amiss, they simply regarded Li Hao as a natural-born fighter, perhaps concealing a touch of coldness in his character. The others exchanged glances at Lu Long, their expressions a mix of astonishment and intrigue. One dared to ask while another dared to respond. Meanwhile, Li Hao listened intently, aware of his own inexperience and recognizing the necessity of learning from these martial arts veterans. Lu Long's fifth point was particularly enlightening. Speed is paramount. Achieving unparalleled swiftness alleviates such concerns. With this thought, Li Hao's eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, the captain possessed wisdom born of experience. It is no wonder that the others have not surpassed the 100 mark. Their expressions reveal a lack of self-awareness. The captain possesses the greatest strength, which is only to be expected. Lu Long found himself in a state of bemusement. He refrained from further comment. This fellow, Li Hao, truly is a promising talent. In the past, seasoned martial artists would take in such disciples solely for the purpose of retirement. As the martial masters grow old and become less capable of fighting, they require a fierce individual like Li Hao to confront their enemies. He is ruthless, merciless, and yet, he remains blissfully unaware of the implications. A prized disciple. In this moment, Lu Long began to comprehend how Yuan Shua had taught him. That man, over the past 2 years, had imparted his knowledge to Li Hao as if he were a cherished pupil, inadvertently revealing many of his own philosophies. Li Hao's martial enlightenment was guided by Yuan Shua. Thus, the growth of this individual was profoundly influenced by Yuan Shua. That old man is indeed ruthless. Otherwise, he would not have accumulated so many adversaries. Setting such matters aside, it was time to interrogate these two individuals. Yun Yao, to staunch the bleeding, we must ensure they do not perish. Although they are merely minor characters, they may hold unexpected insights. Lu Long uttered a reminder, for it was evident that questioning them now would be futile. They must first survive. Meanwhile, Li Hao was busy picking up the banner that had fallen to the ground during the recent scuffle. When Lu Yan noticed this, she remarked, "Why bother with that? Just hang it up outside." Li Hao replied cheerfully, "Sister, this is the first banner I have ever received. It holds great sentimental value. Besides, these two presented it to me openly. I cannot simply ignore it. I will hang it up and later say they left through the back door." A profound silence ensued. Yun Yao, who was assisting with the bleeding, saw Zhou He's eyes widen in disbelief, as if he were struggling to catch his breath. At that moment, she cursed internally. What a fool! Li Hao is truly a fool. If she were in his position, she would be utterly infuriated. Yet, Li Hao remained oblivious to the thoughts of others, unperturbed. He beamed with satisfaction as he gazed at the banner, which read, "To Inspector Li Hao of the Inspectorate." With a heart full of love, Li Hao admired the banner, appreciating the craftsmanship and the heartfelt sentiment expressed. It was the first of its kind in his life, and he cherished it dearly. "You all take your time with the interrogation. I shall take my leave." With that, Li Hao took the banner, humming a cheerful tune, departing with an air of joy reminiscent of a new inspector receiving accolades from the populace. The sense of pride and elation was palpable. In the basement, the others exchanged glances, rendered speechless. After a long pause, Wu Chao finally spoke. "Everyone, is it possible that this fellow is somewhat deranged? You must realize who presented that banner, and consider the fate of the individuals who bestowed it." It was utterly confounding, and they could not help but admire the audacity of Li Hao. Did he not perceive that the crimson banner appeared as if stained with blood? Lu Long hesitated. Words caught in his throat. After a prolonged silence, he muttered, "Let it be. What else is there to say? There are no words left." Certainly, following today's battle, Lu Long had come to a realization. Among the team, the others had accepted Li Hao. He was no longer perceived as merely bait, a disposable tool, or a hindrance. Previously, regardless of who it was, including Lu Long himself, they all harbored such sentiments. Yet, in the recent skirmish, Li Hao had unexpectedly demonstrated that he was far from an inconsequential figure. Should he survive, he would undoubtedly pose an even greater threat than Lu Long in the future. At this moment, several members of the demon hunting team began to genuinely consider Li Hao as a comrade. Meanwhile, Li Hao himself might remain entirely oblivious to this shift in perception. Chapter 34. Fortunate are the kind-hearted. Li Hao entered the confidential room with a buoyant step. His spirits elevated. Upon seeing Wang Ming, his mood brightened further. "Is Xiaoming here?" he inquired. Wang Ming, engaged in data entry, stiffened slightly at the unusual address but quickly responded, "Brother Hao is here. Did you go to the enforcement team again today?" "Indeed," Li Hao replied, deliberately showcasing the banner in his hand. This is the glory of the new inspection. Though typically modest and unassuming, he could not resist flaunting the banner at this moment. "Look, someone has presented me with a banner." Wang Ming, intrigued, leaned in with curiosity. "A banner? For you, Brother Hao?" "Just a small gesture, really. They insisted on presenting it to me." At this point, the other members of the confidential room turned their attention to Li Hao, each one growing inquisitive about the unfolding events. Li Hao candidly explained, "I didn't do much. I merely helped someone repair their vehicle." It was the truth. As for what transpired after the banner was presented, who cared about that? The atmosphere in the confidential room became lively for a time. Once Li Hao hung up the banner, he settled down and recalled something, asking, "Xiaoming, didn't you mention that you would arrive late today because of visiting elders at home?" "Indeed, I was late by an hour this morning. And since Brother Hao was here, I had no idea." Li Hao nodded. "So they have arrived. Are they the formidable night watchmen?" Li Hao smiled amiably. "Shall we pay a visit after work? Let your elders know that we are here to support you, ensuring everything goes smoothly." "That won't be necessary." Wang Ming politely declined. "My elder is not fond of socializing. They have some peculiarities." "Understood. A quintessential night watchman. Otherwise, there would be no need for constant references to elders. They are either father or mother." Li Hao refrained from probing further, recognizing that excessive inquiry might raise suspicion. However, Wang Ming was eager to engage Li Hao in conversation, lowering his voice to say, "Brother Hao, it seems there will be rain in Silver City over the next 2 days, coinciding with our holiday. Do you have any plans?" "Today is the 16th, and it is expected to rain on the 18th, Wang Ming noted, "and we will have a break on the 18th and 19th. Li Hao, seemingly intrigued, asked, "You've just arrived, yet you know where to have fun in Silver City?" Why not suggest a place, and I'll see if we can go. How about hiking? Wang Ming suggested eagerly. There's Mount Tianwang in the outskirts of Silver City. I've heard it is magnificent and awe-inspiring. Let us go explore. Hiking. The outskirts. Li Hao pondered thoughtfully while Chun Na expressed her disdain, saying, "What is so fun about hiking? It's in the wilderness, and with rain, there won't be any shelter. Why not go singing and dining instead?" Wang Ming chuckled awkwardly. "Sister Na, we men aren't keen on singing. Hiking is a great way to exercise. Moreover, there are accommodations on the mountain, allowing weary travelers to spend the night and witness the dawn. Perhaps the rainy nights on Mount Tianwang are even more enchanting." Chen Na expressed her gratitude but was unresponsive. She had no desire to climb the mountain, as it was exhausting and devoid of any meaningful purpose. Conversely, Li Hao quickly assessed the situation. Was Wang Ming's suggestion to climb the mountain a ploy to identify a suitable ambush site for the night watchman? The sparse population of Mount Tianwang, especially on rainy days, would indeed align with the night watchman's strategy, as combat with the Red Shadow faction would have little impact on Silver City. After all, it is an official organization dedicated to justice and order. Despite the numerous issues surrounding the night watchman, it remains a fact that they are the greatest protective organization for ordinary people. Thus, both the night watchman and the demon hunting squad prefer to establish their battlegrounds in the outskirts rather than within the city, as a careless encounter between supernatural beings could result in catastrophic casualties among civilians. Li Hao contemplated that the location chosen by the demon hunting squad was not on the mountain. Although it was still in the outskirts, the squad relied on conventional weaponry, necessitating a flat terrain rather than mountainous regions unsuitable for planting explosives. He decided to hold off on a refusal and consult Lu Long and the others before making a decision. Wang Ming wished to elaborate further, but noticed Li Hao had resumed his work, compelling him to refrain from pressing the issue. Yet, he felt a sense of urgency within. Li Hao's continued presence in the city was untenable. He was the next target. The night watchman had sent a significant figure this time, one who held considerable regard for the 8 prominent families of Silver City. Wang Ming was not privy to much information but sensed that something was amiss in the realm of superpowers, potentially connected to these unknown 8 families. Thus, the arrival of this high-ranking night watchman served both to resolve troubles and to ascertain the true nature of the Li family's sword. Of course, he was aware of Li Hao's collaboration with the demon hunting squad. After careful consideration, it seemed Li Hao might have to heed the squad's directives, thus leaving the arrangement to that prominent figure. In the confidential office, the morning was tranquil, aside from the stir caused by Li Hao receiving a banner, which sparked lively discussions. Everyone quickly returned to their usual activities, sipping tea and perusing newspapers, indifferent to the whereabouts of Zhou He and his companion.